Extra. Extra. The Western Golden Lion Empire signed the 21 Articles of Martial Arts with the Zhenwei Martial Arts School today. Gao Dashui, to raise military funds, has mortgaged the mining rights of 30 miles along the Guangnan Railway to the Eastern Black Sun Corporation. The Yellow River has burst its banks over 2,000 refugees are blocked outside the concession's iron fence. These pieces of news were each alarming. Although some people on the street were stamping their feet and beating their chests, more were numb and shaking their heads. Excuse me. A rickshaw squeezed out of the chaotic crowd. The puller's name was Lu Zhen. A faded old vest hung on his body, his back soaked with sweat, steam rising from his body. He didn't dare put much weight on his right leg, walking with a limp. The uneven stride made the two rickshaw shafts bob up and down. On the rickshaw seat, a fashionable lady with a perm was pressing a handkerchief to her chest, her face full of anger. Damn it. What a sin. The wheel hit a bump, the carriage lurched. The lady nearly hit the armrest, screaming. Can't even walk properly, and still pull a rickshaw. Bouncing away, you'll make me lose my dinner. I have a mahjong appointment with Mrs. Smith. If you bring me bad luck, can you afford it? Yes, madam, sit tight, the road ahead is better. Lu Zhen apologized softly, his calf muscles tensing to steady the carriage. The main road ahead was blocked by marching students. Lu Zhen skillfully turned into a narrow alley called Yendai Xia Alley. After a short while, a red brick foreign-style house appeared before them. We're here, madam. Lu Zhen lowered the shafts, pulled off his sweat towel, and wiped his face. The lady got off, and a strong, sour smell hit her. She stepped back as if avoiding a plague, fanning her handkerchief, frowning. Country folks smell sour and stinky, so unpleasant. She dropped 2 silver coins into Lu Zhen's palm. 3 kilometers, 2 dimes the starting fare. Lu Zhen didn't look much, bent down to lift the empty rickshaw and turn around. After a few steps, he instinctively lowered his head and sniffed the vest. There's a little smell. He muttered to himself, shaking his head. Food and fuel. Fuel came first. Winter coal, expensive, firewood, more expensive. How could he afford to heat water for a bath? When he felt itchy, he would just draw a bucket of cold water from the well and scrub hard with a wet cloth. Although it was said that pulling a rickshaw was considered high-paying among laborers, the trade had many rules and deductions. License, uniform, unshakable dues. Running from dawn to dusk, after deducting food and drink, he had little left. As for the limp, Lu Zhen touched his stiff knee. At 18, he was a student in the martial arts class of Jingxing National Middle School in the north of the city. At that time, his adoptive parents were critically ill. To save their lives, he had to agree to deliberately lose to the rich young master Zhao Jinsheng in the provincial martial arts hall selection. But Zhao Jinsheng was malicious, attacking him with full force while he was holding back, crippling his leg meridians. Afterwards, he reneged on the deal, framed Lu Zhen, and got him expelled for selling slots. This limp lasted 12 years. Enduring the pain in his leg, Lu Zhen returned to Zhulong Alley, the largest slum in the foreign. In front of the broken plank house at the end of the alley, 3 men in black short jackets stood, their collars open, revealing ferocious green tattoos. Black Snake Gang. Lu Zhen's heart sank. A month ago, he had awakened the mystery of the fetal origin, regaining memories of his past life. Unwilling to be a cripple for life, he borrowed $30 silver from the Black Snake Gang to buy a prescription for Su Duan Shengji Tang, hoping to heal his leg. But the medicine didn't work, leaving him in debt. Lame Lu finally back. The leader, Triangle Eyes, spat out a sunflower seed shell, smiling greasily. You owe us Black Snake Gang money for a long time, right? He glanced at the closed window of the house. That's your sister in there, right? I heard she's 16. Just right, Zui Hua Lu is short a girl. A decent face could pay off a dozen or so. Lu Zhen quickly blocked the door and said, we signed a contract that said half a year, and it's only been a month. Half a year. The thug behind Triangle Eyes sneered. Lame Lu, you've gone stupid from pulling the rickshaw, haven't you? The principal is half a year, but the interest is calculated weekly. 9 out of 10, 13, return interest piles up. You think we're a charity porridge kitchen. He stepped closer, foul breath. $5 silver interest every week. Short 1 penny, and well, break one of your legs. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth, didn't argue, and pulled out $3 silver and a handful of silver coins from his pocket. This was what he had saved by pulling the rickshaw day and night for half a month. Triangle Eyes snatched it all. Heh. You're smart. He weighed the loot smugly. Same time, next week remember to have the money ready. Don't make me come looking for you. The 3 swaggered out of the alley. Lu Zhen ignored them, knocking urgently on the door. His little sister must be terrified. Little sister, it's me. After a moment, a sound of moving heavy objects, then a pale face appeared in the crack of the door. Little sister Lu Wan held a pair of scissors until she saw it was her brother. Her tense shoulders slumped, her eyes reddened. Lu Zhen sidled and slid the bolt home. A woman in a blue cotton-padded jacket sat at the table. It was the elder sister Lu Fang. Seeing Lu Zhen enter, she relaxed, guiltily said, Zhen. It was my fault today. It's getting cold. I wanted to bring you 2 pounds of cornmeal, but I didn't expect to lead those gangsters here. Lu Zhen paused and poured. No wonder Triangle Eyes had come directly to the house instead of the street corner. The elder sister had married 3 years ago. Her husband's family had once been wealthy, but over the generations it had declined. In this world, people were also divided into classes. Pulling a rickshaw like him was the lowest of the low, selling his strength to live hardly, saving any money year after year. But a martial artist was different. Whether escorting goods or teaching at a martial arts school, he could easily earn dozens or hundreds of silver dollars. They didn't talk long. The sky was getting dark. Lu Fang looked out the window, stood up. Zhen, it's late. I have to go back. She gritted her teeth, fumbled in her inside pocket, and pulled out 2 warm silver dollars, placing them on the table. Take this money. Wainer is growing by half a caddy of meat for some grease. It's too cold. Buy 100 pounds of cold briquettes. Don't let her free. Lu Zhen looked at the 2 silver dollars, ashamed to move. This money was probably the food money that his sister's family had saved for a long time. Seeing Lu Zhen silent, Lu Fang forced a stiff smile. Take it, I'm fine at the Zhou family. I have food and clothes your brother-in-law is. Consider it. She pushed the coins into Lu Zhen's hand, turned to open the door. Wait. Lu Zhen nodded heavily, put the coins in his pocket, grabbed the sweat towel from the wall, and pulled open the door bolt. I have to go back to the rickshaw company to return the vehicle anyway, or it'll be fined. Lu Zhen bent to lift the rickshaw. Little sister locked the door. This time Lu Zhen deliberately took the main roads. Although it was longer, it was safer with occasional police patrols. At the gate of the Zhou family in the south of the city, after watching his sister enter the gate, Lu Zhen left with peace of mind. The Xuanfa rickshaw company was brightly lit. Lu Zhen returned the rickshaw. On his way home, suddenly his vision blurred, and a line of light blue text appeared before him. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement. Pulled rickshaw for 8 hours, traveled 100 miles. Rewards silver 2, occupation EXP 5, physique EXP 5, general EXP 5. Current daily settlement level LV1, a daily reward multiplier X1. As the text appeared, a strange warmth welled up, flowing through his body and into his dantian. Lu Zhen rubbed his eyes. The panel transformed into a semi-transparent character status screen. Lu Zhen 30, wealth 4 silver dollars, current occupation rickshaw, puller level daily settlement LV. 1050 skills rickshaw LV. 1550 physique meridian blockage LV. 550 general EXP 5 points. Lu Zhen stared at the wealth 4 silver dollars line, his hand unconsciously reaching into his pocket. Originally there were only the 2 silver dollars his sister gave him. But now, 1 2 3 4. 2 more coins had really appeared. This damned weather is getting colder by the day. Lu Zhen, standing at the entrance of the alley, tightened his collar and suppressed the restlessness stirred by the opportunity. In his previous life, he often read novels and knew what this meant, but he needed to study the specifics carefully. At the entrance of Zhulong Alley, a steaming basket stall emitted a rich meaty aroma, but it was deserted. In these times, commoners could rarely afford meat. Old Lu, the food seller, shrank his neck, holding a newspaper, pretending to read. He didn't look up when he heard footsteps. Old Lu 10 mixed grain steamed buns. Lu Zhen swept his eyes over the stall, then focused on the meat. Also cut a caddy of pig head meat fatty. Upon hearing this, old Lu sized up Lu Zhen up and down. Oh, meat. That's a precious thing. Lu Zhen didn't waste words. He took out a yuan dadu silver dollar and slapped it on the counter. Old Liu's eyes went straight. These days the legal tenderfobby was becoming less and less valuable as silver dollars were the hard currency. Hey, Xiao Lu struck it rich. Old Liu's face instantly bloomed into a grin. He deftly lifted the steamer lid. Today's market has changed. 1 silver dollar exchanges for 135 fabi. Buns have risen to 1 fabi each. Pig head meat 25 per caddy. Lu Zhen frowned slightly. Last week at the docks, wasn't it 2 fabi for 3? The price changes every day. Old Liu's knife thumped on the chopping board and he laughed. There's going to be a war in the north. The railway is sealed off. Foreign flour can't get in. The big grain depot posted a purchase limit this morning, and by noon the price had doubled. Don't complain about the price. Tomorrow you might not be able to buy it even with money. Lu Zhen remained silent. When pulling his rickshaw on the streets, he always heard big news like ceding territory and paying reparations. At the time he thought it was far away, but for the common people it meant the ever-rising price of rice, the ever-thinner porridge in the bowl. Money became less and less valuable. Lives probably the same. Alright, packed. Old Lu wrapped the meat tightly in lotus leaves and handed over a wad of greasy wrinkled fabi, exchanged at the market rate. Count it. Lu Zhen weighed the bundle in his hand, pocketed it, and left. The deeper into the alley, the darker the lights. Passing a mud brick house at the corner, he heard the screams of a woman being beaten from inside. The pitiful cries chilled one's heart. Lu Zhen paused for a moment, then as if he had heard nothing, hugged the warm food to his chest, and dragging his lame leg the weather was cold, so Lu unusually stayed huddled in her old quilt. Hearing Lu Zhen return, she crawled out from the covers. Although she was almost 16 due to years of malnutrition, she only reached Lu Zhen's chest. Lu Zhen pulled out the lotus leaf package. Before he opened it, the little girl's nose twitched, and her eyes locked onto it. Brother. Meat. Lu Zhen broke open a steaming hot mixed grain bun, stuffed several thick slices of fatty meat into it, and handed it over. Look at you. Lu Wan pounced like a wolf, grabbed the bun, and wolfed it down. She burned her fingers, but wouldn't let go, cheeks bulging, tears forced out by the heat, as she desperately. Seeing his little sister with grease on her lips, Lu Zhen smiled inwardly. With the panel, life could eventually get better. He sat back on the bed, and the pale blue panel appeared before him. Today he had pulled the rickshaw for nearly 8 hours. Scattered totals came to about $2 silver. That was what the system judged as his daily settlement income. The $2 silver given by his elder sister did not trigger the settlement. Lu Zhen thought, only things I did myself can be settled by the panel. What others give directly doesn't count. Then his gaze turned to the panel. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, current occupation rickshaw puller, level daily settlement LV. 1050 skills, pulling card LV. 1550 physique, blocked meridians LV. 1550 universal experience, 5 points. There's also universal experience. Can I add points? What should I add? 3 paths lay before him. If he added to daily settlement level, it would compound, returns would get better since the daily settlement level also increases universal experience output. The second path was to add points to the pulling cart skill, but Lu Zhen thought it was useless. No matter how fast he ran, he was still a laborer. He didn't want to be a single king like in his previous life. There was also the third path, physique, blocked meridians. Lu Zhen touched his stiff right leg. It had been 12 years already. Ever since his meridians were crippled by Zhao Jinsheng, this leg had no strength, cutting off his martial arts prospects. Lu Zhen looked at the panel. Since it was upgrade, it certainly wouldn't get worse. If I max out blocked, will my leg get better? Lu Zhen's breathing became heavy. In this world, money was good, but without force, money couldn't be kept. Maybe the more money, the faster you die. With force, he could settle the debt with the Black Snake Gang and the old grudges. I can earn money later, but I don't want to drag this leg any longer. Lu Zhen no longer hesitated. He directly added the 5 points of universal experience to physique. Physique, blocked meridians LV. 1050. In an instant, a needle-like heat pierced into his right knee. Not painful, but a long-lost warmth. The heat quickly dissipated, but the stiffness in his right leg truly lessened. Lu Zhen touched his knee. It worked. It really worked. This leg, crippled for 12 years, could be saved. Letting out a long breath, Lu Zhen withdrew his attention and looked across. Lu Wan had already finished the bun in her hand and was carefully licking the oil from her fingers. Her eyes darted to the remaining meat on the table. Her throat moved, but she withdrew her hands into her sleeves and didn't dare to take any more. Lu Zhen picked up a bun, filled it with fatty meat, and directly stuffed it into her hand. He also took one for himself and took a big bite, full of oily fragrance. Lu Wan seemed to think of something, her big eyes full of confusion. Brother. Children of the poor grow up early. She knew life was hard. This meat, how many pieces of clothing washed in icy water would it take to buy? Big brother usually splits a coin in two. What's going on today? Could it be? The little girl didn't dare to think further, her body trembling. Lu Zhen swallowed the meat in his mouth and looked at her frightened appearance, gently smiling. Don't overthink, eat quickly. Maybe from now on life will get better and better. Lu Wan was stunned. Big brother never said things carelessly. He said life would be better, so it would definitely be better. A sense of anticipation she had never felt before surged in her heart. She nodded vigorously, eyes red, and bit into the bun with all her might. So delicious. In the following 4 days, the wind and snow did not stop. The winter in Yanqing was cold, but the dampness was the worst, like a magical attack. Pedestrians huddled together, but the rickshaw pulling Lu Zhen was steaming with heat, seemingly tireless. Since he got the panel, pulling the rickshaw no longer felt like a grind. He was always full of energy, like grinding experience in a game. Over 4 days, Lu Zhen left early and returned late. He had accumulated 7 or 8 silver dollars. This was still with daily settlement. At level 1, only double the reward. What made his heart race even more, physique, blocked meridians LV. 4050. Every night, he added all the settlement experience to this. His right foot, which had been numb, grew more and more sensitive, often aching. Pain was a good thing. Knowing pain meant the leg was about to heal. At the gate of Xuanfa Rickshaw Company, Lu Zhen turned in the rickshaw, settled the day's dues, and rubbed his hands vigorously. As long as he survived tonight's settlement, plus the 5 universal experience points, his physique could level up. Leaving the rickshaw company, he familiarly turned into Zhulong Alley. Old Lu the usual. A flash of the knife, 10 buns, a caddy of fatty pig head meat wrapped in lotus leaf, steaming hot, especially warm in the cold night. Lu Zhen carried the food into the dark alley. Just as he turned a corner, he heard a splash by the well ahead. A woman was staggering with a wooden bucket. The well platform was icy, and half a bucket of icy water had soaked her thin trousers. Alas, what a sin. An old woman in her 60s, sitting by the wall, shook her head and sighed. The plump auntie next to her leaned in and lowered her voice. He's wife, right? Beaten again. That's right. Heard that this morning she didn't buy hot congee, so her husband hit her in the face with a urinal. The old woman sighed. That he Lausan after he became paralyzed, his heart twisted. He used to be such a gentle man when he worked as a bookkeeper. Now, he's suspicious all day and beats his wife to death if anything goes wrong. Lu Zhen listened, memories flooding back from over a decade ago. At that time he had just had his leg crippled, his parents were dead, and his little sister was crying for food at home. He remembered that Sister Shenyun had secretly sent a few silver dollars, often brought hot congee, and mended their clothes. Without her, they would have frozen to death that winter. Sister Shin, are you alright? Lu Zhen stepped forward quickly. The woman raised her head in panic. Her originally delicate oval face was bruised and swollen from long-term violence. It's Xiao Lu. Shenyun, seeing who it was, relaxed her tense body a bit, and hurriedly tidied her hair to cover the wounds. It's nothing, be careful, the ground is... Lu Zhen directly opened the lotus leaf package, grabbed 3 hot buns with some meat, wrapped them in paper, and pressed them into her hand without listening to her protests. Take it. Shenyun recoiled as if burned. No. Xiao Lu, you're suffering too. Wainer is waiting. Eat while it's hot, don't let anyone see. Lu Zhen's tone was blunt. Shenyun was startled, her eyes reddened, and her voice was barely a whisper. Thank you, Xiao Lu. Lu Zhen lifted the remaining half bucket of water with one hand, helped her to the door, turned and left. However, just a few steps away a roar came from inside the broken wooden door. Half an hour to fetch a bucket of water. Were you flirting with some lover by the well? Then came the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. What is this? Buns. Still hot. No wonder you were gone so long. You were meeting a lover. Who would give you white flour buns for nothing these days? Is it old Lu, the meat seller? Or that barber? You shameless slut. No, Lausan, listen to me, it's... Slap. A porcelain bowl shattered, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting flesh, and Shun Yun's suppressed cries of pain. How dare you talk back? I'm crippled and you can't stand being alone, King Yue. They'll beat you to death, you whore. The sounds of smashing and obscenities echoed endlessly in the alley. Lu Zhen paused, his brows furrowed, fists clenched and relieved. In the end he did not turn back, only quickened his pace and disappeared into the night. Back in his own room. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement. Hold rickshaw for 8 hours. Ran 120 li. Received silver dollars. 3 occupation experience. 5 physique experience. 5 universal experience. 5 current daily settlement level LV1. Extra reward X. 1 Lu Zhen's eyes blazed. Physique blocked meridians LV. 1 4,550. Adding these 5 points, it would be exactly full. Lu Zhen took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, add points. In an instant a scorching torrent flowed through his body. Crack, crack. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he didn't utter a sound. Pain. Bone-piercing pain. The meridians broken for years were reconnecting. Black filthy blood seeped from the pores, emitting a stale, rancid odor. Current occupation rickshaw puller level daily settlement LV. 1050 skills, pulling card LV. 13050 physique strong, and health 20200 universal experience 0. Ignoring the stench, Lu Zhen quickly stood up, his toes curling against the floor. It's healed. Haha, it's really healed. The long-lost sense of balance and the feeling of solid ground made Lu Zhen's eyes burn with tears. After adapting for a while, ignoring the cold, Lu Zhen went to the small yard outside the house. He recalled the feeling from his martial arts class, suddenly lifted his leg and stomped hard. Thud. The ground trembled, slightly, force rising from the ground through the tip of his foot. The meridians are connected. Lu Zhen assumed a stance, his right fist moving with his will, suddenly punching out. Pop. A crisp sound of force penetrating the air. Initial stage of strength training. Lu Zhen withdrew his fist and stood still. In this chaotic world, the first step in martial arts was strength training. The initial stage required tempering strength with a single arm, lifting 200 Jin. Hardworking young men could often achieve this. Mid-stage strength training required force to permeate the whole body, single arm, 500 Jin. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 martial arts practitioners could reach it. Latest stage was even rarer, 1 in 100. Looking at his fist, Lu Zhen was not complacent. This punch, though loud, was still brute force. Back in the Jinxing National School, the instructors only taught some superficial stance and bone tempering. The true circulation of blood and chi scouring the skin membrane to develop Mingjin explicit strength were the unpassed secrets of various martial arts schools. I need to find a master. Lu Zhen planned in his mind. He couldn't go back to school. At his age, they wouldn't accept an old student like him. To go further, he had to join a martial arts school. Yangcheng had many martial arts schools and many with real skills. As long as he was willing to spend money, he could learn real things. Although his funds were tight now, with this strength, he would only earn more. He made up his mind. After pulling the rickshaw tomorrow, he would go to a few martial arts schools in the southern part of the city to look around and get a feel for the place. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a layer of mist still lingered over the river, the air heavy with moisture. The damp cold made many people huddle up. Lu Zhen pulled his rickshaw and arrived early at the 16 piers. This dock had the deepest water in Yangqing, where ships from the west usually berth. A steamer's horn sounded from the river, and a ship flying the stars and stripes came alongside. It's here? A big ship. Look at the draft, there must be plenty of foreign goods. Many rickshaw pullers became excited. Those who could afford such ocean liners were usually generous. A few tips would be enough to cover several trips. If lucky, pulling a foreigner to the concession could earn them a full go, someone shouted. The many idle pullers who had been squatting on the ground immediately grabbed their rickshaws and charged forward. In the past, due to his lame leg, Lu Zhen was always pushed to the outer edge, picking up short-distance passengers no one else wanted or small vendors with heavy bags who were reluctant to pay. But today Lu Zhen was fast. He took a deep breath, gripped the handles tightly, and shouldered his way through the crowd. When he encountered a burly man who tried to block him with his bulk, Lu Zhen didn't yield. Lu Zhen did not dodge. He squared his hips and drove his right foot hard into the ground. A surge of heat shot from his sole up to his waist. His previously crippled right leg now bore immense strength, steadying him and even accelerating his pace. Excuse me. The wheels of Lu Zhen's rickshaw spun rapidly. He swayed and slipped through the gaps like a loach, overtaking the others. The burly man only felt a blur and a gust of wind, and the spot in front of him was gone. That cripple Lu. How is he so fast? While the man was stunned, Lu Zhen had already rushed to the front. The gangplank had just been laid, and the first batch of passengers. Lu Zhen parked his rickshaw right in the middle, lowering the handles. Just then the iron gate of the first-class cabin clanged open. Among a group of suit-clad foreigners and compradors, a figure stood out strikingly. She wore a well-tailored light purple dress, and a wide-brimmed French sun had its brim pulled low, revealing only a stretch of fair, slender neck. She carried a fine brown leather suitcase, her wrists adorned with lace white gloves, and descended the gangway. A river breeze lifted the wide brim of her hat slightly. It revealed a cold, delicate profile. When Lu Zhen recognized her, his body stiffened. This. Xiao Yuqing. She was the school beauty and martial arts prodigy of Jingqing Middle School, and her father was the director of the Yangqing Education. Back then Lu Zhen was also a top student in the martial arts class, and they had crossed paths. Counting the days, it had been 12 years since they last met. Dressed in Western style from head to toe, she must have just returned from studying abroad. Lu Zhen instinctively looked down at himself. He wore a pair of black cloth shoes worn through to his toes, his trousers rolled up to his knees, caked with river mud. His vest was washed white, and a dirty sweat towel hung from his collar. An indescribable heat rushed to his face. Oh, Lu Zhen even wanted to turn the rickshaw, but the next moment he curled his lips in self-mockery. Why run? He was now a rough, dark-skinned man with calloused hands. How could she possibly recognize him? Lu Zhen shook his head. To the French concession, the Citibank Hotel. The voice was almost the same as in his memory. But it seemed Xiao Yuqing hadn't recognized him. Lu Zhen sighed in relief. He lowered his head further and muttered, "Yes, miss. Please sit steady." After about half an hour they arrived at the entrance of the concession, where a barbed wire checkpoint stood ahead. Outside the checkpoint many people were queuing. Some looked like deliverymen, while most were coolies waiting for inspection. Lu Zhen instinctively slowed to join the queue. "Don't queue there," came Xiao Yuqing's calm voice from behind. "Take the right side, the martial artist passage." Lu Zhen was startled. Martial artist passage. He looked at the wide, smooth road on the right, which had no barriers, only 2 constables with rifles and leashed wolfhounds. It was convenient, but it was reserved for high-status foreigners or registered martial masters. Ordinary people would be beaten if they tried to use it. Miss him just a rickshaw puller, him not qualified to use that passage. Lu Zhen explained in a low voice. "Do as I say," Xiao Yuqing said calmly. Helpless Lu Zhen braced himself, turned the rickshaw, and headed straight for the empty right lane. As soon as he approached the checkpoint, the 2 constables who had been smoking and chatting changed their expressions. One constable with a pockmarked face stepped forward, slammed his rifle, but on the ground, and pointed at Lu Zhen, cursing. "Where did this blind dog come from? Is this a path for you? Get back in line." The wolfhound beside him barked fiercely, looking menacing and aggressive. Lu Zhen was about to stop and apologize when a hand in a lace white glove slowly reached from behind to the front of the rickshaw. Between 2 slender fingers was a black plaque. The plaque was small, but on it was a roaring lion's head traced in gold powder, with 4 bold Chinese characters engraved below. Heavenly Martial Alliance. On the back 4 small gold characters. Anjin Wuzong, Dark Force Martial Ancestor. The pockmarked constable's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the plaque, and the cigarette fell from his mouth. Dark Force Grandmaster. His back instantly bent, and his face filled with flattering smiles. "Oh my," this humble one failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I didn't know a Grandmaster was before me. Damn. He lightly slapped his own face, then frantically pulled out a red pass from the booth. Please go ahead." The constable bent over and stuck the pass onto the mudguard of Lu Zhen's shabby rickshaw. The arrogant dog tucked its tail between its legs. After that he even bowed to Lu Zhen, saying, "Little brother, sorry for the trouble. Drive steady." Lu Zhen pulled the rickshaw through the checkpoint and onto the smooth, clean asphalt road. But his heart was in turmoil. Dark Force Martial Ancestor. Lu Zhen had also been in the martial arts class back in school. He knew the martial arts cultivation realms all too well. He had just recovered, and was at the early stage of the Lianli strength training realm. Beyond that there were the middle and late stages, 2 major thresholds. If he advanced further, merging his entire chi and blood into one with force penetrating the skin, striking like hanging a painting, that would be the Mingjin Bright Force Martial Master. Only at the Mingjin stage could one be considered truly accomplished. Such a person could open a school and be revered as a master. If joining a warlord's army, they would start at the rank of company or platoon leader. Even in this foreign-nominated concession, they would be above others, and even foreigners would treat them with respect. But above Mingjin was Anjin Dark Force. It was a refinement of the forceful power stored into the marrow, allowing one to close the pores at will, sealing in all essence, chi, and spirit. And when striking it appeared silent and soft, but the force could explode, shattering a person's internal organs through a thick quilt, killing without drawing blood. Such a person had stamina as enduring as a horse and extremely sharp senses. Even a dozen armed men could hardly harm them. At this level they were revered as grandmaster. In this chaotic era, a Dark Force grandmaster, whether serving as a guest of a warlord or a retainer of a foreign firm, was a figure of immense power comparable to a provincial governor. Lu Zhen's grip on the handles tightened. Only 12 years had passed, and Xiao Yuqing was already a Dark Force grandmaster. He remembered that in school they were classmates. Despite the difference in family background, they could at least spar a few moves in martial arts class. Now 12 years later, she was a figure who could establish her own school, while he was still pulling a rickshaw in this bustling city to make a living. Lu Zhen sighed inwardly, putting more strength into his steps, the wheels spinning fast, hoping to deliver this important person quickly and leave. Soon the rickshaw turned into a broad avenue lined with plane trees. A grand white Western-style house came into view. The ornate gate was closed. A black car was parked in the yard, and a doorman in uniform stood. "We're here." Lu Zhen stopped steadily, gently lowering the handles, and bowed his body low. Hearing the sound, the gate opened immediately. A maidservant in a pink short jacket with twin buns ran out quickly. Seeing Xiao Yuqing, her face lit up with a bright smile, and she called out crisply, "Miss, you're finally back." The master and mistress have been waiting anxiously in the hall. As she spoke, her sharp eyes swept aside, noticing the half-used rickshaw, and the maidservant's pretty face instantly fell. She hurried over, reaching out to help Xiao Yuqing, while pinching her nose, and complaining, "Miss, why did you come back in such a vehicle? The master sent the Ford car to the pier to pick you up. If others see the eldest miss of the Xiao family sitting in such a dirty rickshaw, how embarrassing." As she spoke, she glared at Lu Zhen disdainfully. Xiao Yuqing's expression remained indifferent, not responding to the comment. She said softly, "All right, Xiao Ran, pay the fare." The maidservant named Xiao Ran pouted. She took out $2 silver from her embroidered pouch and casually tossed them into Lu Zhen's arms. "Take it." Xiao Ran raised her chin. $2 silver, no change needed. The rest is for you to buy tea. Don't go around saying you pulled our miss." Lu Zhen caught the $2 silver with both hands. He didn't say anything, just muttered, "Thanks." Then he bent down, lifted the handles, turned the rickshaw around, and breathed a sigh of relief. At the entrance of the house, Xiao Ran was about to help her miss carry the suitcase, when she looked up and saw Xiao Yuqing hadn't gone inside. The usually cold and proud young lady now gazed in the direction where the rickshaw puller had disappeared, lost in thought. "Missy?" Xiao Ran followed her gaze and asked with confusion, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Yuqing shook her head, returning to her usual cool demeanor. "Nothing, let's go inside." After sending off this old classmate, Lu Zhen continued to pull the cart. Inside the rental area there were usually few people taking rickshaws, so he had to go out first. After returning to the outer city, he didn't run around like before. Whenever he encountered a tea stall or met a chatty customer, he would casually inquire about some martial arts schools. Yangqing, or rather this world where martial arts flourished, had many martial arts schools, but to truly find the capable ones one had to ask clearly. After running around for a whole day and asking questions, Lu Zhen had a rough understanding. In the end, he narrowed it down to 3 martial arts schools suitable for him. The first was the Jinwei Martial Arts School in the city. This was the one mentioned in the morning newspaper. The schoolmaster Lu Zai was involved in both the legitimate and the underworld, teaching Xingyi, Quan mixed with Western boxing. It had the biggest reputation and the most apprentices, but the fees were exorbitant. Just the apprenticeship fee alone was $50 silver, and there was a monthly fee of $10. Lu Zhen had no good feelings towards this martial arts school and couldn't afford it. That was a place for the children of wealthy families, not a door that someone like him could enter, so he skipped it. The second one was called Famine. The schoolmaster was an old master from Fujin, well known for his skills. He emphasized agility and using force against force. The apprenticeship fee was $20 silver with a monthly fee of 5. This price he could scrape together with some effort, but after thinking it over, Lu Zhen decided to give it up. He had pulled carts for over a decade, training his body with sheer strength. Although his stance was steady, his body had long since become fixed and was not agile enough. To learn such light and agile skills would be a waste of effort. The third one was in the old street of the southern city, called TB Martial Arts School. The schoolmaster's surname was Yin, named Yintizio. This place did not have a large facade, but it was quite famous and attracted many poor people. The teachings were simple and brutal, consisting of Panlong Zhuang and Taixian Quan. Every day was about building strength, lifting stone blocks, and using iron sand along with body treatments with medicinal brews. Those who trained there became tough-skinned and immensely powerful. It was said that most apprentices from there went to work as foremen at the docks or guarded wealthy families. The most crucial aspect, the apprenticeship fee, was only $8 silver. But that wasn't all. Training hard skills required using medicinal brews and eating meat for recovery. The school provided one meat meal plus the cost of the medicinal brew, which amounted to $4 a month. Lu Zhen sat on the steps by the road contemplating. The TB martial arts school is the most suitable for me. He was currently at the early stage of strength training, relying on his leg and waist strength developed from pulling carts. Hard training would perfectly combine his brute strength into cohesive power. Once he mastered it and gained skills, the path to making money would widen. Having settled on a destination, the next thing was money. Lu Zhen reached into his pocket and felt the silver dollars. He had saved 7 before. Today he was lucky, having pulled Xiao Yuqing, earning $2 silver in tips for this trip. That made it 9. The apprenticeship fee was $8, so it was enough. But upon entering, he had to pay the monthly food and medicine fee, which was $4. Altogether, that made 12. Not to mention the money left for his little sister to buy coal and rice. It looked like he was still quite short. But Lu Zhen was not anxious because he had daily settlements. As long as tonight's settlement goes through, the money will be enough. After finishing his last sip of tea, Lu Zhen stood up from the tea stall. It wasn't that he spent extravagantly, he sweated a lot, and just drinking water wasn't sufficient. He needed to drink some salted tea. Tomorrow morning, I'll go pay my respects to the master. After turning in the cart and settling accounts, Lu Zhen walked out of the rickshaw shop, his back slightly bent. That right leg, which had clearly healed, instinctively returned to its previous limp. The cold wind swept through the street, stirring up the dust, and the environment was barren with poor air quality. After returning to the entrance of Zhuolong Alley, he felt something was off. Normally at this time, there were always a few old women mending shoes at the alley entrance, and a few naked children playing. Today it was eerily quiet. Every household had tightly closed doors and windows, revealing only dark gaps under the doors, with pairs of terrified eyes hiding behind, staring intently at the empty space in the alley. In the empty space, 2 rolled-up straw mats lay horizontally. Dark red blood seeped from beneath the mats, already frozen into black and purple ice shards by the cold wind. A few men dressed in black were cursing as they spat into their hands. They were indeed part of the Black Snake gang. Lu Zhen's heart sank. He lowered his head and pretended to limp, slowly moving against the wall. As he approached, he could hear the neighbors' hushed discussions. How tragic. Old Wu is so stubborn. It's only right to repay debts, but how can that interest keep it? The Black Snake gang insisted on taking his little granddaughter as payment for the debt. Old Wu refused, clinging to their legs and begging for mercy, and ended up being beaten to death on the doorstep. That girl was also fiery. Seeing her grandfather breathe his last, she crashed her head against the wall. In an instant, 2 lives were lost. This world offers no way out for anyone. Listening to this, Lu Zhen's eyelids drooped even lower. In this Zhuolong alley, there were many laborers like Lu Zhen and Old Wu, all with a good amount of strength, at least 100. In terms of realm, having worked heavy labor for many years, many young and middle-aged men had actually reached the early stage of strength training, with a single arm capable of exerting a force of 1 to 200 pounds. The few thugs from the Black Snake gang in front of him were merely at this level. If everyone united and rushed forward, even with wild punches, they could beat these vicious dogs to death. But no one dared to act. No one was foolish. If they beat these small ones, there were still the older ones behind. The leader of the Black Snake gang was a genuine late stage of strength training expert, with formidable skills, making it hard for ordinary weapons to hurt him. Below him were 4 major hall masters, each at the mid-stage of strength training, capable of exerting 500 pounds of force. Though none had reached the realm of true martial artists, it counted as a formidable force. But in the eyes of ordinary people, that was like heaven. The realm of strength training had layers, and mid-stage against early stage was like a strong man against a boy. If they reached the late stage, one could sweep through a whole street. This was the deterrence. At this moment, the thugs seemed to have vented their anger. The leading one, with triangular eyes, spat a thick phlegm, looking at the straw mat on the ground with a face full of displeasure. What a damn misfortune. A person is dead, no money gained, and now we have to deal with the corpse. Let's go find a place to drink a couple of cups and get rid of this death stench. As a few of them turned to leave, the triangular-eyed one suddenly caught sight of Lu Zhen, who was edging along the wall. Oh, isn't this Lu the lame? The triangular-eyed man grinned, beckoning, come here. Lu Zhen halted his steps and slowly moved closer. Gentlemen, he kept his head down. The triangular-eyed man looked him up and down, waving his palm. Today, I'm in a bad mood, having seen blood, need to dispel the bad luck. You should pay your interest for next week first. Lu Zhen's hand hidden in his sleeve tightened suddenly. This was the money he had for his apprenticeship tomorrow. If he fell short by even $1, he might not be able to enter that door. Lu Zhen felt a surge of anger, but he forced a humble smile, reaching into his inner pocket and groping for a long time. I truly apologize. Lu Zhen held out $4 silver with both hands and offered them. This is $4. It snowed heavily these past few days, making it hard to find customers. For the missing dollar, please allow me a couple of days. Even a onady extension would suffice. The triangular-eyed man grabbed the $4 weighing them in his hand. He squinted at Lu Zhen's poor appearance, and then glanced at the corpse on the ground, seemingly feeling that pushing further wouldn't yield any profit. $4. The triangular-eyed man snorted, pocketing the money, and then slapped Lu Zhen's cheek hard, making a loud sound. Alright, since you seem somewhat honest, I'll let that dollar slide for now. The day after tomorrow. If I don't see the money, then this mat on the ground will be prepared for you too. After saying this, the group laughed as they stepped over the corpse and left. Lu Zhen stood in the cold wind, expressionless. He said nothing, only gazed deeply at the blood-soaked straw mats on the ground. Then he lowered his head, turned around, and continued to limp deeper into the alley. Arriving at his doorstep, Lu Zhen gently knocked 3 times. The door creaked open. Lu Wan stood behind it. In the dim light from outside, Lu Zhen saw his little sister's face was pale, and she trembled uncontrollably. The walls of the wooden houses in Zhuolong Alley were thin, with poor sound insulation. The commotion outside had been too loud. Those curses old was tragic cries, and the final thud of his head hitting the wall. She had heard it all. Brother. Lu Wan tightly grasped Lu Zhen's clothing. Is Grandpa Wu? Lu Zhen closed the door behind him and secured the latch. Don't be afraid. It's all over. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Lu Wan sniffed, nodded vigorously, and wiped her face with her sleeve. Brother, you've been out all day, you must be hungry. I'll go make dinner. I bought some cornmeal today, and have a bit of leftover oil residue from yesterday. After saying this, she turned to the stove in the corner. Lu Zhen sat on the edge of the bed, watching his little sister's busy figure, his gaze gradually becoming profound. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement. Pulled cart for 8 hours, traveled 140 miles, gained silver $4. Oi, job experience 10, physical experience 5, a general experience 5. Current daily settlement level LV1, daily reward X 1 times. Today's run was worth it, especially since he had gone to the concession where the young lady from the Shao family was generous, giving him $2 silver just in tips. Adding to that, he hadn't rested all day, and the scattered coins had added up. This day's earnings had reached a total of $4 silver. This was the most he had earned since he started pulling carts. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, money $9 silver, current occupation rickshaw, puller level, daily settlement 1050, skills, pulling carts LV 1 3050, physical fitness strong and healthy LV 200, general experience 5 points. Lu Zhen's gaze swept over the panel, not lingering on the money section, but his eyes fell on the general experience at the very bottom. 5 points of experience. Since his leg ailment had healed and his physical fitness had reached the 2nd level of strong and healthy, he didn't need to rush to allocate points for now. His gaze moved up, fixing on level daily settlement LV 1. The current effect was daily reward X 1 time. If he could raise this level to 2 or 3 times, the experience and money gained daily would be a staggering number. This was a long-term plan. Lu Zhen made a decision in his heart. With a thought, the 5 points of general experience transformed into flowing light, infusing into the first line. Daily settlement LV 1 550. Watching the progress bar jump forward a little, Lu Zhen closed the panel. After having dinner, the room fell back into darkness. He touched his empty pocket, which should have been more stuffed. Tomorrow he would go to the TB martial arts school to pay his respects. Lu Zhen quietly waited in the dark. Time passed slowly. The wind outside had quieted down, and the watchman had struck the 3rd hour. The moon rose to its zenith, and his little sister in the next room had already fallen asleep. Lu Zhen pulled out a piece of black cloth from under the bed, poked 2 holes in it, and covered his face, leaving only his eyes. In this chaotic world where lives were as cheap as grass, yielding would not bring peace, but only allow those wolves to take further advantage. My money is not so easy to take. Lu Zhen suddenly stood up, yanked open the door, and strode out. The cold wind rushed into the room. Creak. The old yellow calendar from yesterday was torn down by the wind, revealing a new page. Year 15 of the Republic, early winter, 9th day. Year of the Yang, wood tiger, month of the Yang, metal rat, day of the Earth snake. Prohibited praying for blessings, marriages. Favorable burial, killing. Though the night was deep, Lu Zhen dared not let his guard down even under the moonlight. He concealed himself before a lopsided mud brick house, the dwelling of one among the 3 ruffians. Lu Zhen pressed his ear against the crack of the door and listened quietly for a moment. From within came a series of thunderous snores. Dead asleep and alone. Lu Zhen tested the door and found it unlocked, though the hinges were somewhat worn. He eased the door open, minimizing the creaking sound. The door was half open when he sidled through. Inside, the air was thick with the sour stench of unwashed feet and cheap liquor, almost suffocating. Holding his breath, Lu Zhen saw a figure lying on the heated brick bed, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window. The man lay sprawled, his collar wide open, sleeping soundly, utterly unaware that the king of hell stood at his bedside. Lu Zhen walked to the bed, looked down coldly at this rotten scoundrel who had just been strutting before him. Then, with a sudden explosive force from his legs, he leaped high into the air. Using the momentum of his descent, his right leg, crippled for 12 years, came crashing down hard onto the man's neck. Crack! It was the sound of the cervical spine and trachea snapping instantly. The man jolted awake in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his face twisted with an incredulous terror. His mouth gaped open, instinctively trying to scream. But his throat was already crushed and shattered. Lu Zhen leaned down, staring into his face. "Triangle Eyes, you seem to enjoy calling me crippled, didn't you?" At these words, Triangle Eyes' already protruding eyeballs trembled violently. His gaze was filled with disbelief and pleading. Huh. Lu Zhen paid him no heed, stomping down heavily one blow after another. The man's struggles grew weaker, the light in his eyes quickly fading until he finally lay still. Lu Zhen withdrew his leg and stood there for a moment. This world was strange. It was said that those who had reached martial arts mastery or consumed miraculous elixirs possessed terrifying vitality. If he didn't finish the job thoroughly, who knew if the bastard might somehow resurrect? Turning around, Lu Zhen left the house and searched the yard. He picked up a bluestone boulder and carried it back inside. Raising the stone over the corpse on the bed, he readied himself. Thud, thud, thud. The stone smashed down mercilessly, blow after blow. Only when the head was utterly reduced to a pulp of red and white paste, completely unrecognizable, did Lu Zhen stop. Casually discarding the bloody stone, Lu Zhen paused for a while to steady his breathing. He stared coldly at the mangled corpse. Triangle Eyes had already driven Wu Laolu to his death. Next would surely be him. So it was either him or me. Having said that, he bent down and rummaged through the gore-stained bosom of the corpse. $2 silver. He pocketed the money, picked up the stone, and casually wiped the bloodstains on the corpse's clothes. An hour later, everything was settled. He returned with $7 silver. 4 of them were the ones he had just handed over, and the remaining 3 were likely extorted from somewhere by that gang. Clutching the silver dollars, Lu Zhen crept back along the base of the wall. Just as he reached the old well at the mouth of the alley, a sound startled him. Smack! It was the dull thud of a wooden stick striking flesh. Then came a woman's muffled cry of pain, followed by the venomous curses of her paralyzed husband. Still not talking? Plain dead, are you? Maybe that bastard prefers you like this dead fish. Smack! Smack! Another few blows. Lu Zhen stood still. The rage in his chest had settled after the killings. But hearing this, his fury surged up to the crown of his head once more. Once, twice. Was there no end to this? In this rotten world, why were there so many villains? Lu Zhen touched his face. The black cloth was still tightly wrapped. A fierce glint in his eyes, he turned and charged straight at the dilapidated wooden door. Bang! The door, already frail, was kicked open by Lu Zhen, one half crashing to the ground. Inside, a kerosene lamp cast dim light. He Laozhan was lying on the bed, raising a jujubwood club as thick as an arm, his face twisted. Shen Yun huddled in the corner, disheveled and trembling, clutching her head. Seeing someone burst in, a masked man in black, he Laozhan froze for a moment. Then his fierce expression turned to terror. Oh! He opened his mouth, just emitting a half scream. Lu Zhen gave him no chance. Covering the distance in 2 strides, he leaped into the air. Before he Laozhan could swing his club, Lu Zhen delivered a flying kick, landing squarely on his chest. Thump! This kick carried the full force of the early stage of strength training. He Laozhan was flung from the bed, crashing heavily against the earthen wall behind him. Pieces of plaster fell and a shower dust trembling from the ceiling. He Laozhan rolled his eyes, choked, and slid down limply. Lu Zhen did not stop. He stepped forward, his large hand, still stained from 3 killings, clamped iron-tight around He Laozhan's thin neck. With a twist. Crack. A crisp sound. He Laozhan's head twisted grotesquely to one side, his terror-filled eyes still open, but he was already dead. In the corner, Shen Yun stared wide-eyed, covering her mouth in horror, forgetting even to breathe. Lu Zhen did not spare her. With swift movements, he turned, yanked open the rickety cabinet, and pulled out all the ragged clothes inside, scattering them across the floor. He also tore open the pillow on the bed, spilling buckwheat husks over the mattress. The bowls and chopsticks on the table were swept to the ground. All this was done in less than a dozen breaths. Burglary and murder. The scene was set. Without a word, without a pause, Lu Zhen turned and dashed into the night, vanishing in a few leaps. Back in his own small hut, Lu Zhen quickly stripped off the black clothes and stuffed them into the deepest corner under the bed. He changed into his sleeping garments and crawled into the quilt. Not long after, chaos erupted outside. Murder. He Laozhan is dead. Noisy voices and the glow of torches flickered outside the window. A while later, the whistle of the patrol sounded. Lu Zhen lay in bed, listening as the noise outside subsided. In this slum, a few deaths meant nothing to the patrol. Especially in the bitter winter, many froze or starved to death. The patrolman merely stood at the door, glanced around, and kicked at the clothes on the floor. Burglary. These days there are so many refugees. Some desperate drifter must have done it. All right, take it away, take it away. Don't leave this mess here. They didn't even knock on doors or interrogate anyone, let alone check on Lu Zhen the cripple. The case was hastily closed. The crowd dispersed, and the alley returned to dead silence. Lu Zhen stared at the pitch-black ceiling, letting out a long breath. The 3 from the Black Serpent gang had to die for him to survive and for money. But this He Laozhan. He didn't have a single copper on him. What did killing him achieve? Was he inherently bloodthirsty? Lu Zhen slowly shook his head. The next day, Lu Zhen woke up early. Instead of pulling the cart as usual, he fetched a bucket of well water and cleaned himself up thoroughly. Dressed in a set of unpatched blue cloth attire, and wearing the new black cloth shoes from yesterday, Lu Zhen tucked the silver coins close to him and headed straight for the old street in the southern part of the city. At the end of the old street stood the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. The entrance was modest with 2 black wooden doors wide open and 2 hitching posts standing at the entrance. The sign was somewhat weathered, but the 4 characters were written with such vigor that they exuded a sense of strength. A robust woman dressed in a gray vest with broad shoulders and a stout waist leaned against the door frame, picking her teeth. She was built like a brawny man with arms thicker than the thighs of an average man. As Lu Zhen approached, the woman did not put on airs, she lazily lifted her eyelids. "What do you want?" Lu Zhen stopped in his tracks and clasped his fists in a salute, saying, "Senior sister, I want to learn boxing." The sturdy woman sized Lu Zhen up with her eyes. Standing close, Lu Zhen could even see the fine hairs inside her nostrils quivering slightly with her breath. Although he wasn't particularly towering, his broad frame and calloused hands suggested a background of hard labor. Most of the people who came to the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall were like him, either dock workers or cart pullers, all hoping to learn some skills to secure a job as a guard for wealthy families. The woman did not make it difficult for him. She stepped aside and casually pointed inside. "Go in. The master is in the backyard drinking tea." "Thank you." Lu Zhen stepped over the high threshold. The front yard was a large training ground with a solid yellow earth surface that felt hard underfoot. Dozens of men were practicing inside. Some were bare-chested, their muscular bodies rippling as they lifted heavy stone blocks, panting heavily as they did so. Others were in horse stance, their legs seemingly rooted to the ground, and even in the cold weather steam was rising from their foreheads. A few were gathered around a large vat, vigorously slapping the iron sand inside, creating a rhythmic thwack sound. The mixed smell of sweat and the pungent scent of medicinal wine assailed Lu Zhen's nostrils. Not wanting to linger, he passed through the training ground and entered the backyard. In the shade of the eaves, there was a bamboo reclining chair. A thin old man was half reclining on it, holding a purple clay teapot and occasionally taking a sip. This was the hall master, Yin Tiejiao. He appeared somewhat laid back, not like a martial arts expert, but rather like a wealthy man basking in the sun. Lu Zhen approached respectfully and bowed. "Master Yin." Yin Tiejiao did not even lift his eyelids, saying, "Want to learn boxing? At your age, are you going to be a punching bag for foreigners?" Lu Zhen was taken aback, but did not get angry. He simply replied, "Honestly, I want to learn some self-defense skills." Self-defense skills. The true skills of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall are not meant for someone with your build. Yin Tiejiao snorted coldly. This barrage of malicious teasing left Lu Zhen somewhat stunned. He couldn't help but wonder how could the master of a martial arts hall speak so rudely, resembling a street thug. However, having been through life and death, Lu Zhen's temperament had been tempered to be extremely stable, so he naturally would not explode in anger due to a few insults. He simply continued to look at Yin Tiejiao. Seeing Lu Zhen so unperturbed, Yin Tiejiao finally took a proper look at him, his tone returning to normal. "Is the money enough?" Lu Zhen obediently took out the bundle of silver coins from his pocket, holding it with both hands. "It's enough. The apprenticeship fee is 8 coins, and this is the incense money for the ancestral master. Once paid, it is non-refundable. From now on, it's 8 coins a month for your meals and medicine." Lu Zhen's heart sank when he heard 8 coins. He had initially inquired about 4 coins. The price has gone up. Fortunately, he had made some gains yesterday, so the money was barely enough. Yin Tiejiao pointed at the table. "We open at 6 in the morning and train until noon. Lunch will be provided, and it will be hearty with meat. Every 10 days you will receive a bowl of blood cheese soup to replenish your strength." After saying this, he looked at Lu Zhen. "If you can endure the hardship, put down the money. If not, turn around and leave. I won't keep anyone." Lu Zhen contemplated for a moment. This arrangement was just right. He could practice boxing in the morning, enjoy a good meal at noon, saving his family's expenses, and work pulling carts in the afternoon and evening. Although it would be tiring, it wouldn't hinder him from earning a living or affect the daily settlement. "I will learn." Without further ado, Lu Zhen counted out 16 coins, neatly stacking them on the table. Yin Tiejiao glanced at the stack of silver coins, and a smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his sleeve, the coins on the table vanished. "All right, a straightforward person." Yin Tiejiao reclined back in his chair and shouted towards the front yard, "Xiongyu." "Yes, master." The robust woman who had been picking her teeth at the door came charging in like a black bear. Yin Tiejiao pointed at Lu Zhen. "This is the new one named Lu Zhen. He is paid. You take him and teach him how to stand and provide him with clothing." The woman named Xiongyu grinned widely and waved at Lu Zhen. "Come on, junior brother." Lu Zhen once again clasped his fists in salute to Yin Tiejiao before turning to follow Xiongyu. Once outside the back courtyard, Xiongyu led Lu Zhen to a side room and tossed him a set of rough cloth training clothes. After changing clothes, Lu Zhen stepped out. The outfit was somewhat oversized and carried an old soap flavor, but the fabric was sturdy and breathable, making it suitable for training. Leaning against the wall, Xiongyu smiled and explained to Lu Zhen, junior brother, don't take what the master said earlier to heart. He can be harsh with his words. As she spoke, the unruly nose hairs in her nostrils twitched again. Lu Zhen subtly shifted his gaze and asked, was the master just now? The master was testing you on purpose. Xiongyu patted his shoulder with her large hand, almost knocking Lu Zhen off balance. In this world, most people who learn martial arts are eager to show off and fight. The master is assessing your character. If you encounter someone who flies into a rage at the slightest provocation, even if they have high talent, our martial arts hall wouldn't dare to keep them. Xiongyu sighed. A hot temper easily leads to trouble. Once someone relies on a few martial arts moves and acts impulsively, not only do they endanger themselves, but they also bring great trouble to our hall and everyone here. If you can endure without losing your temper, it proves your temperament is stable and you have passed the master's test. Lu Zhen listened, suddenly enlightened, and then asked, Senior sister, to be honest, I practiced some farming skills under the guidance of a teacher many years ago, so I do have a bit of a foundation. Xiongyu smiled broadly, revealing a row of strong teeth. You practiced? That's great. She patted the stone lock beside her, producing a, since you've entered our Iron Arm martial arts hall, no matter what fancy moves you learned before, once you're here, you must follow our rules. We don't talk nonsense here. Everyone who comes in starts practicing from the initial stage of strength training. Lu Zhen nodded, his expression respectful, and then asked, Senior sister, what main techniques do we teach in the hall? Xiongyu straightened up, placing her hands on her hips, resembling a steel tower with a hint of pride in her expression. Our Iron Arm martial arts hall relies on two special skills. One is called FA, the coiling dragon post. It is used to stabilize your stance and circulate your chi. Once mastered, your lower body will be as steady as an ancient tree's roots. The other is called the iron wire fist. This is a tough and unyielding martial art, focusing on strengthening the arms. Once perfected, your arms will be as hard as iron, capable of smashing stones effortlessly. As she spoke, Xiong Yu's expression turned serious and she wiggled two stubby fingers in front of Lu Zhen. However, junior brother, remember this, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation is up to the individual. You have 2 months. 2 months. Lu Zhen frowned slightly. That's right, 2 months. Xiong Yu said solemnly, in these 2 months, whether it's the coiling dragon post or the iron wire fist, as long as you can master one of them to the entry level, that counts as passing. Or, Xiong Yu paused, her gaze sweeping over Lu Zhen as if weighing his potential. Or if you can refine your physique thoroughly and directly break through from the initial stage of strength training to the intermediate stage of strength training, that also counts as a skill, and you can stay. Lu Zhen pondered this in his heart. The initial stage of strength training is a layer upon layer. In this world, there are countless martial artists. Among 10, only 1 or 2 might transition from the initial to intermediate stages. That's a process that requires painstaking effort built up over years, at least 3 to 5 years, or even more, 10 years. To expect a breakthrough in 2 months, unless one is a rare martial arts genius or drinks expensive elixirs like water. For someone like him from a poor background, this path was as arduous as climbing to the heavens. Seeing Lu Zhen silent, Xiong Yu thought he was intimidated, so she softened her tone and patted his shoulder again, her voice filled with temptation. Don't mind the master's harsh. As long as you pass this hurdle, you can become an entry disciple of our hall. At that time, the master will truly treat you like family and teach you the real techniques step by step. Moreover, Xiong Yu lowered her rough voice, once you become an entry disciple, you will eat and live in the hall without paying any tuition, and you will receive a monthly stipend. Lu Zhen's eyes lit up. No tuition fees plus a stipend, and he could learn real skills. This was exactly what he desired. As for breaking through realms, that was a long-term matter, not urgent. The most reliable path right now was to work hard on either the coiling dragon post or the iron wire fist in these 2 months, and ensure he reached the entry level. Once he entered the door and became a true disciple, then he would truly be on solid ground. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhen clasped his fists again and said to Xiong Yu, thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I understand. Please teach me. Watch closely. Xiong Yu walked to an empty space in the training ground, taking a deep breath, her previously casual demeanor suddenly becoming focused. She stomped her feet, her soles seemingly rooting into the ground. This is the coiling dragon post. It emphasizes body like a swimming dragon, roots sunk deep in the earth. Xiong Yu's back arched slightly, and with each breath her spine appeared to move, as if it were alive, gently undulating. Her thigh muscles tightened, the pants stretched taut, giving the impression that she wasn't standing, but coiling like a gigantic python ready to strike. Then with a low shout, Xiong Yu sank her chi into her dantian. Who? Her sturdy arms shot out suddenly like 2 iron whips cracking through. This is the iron wire fist. Tough and unyielding strength arises from the ground, and the power reaches the fingertips. Bang, bang, bang. With each punch thrown, a crisp sound erupted in the air, a result of the flapping sleeves and the force bursting. After the demonstration, Xiong Yu exhaled, looking calm and unflustered. She pointed to the new apprentices nearby, drenched in sweat, and said to Lu Zhen, look at them. Lu Zhen turned to look. The several apprentices were also practicing the stance, but their bodies were either stiff like wooden boards or trembling like sieves. When they threw punches, they relied solely on brute force, creating a gust of wind, but lacking any technique. They would pause to catch their breath after just a few strikes. Did you see that? Xiongyu said sternly. That's called random practice, just a hollow display. What I just demonstrated with the skin vibrating and the fists sounding, that's called entry level. Only when you achieve that crisp sound can you say you've mastered the strength. Lu Zhen nodded, his expression serious. The difference was clear to any discerning eye. Alright, you give it a try? Xiongyu stepped aside. As Lu Zhen walked to the empty space and assumed the posture of the coiling dragon post, he noticed a weak apprentice nearby, wearing similar rough training clothes, who was approaching a few slightly more experienced disciples. The boy's back was tense as if he wanted to ask something, but stuttered for a long time before finally managing to squeak out, Senior brother, how do I combine my... No one reacted to the boy's question. They treated him like air. One of the men just raised his eyelids, slightly glanced at the boy, and then turned back to chat with someone next to him about what to drink that night. The stuttering boy thought they hadn't heard him, so he awkwardly gestured with his hand's eye. I can't. Get my spine. Alright. Another man, wiping the sweat from his neck with a towel, frowned slightly, sounding quite impatient. Everyone has their own understanding, you figure it out yourself. Can't you see everyone is tired? After saying this, the men exchanged vague glances. The stuttering boy's face turned crimson, and he froze in place. Lu Zhen witnessed this scene and realized the boy was being bullied due to his stutter. However, he said nothing. The martial arts hall was a place where true skills mattered. Everyone was broke, and no one had an obligation to consider others' pride. A clay bodhisattva crossing the river is hard to protect oneself, but what he should focus on was whether he could stay here. Lu Zhen took a deep breath, recalling Xionyu's movements as he stepped into the center of the empty space. He first tried the coiling dragon post. Feet apart, knees slightly bent, he attempted to mimic the feeling of his spine being like a dragon. However, as soon as he sank down, he felt all wrong. Years of pulling carts had left his back muscles stiffened, and trying to twist now was painfully unbearable. He simply couldn't achieve the stance. After standing for less than half a tea's worth of time, his legs began to tremble. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth, persevering for a while, then switched from stance to punch, attempting a set of iron wire fist. Hoo. The wind from his punches was quite strong. After all, he had a foundation in the initial stage of strength training. However, his movements were stiff and his power was misaligned, let alone producing a crisp sound. Even the stance appeared somewhat awkward, similar to the new apprentices beside him. After finishing the set, Lu Zhen was slightly out of breath, with fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He stopped and looked at Xiongyu. She showed no surprise, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Not bad. Being able to maintain the stance on your first try is quite good. She walked over and patted Lu Zhen on the shoulder, saying martial arts is not something that can be rushed. First, familiarize yourself with the movements and ponder them more when you return. You practice on your own for now, I will go over there for a bit. After saying this, Xiongyu did not offer further guidance and walked heavily towards the stone locks. Lu Zhen did not feel discouraged. He understood his current capabilities. Without the advantages of a strong physique, he was just a slightly stronger than average person. In the backyard under the eaves, Yin Tiejiao was not closing his eyes as before resting. He held the purple clay teapot, his seemingly murky old eyes peering through the hall's cracks, watching Lu Zhen on the training ground from afar. This was his habit. The performance of each new disciple during their first boxing practice often determined their future for a life. Some are naturally flexible and learn quickly, others are highly perceptive and grasp concepts effortlessly. As Yin Tiejiao watched Lu Zhen's stiff postures and clumsy punches, he frowned slightly, then quickly relaxed his expression. The stance is too rigid and the waist and horse stance are misaligned. After all, he is older, a 30-year-old old scholar with stiffened bones. Coming from a cart-pulling background, he has strength, but it's all stiff strength. Wanting to train fluidity is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He silently thought. As the sun climbed higher, the yellow earth of the training ground grew scorching hot beneath the feet. Sweat dripping from the disciples standing in stances evaporated almost instantly. Lu Zhen was still holding the coiling dragon stance. He had reached his limit, his legs began to wobble, and his muscles were tense to the point of numbness. Sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, stinging fiercely, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. Senior sister Xiongyu had once said that maintaining the stance was about holding that breath. Once the breath was released, the stance would collapse, and all the effort spent in training would be wasted. Lu Zhen gritted his teeth and held on stubbornly. Around him, the few newly arrived young apprentices had long since collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. Only Lu Zhen persevered. A single thought occupied his mind. Every second and minute here was bought with gleaming silver dollars. If training doesn't kill you, train until it does. Dong, dong. The sound of a gong rang out from the backyard. Many were relieved. Food is ready, Xiongyu bellowed. The crowd on the training ground instantly came to life, like starving wolves dropping their stone locks and bolting toward the kitchen in the west. Lu Zhen released his stance and let out a long, turbid breath. The moment he relaxed, he nearly collapsed onto the ground. But he dared not rest. If he arrived late, the best meat might be gone, leaving only scraps. Rushing into the kitchen, he was met with billowing steam. Several large iron pots were lined up, and the aroma assailed his nostrils. Zhen swallowed hard, his stomach growling. Everyone took a bowl and lined up in order. When it was his turn, the rotund chef glanced at him, and the iron ladle in his hand descended steadily, without the expected tremor. He filled a large bowl with coarse grain rice, a mix of sorghum and cornmeal quite filling. Then came a generous ladle of cabbage tofu and vermicelli stew gleaming with a thick layer of oil. Finally, a palm-sized piece of braised pork was placed on top. The meat was fatty, with little lean quivering as the bowl moved, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Lastly, there was a bowl of bone soup sprinkled with scallions. Though the meat was scarce, the soup had been simmered overnight with pork bones, milky white and rich in calcium. Zhen carried his meal and found a corner to sit. He first lifted the bowl of bone soup, unafraid of the heat, and took a stream of warmth flowed down his throat into his stomach, instantly dispelling the fatigue in his body. Comfortable. Then he picked up the braised pork and took a bite. The fat exploded in his mouth, soft and sweet, not greasy at all. Zhen squinted and wolfed down the rice. For the past decade, he had only dared to dream of such oily, satisfying meals during the new year. Now at the martial arts school, he could eat them every meal. The money was well spent. As he ate heartily, someone sat down at the table next to him. It was a young man about his age, with a pale, clean face, utterly out of place among the rough crowd. Even in coarse training clothes, he exuded the scholarly air of a long gown and mandarin jacket. But at this moment, the young man, too preoccupied to even eat, held a palm-sized, thread-bound booklet and was sketching something with a fine charcoal pencil, muttering anxiously. That can't be right. If it's a breech-loading design, pulling the bolt once to chamber around, how can the speed be improved? When facing a crowd, you'll still suffer. How can you fire multiple shots without changing the magazine? A double barrel only gives 2 shots. The young man scratched his head, his brows tightly knitted. He had drawn a series of intricate mechanical parts and firearm mechanisms on the paper. Anyone else would think it was a mess of strange symbols. Zhen swallowed the braised pork and glanced sideways. Good heavens, isn't this a sketch of a firearm? And it resembled the structure of Western flintlock guns, an archaic version from memory. You're interested in foreign firearms? Zhen asked casually. The young man looked upside and replied offhandedly, Yenji. You may not know, brother, but I've formed a mechanical club with a few like-minded friends. We all enjoy studying Western firearms. We're meeting again soon, and whoever comes up with a new idea will steal the show. Yenji lamented. I wanted to create something that could fire continuously without frequent ejection, but after racking my brains, the design seems flawed. The firing mechanism and breech are all jammed together. It won't work. Zhen took a careful look, then pointed at the area behind the barrel on his sketch. What's the use of obsessing over a single chamber? Yenji was stunned. Then what's your brilliant idea, brother? Why not add a rotating cylinder with an axle? Zhen said while eating a mouthful of rice. Make a cylindrical star, will hollow out 5 or 6 parallel chambers. When you pull the trigger, the pawl inside advances the cylinder 1 notch, chamber after chamber. The firing pin strikes the primer directly. That way you can fire continuously. Yenji was stunned silent for a long moment, as if deep in thought. A few breaths later, his eyes suddenly widened. His charcoal pencil flew across the paper, rapidly sketching the outline of a revolver with a multi-chambered cylinder. The cylinder rotated and a single barrel fired. It was an ingenious design. Slap. Yenji slammed the table. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. A cylindrical star wheel rotating and firing. With 5 or 6 bullets pouring out, the firepower would be terrifying. How did I never think of such a divine structure? He turned and stared intently at Zhen. You are my savior. With this design, it'll definitely outshine everyone at the club tomorrow and gain some face. What's your name? Yenji. Zhen waved his hand and quickly scraped the last grains of rice from the bowl. Zhen. Zhen gave his name, said no more, and picked up his tray to stand. Take your time, Master Gu. I have work to do. Take care, Brother Liu. Leaving the martial arts school, the sun had already begun to set. After training, his energy was depleted, and the wind felt colder against his skin. If not for the hearty meal, he would have been unable to bear it. Zhen tightened his vest and headed straight for the Xuanfa Carriage Company. Though he had practiced boxing all morning, he had no intention of rest. He had spent those 16 silver dollars, and now he had no money left. He needed to earn some back quickly. He collected the rickshaw and hit the road. As soon as he started running, Zhen felt a difference. The coiling dragon stance he had practiced that morning, though only a superficial grasp, unconsciously infused his first step with the power of the stance. His back arched slightly, his thighs drove forward, and his soles gripped the ground. Previously, pulling the rickshaw relied on the hard strain of his knees, which ached after long runs. Now the force seemed to travel directly from his heels to his waist, then to the handles. The power generation was different. Breathe in, breathe out. In sync with his breathing rhythm, the wheels rolled swiftly. Zhen felt as if wind was beneath his feet. The normally heavy rickshaw felt as light as a toy in his hands. After running over 10, Li's body finally warmed up, and he was not as winded as before. Master to the great world. Sure, hold tight. That afternoon Lu Zhen immersed himself in pulling the rickshaw. Whether carrying a fat man or hauling goods, he handled it with ease. Some passengers even praised him for his steady ride, and tipped him a few extra copper coins. He kept running until dusk when the streetlights came on. Lu Zhen found a secluded spot, and counted the money he had earned that day. After deducting the rent, he still had a silver dollar and a handful of small copper coins. Half a day's work earning over $1. Compared to before, the profit had more than doubled. Clearly, practicing martial arts had many benefits, not only for self-defense, but also for earning more money. Returning to Pig Cage Lane, the night was already deep. Lu Zhen bought a few hot sesame cakes and a candied hawthorn stick for his little sister. Entering the house, watching his little sister eat happily, he felt at ease. After a simple wash, he lay on the bed. The familiar pale blue words appeared again. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement: practiced martial arts at the school for 3 hours, pulled the rickshaw for 4 hours, ran 60 li. Received silver dollars 1. 2. A occupation experience 15, physique experience 10, universal experience 5. Current daily settlement level LV1. A daily reward bonus X 1. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, money 2. 4 silver dollars. Current occupation rickshaw puller level daily settlement LV 1 550. Skills: pulling rickshaw LV 1 4550, coiling dragon stance LV 1 550, iron wire fist LV 1 550. Physique: strong and healthy LV 2 20,200, universal experience 10 points. Lu Zhen's heart raced a little faster as he stared at the 2 new lines on the panel. In the skill column, coiling dragon stance LV 1 and iron thread fist LV 1 had appeared. This meant that the panel was not only functional for daily settlement, but could also allocate points to cultivation techniques, and others practiced martial arts relying on bone aptitude, comprehension, and the like. Without talent, one would be stuck forever at a bottleneck, never able to break through. But now the panel offered him a new possibility. Being able to allocate points meant his talent had no upper limit. As long as he was willing to train and grind, experience points would gradually rise. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Rivers and seas are formed from countless streams. Lu Zhen murmured to himself. Since this world had mountains, why couldn't he climb them? However, the road had to be walked step by step, and meals had to be eaten one bite at a time. Calming his excitement, Lu Zhen's gaze fell back on the 10 points of general experience. The key now was to raise the daily settlement level. This was like rolling a snowball. Without a second thought, Lu Zhen added all 10 points to daily settlement level. Daily settlement LV 1 I 1550. Though it hadn't leveled up yet, this was a long-term investment. Because this daily settlement not only settled money, but also general experience. Only by raising this level would the future reward multipliers be higher. Having done all this, Lu Zhen closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The next day at the break of dawn, he woke up. He practiced a set of punches in the courtyard to loosen his muscles and joints, then set off for the Iron Arm Martial Arts Academy. As soon as he pushed open the door, a clamorous noise reached his ears. The sound came from diagonally opposite from the direction of Xin Yun's house. Frowning slightly, Lu Zhen closed the door and walked over. He saw that the wooden door of the He family had been kicked open. A few curious neighbors were gathered around, pointing and whispering, but no one dared to step forward. A middle-aged man in a gray long gown stood blocking the doorway. He had a thin mustache, a gaunt frame, and held a folding fan in his hand, fanning himself pretentiously despite the cold weather. Xin Yun stood inside the threshold, clutching a pair of scissors tightly, her face pale and eyes red-rimmed. "Xin, don't be ungrateful." The middle-aged man snapped his fan shut and pointed at Xin Yun's nose, cursing. "I am He Laosan's elder cousin, which makes me the patriarch of the He family. Now that Laosan is dead and has no sons, he has no heirs. According to the old rural custom, this is eating the heir. This house, this land deed, they are all ancestral property of the He family. What does that have to do with an outsider woman like you?" Xin Yun bit her lip, her voice carrying a stubborn edge. "This is the home of Laosan and me. The deed has my name on it too." Bob. The middle-aged man spat on the ground, his face full of contempt. "A married woman follows her husband. When Laosan was alive, you were a he. Now that he's dead, you're an outsider. If you know what's good for you, pack up your rags and get out. If you make me angry, believe me, you'll sell you to a brothel to pay off the debt. I recall now, Laosan borrowed 5 silver dollars from me before he died and hasn't repaid them. This house will just cover it." The neighbors whispered among, "Isn't that He Gue, He Laoda's elder cousin? I heard he's a lone shark, Blackheart. What a sin, He Laosan's body is still warm, and they're already coming for the house. A widow like her, how can she fight such a scoundrel?" Lu Zhen watched coldly. He Laosan had been dead for only a day. These so-called relatives were not like family, but like vampires coming to suck blood. Slap. Just as He Gui's hand was about to grab Xin Yun's hair, a large hand interjected, firmly gripping his wrist. He Gui felt a tightness around his wrist. "Who's that? Meddling?" He Gui turned angrily. But when he saw the person behind him, the foul words stuck in his throat. Standing behind him was a man in a blue cotton short outfit with a tall, straight posture and eyes cold as ice. Was that the rickshaw puller crip? No. Higui's gaze moved down to Lu Zhen's chest. On the brand new training uniform, 2 fist-sized black characters were embroidered on the left chest. Iron arm. Moreover, his chest was bulging, stretching the fabric. Higui, an old hand on the streets, knew exactly what that meant. That was the uniform issued by the Iron Arm Martial Arts Academy in the southern part of the city. In this Yangqing, if you offended the patrol station, you might settle it with some money. But if you offended these martial arts masters who taught disciples, you could really get your arms and legs broken and be thrown into the river. These martial artists had hot tempers, didn't know their own strength, and were extremely protective of their own. Let go. The arrogance on Higui's face instantly vanished, replaced by a fawning smile. Oh brother, misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. I was just discussing family matters with my sister-in-law, nothing else. Lu Zhen's expression remained impassive. He let go and gave a casual shove. Higui staggered back several steps, rubbing his reddened wrist, wincing in pain. He glanced warily at Lu Zhen, then at the uniform, his mind racing. When did cripple Lu join the martial arts academy? Judging by his stance, he had probably learned some real skill. A wise man knows when to retreat. Higui's eyes darted around. He cupped his hands toward Lu Zhen and gave a dry laugh. Since a brother from the martial arts academy is standing up for her, he'll give faith. With that, he shot Shen Yun a vicious glare and muttered under his breath, "You're lucky. We'll see about this." Leaving those threatening words, Higui shrunk his neck and slipped away through the crowd. The doorway fell silent. Shen Yun's body went limp and the scissors clattered to the ground. Holding onto the doorframe, her face was pale. "Xiao Lu. Thank you. Without Lu Zhen, the house would have been lost today, and she would have been sold." Lu Zhen's expression was complex. "It was nothing. Keep your doors and windows shut tight from now on." With that, he left. The neighbors who had been watching finally came to their senses. A few old residents stared at Lu Zhen's back, their eyes wide. Hey, look, cripple Lu's leg. It's really healed. Not a limp at all. Good heavens, not only is his leg better, but he's also wearing the Martial Arts Academy uniform. He's going places. I always said this kid was different from us, destined to succeed. Some were envious, some amazed. But among the crowd there were also sarcastic voices. The plump auntie chewing melon seeds rolled her eyes and nodded towards Shen Yun, a knowing look on her face. Going places or not? Didn't you see just now? Those eyes, they were making eyes at each other. A loafing man beside her chuckled and chimed in, exactly. He Laosen's body is still warm, and she's already hooking up. I say Lu Zhen usually keeps to himself, but he suddenly steps in. Turns out he's got his eye on the pretty widow. Tisk, some women these days look honest, but are sluts at heart. The gossip was venomous. Shen Yun bit her lip hard, offering no defense. She silently picked up the scissors from the ground and turned back into the house. At the Iron Arm Martial Arts Academy, the sun had just begun to warm the yellow earth of the training ground. Some disciples were already lifting stones or practicing punches. As Lu Zhen came out after changing into his training uniform, a figure approached him just as he was fastening his belt. It was Gu Yanji. His face was glowing with excitement, and his eyes sparkled when he saw Lu Zhen. Brother Lu. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Gu Yanji, not minding the sweat on Lu Zhen, lowered his voice and said excitedly, "Last night, I took the revolver blueprint you helped me modify to our mechanical club. Guess what? Those guys who usually look down on everyone nearly bugged their eyes out. They praised the cylindrical star wheel concept as incredibly ingenious, and even asked if I stole the design from some foreign arsenal." Gu Yanji chuckled, a smug look on his face. "I didn't reveal the truth, just said I got guidance from a master. I was the star of the gathering last night." Lu Zhen fastened his belt and smiled faintly, glad it was useful. Useful. Extremely useful. Gu Yanji nodded vigorously, grabbing Lu Zhen's arm. "Next time I hit a wall with these foreign gadgets, he'll come to you for help." As they exchanged pleasantries, senior sister Xiongyu appeared. Carrying a rattan stick as thick as a finger, she patrolled the training ground, giving a sharp whack to anyone slacking off. Lu Zhen and Gu Yanji stood side by side in a corner practicing the coiling dragon stance. Gu Yanji, though a firearms enthusiast, had an excellent physique. With his feet firmly planted and his back arched, his spine undulated vividly, moving with his breath. It actually had a hint of the swimming dragon flavor that senior sister Xiongyu had described. Then he practiced the iron thread fist. Crack, crack. As his arm swung, although not as explosive as Xiongyu's, the power was fluid and penetrating. This was talent. Born into a wealthy family, he had never lacked meat, eggs, and milk, so his bones were soft and flexible. Had a sharp mind, and he learned. Lu Zhen, on the other hand, had a body that had been set in its ways for 30 years. Even though his leg ailment was cured, the stiffness of over a decade remained. When standing in the stance, his lower back was as rigid as an iron plate, and no matter how he twisted it felt awkward. When punching, he relied more on brute force than crisp snap. Xiongyu walked over, glanced at Gu Yanji, and nodded approvingly. Not bad, getting the hang of it. Turning to Lu Zhen, she frowned slightly, tapping his lower back with the rattan. "Relax. You need to relax. This part is like dead meat. How can you transmit force?" "Yes, senior sister." Lu Zhen was neither annoyed nor discouraged. Looking at Gu Yanzi's perfect form, his heart was calm. Talent was something not to be envied. But he had the panel. You practice once, and that's one time. I practice once, and it's worth more than that. As long as he kept grinding, he would surely succeed. 7 or 8 days passed in a flash. These days were regular. He woke up before dawn to practice punches suffered at the martial arts academy in the morning, ate a full meal at noon, and pulled a rickshaw in the afternoon and evening to earn money. In the bitter cold, several cracks had appeared on the back of his hands. But he was enjoying it. Returning to his shabby plank house at night, he closed the door, sat by the bed, and the panel appeared. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, money $17 silver, current occupation rickshaw, puller level daily settlement LV. 250,200. Skills pulling rickshaw LV. 145.50 coiling dragon stance LV. 140.50 iron thread fist LV. 4,050. Physique strong and healthy LV. 100,200 general experience 0 points. Seeing this data, Lu Zhen let out a long breath. Now he had $17 silver in his hand, something he had never dared to dream of before. Looking at the skills section, both coiling dragon stance and iron thread fist had reached 40 points, on the verge of breaking through LV. 1. The feeling in his body was the most obvious. His sense of control over his own body was becoming clearer, and his strength was slowly improving. Now when he threw a punch, he could occasionally produce a crisp sound. The most critical thing was the daily settlement level. It had already, starting tomorrow, the daily settlement would be doubled, whether for experience or money. This could be considered a small takeoff. The next day at noon, the dining hall of the martial arts school became lively. It was the day for an extra meal that occurred every 10 days. Each table was set with a large barrel of dark herbal soup, emitting a strong aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. This was the blood vitality soup. It was said to be made from several blood-activating herbs combined with fresh deer blood or pig heart blood. Lu Zhen picked up a bowl filled to the brim with dark purple-black broth. Around him, the senior brothers were pinching their noses to down the soup, some grimacing in pain. Lu Zhen did not hesitate, and tilted his head back to gulp it down in one go. With a gurgle, the soup slid down his throat, both fishy and bitter, with a hint of spiciness that tickled his throat. But as it settled in his stomach, it felt like a warm current filled his belly. This warmth then spread from his stomach to his limbs. His body quickly felt warm, and while he couldn't pinpoint what felt good, the soreness from his morning training vanished now. Good stuff. Lu Zhen licked his lips. This 8-piece tuition fee was already worth it just for this. While savoring it, someone sat down next to him. It was Gu Yanzi. He found the blood vitality soup fishy and bitter, only sipping a couple of times before putting it down, skillfully pulling out a bound booklet and sliding it over. Brother Lu, I need your expertise. The drawing depicted the structure of a revolver. Gu Yanzi wore a pained expression, pressing a charcoal pencil heavily on the revolving part. The major structure is set, but there's a crucial flaw. The cylinder can rotate, but how can we ensure that after pulling the trigger the chamber aligns perfectly with the barrel every time? Even a slight misalignment would cause I want to add gears, but I'm afraid that might lead to jamming. Lu Zhen glanced at it, picked up his chopsticks, dipped them in the soup, and casually sketched a couple of lines on the blank part of it. Don't overthink it. Lu Zhen pointed at the water stains and explained, cut a circle of teeth at the end of the cylinder and add a spring-loaded bullet paw to the firing pin link. When you pull the trigger, the bullet paw pushes upwards, just enough to advance the cylinder by 1 notch. He then added a small square at the bottom. As for preventing explosions, carve some grooves along the outer edge of the cylinder and add a spring-loaded limiting latch at the base of the gun. The moment the trigger is pulled, the latch pops up, firmly locking into the grooves. With the cylinder locked, it would naturally align perfectly. Gu Yanzi stared intently at the water stains, his breathing quickening. The tooth drive. The latch locks. Seamless. Wow. He slapped his thigh. Brilliant. With such a linkage, even single-handed rapid fire is achievable. It's simply a stroke of genius. Gu Yanzi hurriedly transcribed Lu Zhen's ideas, his face barely able to contain his joy. Then he skillfully pulled out 10 yuan datu coins, slamming them on the table with a clang. Brother Lu, you are truly talented. This is a fee for your insights. With this set of linkage details, the blueprint is a priceless treasure. If we can produce it in the future, we split the profits 50-50. Lu Zhen glanced at the silver coins, and then at Gu Yanzi. $10 silver. He could earn that much only after trudging through the snow for half a day if luck was on his side. Here he merely had to speak and draw a line, and moreover, the promise of future profits made this Gu young master quite agreeable. Thank you. Lu Zhen did not act pretentious, reaching out to tuck the coins into his pocket. This is how mutual benefit works, but he really needed to produce and research on his own. That was not an option. The afternoon breeze was not as cold as in the morning, and more people were out on the streets. Lu Zhen pulled the cart, speeding through the street. Just as he passed the gate of the great world, a half-grown boy, waving a newspaper, shouted loudly, "Extra! Extra! Emergency order from the city hall. To prevent a disturbance outside the city, the northern sluice has been opened. Tens of thousands of refugees are entering the city. The Security Bureau reminds citizens to close doors and windows early and avoid going to remote areas." The streets immediately fell into chaos. Before long, Lu Zhen spotted those refugees. A dark mass like a swarm of rats emerging from a sewer shuffled along the edge of the main road. Each one was in rags, gaunt with sunken eyes. Some were dragging their families along, carrying tattered bedding, while others leaned on sticks, and upon seeing a bun shop or a pancake stall, their yellowed eyes lit up with a ghastly hunger, fixating on the food with an almost predatory intensity. The patrol team from the police station also appeared, and without a word they swung their batons, thinking that a good beating would teach them to behave. Listening to the dull thuds mixed with cries, Lu Zhen's heart sank. The world was in turmoil. The supplies in Yang City were already scarce, with prices rising daily. With so many mouths to feed, who knew how many disasters would arise? He had no mind to continue pulling the cart today, and decided to head home first. After returning the cart to the rental shop, he hurried away with a few freshly bought steamed buns. The sky darkened. Pig Cage Alley was already dim, and today the weather made it even gloomier. Before he reached home, Lu Zhen's brows furrowed. In the usually quiet depths of the alley there were many unfamiliar faces. Several disheveled men huddled by the door of his dilapidated wooden house, peeking through the cracks. They looked like refugees who had just entered the city. Just as Lu Zhen was about to explode, he saw two people standing at his doorstep, glaring fiercely at the refugees. One was Uncle Ma, who lived next door and sold rotten vegetables, wielding a flat carrying pole used for lifting vegetables. The other was Xiao Wu, the cobbler at the alley's entrance, gripping a shoe repair, all with a vigilant expression. "Get lost. What are you looking at?" Uncle Ma waved the carrying pole and shouted at the refugees, "There's nothing to eat here. Get out of here. If you don't leave, we'll call the police." The refugees, undeterred, approached with smirks, their eyes darting towards the interior of the house. "Old man, mind your own business. We just want a sip of water. We heard there's only a little girl inside, looking for death." A cold shout came from behind. Lu Zhen strode forward. The refugees were startled and turned to look back. A burly man approached, his face filled with anger. That wasn't even the worst part. What made their eyelids twitch was the blue martial arts uniform the man wore. The words "Iron Arm" stood out, bulging against his chest muscles. He's from the martial arts school. Run. Though the refugees were hungry, they knew who they could provoke and who they couldn't. These martial artists were the most ruthless. Killing a few refugees was as easy as squashing ants, and there would be no place for them to argue. They exchanged glances, their necks shrinking in fear, and scattered into the shadows. Seeing the refugees flee, Uncle Ma and Xiao Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief, putting down their weapons. "Oh, little Lu. Oh no, Master Lu, you are finally back." Uncle Ma wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling widely. "Just now those people were sneaking around, lingering at the door. I saw Miss Weiner alone at home, and feared something would happen, so I called Xiao Wu over to help keep watch." Xiao Wu also tucked the awl back into his waist, clasped his hands, and spoke in a tone that was apologetic. "Yes, Brother Lu. These days are chaotic. Those refugees are so hungry that they can do anything. We should look out for one another in our neighborhood." Lu Zhen looked at these two familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar faces. Uncle Ma used to complain about him blocking the road with his cart, giving him many disdainful looks. Xiao Wu had never even bothered to look at him, considering him a cripple. But today their attitude had done a complete 180. Lu Zhen understood their thoughts, but did not show it. He merely clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Ma. Thank you, Brother Wu. If it weren't for your timely assistance today, my little sister might have faced real danger." As he spoke, he pulled out a warm paper bag from his pocket, taking out 4 white steamed buns, giving 2 to each of them. "It's cold, and there isn't much to eat. These 2 buns should fill the bellies of your children." Seeing the large white buns, both of their eyes lit up. With grain prices soaring, these white steamed buns were quite precious. This is too much to accept," Uncle Ma said politely, but his hands clutched tightly, afraid that Lu Zhen would take them back. "Brother Lu is too polite. If you need anything in the future, just say the word." Xiao Wu grinned widely. After expressing their gratitude profusely, the two left contentedly. Lu Zhen stood at the door watching their departing figures, his gaze a bit cold. He turned and knocked on the door. "Little sister, open the door, it's me." Upon entering the house, Lu Wan was curled up in a corner. When she saw her elder brother return, she burst into tears, throwing herself into Lu Zhen's embrace. Lu Zhen patted his little sister's back, soothing her softly, but his thoughts were churning within. This was reality. He was once a crippled cart driver, bullied and looked down upon. Even the thugs dared to defecate on him. Aside from Sister Shin occasionally bringing him a bowl of hot porridge in this large pig cage alley with hundreds of neighbors, no one had ever reached out to him. But now, his leg had healed. He entered the martial arts school and donned this attire representing strength and status. These people immediately changed their tune, actively helping to guard his home, calling him Master Lu and Brother Lu with affection greater than that of a parent. The saying goes, distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and in the end it all comes down to how one is perceived. When you are strong, everyone around you becomes good. When you are weak, everyone wants to step on you. Lu Zhen touched the embroidered words "Iron Arm" on his chest, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In this world, only by hardening one's fists can one be truly respected. Everything else is just empty talk. The night, deep in the wind, continued to howl, making the window paper flap loudly. The coal stove inside burned brightly, emitting a bit of warmth. Lu Zhen sat on the edge of the bed looking at the door held up by a wooden stick, his brow furrowed without relaxing. This wooden door was too thin. It could block the wind and snow, but it couldn't guard against the human heart. More and more refugees surged in from outside. Once a person gets desperate from hunger, they become not human, but a beast. Today, with Uncle Ma and the others helping, it was because of his iron arm reputation. But if one day he was not present, or if those refugees truly banded together, that reputation might not hold any weight. On Xinyun's side, the situation was even worse. A widow with a child already facing hardship was seen as a lamb ready for slaughter in the eyes of those villains. Lu Zhen's mind sparked with a thought. It would be great if Sister Xinyun could come to stay. This way, while Lu Zhen goes to the martial arts gym or pulls a cart during the day, he can have Sister Xinyun and his younger sister at home, allowing him to feel more at ease. Although there are two women, when the door is closed, they can look out for each other, which is at least safer than having his younger sister alone. However, as soon as this thought crossed Lu Zhen's mind, he felt it was difficult. He shook his head. After all, this is a feudal society. In the presence of men and women together, rumors are to be feared. They are a solitary man and a woman in this alley. There are no lack of gossipy people. Sister Xinyun's man has just died. If she moves into his room directly, it would be hard to explain, and no one would believe it. At that time, he wondered if Sister Shun could withstand the whispers behind closed doors. Lu Zhen sighed. This matter cannot be rushed, nor can it be easily mentioned. He can only take it one step at a time. For now, the most important thing is to enhance it. The daily settlement panel has opened. Lu Zhen's eyes suddenly brightened. Yesterday, he had upgraded the daily settlement level to LV2, and today is the first time he gets to enjoy this bonus. I hope there will be surprises. He murmured. Today's settlement, 3 hours of martial arts practice at the gym, 4 hours of pulling a cart covering 50 miles, and 1 point of knowledge guidance. Basic earnings 11. 5 coins professional experience, 15 of physical experience, 10 a general experience 5. Triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV. 2 daily reward doubled. Final earning 34. 5 coins professional experience, 45 of physical experience 30, a general experience 15. Looking at the X2 and the final figures, Lu Zhen couldn't help but clench his fists. Heaven, it's doubled. It's really all doubled. In the past, he would toil all day for just over a coin and a few experience points. Now, even doing the same work, the earnings are double what they used to be. This is not only about money, but also about the speed of growth. A day can equal 2 days for others, and if he keeps adding points, he could potentially equal 10 days for others in just 1 day. This is the foundation of his survival in this chaotic world. The panel changed accordingly, revealing his latest attributes. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, wealth 41 coins, current profession rickshaw, puller level daily settlement LV. 250,200 skills, pulling a cart LV. 255,200 dragon-styled stance LV. 255,200 iron wire fist LV. 255,200 physical strong physique LV. 140,200 general experience, 25 points. Lu Zhen got out of bed without waking his sleeping younger sister and quietly made his way to the yard. Last night's double settlement not only doubled the data, but his dragon-styled stance and iron wire fist also leveled up. As he broke through, he felt a warm current within his body, and his sense of strength increased significantly. At this moment, Lu Zhen felt an inexhaustible strength throughout his body and wanted to let it out. Let's try this LV2 skill. Lu Zhen stood in the middle of the yard, took a deep breath, and sank his chi into his dantian. He took his stance firmly, grounding his feet, preparing for the initial pose of the iron wire fist. When he was at LV1, although his punches were powerful, they were straightforward, and the force from his arms was always off, lacking a sense of technique and fluidity. But now it was different. Lu Zhen twisted his waist, and the muscles along his spine snapped sharply. The force surged from his heels through his legs across his waist, rushing towards his spine, and finally connecting to his arms. With a whoosh, this punch sent a gust of wind. The awkward feeling diminished, greatly replaced by a sense of proficiency. It was like applying lubricant to a rusty iron door. Although it was still heavy, it could finally be pushed open. Lu Zhen continued his movements. He coordinated his steps with his upper body, swinging his arms through the air. 1 punch, 2 punches. The more he struck, the smoother and faster it became. The chi and blood within him began to surge, and his previously cold body grew warmer with each strike. Now is the time. Lu Zhen thought, unleashing all his strength. He stomped heavily with his left foot. His right fist slammed into the air ahead of him. Bang! A crisp, explosive sound erupted in the quiet courtyard. This sound was short and forceful, akin to the crack of a whip. Lu Zhen looked at his fist, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. As the saying goes, a sound is worth a fortune. This is the pursuit of martial practitioners. Only when one consolidates their scattered strength and achieves a certain speed and explosive power in their punches can they produce such a crisp sound. Although he used to possess great strength, it was mere brute force, and his punches only produced a whooshing sound in the air, which was a dull punch. Now this crisp sound indicates that he has made significant progress. However, this is still not enough. Lu Zhen's joy quickly faded and his brows furrowed slightly. He recalled the scene demonstrated by Senior Sister Xiongyu at the gym that day. When Senior Sister Xiongyu struck, it was like a continuous barrage. Bang, bang, bang. 3 crisp sounds rang out in succession, each echoing in his ears never-ending. Moreover, Xiongyu's sounds were louder and clearer, effortlessly produced. He was still far from that level, and the gym's rules were quite strict. To become an entry-level disciple with all expenses covered, and even earning money, one must practice the iron wire fist to the level of 3 sounds. Only with 3 sounds can one be considered to have mastered this set of techniques. I am currently at LV2 and have only produced 1 sound. Lu Zhen thought it seems to reach the entry-level standard of 3 sounds my skill level must be raised further. Even with the panel, the path of martial arts is not a matter of achieving greatness in one leap. After finishing his punches, Lu Zhen didn't stop and immediately began the dragon-styled stance. He spread his feet apart, slightly bent his knees, and arched his back. Once he settled into this stance, the feeling changed again. The LV2 dragon-styled stance allowed him to gain better control over his body. In the past, standing in the stance was just about holding on, relying solely on his knees and muscles to endure. Standing for a while would leave his legs shaking and his back aching. Now he could feel a slight warmth in his spine, like a snake that had just awakened, beginning to move gently. With each breath, his chest and abdomen rose and fell, subtly sinking with the movement of his spine. The warmth rising from his feet climbed up his spine much faster than before. The efficiency had improved. The slight chi sensation that used to take half an hour to cultivate could now be felt in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Lu Zhen closed his eyes, carefully sensing the changes in his body. Sweat slid down his cheeks, but his form remained as steady as a rock, no longer swaying like it did when he was a beginner. An instant sticks time passed. Lu Zhen slowly concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of foul air which condensed into a white line in the cold wind, lingering for a long time. Still not. He shook his head. Although he had improved greatly compared to before, he knew that he was still far from the realm of Senior Sister Xiongyu, who moved like a swimming dragon. His dragon was still a lazy dragon that hadn't woken up. His roots also hadn't taken deep hold. While LV2 had transformed him, it merely turned him from a novice into a slightly grounded apprentice. If he wanted to truly push open that great door and grasp his fate in this chaotic world, he still had to practice more. Lu Zhen stood in the yard, the cold wind drying the sweat at his temples. His gaze fixed on the 25 points of general experience. It was a difficult choice. If he followed his original plan, this experience should all be invested in the daily settlement level. After all, it was a treasure trove. The higher the level, the greater the daily doubling effect. As long as he endured the toughest days at the beginning, whether coins or experience later on, they would snowball and grow larger. That was seeking wealth through risk, a long-term plan. Lu Zhen knew clearly that this was the path to maximizing benefits. Lu Zhen turned to glance at the darkness just across the wall. That was the world outside the alley. The homeless swarmed like ants, gangs ran rampant, and human life was as cheap as grass. In front, the Black Snake gang had forced old Wu to his death, while behind, that rogue He-Goei wanted to take his life. Even he himself, without this iron arm, clothing, and the ruthlessness of that night, might have long been dead. No matter how much money, it's useless if there's no life to spend it. Lu Zhen retracted his gaze, and the scales in his heart. To upgrade daily settlement to LV3 requires a full 200 points of experience. Investing these 20 points to see a return would take at least 10 days to half a month. In this cannibalistic pigpen alley, 10 days could change everything, let alone one night. Only by firmly grasping power in his hands could he ensure his safety. He is currently at the initial stage of strength training. With a single arm, he could exert a force of around 200 to 300 pounds, which is enough to bully ordinary thugs. But if he were to encounter a true practitioner like the 4 main leaders of the Black Snake gang, those mid-stage strength practitioners, with 500 pounds of strength in one arm, his skills would be insufficient. Mid-stage strength training is a significant hurdle. Once crossed, strength permeates the body, the skin toughens, and ordinary sticks and clubs cannot harm him. That is the true foundation for self-defense. First, I must ensure my life before I qualify to discuss the future. With this thought, Lu Zhen no longer hesitated. Allocate points. All in physique. Buzz. The panel trembled slightly. Physical strong physique LV2 165,200. The progress bar surged forward significantly, leaving only the final 35 points to reach the 200-point threshold. The next morning, the sky was heavily overcast. On the training ground of the TB Martial Arts Hall, dozens of apprentices were already practicing their shouts, rising and falling in waves. Steam rose from their heads like freshly steamed white buns. Lu Zhen stood in a corner, not rushing to throw punches as he usually did. He was regulating his breath. After last night's attribute allocation, the surging heat within his body had subsided, but a sense of reborn strength now filled every muscle fiber. Huff. Lu Zhen slowly exhaled, his feet suddenly gripping the ground. He assumed the opening stance of the panlong stance, the major tendons along his spine instantly taut. Then with his waist and legs unified, his right arm shot out like a python emerging from its lair, carrying a fierce momentum. The force traveled from his heel through his knee, surged into his waist, penetrated his spine, and finally exploded at his fist. Crack! A crisp, sharp sound cut through the noisy training ground. This was no longer the muffled whoosh of wind, but the distinct snap of skin and membrane striking the air. Xiong Yue, who was patrolling with a rattan switch, suddenly halted. She turned her head, her large eyes fixed on Lu Zhen with a look of astonishment. Moi. Gu Yanji, who was wiping sweat nearby, also froze. In his eyes, although Lu Zhen was sharp-witted, his age and the accumulated hidden injuries from years of hard labor meant it would take at least a month for him to even grasp the basics. Brother Lu. Gu Yanji watched Lu Zhen retract his fist and stand tall, admiration flashing in his eyes. He clasped his hands and said, "A true master is not easily revealed. It seems Brother Lu is not only skilled in arithmetic, but also possesses exceptional martial talent." Lu Zhen steadied his breathing, his expression calm. "It's only that the slow bird must fly early. I just put in a bit more brute effort." Just then the door curtain of the back courtyard was suddenly pushed open. The noisy training ground instantly fell silent. Yin Taichao walked out slowly, hands clasped behind his back. Today he wore a black silk robe, still clutching that purple clay teapot, but his expression seemed somewhat cold. All the apprentices stopped their movements. Yin Tikio's gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on a corner where a stocky, sturdy man stood. This man had dark skin, was taciturn, and spent his days either practicing punches or doing chores, never uttering a word. Everyone called him Silent Gourd. Li Zhen. Yin Taichao called out flatly. The man named Li Zhen stepped out of the crowd and walked to the center of the training ground. "A master." Yin Taichao took a sip of tea without lifting his eyelids. "Let's see, it's been exactly 2 months since you joined the martial arts hall, right?" Li Zhen nodded with difficulty. "Yes. Today is the 60th day. You know the rules." Yin Taichao pointed to the open space. "Perform the iron thread fist once, then stand in a stance for me to see." Li Zhen took a deep breath as if heading to an execution ground. He spread his stance and let out a roar to bolster his courage. Huh. His arms swung and the wind of his fists roared. He practiced with all his might, each punch using every ounce of power, the veins on his forehead bulging like earthworms. Crack. Finally, during the third form, a crisp sound burst from the air. One crack. It was similar to the punch Lu Zhen had thrown earlier. After finishing the fist sequence, he immediately dropped into a horse stance, assuming the panlong stance posture. There was no denying that Silent Gourd had put in tremendous effort. His stance was extremely stable, his feet rooted, as if immovable by wind. Although his back was not yet flexible enough, it faintly hinted at the beginnings of a dragon's shape. All in all, he seemed to be a notch above Lu Zhen's current level. Yin Taichao set down his purple clay teapot and shook his head. That one crack in the fist was forced by brute strength. Not crisp, not penetrating. The stance is stable, but unfortunately it's too rigid. It has only the dead energy of withered wood, not the vital spirit of a swimming dragon. Yin Taichao sighed, his voice flat. The 2-month deadline has passed. You didn't master the fundamentals. From now on you are no longer a member of the TB Martial Arts Hall. Take off your uniform and leave. At these words, Li Zhen felt as if struck by lightning. Thud. This 7-foot-old man dropped straight to his knees, the impact of his kneecaps against the hard earth producing a dull thud. Master, I beg you. Li Zhen kowtowed while crying out, give me another chance. Just 10 days. No 5 days. I can definitely make it. This tuition. My mother sold the family's plow ox to scrape it together. It's our whole I beg you, master. The surrounding apprentices witnessed this scene, many turned their heads away, unable to bear it. Gu Yanji frowned, as well, gripping his fan tighter, wanting to say something, but ultimately remaining silent. Yin Tikio's face remained expressionless. He had been in this trade all his life, and had seen such scenes too many times. If you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. If everyone who begged could stay, this martial arts hall would have become a charity house long ago. Rules are rules. Yin Taichao turned around, no longer looking at the kneeling Li Zhen. He walked toward the back courtyard with his hands behind his back. Xiong Yue, see him out. Xiong Yue sighed, the smile on her face having vanished. She stepped forward, grabbed the still kowtowing Li Zhen with astonishing strength, and forcibly lifted him to his feet. She scratched her head, revealing thick armpit hair. Brother, don't make things difficult for your sister, Xiong Yue. Xiong Yue's voice was low. You heard master's words. If you haven't mastered it, you haven't mastered it. Kowtowing won't help. Save some dignity. Li Zhen's body went limp as if his backbone had been pulled out. In the end, he said nothing. With trembling hands, he took off the TB training uniform that he had treasured and walked out of the martial arts hall door one step at a time. His back was desolate like a stray dog. Lu Zhen watched until Li Zhen disappeared around the corner. He subconsciously touched the words TB on his own chest. Li Zhen had trained longer than him, even harder, arriving before dawn and leaving after dark. But this was fate. This was talent. If not for that system panel. Lu Zhen's heart chilled. Without the panel, even if he gave his all, even if he risked his life, his end would likely have been the same as Li Zhen's. 2 months later, stripped of this protective layer, he would be thrown back into that devouring mire. Huff. Lu Zhen withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming unprecedentedly resolute. He turned around, walked to the stone lock, and grabbed the heaviest one. He didn't want to taste that feeling of powerlessness a second time. South City Tofu Alley. This place was once called Zhuangyuan Street, home to families of some standing. The Zhou family's large mansion was located in the middle of the green bricks, black tiles, a lofty gatehouse. But the vermilion gate had peeling paint revealing the grayish wood beneath. Above the lintel hung a plaque inscribed with "Cultivate Farming" and "Reading to Pass on the Family." Its gold paint dimmed and covered with a thick layer of dust. The Zhou family's ancestors had produced a military scholar, once a notable figure in Yanqing. Unfortunately, later generations did not live up to the legacy, and by this generation, the family fortune had long been squandered. Inside it was cold and gloomy, the fire in the stove weak. Lu Fang tugged at her faded blue cotton jacket, carefully refilling the teapot on the table. 2 people sat at the table, her husband Zhou Wenjing in a half-worn long gown, round spectacles on his nose, holding a thread-bound book. Opposite him sat a distant cousin, Li Qingyue, with a fashionable student haircut, wearing a blue blouse, black skirt, and leather shoes. Her features were regular, but her expression carried the pride of a new youth from the Women's Normal University. Lu Fang wiped her hands, her gaze shifting between the two. Finally, she forced a smile, and said, "Xiaoyan, no classes today, since it's Sunday." Li Qingyue toyed with her fountain pen, without looking up. How time flies, you're a grown young lady now. In a couple of years you'll be thinking of marriage." Lu Fang leaned forward tentatively. "Do you still remember my younger brother Lu Zhen?" Zhou Wenjing's hand, turning the pages, paused slightly, his brow barely perceptibly furrowing. Li Qingyue looked up, thought for a moment, and said, "Cousin Lu Zhen. I remember. He used to take me to catch cicadas and buy sugar figurines when I was little. Yes, Brother Zhen is honest and thoughtful." Lu Fang was about to press the advantage, but Li Qingyue's indifferent voice interrupted her. "Cousin's wife." Li Qingyue picked up the chipped porcelain cup, took a sip, and set it down with distaste. "It's the 20th century now. We value freedom, free love. Arranged marriages by parents are feudal dregs, utterly barbaric. If I were to engage in such an old-fashioned match at the Women's Normal University, I'd be laughed at by my classmates." Lu Fang's smile stiffened. "Brother Zhen is not a stranger. Don't say any more." A trace of sarcasm flickered in Li Qingyue's eyes. "The other day I saw him on Xiaofei Road. Bare-chested, a dirty towel over his shoulder, pulling a rickshaw." Her tone grew heavier, carrying a certain longing. At that moment, a comprador from a foreign firm passed by, wearing a suit and tie, carrying a walking stick. "Now that's a gentleman. Cousin's wife, we must pursue the resonance of the soul. Cousin Lu, who doesn't even know his ABCD, is a crude man, not romantic at all." In her mind, she was thinking of the overseas returned teaching assistant at school who drank coffee and spoke French. That was civilization. Lu Fang opened her mouth to argue. "Brother Zhen has also practiced martial arts." Ahem. Zhou Wenjing, who had been silent, pushed up his glasses and spoke slowly. "My dear Xiaoya's words may be foreign, but the reasoning is sound. All pursuits are inferior, only scholarship is noble. Xiaoya is now a talented woman, educated in the new style. Her vision is naturally different. In the future, do not mention such arbitrary matchmaking again, lest we disgrace our refinement." Lu Fang, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly and give up. 2 days later, the training arena of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School was still filled with shouts and cheers. Lu Zhen stood in the corner, seizing a moment of rest, as a thought flickered in his mind. Lu Zhen, 30 years old. Wealth, $24. Current occupation, rickshaw puller. Level daily settlement LV. 2, 70,200. Skills. Pulling car LV. 2, 260,200. Dragon coil post LV. 260,200. Iron wire fist LV. 260,200. Physical strength muscle expansion LV. 3, 200,800. General experience 0. Lu Zhen's gaze fell on the physical strength section, a faint smile curling at his lips. Muscle expansion. This was the realm of LV. 3. If before strong and healthy merely granted him brute strength, now his aptitude had truly departed from mediocrity, stepping into a realm of average prowess. That sensation was quite marvelous. The joints and tendons that had stiffened due to his age of 30 now felt as if they were being gently stretched and elongated by an invisible hand. Lu Zhen took a deep breath, grounding his feet firmly, and arched his back. Dragon coil post. This time the awkward sense of resistance had completely vanished. His spine moved like a well-oiled bearing, flexing with each breath, and his tendons snapped powerfully. Immediately after, he twisted his waist and punched out. Iron wire fist. The force surged through his meridians, reaching his fist without any hindrance. Bang! A crisp sound resonated. Though it was still a single sound, it was clearer and sharper than 2 days ago, with a lingering echo. Practicing punches had once been torture, now it was sheer enjoyment. With the same movement practicing it once now yielded much more than before. Progress is swift. Zhen clenched his fist, feeling quite satisfied within. At this rate, mastering this fist technique would take merely 10 days to half a month. As for the daily settlement level, since the foundation of his body had been laid, the experience he earned next could be fully invested in this. As long as he piled up his levels, it would be like a snowball growing larger and larger. Just then a sudden series of urgent explosions erupted from the other side of the training arena. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sounds, like a rapid-fire cannon, crisp and melodious, echoing throughout the arena. Zhen turned his head sharply to look. He saw Gu Yinji standing in the center of the arena, dressed in snow-white robes, slowly coming to a stop. His complexion was flushed, a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, exuding an air of spirited vigor. All the apprentices stopped their actions, staring blankly at this scene. 3 sounds. This was the threshold of entering the iron wire fist. In less than a month. In just over 20 days, this seemingly frail, rich young man had truly mastered it. Creak. The curtain at the backyard was lifted. Yin Tiejiao stepped out with his hands behind his back. This time his expression was devoid of the usual coldness that pushed people away, instead showing a rare hint of a smile. He approached Gu Yinji, sizing him up from head to toe, and nodded slightly. Not bad. Yin Tijiao's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in every corner. Gu Yinji, in less than a month since joining the school, you have reached the 3rd sound of the iron wire fist. Good comprehension, excellent foundation. From today onward you shall be an inner disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, training with me in the backyard. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 inner disciples walked out from the backyard. They were the senior brothers and sisters of the martial arts school, rarely seen on ordinary days, but they all emerged together today. Among the crowd, a girl stood out. She was tall, dressed in tight-fitting training clothes, her long legs straight and powerful, and her bosom was notably full, stretching, her clothing taut, rising and falling slightly with her breath. This girl bore a resemblance to Yin Tiejiao, being the treasured daughter of the schoolmaster, Yin Shanshan. Ah, junior brother, Gu, congratulations. In less than a month to enter our martial arts school, hasn't seen such talent in a long time. Her sparkling eyes roamed around Gu Yinji, radiating unreserved enthusiasm. Since you are now my junior brother, this is indeed a great joy. Junior brother Gu comes from a wealthy family. Tonight you must treat us to a good meal. Gu Yinji was taken aback by the sudden attention, but quickly regained his composure. After all, he was a person of the moment. He smiled and clasped his hands. What my senior sister says is true. It is my honor as a junior brother. He turned to face the crowd, announcing loudly, tonight, I will set a table at Wangjiang Tower. Not just for the inner disciples, but also for the brothers in the outer courtyard. Oh, everyone must come. No one leaves without getting drunk. Good. Young Master Gu is generous. The outer disciples in the training arena erupted in excitement. Wangjiang Tower, after all, was one of the top restaurants in the city. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to eat there even once a year. Crowding around Gu Yinji, everyone wore expressions of flattery and envy, wishing to elevate this newly advanced inner disciple to the heavens. Yin Tiejiao ignored the uproar, his gaze drifting over the crowd to land on a thin, awkward figure in the corner. Songshi. Yin Tiejiao spoke blandly. Today marks 2 months since you joined the school. Wu stepped forward. At being called out, Songshi's body trembled, swallowing hard, keeping his head low, and steeling himself to shuffle to the center of the arena. He knew all too well what was coming next. Punch, likely Zhen, stand still, and then roll up his mat and leave. Since childhood, he had endured countless scorn as a stutterer, and now he was bracing himself for the impending laughter. But 1 second, 2 seconds passed. The training arena was filled only with low murmurs. Not a single laugh could be heard. Songshi dared to lift his eyes only to see dozens of apprentices still clustered around the white-robed Gu Yinji, not even glancing his way. Even when someone inadvertently caught a glimpse of him, it was as if they were looking at a worthless heir, turning away indifferently. Not even mockery was spared. No one cared about a stutterer destined to be kicked out. Songshi's eyes suddenly turned red. He was a living, breathing person, having shed sweat and blood here for 2 months. Why should he leave without so much as a sound? Look at me. Songshi suddenly howled in hysteria. Everyone turned their heads in unison, shocked by his shout. In that moment when all eyes converged, Songshi disregarded everything, arching his back, painfully squeezing every bit of strength from his body, that unwillingness transforming into boiling blood, forcefully breaking through his innate frailty. Huh. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground, dust flying. His right arm shot out like a raging python, striking down with a fierce intensity. Bang! A sound of extreme crispness exploded. But it wasn't over yet. Songshi twisted his waist, his eyes wide open, and his left fist followed through, piercing the air. Bang! The second sound clear and resonant. At this moment he was exhausted, his cheeks flushed, but the fire in his heart burned even hotter. He suddenly leaned forward, pouring all his bones and blood, and this worthless life, into his final right punch. Bang! The third sound, like thunder from a clear sky, deafening. After throwing these 3 punches, Songshi felt utterly drained, panting, heavily drenched in sweat. Yet he held his head high, his bloodshot eyes scanning the surroundings like a lone wolf. The training arena, which had been bustling moments ago, was now dead silent, with not even a pin drop could be heard. The outer disciples stared wide-eyed as if they were witnessing a ghost looking at the frail boy in the center. Even Gu Yenji, who was usually surrounded by admirers, froze, his folding fan halted in midair, his eyes filled with disbelief. That stutterer, who had always relied solely on brute strength, surprisingly, had also produced 3 sounds. A full 3 breaths of silence passed. Good. Well done, senior brother Song. Someone shouted first. Immediately the apprentices, who had previously looked on with indifference, now wore flattering smiles, rushing forward like a tide. Senior brother Song, I told you that you practiced the hardest, you would surely succeed. Congratulations, senior brother Song, on entering the inner door. Our outer door has seen double happiness. Hearing the flurry of compliments surrounding him, Song sure stood there in a daze, his flushed face still somewhat at a loss, seemingly unable to adapt to this earth-shattering treatment. A young man with a warm smile stepped out from among the inner disciples. His name was Zhao Peng, whose family ran a security business known for his charm. What a case of thick accumulation leading to thin eruption. Zhao Peng patted Song Shi's shoulder familiarly, as if they were longtime friends. Junior brother Song truly did not make a sound until now. My 4C security bureau is in dire need of someone as tenacious as you. You must visit often in the future. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Song Shi's stutter resurfaced. Yin Tiejiao observed this scene, nodding slightly. The path of martial arts sometimes relies on persistence, while at other times it is a leap into the sky from a desperate situation. Go wash your face and change your clothes from now on. Train in the backyard. Yes, master. Song Shi's eyes reddened as he suddenly knelt and bowed deeply. In the corner, Lu Zhen quietly watched the spectacle. Watching how the outer disciples had turned from arrogance to humility, and Zhao Peng's lively thoughts, he pondered, if only he had befriended this stuttering senior brother earlier, he could have gained a powerful ally by now. Just as this thought arose, Lu Zhen shook his head and chuckled. With the panel in place and daily settlement, all he needed to do was to watch the progress bar fill up steadily. There's no need to envy others. I will cross this step soon. Later that evening at Wangjiang Tower. Built by the river, it was brightly lit. The second floor had 5 tables set up with dishes like braised pork hocks and scallion sea cucumbers being served in a continuous stream. Zhao Peng, acting as half the host, skillfully mingled and greeted everyone, even spotting Lu Zhen coming up the stairs and smilingly calling out, "Junior brother Lu has arrived. Quickly find a comfortable spot to sit." At the main table, Gu Yenji was slightly flushed from drinking, appearing very spirited. Yin Shanshan had shed her usual cold demeanor, frequently serving him food and pouring wine, openly displaying her affection. Witnessing this, Zhang Lei, sitting at the same table, felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. At this moment, Gu Yenji noticed Lu Zhen in the corner, waving enthusiastically, "Brother Lu, come sit at the main table." Lu Zhen paused, smiling as he clasped his hands. "Young Master Gu is being polite. I won't intrude on the festivities. It's more comfortable for me to mingle with the outer brothers." Having said that, he sat down in the corner. Gu Yenji felt a bit regretful, but did not press the matter. However, this became the catalyst for Zhang Lei's outburst. He seized the opportunity, heavily clinking his cup, sneering, "Junior brother Gu has just entered. He may not understand the rules. The inner disciples are the inner disciples, and the outer disciples are the outer disciples. If someone from the outer sect sits at the main table, it would only invite ridicule upon us for lacking decorum." The second floor fell silent instantly. Although the outer disciples felt uncomfortable, none dared to offend Zhang Lei, a master in the late stage of physical strength. Some even chimed in with sarcastic remarks to curry favor. Lu Zhen seemed to be oblivious, calmly enjoying his meal. Zhao Peng, usually adept at socializing, pretended to sip tea, refusing to stick his neck out. Zhang Lei was a master in the late stage of physical strength, and he could not afford to offend him for the sake of an outer disciple. Gu Yanzi's expression darkened as he shot a sharp gaze at Zhang Lei. "Senior brother Zhang, tonight, I am treating everyone. Who I invite is my business. If brother Lu wants to sit, he is welcome at this main table." "Preposterous!" Zhang Lei roared, angrily slamming the table. Seeing that things were about to escalate, Zhao Peng hurriedly stood up to smooth things over. "Come on, we're all brothers here. Why quarrel over a seat? Let's step back a little." Zhang Lei glared, refusing to listen. Zhao Peng had no choice but to awkwardly sit back down. Just as the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control, a fair hand gently lifted the wine jug in front of Zhang Lei. "All right, senior brother Zhang." Yin Shanshan smiled radiantly, her voice soft and gentle. "Tonight is a joyous occasion for junior brother Gu. Why provoke anger? I toast to you, senior brother. With your demeanor, you will inherit my father's legacy. Oh, why quibble with the apprentices below?" This cup of wine and these words completely pacified Zhang Lei. He gazed at the beauty, so close at hand, his anger dissipating. "Since junior sister has spoken, I won't argue with him." The storm was resolved by Yin Shanshan with a gentle touch. After a few rounds of drinks, the conversation gradually shifted to current events. "Have you heard? The Western Golden Lion Empire has recently been stirring up trouble. An inner disciple with a good ear lowered his voice and said they have developed something called the beast blood serum. Beast blood serum. Everyone was taken aback. The disciple's expression turned serious as he extended 3 fingers. This serum is quite remarkable. Ordinary people have a 30% chance of surviving after injection. As long as they survive through a year of rejection, they can become bloodline warriors. Their physical strength and explosive power can rival our Mingjing masters who have trained for decades. What? At these words the entire room was astounded. Even Lu Zhen in the corner paused with his chopsticks. A year, rivaling Mingjing. One must remember the average martial artist trains through the cold of winter and the heat of summer, honing their strength and cultivating their essence. The journey from the early to late stages of physical strength, then to comprehending Mingjing, is a treacherous path that only a few can traverse. How many people have trained their entire lives only to end up as early-stage practitioners? That Western serum can allow someone to leap to the peak. This, Zhang Lei was the first to object, slamming the table with a thunderous sound. What kind of skill is that? It's merely borrowing the blood of beasts. It's external force. We practice martial arts relying on our own breath, cultivating our inner greatness. That is the orthodox way, the Tao. Those who drink beast blood are merely a bunch of wild beasts relying on brute strength. When they encounter a true master, they wouldn't even know how they died. Many disciples nodded their faces, displaying the pride of being orthodox martial artists. Yet there were also some who held differing opinions. Gu Yanji fanned himself with a folding fan, his brow slightly furrowed, and sighed softly. Orthodoxy, or not, that's what we say ourselves. But power is power. Westerners don't care about chi or anything like that, they care about efficiency. In 1 year, they can create a Ming gene expert. Even if 7 out of 10 die, as long as they have enough money, they can raise an army of Ming gene masters. Gu Yanji looked around at the crowd, his voice low. Although we have many martial arts schools in Huaxiao, how many Ming gene experts are there in total? I heard that the foreigners in the concession are brewing a martial arts ban. Once this decree is issued, if Huaxiao falls and the foreigners' guns and those beast blood monsters invade, at that time who will care whether you are orthodox or not? These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly silencing the once excited crowd. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month was gone. During the day, Lu Zhen pulled his rickshaw all over the city, braving wind and snow. At night, he shut himself in the yard to practice boxing, his sweat soaking the ground. These half-month, he was like a tireless machine. After returning the rickshaw to the shop, he went home. Lu Zhen's mind stirred, and he summoned the panel. Lu Zhen, 30 years old. Wealth, 69 silver dollars. Current occupation, rickshaw puller. Level, daily settlement LV. 2, 70,200. Skills. Rickshaw pulling LV. 3, 10,800. Coiling dragon stance LV. 3, 20,800. Iron wire fist LV. 3, 15,800. Physique, sinew stretching and bone supporting LV. 3, 500,800. General experience, 150 points. 69 silver dollars. Half a month ago this was a fortune he dared not even dream of. In Zhuang Alley this sum was enough to buy 2 of those small courtyards, or to purchase several mu of prime paddy fields. He looked at his skills again. The experience from daily settlement pushed the rickshaw pulling skill to LV. 3. Now when he pulled the rickshaw his feet moved as if born from wind, his breath was long and steady. After running dozens of li, his face remained calm, and his breathing even outpacing even the horses that pulled foreign carriages. But this was not the biggest surprise. The greatest change was in his martial arts. Iron wire fist and coiling dragon stance both broke through to LV. 3. Double resonance. Although it was still a notch below Gu Yanzi's triple resonance, like a string of firecrackers, this force had already penetrated through the skin membrane and seeped into the flesh. Only one last layer of window paper remained, and he could force the power through to the marrow, achieving triple resonance. He looked at the coiling dragon stance again. Lu Zhen slightly crouched, his spine gently undulating, the feeling of stiffness almost completely gone. Although he had not yet reached the lively power of body like a swimming dragon, he was only a hair's breadth away from fully entering the threshold and grasping the essence of that dragon. It's time. Lu Zhen summoned the panel, his gaze fixed firmly on the 150 points of general experience. All these days of accumulation were for this moment. Add points. Daily settlement level. With a thought, the 150 experience points instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed into the progress bar. Daily settlement LV. 2, 70,200. Daily settlement LV. 3, 20,800. Level up, daily settlement LV. 3. Current effect, daily reward multiplied by 3. Triple. Looking at those words, Lu Zhen's breathing became heavier. This meant that from now on, 1 day of training for him was worth 3 days for others. For every silver dollar he earned, the panel would give him 2 more. Whether accumulating wealth or tempering his physique, his speed would be 3 times that of an ordinary person. In the afternoon, Lu Zhen went out to pull the rickshaw as usual. Although he had money now, he didn't plan to rest. Pulling the rickshaw was no longer a simple labor job for him, but a special form of cultivation. Ding 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 ding. The tram bells echoed in his ears as Lu Zhen pulled the rickshaw weaving through the bustling crowd. His steps were light, each step with his toes gripping the ground, tightly thigh muscles tensing and relaxing like a bow being drawn and released. His breath coordinated with his steps. One exhale for 3 steps, one inhale for 3 steps. Long and powerful. This was the essence of the coiling dragon stance, transformed into his legs and feet. A fat merchant sat in the rickshaw, and with the goods it weighed at least 300 jin. But Lu Zhen pulled it, as if he were as light as a swallow. Previously pulling the rickshaw drained his life, now it was training his martial arts. After running for about 2 shurchen, the sky grew dark. Lu Zhen was drenched in sweat, but he felt no fatigue. Instead, he sensed a hot current wildly surging inside his body. That hot current climbed up along his spine, as if it were about to burst open his crown. Something's wrong. Lu Zhen didn't stop his steps, but his heart stirred. That feeling grew stronger and stronger. It was like a pig's bladder filled with air inflated to the limit. Just one more needle, and it would burst. This was a sign of breakthrough. "We're here, boss." Lu Zhen suddenly stopped the rickshaw and set the fat merchant down by the roadside. The fat merchant was about to complain about the sudden stop, but he saw that the rickshaw puller was flushed red, his eyes frighteningly bright. He dropped the words, "Keep the change," turned around, and ran off with the empty rickshaw. Lu Zhen sprinted all the way, turning into an empty, deadened alley. He threw the rickshaw handles to the ground, ignoring the mud and water, and stood still. "Who?" He expelled a mouthful of turbid breath like an arrow piercing the air. Lu Zhen's feet gripping the ground, he assumed the stance of the coiling dragon stance. The hot current inside his body found an outlet, madly surging to his limbs and bones. His spine began to tremble violently. Crack, crack. A series of dense crisp sounds came from within his body, like beans popping or like strings snapping. It was the bones adjusting and the tendons stretching. The piece of dead flesh in his lower back and abdomen that had never been trainable was now, in this moment, as if kneaded open by an invisible giant hand. It opened. An unprecedented numbing sensation instantly spread through his entire body. The great dragon in his spine had finally fully awakened. Lu Zhen felt his whole body lighten, as if 1,000 gene burden had been lifted. His skin membrane was taut, muscles like iron, bones like steel. The pain from sinew stretching and bone supporting instantly vanished, replaced by an ultimate comfort and elevation. He suddenly opened his eyes, brilliant light shooting out. Without any fancy moves, Lu Zhen simply clenched his fist. The air seemed to be crushed by that grip. This is the midstage of the strength training realm. Lu Zhen sensed the surging power within him. 500 gene in a single arm. If before he was a wild ox, now he was a rhinoceros clad in iron armor. Power flowed through his entire body without any obstruction. He casually threw a punch at the nearby blue brick wall. Boom. A muffled sound. On the hard blue brick wall, a shallow fist imprint was smashed, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks, with dust trickling down. If this hit a person, even if they wore a padded jacket, they would have several bones broken. Lu Zhen withdrew his fist, looking at the slightly reddened skin on his knuckles, ecstatic inside. Done. He had finally crossed this hurdle. In the martial world of Yangqing, those at the early stage of the strength training realm were as numerous as cow hairs, mere apprentices. But reaching the midstage meant becoming a skilled practitioner who had entered the hall. In the Black Snake Gang, this skill level could earn him a position as hall master. In the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, this was the threshold for inner disciples. As long as he was willing, tomorrow he could go show off in front of Yin Taichiao, and legitimately wear that black inner disciple uniform, never again worrying about being expelled from the sect. The more than half a month of suffering in wind and snow, day and night of hard training, had finally yielded this tangible reward. Ha ha ha. In the dim alley, Lu Zhen's hearty laughter rang out. After adapting for a while, he picked up the rickshaw handles and was about to leave the dead end. Suddenly, amid the wind, came a faint cry of distress. No. Then a harsh and vicious curse followed. Baka. Lu Zhen's eyes turned cold. Without stopping his steps, he moved toward the sound. Turning around the corner by the faint light of the snow, he saw a swarthy, stocky man in wooden clogs was pressing a woman who looked like a refugee to the ground. The man wore a lewd grin, his large hands roughly tearing at the woman's remaining clothes. The woman struggled desperately, but could not push away this beast. In the dirty snow pile nearby, a 3- or 4-year-old child was lying. Stop! Lu Zhen bellowed. In recent years, the world had gone to rot. The great powers had smashed open the country's gates with their ironclad ships and cannons, signing a stack of unequal treaties. This concession had become the foreigners' territory, with thugs and scoundrels from all nations flooding in. They daily oppressed the Chinese, committing every evil, and never regarded the people of this land as human. The man was startled by the shout, freezing in his movements. He straightened up abruptly, turned his head, his triangular eyes flashing with ferocity. But when he saw Lu Zhen's appearance, a coarse cloth outfit holding a half-worn rickshaw, he realized just a damned rickshaw puller. The panic on the man's face instantly vanished, replaced by deep contempt. Sure. Nah. he sneered, drawing a gleaming dagger from his waist, pointing the blade at Lu Zhen with utter disdain. Lu Zhen said nothing, just released the rickshaw handles. He stepped forward boldly. Having just broken through to the mid-stage of the strength training realm, his entire Bodis tendons were fully stretched, the immense power of 500 gene in a single arm surging within him. In speed and reaction, he was already far beyond ordinary people. The two were only 5 steps apart. Before the man could swing his knife, he felt a blur before his eyes, and a fierce wind rushing toward him. Too fast. Crack. Lu Zhen's fist shot out, striking the man's Adam's apple squarely. The crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The man's eyes bulged out violently, the unfinished curse stuck in his throat, leaving only a wheezing sound like a broken bellows. Lu Zhen did not stop. He followed up by raising his leg and delivering a heavy kick to the man's chest. Boom. This kick carried the full force of 500 gene. The man's chest visibly caved and his heart instantly burst. The corpse flew out like a torn sack, hitting the wall and slowly sliding down. Lu Zhen walked over expressionlessly. He raised his foot and stomped heavily on the still twitching head. Splat. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. The alley fell completely silent. Lu Zhen bent down and fumbled inside the man's kimono. He touched a cold silver dollar. He pocketed the silver dollar and turned to look at the disheveled woman. The woman huddled in the corner, staring wide-eyed at the scene, utterly terrified. Hold the child. Get on the rickshaw, hurry. The woman, as if waking from a dream, scrambled to pick up the child and stumbled onto the rickshaw. The rickshaw sped out of the narrow alley. The woman on board clutched her child tightly, still trembling, whether from the cold or sheer terror. Where are you from? Lu Zhen asked without turning his head, his pace unwavering. You? South. The floods came. We've been fleeing the famine ever since. And your husband? Died on the road. Starvation, some said plague. Lu Zhen asked no more. In this world such tragedies were too common, or one grew numb to them after hearing too many. His mind raced with possible destinations. Taking them home was out of the question. His own household could barely scrape by, and with a fresh kill on his hands, if the patrols traced the trail back to him, it would be a catastrophe. Hold tight. He swung the rickshaw handle and steered toward the city god temple in the west. He recalled overhearing someone mention it that morning when he set out. Director Zhao of the municipal hall, aiming to earn a reputation for loving the people as his own children, had set up a porridge stall at the temple gate. Beside it stood the foreign St. Mary's Church, where the blonde-haired Father Tom distributed black bread. Lu Zhen knew well that none of them were true saints. Director Zhao gathered the refugees to pick out the strong for mining and road building. Cheap labor, without. As for the foreign priest, he simply sought to convert people, making them his lost sheep. But what did it matter? Even if it meant becoming a laborer or a sheep, it was better than freezing to death on the streets or being ravaged by that Japanese beast earlier. One day at a time. At the square before the city god temple, the crowd was already a sea of people. Several large iron cauldrons stood over blazing fires, bubbling with steam. Though the porridge was so thin you could see your reflection in it, and it was mixed with sand and moldy rice, to the starving refugees, it was a life-saving elixir. Get down. Lu Zhen stopped the rickshaw at the edge of the square and found a slightly sheltered wall. The woman dismounted with her child, her legs nearly giving way. Benefactor. She was about to kowtow when Lu Zhen caught her arm. Go join the line. He pointed to the serpentine queue. The foreigner over there also hands out food. If you can't get any here, try your luck there. The foreign priest takes in women and children. There are many rules, but if you obey, at least you'll have a roof over your heads. The woman thanked him profusely. Lu Zhen didn't linger. A place of trouble was not to be stayed in. The Japanese man's death was suspicious, and though he had cleaned up the scene, if anyone investigated his rickshaw would be too conspicuous. He lifted the shafts about to turn and leave. Just then the roar of an automobile engine sounded nearby. A black Ford sedan slowly pulled up beside the porch. The door opened, and a young maid in a pink padded jacket alighted first, followed by a young lady in a purple western dress and a white fox fur cloak. It was Xiao Yuqing. She had come with her father to inspect the disaster relief, and also to put on a show for the World Martial Alliance. The maid Xiao Ran carried an exquisite bamboo basket, filled with some white flower buns. As she looked up, she caught sight of Lu Zhen. It was unavoidable. His physique stood out among the refugee crowd, and with his rickshaw it was impossible to miss him. Xiao Ran's sharp eyes spotted Lu Zhen dropping off the disheveled woman and child by the roadside, then turning to leave. The woman reached out as if to beg him to stay, her face full of misery. Miss, look. Xiao Ran curled her lips in disgust, pointing at Lu Zhen's back. Another heartless bastard. I've seen plenty these days. In times of famine, these low-class men are the most selfish. To save a mouthful of food for themselves, they abandon their wives and children at the porridge stall and run off. They say it's to let them beg, but it's really abandonment. They're leaving them to fend for themselves. The more she spoke, the angrier she grew. Gazing at Lu Zhen's broad back, her eyes brimmed with contempt. He's tall and strong with hands and feet to pull a rickshaw. He can't even support his own wife and child, and he cruelly dumps them among the refugees. He's worse than a beast. Xiao Yuqing's expression remained cool. That's how the world is. Poverty and hardship make everything bitter. When people are poor, their ambitions shrink. Such things are all too common. She watched the rickshaw recede into the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. On the way home, the wheels crunched over the broken snow. Zhen pulled the empty rickshaw, his heart heavy. The world was growing more chaotic. That Japanese man had dared to commit violence in an alley off the main street. The city had long lost its law. Back home, only his little sister was there. The flimsy plank door kept out honest men, but not villains. If something else happened, maybe I should send Wayner to Big Sister's place for a few days. The thought slowed his pace. Big Sister's place was safe, a deep compound. But recalling his brother-in-law Zhou Wenjing's aloof and condescending face, Zhen's chest tightened. Even delivering a sack of cornmeal meant enduring cold looks. If he sent his little sister to live there permanently, Big Sister would be caught in the middle, suffering scorn on both sides. Life would be even harder. Forget it. Zhen shook his head, exhaling a puff of white breath. Better to rely on oneself than on others. As long as his fists were strong enough, anywhere could be a haven. By the time he reached the entrance of Pig Cage Lane, the sky was pitch black. Under the broken oil lamp at the alley's mouth, a few unfamiliar faces crouched. Thugs were like weeds in the field. Zhen had wiped out a nest just days ago, and now a fresh batch had sprouted. Kiljong San and Li Si appears. The men were huddled, smoking dry tobacco. Hearing footsteps, they tilted their heads, cigarettes dangling from their lips, squinting, with faces full of menace. One was about to hurl a curse to establish dominance over the lame rickshaw puller. But in the dim lamplight, they recognized the blue cotton tunic he wore. It was a martial arts school uniform. The two black characters, Iron Arm, on his chest stood out starkly in the wind. The thugs' expressions shifted. The curse died on their lips. The leader threw his cigarette, but to the ground, not daring to meet the newcomer's eyes, and shuffled aside to make way. Zhen walked past, expressionless, eyes fixed ahead. This was the power of the skin, the uniform. In this cannibalistic world, that skin was worth more than a human life. The next day, dawn barely broke when Zhen rose. He loosened his joints in the courtyard, feeling the surging strength within him, a torrent that could not be. On the way to the martial arts school, his strides were long. In his heart, there was an unusual stir of excitement. Middle stage of the strength training realm. Those 5 words were just a phrase to ordinary ears. But to a martial artist, they represented a threshold, a dragon's gate. Out of 10 practitioners training through the bitterest cold and hottest summer for a lifetime, only 2 or 3 might cross it, if the ancestors blessed them. Once crossed, one graduated from apprentice to master hand. Status, reputation, and wealth would follow. The gates of the Iron Arm Martial School loomed before him. Zhen took a deep breath, steadied his nerves, and strode across the high threshold. Stepping into the martial training ground, a wave of scorching heat struck his face. Dozens of men stood bare-chested, their sweat mingling with dust in the square courtyard, a pungent, earthy ferment. Just as Zhen reached the corner, a figure clad in white approached him. "Brother Lu, good morning." Gu Yinji fanned himself idly with a folding fan, wearing the black martial uniform of an inner sect disciple, its golden cuffs gleaming sharply in the morning light. Yet his smile remained unchanged, warm, unpretentious, his eyes clear and sincere. Several apprentices who had been inching forward to curry favor instantly withdrew crestfallen. Zhen clasped his hands in salute and smiled. "Good morning, senior brother Gu." "Ah," Gu Yinji snapped his fan shut and clapped Zhen's shoulder lightly. "Why call me senior brother? That sounds stiff and distant. Let's just be brothers." Zhen studied Gu Yinji's open, guileless expression and silently nodded in approval. Among wealthy scions, arrogance was commonplace, yet one who possessed both noble lineage and extraordinary talent, and still treated others as equals, was truly rare. This man was worthy of trust. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Yinji stepped aside, giving Zhen space to practice his fists. Zhen took his usual stance and drew a deep, steady breath. The transformation he had undergone last night felt as though his very body had been remade. His tendons thrummed, taut, his bones dense and solid. Planting his feet firmly, he assumed the opening posture. No longer did he need to force it. The inner power surged instinctively along his spine like a coiled dragon, flooding instantly into his limbs. "Huh." With a sharp exhalation, Zhen unleashed his right arm like a whip. This time he held back, not unleashing full strength, but simply letting the momentum carry the punch forth with effortless grace. Snap, snap, snap. 3 crisp, distinct reports rang out. The sound was bright and resonant, like popping beans, like tearing silk, delivered in rapid succession, almost simultaneously, its lingering echo reverberating across the training ground. The previously clamorous yard fell abruptly silent, as if someone had pressed pause. Apprentices, still grunting through their drills, froze mid-motion, eyes wide with disbelief, all turning toward the corner. 3 snaps. Zhen, the rickshaw puller. A curtain rustled open at the rear courtyard entrance. Yin Taichao strode out briskly, clutching a purple clay teapot in his hand. His hearing was acute. The 3 sharp cracks had pierced the air with unmistakable clarity. Standing atop the stone steps, his gaze lanced forth like lightning, locking onto Lu Zhen. His brows knit faintly, his face clouded with quiet perplexity. In his memory, this Lu Zhen was older, his body worn from labor. Diligent, yes, but utterly unremarkable in talent. How could he possibly have mastered the three-snap technique in so short a time? Excellent. Before Yin Taiqiao could speak, Gu Yinji burst forth with praise. He strode over, his face radiant with genuine delight. As if he himself had achieved the breakthrough, I knew Brother Lu was no ordinary man. Silent for long, then thunderous when he speaks. Yin Taiqiao now approached. He said nothing, only extended a gnarled eagle claw-like hand, and placed it firmly upon Lu Zhen's shoulder. Lu Zhen tensed instinctively, his newly awakened inner power, surging reflexively beneath the touch. Hm. Yin Taiqiao's palm trembled ever so slightly. The confusion vanished from his eyes, replaced by genuine astonishment. Skin-taut tendons thrumming. You've broken through to the mid-stage of strength cultivation. Lu Zhen lowered his stance and bowed respectfully. Yes. Last night while pulling my rickshaw, I sensed a sudden resonance, and by fortune broke through. Pulling a rickshaw. Yin Taiqiao's lips twitched as if about to speak. Then he swallowed the words whole. He paused in silence for a moment, then nodded slowly. Approximately so. Reaching mid-stage strength cultivation at 30 is indeed late. Past the golden years for martial cultivation. But once crossed, the threshold is crossed. From this day forward you are a legitimate master, no longer an outsider. Yin Taiqiao turned and walked away, hands clasped behind his back, his voice drifting back calm and measured. Go change your clothes. Yes, master. Lu Zhen saluted, his voice ringing clear and strong. Gu Yinji laughed and looped his arm around Lu Zhen's. Come on, Brother Lu, let me take you to collect your new robes. Nothing looks sharper than that black uniform. Arm in arm, they strolled toward the rear courtyard. Near the edge of the training ground stood several newly emerged inner sect disciples. Among them loomed Zhonglei, his face thick with muscle and menace. They watched Lu Zhen's retreating back, expressions shifting with subtle unspoken complexity. So he's finally broken through to mid-stage strength cultivation. Zhonglei curled his lip, his tone dripping with sour disdain. That explains it. I knew something was off when those 3 snaps suddenly appeared. He must have forced it, leveraging sheer cultivation level to overpower technique. A female disciple beside him nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's hardly any true accomplishment. True prodigies grasp technique before reaching the requisite level, like Brother Gu, whose insight runs deep. Lu Zhen didn't break through until 30, he's already peaked. At best he'll spend his life guarding gates or patrolling estates. Greatness lies beyond him. Though their words belittled him inwardly, they breathed easier. Mid-stage strength cultivation demanded real, physical metamorphosis, not mere technical proficiency. Yet the thought of Lu Zhen's age restored their sense of superiority. A late-blooming laborer posed no threat to their standing in their master's esteem. To the dozens of outer sect apprentices present, however, the meaning was entirely different. One by one they halted their drills, staring after Lu Zhen until he vanished through the rear courtyard gate. Their eyes burned red, not with wisdom nor concern for age or potential, but with raw, naked envy, and they cared not for promise or pedigree. They only knew this Lu Zhen had entered. He was now one of those who paid no tuition, and received stipends, and earned the honored title senior brother. Crack! A sharp report split the air. Xiong Yu's face darkened as his rattan cane slashed violently against a nearby wooden post. What are you gawking at? Your eyes are practically falling out. Spittle flew as Xiong Yu roared, that skill, earned not given. If you've got time to seethe, you've got time to train. Now move. Anyone caught slacking gets expelled, immediately. The apprentices flinched, yanking their gazes back and throwing themselves into furious, grinding repetitions of their forms. Once more the training ground filled with overlapping shouts and grunts. Behind the Iron Arm Martial Academy lay a large bathhouse, water boiling fiercely, steam rising thick and white. Lu Zhen sank into a massive wooden tub, scrubbing his entire body vigorously with a coarse loofah. Each stroke seemed to scour away decades of grime lodged deep in his pores. The coal dust, the salt of old sweat, the lingering acrid scent of poverty itself. Emerging clean and refreshed, he dried himself and lifted the neatly folded set of new garments, the official attire of an inner sect disciple. A sleek black martial uniform crafted from fine silk, smooth to the touch, breathable, clinging not at all. Its high collar, snug cuffs, and tapered hem were edged with delicate golden thread, elegant, refined, unmistakably costly. Lu Zhen dressed swiftly, tightening the waistband, stepping into thick-soled swift boots, and faced the bronze mirror. His face remained unchanged, the same wind-scoured, weathered visage, no longer that of a handsome youth. Yet now his spine stood ramrod straight, his shoulders broad, and commanding, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Gone was the ingrained subservience, the hunched posture, the ingratiating deference that no amount of washing could erase. In its place rose a quiet, mountainous ferocity. Lu Zhen parted the curtain and stepped out. Waiting outside were not only Gu Yinji, but also Zhao Peng, that ever-adaptable mediator from days past. Behind Zhao Peng stood Song Shi, the stammering apprentice who had once strained desperately to achieve even 3 snaps. Hearing the rustle, Gu Yinji turned, and his eyes lit up instantly. Excellent. Gu Yinji snapped his fan shut with a crisp click and circled Lu Zhen, once murmuring appreciatively as the saying goes. A man is elevated by his attire, a horse shines with its saddle. Zhao Peng stepped forward with a warm practice smile. Brother Gu speaks truth. Just moments ago Brother Lu looked like an outer sect laborer, yet now standing here he embodies the bearing of a true master. Lu Zhen adjusted his sleeve awkwardly and smiled modestly. Senior brothers flatter me. It's merely new cloth. I remain at heart a rough, unrefined man. Gu Yinji waved a dismissive hand, his expression softening into earnest gravity. This is far more than changing clothes. Crossing this threshold divides heaven from earth. Zhao Peng smoothly interjected, gesturing towards Song Shi behind him. Brother Lu, now that you've entered the inner sect, certain internal protocols may be unfamiliar to you. Scholarship is impoverished, martial cultivation is affluent. Training consumes wealth without end. It devours gold like a ravenous beast. Do you imagine these senior brothers and sisters spend every day secluded in their rooms refining technique in solitude? Except for those born to mineral-rich families, every disciple must seek external work to earn coin for medicinal supplements and bodily restoration. Gu Yinji nodded in affirmation. Precisely. Taking on external assignments, posting elsewhere, is standard practice in our profession. Only with earned funds can cultivation advance further. Zhao Peng patted the shoulder of Song Shi, beside him, laughing heartily. The prominent families hire people to guard their homes. The casinos need someone to oversee the games, or we can do as we do and transport goods. Indeed, my junior brother Song has already made arrangements with me these past few days. Tomorrow he will register with our Sea-High escort agency, and typically, he can earn 50 to 60 silver dollars a month. If he undertakes long-distance escorts, there will be additional bonuses. Song Shi blushed, stammering as he nodded. Thank you, senior brother Zhao, for your support. Zhao Peng turned to Lu Zhen, his eyes filled with intent. Junior brother Lu, your skills in the midstage of strength training surpass those of junior brother Song. What do you say? Are you interested in joining our Sea-High escort agency? I assure you I can secure you a good deal with a base pay of 70 silver dollars a month. Lu Zhen was initially surprised by the openness of the inner disciples discussing business, but beside him, Gu Yinji chuckled, fanning himself. Senior brother, Zhao really knows how to make a profit. However, Lu brother, since you are proficient in arithmetic, you can surely tell that my family is not just merchants, but also engaged in waterborne trade, right? To be frank, my family's Tongjiang shipping is currently looking to establish its own escort team. You only need to accompany the ship once a month for 80 silver dollars. Before Lu Zhen and Zhao Peng could respond, Gu Yinji leaned in closer, lowering his voice to reveal the real ace up his sleeve. Money is Lu brother, in the midstage of strength training, relying solely on the blood essence soup from the martial hall is not enough. We run deep-water ships that occasionally catch a type of fish known as red scale fish. The essence in this fish's blood is abundant, 10 times stronger than medicinal soups. If you are willing to join, I will personally ensure you receive one of these precious fish to assist you in your martial arts training. Precious fish. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's expression changed immediately, and he feigned a distressed face, jokingly calling out, "Oh, my young master Gu. Your family is so prosperous, surely you can hire the best without resorting to such rare treasures. How can I compete with you, the great wealth-bringer, and still vie for talents?" Gu Yinji, unfazed, opened his fan with a flourish, smiling as he said, "A good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. However, senior brother Zhao is right, we must not break the rules." Gu Yinji turned to Lu Zhen, cupping his hands in greeting. "Lu brother, I'm not pushing you. You can first go check out senior brother Zhao's escort agency, then consider the conditions on my side. We can compare notes later. What do you think?" Lu Zhen took a deep breath, suppressing his yearning for the precious fish, and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you for the kindness of senior brother Zhao and brother Gu. This is a significant matter. Allow me a few days to contemplate it, and I will provide you both with a response." "Sounds good." Seeing an opportunity for a graceful exit, Zhao Peng quickly nodded with a smile. As soon as Lu Zhen bid farewell to the two, he stepped out of the courtyard and was startled by the scene before him. The servants who had previously ignored him were now all smiles, welcoming him warmly. Before he could exit the gate, several well-dressed managers surrounded him. "Oh, you must be the newly appointed Master Lu, right? Indeed, quite a handsome talent." Among these people were representatives from the Dalemen Casino and various merchants, each offering 50 to 60 silver dollars, eager to recruit Lu Zhen. Having just heard the offers from Gu Yinji and Zhao Peng, Lu Zhen already had a clear understanding in his mind. He politely declined the merchants' invitations, citing his need to solidify his own realm, and dismissed the eager managers. Stepping out of the martial hall, Lu Zhen looked at the bustling crowd in the street and let out a long sigh. This feeling of being sought after and competed for certainly made one feel somewhat elated. Meanwhile, in Zhulong Alley in front of Sister Shun's dilapidated house, a throng of people had gathered, blocking the entrance. The man who had been frightened off by Lu Zhen Higuei had returned. This time, he wasn't holding the elegant folding fan, but instead wielded a thick jujube would stick his face flushed with pride, his downturned eyes sparkling with undisguised delight. Behind him followed 5 or 6 peasant men in tattered cotton jackets, all with grim expressions staring greedily at the few shabby houses. "Open up. Let me in." Higuei kicked the door, causing dust to fall from the ceiling. "Shun, don't be ungrateful. Today we are here to reclaim the house, as is our right." Higuei turned around, shouting loudly to the men behind him, as if afraid the surrounding crowd wouldn't hear him. "Brothers, I've gathered all the information. That Lu cripple who defended her last time is not even a proper disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Hall. I paid for the news from the transport agency. That kid is just an outer disciple who has recently paid his tuition. As long as you have money, anyone can mix in for a few days." Hearing this, the few relatives of the He family lost all their remaining fear. "Then what are we waiting for, big brother?" A pockmarked man rubbed his hands together greedily, gazing at the rickety wooden door. "Let's hurry up and get this woman out of here. The beams, bricks, and even that broken pot inside can be taken apart for a few measures of rice." Higuei chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Lowering his voice, it settled. "This broken house belongs to you to demolish, and you can take the junk inside as you please. But this person must belong to me. Old Third owes me $5 silver. This woman looks decent enough. Bringing her back will settle the score for me." With that, they laughed sinisterly and took turns kicking the door. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door creaked, its hinges shaking, and it seemed it would collapse. Inside, Shenyun pressed her back against the door with all her strength, her feet planted firmly on the ground, clutching a pair of scissors tightly in her rough hands. With each impact, her body shook violently. She dared not make a sound, fearing it would give away her strength against the door. At both ends of the alley, the curious onlookers had gathered. They huddled, hands tucked into sleeves, whispering and pointing, yet no one dared to step forward. In these times, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Higuei had brought so many people this time, and with the banner of the He family clan, who would dare to provoke this calamity? Uncle Ma, who sold rotten vegetables, stood in the crowd, hiding his shoulder pole behind him. He sighed and turned away, unable to bear watching. Just a few days ago, he had helped guard the door, motivated by Lu Zhen's iron arm reputation. But now, hearing Higuei's clamoring, claiming Lu Zhen was merely an outer disciple who had paid to get in, all his courage evaporated instantly. A plump woman spat out the sunflower seed shells from her mouth, her face full of flesh, showing a hint of malice as she watched the scene unfold. "See, I told you so. Flies don't bother with eggs that don't have cracks. If this widow Shun were a decent person, how could she attract this kind of trouble? And that Lu cripple, pretending to be impressive, turns out to be a big fraud. I told you a mere cart driver can't rise to the top in one leap. Now that his facade has been stripped away, if he dares to show his face today, Higuei will surely break his other leg." The idlers laughed, their eyes darting about at the trembling door panel of Shun Yun, exuding an indescribable lewdness. What a shame, Shin's figure. Hey, if she falls into Higui's hands, she will surely be mistreated. "Stop!" A furious shout suddenly erupted in the alley. The voice was loud, carrying a force that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. The noisy alley fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned their heads following the sound. At the entrance of the alley, Lu Zhen was striding forward. His right leg, which had been crippled for 12 years, was no longer limping. The back that had been habitually bent was now standing straight. He stood tall, easily reaching a height of 1.80 meters. In recent days, he had been eating meat heartily at the martial arts school and practicing martial arts day and night. The once frail body had become solid. His shoulders had broadened, his arms had thickened. The black clothing representing the inner disciples was stretched tight over his muscular physique. Not only had his body changed, but his entire demeanor was completely different. The former timid, downtrodden coachman, with a pained expression, was nowhere to be found. Now Lu Zhen's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and he walked with a steady, powerful gait. There was an aura of true martial prowess radiating from him. He advanced step by step. The surrounding neighbors, whether it was the plump ant who had just made mocking remarks, or the onlookers, felt a chill run down their spine when they met Lu Zhen's icy gaze. People unconsciously parted to the sides, creating a wide path for him. No one dared to even breathe. Lu Zhen approached, glancing at Higuei and his group, then at the nearly broken wooden door. He immediately understood what this group was doing. If it were before, he would have been the lower-class laborer dragging a limp leg. In such a situation, he might have chosen to hide, for he had no money or power back then, and couldn't even protect his sister, let alone confront these ruffians in broad daylight. At most, he would secretly bring some food to Shenyun when it was dark and no one was around. But now, Lu Zhen halted, his steps coldly staring at Higuei. His mentality had completely transformed. The rigorous training he had undergone and the fact that he had killed someone with his own hands made him see the world clearly. This was a cannibalistic, chaotic world. Discussing laws and reasoning with these thugs was utterly useless. The more you hide and retreat, the more they perceive you as weak, eager to strip you bare. In this world, to live as a person and protect those around you, there was only one path. That was to harden your fists hard enough to instill fear in them hard enough to make them suffer. Now his leg was completely healed. He had become a true inner disciple of the Iron Arm martial arts school. He had honed his martial skills to the point where he could exert 500 pounds of force with a single hand. Now that he had the strength and confidence, why should he hide? Higuei, watching Lu Zhen approach, couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. However, looking back at the 5 or 6 strong men he had brought with him, his courage quickly returned. He thought to himself, with so many people on his side, moreover Higuei had no idea what the black clothing Lu Zhen wore represented. He did not understand the significance of being an inner disciple. In his eyes, Lu Zhen was still that lame coachman who had spent some money to loaf around the outer martial arts school. Oh, it's Lu the cripple. Higuei raised the jujube stick in his hand and pointed at Lu Zhen, shouting, "Just because you're dressed in black leather you think you're someone important. Let me tell you, today is the day our family collects debts. If you dare to interfere, I'll beat you up too." The men behind him shouted in unison, "Exactly. Let's all go together and take this kid down." A burly man charged forward with a raised stick, swinging it down hard at Lu Zhen's head. Lu Zhen didn't even look, raising his right hand and throwing a punch. This was the power of someone in the midst of strength training. All the strength in his body was twisted together like a rope, with a full 500 pounds of might concentrated in this punch. Bang! His fist struck solidly against the man's chest. There is a saying in martial arts, hitting someone is like painting a picture. The man didn't even let out a scream. He was sent flying as if struck by a rampaging horse. With a crash, he slammed into the brick wall behind him. His body stuck to the wall for a second before sliding down to the ground like a painting. His ribs were shattered and he lay on the ground, continuously spitting out blood, completely motionless. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yet Lu Zhen did not stop. He swayed his body and charged directly into the crowd. He grabbed another man's arm and twisted it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. That arm was instantly broken, with white, gruesome bone fragments protruding from the flesh. Then Lu Zhen kicked up a leg, striking the calf of a third person. Crack! The man's calf bent backward, collapsing to the ground, clutching his broken leg and screaming in agony. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhen had incapacitated 3 men. Higuei and the remaining individuals were utterly terrified. The wooden stick in Higuei's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His legs went weak and he felt a warm rush in his pants, having soiled himself in fear. His face was filled with horror as he looked at Lu Zhen, as if he were staring at a living hell, feeling a deep chill in his heart, unable to muster the strength to turn and flee. At that moment, the sound of urgent whistles rang out from outside the alley. Beep, beep. A squad of nationalist security officers surged in. They held nightsticks in their hands and carried rifles on their shoulders. The leading officer shouted loudly, "What's going on? Everyone freeze." Higuei and the remaining men saw the security officers and felt as if they had found a lifeline. They rolled and crawled towards the officers, pointing at Lu Zhen and screaming wildly, "Murder! Officer, help us! He's killing! Quick, catch him!" The officers at the front had already drawn their iron nightsticks ready to take action. But when their eyes swept over the horrific scene on the ground, and then looked up to see Lu Zhen's attire, their steps abruptly halted. Hiss! Wait! An older officer grabbed a new recruit nearby, lowering his voice, and eyeing Lu Zhen's black and gold attire with caution. "Look closely, that is the outfit of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. The black silk with golden edges signifies a true inner disciple. Don't act rashly, provoking someone of this caliber would get us into serious trouble." The officers exchanged glances, their hands clutching their sticks trembled, and none dared to take a step forward. At that moment, a sound of boots striking the ground came from the back of the crowd. "Everyone stand back." A police officer in a crisp uniform with a sidearm at his waist pushed through his subordinates and strode in. Lu Zhen's expression was calm, and the fierce aura surrounding him instantly vanished. He understood the rules of this world all too well. Fists provide confidence, but to navigate this world smoothly, one must know how to handle matters. Before the officer could even start questioning, Lu Zhen politely cupped his fist and directly clarified the situation. "Officer, your timing is perfect." These ruffians brandished deadly weapons in broad daylight, gathered in groups, intending to force their way into a private residence to rob for money and for women. As a martial artist, I could not stand by and watch, so I intervened, acting in the name of justice. However, the situation was critical and punches and kicks were indiscriminate. These ruffians were too weak and could not withstand my full strength. After saying this, Lu Zhen suddenly turned his head, his eyes sharp as cold stars, scanning the onlookers, his voice rising. "Dear neighbors, did you all see clearly just now? What I Lu said is that what happened is true." The bystanders were all shrewd individuals. They glanced at the man on the ground with a caved-in chest who was clearly dead, then at the ruffians with severed hands and feet, their minds as clear as a mirror. Lu Zhen was now like a tiger descending the mountain, and in this chaotic world where lives were worthless, killing a few thugs was no big deal. Anyone who dared to provoke him at this moment would be seeking death. The plump ant who had just been making sarcastic comments had changed her tune faster than flipping a page in a book, being the first to slap her thigh and shout, "Yes, yes, yes." Officer, what Master Lu said is entirely true. That bastard Higue brought people here to rob a widow's house and intended to sell her. Master Lu is acting heroically. Uncle Ma the vegetable vendor quickly chimed in, that's right. They were smashing the door with big sticks. If it weren't for Master Lu's good heart stepping in to help the Shin girl, would be dead today. Yes, Higue and his group are thieves. Master Lu is a good person. In an instant the crowd was filled with righteous indignation, all pointing fingers at the terrified Higue. The captain of the patrol listened to the sounds around him, his eyes continuously sizing up Lu Zhen. As the local tyrant of the southern city, he could see through the situation. A single punch could collapse a person's sternum. This terrifying strength was definitely only possessed by someone in the midstage of the strength training realm. Looking at Lu Zhen's black outfit, which represented an inner disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Institute, the captain's mind quickly began to calculate. An inner disciple of Yin Taichiao. And the ones lying on the ground were just a few rural drifters and rascals who could barely afford a meal. To offend a martial arts master with limitless potential over a few worthless scum. He must be out of his mind to do that. In this day and age, what's the difference between the death of a few homeless people and a few stray dogs? The captain coughed lightly, his expression instantly turning stern as he pointed at the limp Higue and scolded. Well, Higue, you have the audacity to rob in my territory. Someone cuff these surviving thugs and take them back for strict interrogation. After saying that, the captain turned to Lu Zhen, his serious face now showing a blend of official duty and leniency. Since it was a robbery and Master Lu stepped in, that is self-defense, and it is perfectly justified. Officer, you are too kind. Lu Zhen smiled slightly, naturally reaching into his pocket as he took a couple of steps forward. When he withdrew his hand, he was holding 2 rolls of silver dollars wrapped in red paper between his fingers. A full $20 heavy in his hand. He took the opportunity to grasp the captain's hand, discreetly stuffing the silver dollars into the man's wide sleeve, speaking in a gentle tone infused with the spirit of the underworld. On such a cold day, it's hard work for you and your brothers to come here. This little bit of hardship money can be used to buy good wine for you and your brothers, and a few pounds of dog meat to ward off the cold. The captain's sleeve felt heavy, hearing the faint and crisp sound of the silver dollars clinking. The stern expression on his face melted into a spring-like smile. $20. This was equivalent to half a month's pay for their small team. The inner disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Institute was indeed wealthy and knew how to play the game. Oh, Master Lu, you are truly too generous, a person of great principle. The captain grabbed Lu Zhen's hand back affectionately like long-lost brothers and loudly introduced himself. I am Li Biao, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Southern Patrol. I have long heard that the inner disciples of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Institute are all exceptional, and meeting you today, Master Lu, truly proves that heroes emerge from youth. Don't worry, brother, I will take care of this matter. These few rascals deserve to die, though I will have my men take their bodies to the burial ground, ensuring not to bring you any misfortune. From now on, if you need anything in the southern city, just say a word. Then I must trouble you brotherly. I will treat you to tea at Wangjiang Tower another day. Ha, sounds good, sounds good. The patrol arrived quickly and left just as fast. A few corpses were dragged away like dead dogs, and the bloodstains on the ground were hastily covered with dirt by the diligent squad leader Li Biao. The alley returned to silence, and the onlookers also returned to their homes. The cold wind howled, causing the broken wooden door of the He family, which had been kicked in, to creak ominously as it swayed. Inside the threshold, Shen Yun seemed to have all her strength drained, collapsing softly against the doorframe. Lu Zhen's gaze swept across the drafty, dilapidated house, and his brow furrowed slightly. In this world there are too many wolves. Even though He Gui had been caught, who knows if another Li Gui or Zhang Gui would emerge tomorrow. Shen Yun, a widow of decent looks living in this broken house with no door, was practically a piece of meat thrown into a den of starving wolves. Lu Zhen thought again of his own shabby wooden house. Now that he had entered the inner sect, he had to train his body in the Martial Arts Institute during the day, and also work as a rickshaw puller at night to earn extra money. Wainer, a 16-year-old girl, was left home alone all day. He was always worried. Though the neighbors were scared of him, now outside of Pig Cage Alley were throngs of starving refugees. In the past, he was afraid of being gossiped about. But now, in the midstage of strength training, wearing the inner disciple's black shirt of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Institute, he could punch someone's sternum flat. His fists were the law in this Pig Cage Alley. Who would dare to speak ill? Moving Shen Yun over, the two women could keep each other company and look out for one another. That was the most secure plan. Sister Shun, Lu Zhen began. Shen Yun looked up, her eyes red. Little Lu. No, Master Lu, if it weren't for you today, Lu Zhen stepped forward, steadying her arm. When he held her arm, he felt how pitifully slender it was, the thin fabric of her clothing hardly blocking the cold. Lu Zhen withdrew his hand and pointed at the broken door. This door is useless. It neither blocks the wind nor intruders. You should pack your things and move to my place. I won't be home during the day, and you can keep Wainer company. I can also feel more at ease. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Yun's body stiffened suddenly. Move to his place. In this conservative and feudal slum, a solitary man and a lonely woman. A widow who had just lost her husband moving into the home of a vigorous young bachelor at night. What did that imply? It was self-evident. That was living together, becoming a mistress, becoming a woman to someone. Xinyun lowered her head, 2 red patches suddenly appearing on her pale cheeks, spreading all the way to her ears. She bit her lower lip and stole a glance at Lu Zhan's broad and upright chest, and his capable black clothing, her heart pounding like a drum. If she were to follow him, it would certainly be better than being tormented by those ruffians. Moreover, he was a man of loyalty and could shoulder responsibilities. I will listen to you. Xinyun's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She turned and went into the house, only taking a few patched old clothes and wrapping them in a small shriveled bundle before coming out. The two walked through the dim alley. Lu Zhan pushed open the door of his house, which was propped up by a wooden stick. "Waiter, come out and help." Hearing her brother's voice, Lu Wan hurriedly ran out from the inner room. Upon seeing the blushing Xinyun tightly clutching a bundle behind her brother, the little girl was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Shun will be living with us from now on. You two can keep each other company and look out for one another," Lu Zhan casually instructed while taking off his cold, damp cloak. Upon hearing this, Lu Wan's dark eyes instantly lit up. Children from poor families remember their kindness the most. Back when the heavy snow blocked the door, if it weren't for Sister Shin secretly sending hot porridge and those 2 life-saving silver dollars, she and her brother would have starved to death or frozen to death long ago. She had always remembered Sister Shin's kindness. "That's great. Sister Shin, come in quickly, the wind is strong outside," Lu Wan exclaimed, joyfully running over to grab Xinyun's icy hand and pulling her into the house. The little girl's eyes darted around, looking at her strong and heroic brother, then at Xinyun, who was gentle and demure with a hint of warmth typical of women from the water towns. She couldn't help but mumble softly, "How nice. Sister Shun is such a good person. It would be even better if she could be my brother's wife." Although her voice was low, it was crystal clear in the quiet room. Xinyun's face, which had not yet lost its blush, turned even redder, almost resembling a ripe tomato. She hurriedly looked down, her hands twisting the cloth of the bundle tightly, while nervously gripping her clothing's hem, wishing she could find a hole in the ground to hide and unable to utter a single word of defense. Lu Zhan's hand, which was pouring water, suddenly paused. He turned his head, looking at his little sister's expectant and clever face, then at Xinyun, who was too embarrassed to lift her head, and remained silent. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly. "What nonsense are you mumbling about?" Lu Zhan scolded, his face serious as he glared at his little sister. "Hurry and take Sister Shun to the inner room to make a bed for her to rest. I need to get up early to practice boxing at the Martial Arts Institute tomorrow." Lu Wan playfully stuck out her tongue and pulled the still dazed Xinyun towards the inner room. "Sister Shin, we will sleep in this room. I have warmed up the blankets for you. Don't mind my brother. He is a rough person who practices martial arts and doesn't understand these things." Night fell deeply and all was silent. Lu Zhan sat cross-legged on the hardboard bed in the outer room. Daily settlement panel opened. Today's settlement: 3 hours of martial arts training at the Institute, 2 hours of pulling rickshaws. Basic earnings $2, a professional experience 10, a physique experience 20, a general experience 10, triggered level bonus daily settlement 3, daily reward is an additional X 3 times, final gain $6, professional experience 30, a physique experience 60, general experience 30. Lu Zhan, 30 years old, wealth $46, current profession rickshaw, puller level daily settlement LV. 3, 20,800 skills, pull rickshaw LV. 3, 50,800, coiling dragon post LV. 3, 30,800, iron wire fist LV. 3, 25,800, physique muscle expansion LV. 3, 545,800, general experience 70 points. The next morning, the morning mist had not yet dispersed. Lu Zhan donned his black silk inner door attire with golden edges. Instead of heading to the martial arts hall, he called upon Song Shi to go together to the Zhao family's 4 Seas escort agency to recognize the place. The escort agency was located in the west of the city, covering a vast area. A large sign bearing the words 4 Seas escort agency hung from the imposing. At the foot of the steps stood 4 guards with large sabers at their waists. Although their postures were relaxed, their eyes were cold and fierce, exuding an air that warned others to keep their distance. Seeing Zhao Peng approaching with people, the 4 guards lazily clasped their fists and greeted young master. "Keep your eyes sharp. These 2 are our inner door brothers from the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall." Zhao Peng waved his hand in familiarity, leading the 2 inside. The interior of the escort agency had little scenery infused with a chilling and practical atmosphere. In the courtyard, dozens of unwrapped escort carts were piled up with mud from outside the city, still on the wooden wheels. Upon reaching the backyard training ground, 7 or 8 rugged men were engaged in sparring matches in the center. Lu Zhan watched from the side, his brows gradually furrowing. This group fought ruthlessly. Although they were colleagues sparring with one another, they targeted vital spots like the groin and eyes. Moreover, when one person fell to the ground, the onlookers not only did not help, but instead erupted in laughter mixed with indecent curses. They were fierce, yet there was a palpable hostility and the taste of internal conflict completely devoid of camaraderie. When Zhao Peng approached, they finally stopped and greeted him. Zhao Peng pointed at the group of men and smiled. Brothers, these are our senior instructors at the escort agency, and several of them have been seasoned veterans who entered the mid-stage of strength practice years ago. You have just entered the inner door and need practical training. Do you want to step in and exchange a few moves? I just broke through yesterday, and my breath is still unsteady, so I won't embarrass myself in the ring. Lu Zhen politely declined with clasped fists. Zhao Peng felt a bit disappointed while Song Shi, undeterred by the danger, excitedly nodded. I'll give it a try. Please, seniors, give me your guidance. Song Shi removed his outer robe and stepped into the ring facing a thin, cold-looking escort master who casually cupped his hands. I am Zhao Si, forgive my offense. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Shi shouted loudly and unleashed the three-ring iron-lined fist he had comprehended yesterday, launching a heavy punch straight at Zhao Si's chest. Although the momentum was fierce, it lacked flexibility. Zhao Si sneered slightly, turning his body to evade the attack. With a quick slide, he circled to Song Shi's side, bending his knee and forcefully striking Song Shi's lower back. Bang! Song Shi felt half of his body go numb, all his strength dissipated, and he was sent flying, landing face first in the dirt. Defeated in one move. The surrounding escort masters immediately burst into unabashed laughter. Zhao Si shook his sleeves, his face full of disdain. The techniques practiced in the martial arts hall make a lot of noise, but without seeing blood, it's all for naught. Song Shi, blushing, got up and brushed off the dirt, surprisingly not a trace of anger on his face, instead running up to Zhao Si with admiration in his eyes. Amazing. Amazing. Senior, your footwork is truly ghostly. The Four Seas escort agency indeed harbors hidden talents. Seeing this, Zhao Peng seized the opportunity and said with a smile, Song Shi, this is the real skill of licking blood off the blade. Come work a few runs for our escort agency. I guarantee your skills will be sharpened like a knife. $60 a month in cash plus 20% of the escort fees. How does that sound? Song Shi had never seen such a high salary and immediately nodded excitedly. I'll do it. Thank you, Zhao Xixiang, for your guidance. After settling Song Shi, Zhao Peng turned eagerly to Lu Zhen. Lu Shidi, you are a master in the mid-stage of strength practice. Since Song Shidi is staying, what about you? If you agree, I'll guarantee you $75 a month. Definitely better than staying in the martial arts hall. As Lu Zhen listened to this offer, he felt as if his heart was a clear mirror. $75 is indeed a considerable amount, but it pales in comparison to the $100 casually promised by Gu Yanji, not to mention the precious red scale fish and top-notch medicinal dishes. The treatment was secondary. Lu Zhen's gaze swept over the group of indifferent, mocking escort masters. The world is perilous, and a livelihood that licks blood off the blade requires unity among brothers, but this Four Seas escort agency is filled with hostility. If they encounter a ruthless bandit, it would be lucky not to be stabbed in the back. Looking at Zhao Peng, who was charming on the surface but calculative to the bone, he would only protect himself when things got tough. In contrast, Gu Yanji, though spoiled, could slam the table in anger for friends and was much more straightforward. Lu Zhen had already made up his mind about which side to take, but he did not show it on his face. I appreciate Zhao Xixiang's kindness, and Lu will take it to heart. Lu Zhen maintained his respectful demeanor as he clasped his fists. However, as I have just entered the mid-stage, I feel my foundation is still shallow. I would like to think this over a bit more. A flicker of displeasure crossed Zhao Peng's eyes, but he immediately put on a smiling face. Lu Shidi, your cautiousness is a good thing. The doors of our Four Seas escort agency will always be open for you. Lu Zhen nodded, gave a few more instructions to Song Shi, then found an excuse to bid farewell. As he stepped out of the Four Seas escort agency, his pace quickened. Having settled the matter, Lu Zhen did not linger at the Gu family. He took the black silk inner door attire handed to him by a servant, bid farewell with clasped hands, and strode away from the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce, heading straight back to the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. Soon he had negotiated terms with Gu Yanji. $100 plus red scale fish and medicinal dishes. Such generous conditions would be hard to find throughout the entire western city, even with a lantern. More importantly, Lu Zhen had his own plans in mind. With the daily settlement panel, although pulling a rickshaw could steadily earn experience, it was ultimately just a lowly laborer's job. What if he switched to the profession of escort and protection, which involved licking blood off the blade and using real weapons? Would the experience and monetary rewards from daily settlements be more appealing and abundant than pulling a rickshaw? Lu Zhen felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. Just as Lu Zhen left, a heavy cold snort echoed from the Moon Gate in the back courtyard of the Gu family. Oomph. The voice was full of energy, exuding an air of authority that comes from long-standing dominance. Gu Yanzi's smile instantly froze, and he subconsciously shrank his neck. A middle-aged man in a moon-white satin long gown with 2 lionhead walnuts in his hand strode into the training ground with a dark expression. It was none other than the current head of the Gu family, the helmsman of the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce, and Gu Yanzi's father, Gu Wanshan. Master. Several guards noticed, and quickly held their breath, respectfully lowering their heads. Gu Yinji could only brace himself and approach, forcing a laugh as he said, "Father, what brings you to the back courtyard? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known about the good deeds you are up to here." Gu Wanshan's walnuts creaked in his hands as his sharp eyes coldly scanned the weapon racks in the training ground, his tone filled with disappointment. "You waste your time every day without looking at the accounts or managing the business." Gu Yinji attempted to defend himself. "Father, this world is chaotic. One must have skills to protect oneself." Absurd. Gu Wanshan mercilessly interrupted him, pointing at the bluestone slab beneath his feet, scolding sternly, "Protect yourself. Does the Gu family raise so many guards just to eat idle rice? Can't you open your eyes and see how big our Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce is? Half of the cargo ships on the river fly our Gu family's flag. Every day the silver dollars flowing in and out of the dock rush into the bank like a torrent. Even those foreign brokers in the concession have to politely offer me a cigar when they see me." Gu Wanshan stepped forward, staring down at his son. "In this bustling foreign market, money is the ultimate law. As long as we have real gold and silver in hand, what kind of martial artist can't we recruit? Do you really think those martial artists who have trained for 10 or even dozens of years in the martial arts hall are so noble? As long as the price is right, the Mingjin martial artists and the Anjin masters might require some effort to hire, but those brawny men practicing strength will line up to serve as our Gu family's guards. What profit can you earn from sweating and suffering in vain, practicing mere brute strengths?" Gu Wanshan looked at his troublesome only son, his brows furrowed tightly. He paused with the walnuts in his hands, his tone carrying a sense of sorrow for unfulfilled expectations. "When you were young, you were the most well-behaved. You spent all day locked in your study reading books, whether it was the 4 books and 5 classics, or Western mathematics, you grasped it all easily. I originally hoped you would take over the Chamber of Commerce and become a wise merchant capable of strategizing." With a heavy sigh, Gu Wanshan's gaze swept over the weapon racks. "But who knew that as you grew up you became infatuated with this crude art of killing? Spending all day in this back courtyard honing your strength is simply neglecting your duties." As the autumn wind swept over the bluestone slabs of the training ground, Gu Yinji put away his usual nonchalant smile. He slowly tightened his grip on the folding fan, straightened his back, and faced his father's piercing gaze, his voice low yet firm. "Father, do you know why I am like this?" Gu Wanshan raised an eyebrow. He intended to scold again, but when his gaze met his son's clear yet resolute eyes, his anger faltered momentarily. A father knows his son best. Seeing his son in this rare serious state, a hint of interest arose in Gu Wanshan's heart. He coldly snorted and turned his back, crossing his arms. "All right then, tell me." Gu Yinji raised his head. "When I was young in the study, what I read the most was not business strategies, but history books. The books described what our land once looked like. It was the grand era of the Han dynasty and the prosperous scene of the Tang. With the Han flag waving, we dominated the seas. The iron cavalry of the Tang subdued the barbarians. When all nations came to pay homage, those foreigners had to bow their heads respectfully when they reached our territory. At that time, China was lofty and dignified." With this, Gu Yinji abruptly turned around. "And now what do you see? Look at this world, what has it become? On the river sail the powerful ships and cannons of the Western powers, while in the concession the flags of others. This beautiful land has been treated as meat to be sliced by outsiders. In the halls of power, warlords carve up territories, fighting for their selfish desires, leaving suffering in their wake. Beneath the halls the officials grovel and sign one treacherous contract after another. Our compatriots are being sold like pigs, drained of their lifeblood by the foreigners' opium. Refugees are like dogs, the streets are littered with corpses, and human life is worth less than grass. Foreigners walk on the streets of this bustling market, and even the patrol officers do not dare to look at them. With the country on the brink of collapse, where is there any Gu Yinji took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, his originally handsome face flushed with excitement. "Why has this happened? Ultimately it is because our fists are not strong enough. Our martial power is lacking. The foreigners broke open our country with their powerful ships and cannons. No matter how loudly we click our abacuses, can we withstand their bullets? Can we buy the respect of the great powers? No." Facing his father's sharp gaze, Gu Yinji did not back down. "Father, you have always asked why I abandon a good family business to suffer hardships and insist on practicing martial arts. Today I will tell you plainly. I practice martial arts for the rise of China." With that declaration, Gu Yinji fell silent. He turned and strode out of the training ground. Gu Wanshan stood in place, watching his son's departing figure, his body trembling with anger. The walnuts in his hands were squeezed tightly with a crack, and he stomped his foot, shouting angrily, "You little rascal! You've gone too far." Just as he was fuming, a graceful figure walked in through the moon gate. It was the favored third concubine of the Gu family. She wore a fitted chipao with embroidered edges, her waist twisting like a water snake, and was holding a little boy who had just turned 2, babbling as he learned to speak. Seeing Gu Wanshan in a rage, the third concubine rolled her eyes and hurriedly approached him. She took out a fragrant silk handkerchief, soothing Gu Wanshan's chest while sweetly and submissively saying, "Oh master, please don't be so angry. Be careful not to hurt your health. The young master is being foolish, always playing with swords and guns. How could he understand the hardships you endure managing this family business? Please don't be angry with Yinji. He has a stubborn temperament. Once he faces hardships outside, he will naturally understand your good intentions." Normally these words would be quite effective, but today Gu Wanshan found them particularly grating. "Shut up." Gu Wanshan brushed her hand away and reprimanded in a low voice. "You woman with your long hair, but short knowledge, what do you know?" The third concubine was startled by this sudden outburst, her eyes instantly reddening, as she stood frozen, clutching her handkerchief, not daring to breathe. Gu Wanshan paid her no mind, bending down to pick up the little boy who was babbling beside him. He raised his head again, his gaze once more directed outside. Gu Yanzi's figure had long since disappeared at the end of the corridor, but the anger on Gu Wanshan's previously dark face had quietly dissipated at some point. He rubbed his rough hand against his little son's tender hand, muttering softly, "He is my blood." He then lowered his head to look at his son, who was not even as tall as his thigh. "Do you see how your elder brother looks? When you grow up you must be like your elder brother, understood?" The little boy simply bit his finger, looking up at Gu Wanshan, gurgling and blowing bubbles. Gu Wanshan looked at his son's adorably foolish demeanor and couldn't help but stroke his chin, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha! Ha! In the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall, the inner courtyard is drastically different from the noisy front yard filled with the scent of sweat and dozens of people competing for stone blocks. Here it is so quiet that one can hear the sound of birds fluttering past the eaves. The yard is paved with smooth, wide bluestone slabs. In the corner there are plum blossom stake sandbags and a few iron wooden dummies wrapped in tanned cowhide. In the air a faint medicinal aroma lingers year-round, emanating from the secret medicinal bath that only inner disciples can enjoy. This is the inner sect. Crossing that threshold means no longer worrying about the trivialities of life. What is practiced here is the true skill of killing, nurturing the warrior's spirit. Lu Zhen is dressed in a black silk outfit with golden edges, standing before the wooden dummy, intermittently experiencing the mid-stage of strength training. Not far away, several senior brothers who entered the sect earlier stand together in small groups. They occasionally glance at Lu Zhen, but no one approaches him to strike up. One burly man with copper rings on his arms sneered and whispered to the person next to him, "Did you see that? That's junior brother Lu, who only reached mid-stage at 30. He does have strength, but unfortunately he's too old." Another person shook his head, showing no concealment of disdain and certainty in his eyes. At 31's blood and energy have already solidified he's about to decline. If he can maintain mid-stage for his entire life, it would be the blessing of our ancestors. As for reaching latest stage strength, or even Ming Jin, that's just wishful thinking. Their voices were low, but not unheard by the martial artists. In their eyes, Lu Zhen resembled an old soldier who barely scraped by with seniority, his potential exhausted, hardly worth forming deep ties with, let alone being a rival. Just then a light footstep approached from the moon gate of the inner courtyard. Yin Shanshan, in a purple form-fitting training outfit that accentuated her impressive figure, walked in like a flame. Several senior brothers immediately put on smiles and greeted her with enthusiasm. Yin Shanshan nodded, slightly scanning the area, and happened to spot Lu Zhen practicing on the wooden dummy. She paused for a moment and approached, observing Lu Zhen's power exertion, casually reminding him, "Junior brother Lu, the iron wire fist emphasizes strength, but at your age your joints have already ossified, so don't push yourself too hard. Relax your shoulders a bit when you punch to avoid injuring your tendons and bones, or you might develop lingering issues later on." Her tone was somewhat polite, but it was limited. It felt like she was guiding an old guard hired by the martial arts hall. Offering a few tips was merely fulfilling her duty as a wealthy lady. Whether Lu Zhen listened or how he practiced was of no concern to her. After speaking, she turned and walked away. Lu Zhen maintained a calm expression, cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and continued practicing his punches. Not long after, Gu Yinji also arrived. The atmosphere in the inner courtyard became lively immediately. In this period, Gu Yinji has become a prominent figure in the inner courtyard. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, having produced 3 resonant punches in less than a month, but more importantly, he possesses a generous demeanor and is quite charming and knowledgeable. With a combination of personal charisma and substantial wealth, many people unconsciously gravitated towards him, forming a subtle core group. Even Yin Shanshan, who usually holds herself in high regard, actively approached him, chatting cheerfully, her eyes sparkling. Gu Yinji was sharing amusing stories with the crowd when he caught sight of Lu Zhen standing alone by the wooden dummy in the corner. His eyes lit up, and he folded his fan, stepping through the crowd towards Lu Zhen. "Lu brother, why are you practicing alone here? Come, let's take a break." With that, Gu Yinji naturally pulled Lu Zhen's arm, unceremoniously dragging him into his lively circle. The faces of a few people in the circle immediately stiffened at the sight. They looked at the charming Gu Yinji and then at the dark-skinned Lu Zhen, who barely managed to enter the inner sect at 30. It was hard to ignore the contrast. Everyone in this circle was either exceptionally talented or came from wealthy backgrounds. Lu Zhen, a bottom-tier laborer who once pulled rickshaws, stood among them like a rough black clay pot amidst exquisite jade artifacts. Though no one dared to voice their disdain, due to Gu Yanzi's face, the subtle aloofness and barely perceptible contempt in their gazes acted like an invisible wall completely isolating Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen maintained his usual expression, pretending not to see. He had no intention of integrating into such circles. This scene unfolded without a hitch in the eyes of several others on the other side of the training ground. This other group in the inner courtyard consisted entirely of latest strength masters. They prided themselves on their overwhelming strength and seniority, always looking down upon sycophants. One young man with a grim expression crossed his arms, watching Lu Zhen being dragged into the circle by Gu Yanzi, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. I initially thought that the young master of the Gu family was a rare talent worth befriending. I didn't expect him to be so unrefined, pulling in all sorts of lower-tier characters, thus degrading his own status. It's a pity for Sister Yin, who spends her days revolving around such an ill-mannered young master. The one standing at the center, a towering figure like an iron tower, was Zhang Lei. He listened to his junior's words, casting a cold glance at Gu Yinji before glaring fiercely at Lu Zhen. Humph. As soon as Zhang Lei's cold snort fell, the intricately carved wooden door of the main hall creaked open. Everyone in the inner courtyard immediately straightened their expressions, halting all actions, and stood respectfully on either side. Yin Tiejiao, dressed in a loose gray robe, did not carry a purple clay pot, but walked in with his hands behind his back. His seemingly murky eyes scanned the courtyard, pausing briefly on Lu Zhen. There was a hint of scrutiny and indifference in his gaze, but he did not. Everyone stop. Yin Tiejiao spoke indifferently as he reached the center of the inner courtyard. Today we welcome a newcomer. His gaze swept over Lu Zhen, his tone aged and steady. Having entered this door, those who toil and sweat in the outer courtyard should be discarded. According to the rules of the martial arts hall, the master must personally reveal the basics to newcomers. Pay attention and make sure you see clearly. As his words fell, Yin Tiejiao's shoulders slightly trembled, and his large gray robe billowed like it was filled with wind, making a rustling sound. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. Boom. Everyone felt the floor beneath them tremble violently. The dragon coil post. Lu Zhen's pupils constricted. He felt as if Yin Tiejiao had grown several inches taller before his eyes, and his spine audibly cracked like an ancient dragon that had been dormant in the abyss, suddenly stretching its bones. Then Yin Tiejiao moved. Unlike the grim expressions of the outer courtyard apprentices, his punches were slow, yet incredibly fast, slicing through the air and generating a visible white shockwave. Bang, 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 bang. The explosive sounds erupted in the inner courtyard like a rapid-fire cannon. Not 3 or 5, but a full 7. These 7 crisp sounds formed a line unlike the thinness of a whip cracking through the air. Rather, they resembled the sudden roar of spring thunder, causing the nearby weapon rack to hum. A powerful punch's wind swept across the faces of the front row disciples, causing them pain. After completing the punch, Yin Tiejiao slowly retracted his stance. His chest showed no sign of rising or falling, not a breath heaved, nor did he flush. It was as if that earth-shattering punch had merely been a casual flick of his sleeve. Even Zhang Lei, who usually held himself in high regard, lowered his head, now his eyes filled with awe. Did you hear how many times? Yin Tiejiao's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the crowd. 7 times. Gu Yinji swallowed hard, having already put away his folding fan, his expression astonished. Indeed, 7 times. Yin Tiejiao placed his hands behind his back again, speaking slowly. The iron wire fist 3 times is merely minor achievement, barely touching the threshold of power. 5 times is major achievement, where the muscles and bones resonate in unison. If one can produce 6 sounds, that is the state of perfection, where power flows through like an extension of one's fingers. But what about this 7th sound? Yin Tiejiao paused, his voice suddenly rising. This 7th sound is called breaking limits. He scanned the latest strength disciples present, mercilessly unveiling the cruel reality of martial arts. Among you, some are in mid-stage strength, while others are in latest stage strength, thinking of yourselves as top figures in this young city. But I'm here to tell you a heartfelt truth. Below Mingjin, everyone else is but an ant. Yin Tiejiao snorted coldly, pointing at his own chest. In mid-stage strength, one trains flesh and sinews. In latest stage strength, one strengthens bones. But make no mistake, that is still brute strength. Once faced with a true Mingjin martial artist, their blood and energy permeate the organs, sustaining a long and unbroken flow, allowing their power to penetrate through. Fighting you is like a hammer smashing a clay pot. It shatters at the slightest touch. This statement sent a shiver down the spine of everyone present. However, Yin Tiejiao shifted his tone, his voice growing sharper with pride. Heaven does not completely close off paths for people. If someone possesses extraordinary talent or diligently practices, they can elevate a martial skill to the breaking limits realm, such as the 7th sound of the iron wire fist. Even if you are merely enlated strength lacking in stamina resilience and enduring blood compared to Ming Jin, with just the destructive power of this breaking limit strike, you could match a Ming Jin martial artist's 70 to 80% effectiveness. He pointed towards the east of the city and gave a ready example. That honorific instructor of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Iron Leg Chin Feizhou, you must have heard of him. When he was young, his body was injured and he had no hope of reaching Ming Jin for the rest of his life. His cultivation firmly stuck at the peak of the body tempering stage. Yet he cultivated his 12 styles of tan leg to the limit-breaking level. A single leg sweep could bend a bull-thick iron pillar. With this limit-breaking killing move, he served as an honorific instructor in the foreigner-packed concession, earning top-tier dividends, and his status was not much inferior to that of an ordinary Ming Jin martial artist. Yan Taichao looked at the disciples before him, peak of the body tempering stage, plus a limit-breaking martial technique. With these two you can go to the governor's mansion to obtain a martial arts school license, establish a school, and take disciples in this bustling metropolis, and be considered a local big shot. Speaking of this, Yan Taichao slightly raised his chin. Of course, no matter how strong the killing power of limit breaking is, it is ultimately just a clever external force. If you truly face someone like me who has thoroughly tempered the internal organs with Ming Jin, you will still be lying down within 3 moves. But for you, this is the capital to establish yourselves and even protect your lives against higher levels. These words made the inner disciples' hearts burn with fervor. Practice! Zhang Lei shouted sharply, striding to a metal-wrapped wooden dummy. His figure was like an iron tower. He suddenly sank his waist, his sinews snapping. Bang! Accompanied by a powerful straight punch, the air seemed to explode with a series of crisp whip cracks. Crack, 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 crack. 5 crisp sounds in a row. 5 sounds, great achievement. Zhang Lei's chi and blood surged the punch wind, causing the faces of those around him to sting. He slowly withdrew his fist and stood proudly glancing at the others with eyes full of arrogance and defiance. Among the disciples present, he was the only one who could cultivate the iron wire fist to this level. The other senior brothers, seeing this, dispersed to practice on their own. However, aside from Zhang Lei, most inner disciples only managed 3 sounds at most, and those who could produce 4 were rare. The sun was high in the sky, and it was time for the inner court to serve meals. Entering the inner courtyard, Lu Zhen finally understood the true meaning of the saying, "Poor scholars, rich martial artists," from Gu Yanzi's mouth. The inner court's meals were worlds apart from the outer court's big pot of mixed grains and boiled cabbage. On the mahogany long table, there were steaming white rice, well-braised medicinal blackbone chicken, and thickly sliced oily soy-sauced beef. These were truly good things for nourishing blood and essence. While everyone was feasting, Gu Yinji walked over to Lu Zhen with his bowl, pulled out an oil paper package from his sleeve, and quietly pushed it over. Lu Zhen raised an eyebrow. "Brother Lu, keep it." Gu Yinji lowered his voice, shielding his mouth with a folding fan. "The red-scaled fish dies as soon as it leaves the water, extremely difficult to preserve. This is a dried fish made by my family's boatmen, using a secret method. Although it has lost some essence, its efficacy is still astonishing. Take it back and stew it with some old ginger and wolfberries into a thick soup, a great tonic for chi and blood." Gu Yinji smiled. "Consider this an advance payment on your salary to help Brother Lu stabilize his realm." Lu Zhen squeezed the oil paper package, and through the paper, he could smell a strange, sweet, fishy scent. He didn't stand on ceremony, solemnly tucked it into his bosom, and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Brother Gu." In the evening, Lu Zhen finished a day of training, stopped by the corner pharmacy to buy some cheap Angelica old ginger and astragalus, and then went to the butcher's to get half a gene of fatty meat, before heading home against the cold wind to Pig Cage Alley. As soon as he pushed open the worn-out gate of his home, a wave of warmth from the stove greeted him. "Back!" Shen Yun, wearing a coarse cloth apron, came out of the kitchen carrying a wooden basin. Seeing Lu Zhen enter, she naturally stepped forward and reached out to take the oil paper package and meat from his hand. As soon as the words left her mouth, her hand froze in midair. This, back, together with the familiar way she took the things, was far too natural, exactly like a young wife waiting by the stove for her husband to return home. Shen Yun's face flushed red all the way to the roots of her neck, as if burnt by fire. She panicked and lowered her head, snatched the things from Lu Zhen's hand, not daring to look him in the eye, and turned like a startled rabbit into the kitchen, her voice as faint as a mosquito. "He'll go stir-fry the meat." Lu Zhen looked at her flustered back and couldn't help but laugh, and the tense nerves of the past few days relaxed a bit. Soon the meal was served on the table. Lu Zhen specially stewed the red-scaled fish jerky with medicinal herbs into a thick soup. The soup had a strange dark red color, emitting a strong, domineering, fishy fragrance. He ladled a small bowl of clear soup for his little sister, and Shen Yun warning them not to drink too much lest they be too weak to handle the tonic. The remaining fish and thick soup he devoured like a whirlwind. The fish soup went down at first only feeling warm, but within half a cup of tea's time that warmth turned into a ball of raging fire. Boom! Lu Zhen felt as if he had swallowed a red-hot charcoal in his stomach, the scorching qi and blood madly surging from his stomach to his limbs and bones. The slight soreness from the day's martial training was instantly washed away by this violent medicinal power. Such domineering qi and blood. Lu Zhen dared not delay. He pushed open the door and strode into the cold, windy courtyard. He planted his feet and immediately assumed the coiling dragon stance. His sinews snapped, his bones crackled. Then, using the violent qi and blood in his body, he performed the iron wire fist with vigorous force. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds continued. Under the cold moonlight, Lu Zhen's body was like a steamer with wisps of white vapor rising from the top of it. The sweat had barely oozed from his skin before it was instantly evaporated by his scorching body temperature. The medicinal power of this mutated precious fish was several times stronger than the qi and blood soup given once every 10 days at the martial arts hall. He practiced for a full hour until the fire in his body was completely absorbed and digested by his sinews and bones. Only then did Lu Zhen slowly withdraw his stance and exhale a long, turbid breath. That breath condensed into a straight white line in the night wind, lingering for a long time. Returning inside, Lu Zhen sat cross-legged on the hard wooden bed and with a thought. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement practiced martial arts at the hall for 3 hours. Consumed mutated precious fish, red scaled. Base rewards silver $0, occupation exp 10, physique exp 60, universal exp 15, level bonus, triggered daily settlement level LV. 3 daily reward extra X, 3 times final rewards silver $0, occupation exp 30, physique exp 180, universal exp 45. Lu Zhen's eyes lit up. Just one dried precious fish combined with hard training gave a base of 60 physique exp, and after the threefold amplification it directly surged to 180 points. His gaze immediately moved down to his attribute panel. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, level daily settlement LV. 3, 20,800 physique sinew stretching and bone strengthening LV. 3, 725,800 universal EXP, 115 points. Looking at the data on the panel, Lu Zhen quickly calculated. Originally he was still short of more than 200 EXP to upgrade physique to LV. 4. But tonight's nourishing precious fish meal directly pushed the progress bar to 725 points, leaving only a final gap of 75 points to the full level of 800. And in his hand, he happened to have 115 universal EXP saved up over this period. Enough. Add points physique. Add points physique. With a thought, 75 points of universal experience instantly flowed into the progress bar representing physique. 1. Physique level up. Physique bronze skin and iron bones LV. 40 universal experience 40 points before Lu Zhen could even sigh in amazement. A cataclysmic upheaval suddenly erupted within his body. Universal experience 40 points before Lu Zhen could even sigh in amazement. A cataclysmic upheaval suddenly erupted within his body. Boom. A thunderclap seemed to explode within his mind. This was no longer the tearing sensation of stretching sinews and bones, but a shock that penetrated deep into the marrow and straight through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Lu Zhen felt his entire layer of skin and membrane instantly contract and tighten, as if a thick, tough cowhide had been draped over him, unyielding and resilient. Then from the depths of his marrow came an agonizing, piercing itch. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the fine, dense popping of his bones, Lu Zhen's body, which had endured 30 years of hardship and weathering, began a process akin to the marrow cleansing and purification recorded in Taoist scriptures. The latent ailments hidden within the ink-cold, damp toxins accumulated from years of pulling carts and the impurities in his blood were all forcefully expelled by that surging life force. Threads of viscous ink-black mud were slowly squeezed out through the tens of thousands of pores across his body. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Lu Zhen looked as if he had been dredged from a sewer covered in a thick layer of grayish-black, greasy filth. An indescribable stench mingling the sourness of sweat and the odor of age decay instantly filled the cramped. Lu Zhen opened his eyes, looked down at the grime on his hands, and instead of disgust, a sharp light burst from his gaze. Now that his bronze skin and iron bones were complete, ordinary blades, without inner force, could not even break his skin. But the smell was truly overpowering. Lu Zhen pushed the door of the inner room a crack and called out to Shen Yun, who was clearing the table outside. "Sister Shen, please boil 2 more pots of hot water. I've sweated heavily and need a good bath." Shen Yun caught a whiff of the strange odor wafting from the room, but didn't ask. She simply assumed he had worked up a sweat from training. She replied softly, "All right, I'll do it right away. Little Lu, rest for a bit. The water will be ready soon." Before long, the narrow washroom beside the kitchen was filled with steam. A large wooden tub half as tall as a man was filled with scalding hot water. Lu Zhen quickly stripped off his training clothes stained with black mud and stepped into the tub with a long stride. The scalding water enveloped his body as he grabbed a rough loofah sponge and scrubbed himself vigorously. The stinking sludge dissolved in the hot water, and soon a layer of murky black liquid floated on the surface. He changed the water 3 times before the pungent odor was completely washed away. With the filth gone, his skin revealed a healthy, powerful bronze hue. The muscle lines were not exaggeratedly bulging, but were like tightly wound steel cables clinging to the bones and exuding a fierce aura forged through 1,000 refinements. Lu Zhen leaned against the edge of the tub, closed his eyes, and rested, feeling the almost reborn body with immense relief. Little Lu. Just then the cloth curtain of the washroom was lifted a crack. Shen Yun, thinking he was still scrubbing and afraid he had no clean clothes, entered with her head down, carrying a set of coarse cotton undergarments that were washed white, but neatly ironed. Those clothes were all sour. They'll put the clean ones on the stool for you. Before she finished, Shen Yun instinctively raised her eyes. Through the misty white steam, she caught sight of Lu Zhen rising slightly from the tub. A broad back like a mountain wall, distinct abdominal and chest muscles, and water droplets trickling down his bronze skin. An extremely intense masculine aura surged toward her in the narrow space. Shen Yun's words died in her throat, her mind went blank with a buzz. Her gentle fair face instantly flushed like a blazing sunset, reddening all the way to her earlobes, and even her slender neck took on a delicate pink. He'll put the clothes here. I am going out. Shen Yun hastily stuffed the clothes onto a bench, not daring to steal another glance. Covering her burning cheeks, she fled, and from outside came the sound of her nearly stumbling over the threshold. Lu Zhen sat back down in the tub, the hot water covering his chest. But somehow the image of Shen Yun's panicked, shy expression, those watery peach blossom eyes, that slender waist, and the soft curves hidden beneath her thin jacket, refused to leave his mind. A nameless wicked fire surged up from his dantian. Blood rushed downward, and Lu Zhen felt his mouth dry and parched. Even the hot water in the tub seemed scorching. Uff! Lu Zhen suddenly scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on his face, shaking his head vigorously to banish those lascivious thoughts. He silently cursed himself. I, Lu Zhen, act with integrity and honor. I am an upright gentleman through and through. When I first asked Sister Shun to move in, it was purely to protect her from the scoundrels like Higuei, and to find a companion for my little sister. Nothing but pure intentions. How could there be any base thought of repaying kindness with ingratitude? This was definitely not his heart wandering astray. It must be that crimson-scaled treasure fish Brother Gu gave me that's to blame. Lu Zhen mentally chalked it all up to Gu Yenji. A mutated treasure fish, a powerful tonic. Not only was its blood energy overwhelming, but its yang replenishing fire was also so fierce, causing his blood to surge in the middle of the night and landing him in such an embarrassing state. Oof. Lu Zhen snorted in frustration, closed his eyes, and silently began the breathing and meditation method from his stance practice, forcibly suppressing the rampaging fire within. South City Zhou family, in Dofu Lane. In the cramped main room, a dim kerosene lamp hung overhead, barely illuminating the worn-out, paint-peeled bashin table in the center. The whole family, old and young, was sitting around the table having dinner. The meal was extremely simple: a large basin of mixed grain rice with sorghum and sweet potato flour, 2 plates of blackened pickled mustard tubers, and a bowl of watery cabbage soup. The only meat dish was a plate of garlic sprout stir-fried pork in the middle. But it was barely meat, just a few thin slices of belly pork, mainly used to render fat for This dish was deliberately pushed to the far end of the table, closer to the men. In this household the rules were: Zhou Wenqing, the elder brother, worked as an accountant at a grain shop in East City. Zhou Wenjing, the elder brother-in-law, was a teacher. Both were the family's pillars. Along with Zhou Ming, the elder brother's growing son, this sole meat dish was reserved for the 3 of them. As for the grandmother, the elder sister-in-law, and Lu Fang, the 3 women, none of them reached for that meat. They silently shoveled coarse rice into their mouths, mouthful after mouthful. Guji guji. Zhou Ming, the nephew, picked up a piece of glistening fat with his chopsticks, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed until oil dripped from his lips. He swallowed, his eyes bright with excitement, and set his chopsticks down on the table, shouting eagerly, "Second uncle, second aunt. Have you heard? Uncle Lu Zhen has become famous this time." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere at the table froze. Zhou Wenjing's chopsticks paused midair, his brow slightly furrowed. The grandmother rolled her triangular eyes, clearly having a poor impression of Lu Fang's poor rickshaw-pulling brother. Lu Fang's heart skipped a beat as she quickly put down her bowl. "Minger, what happened to your uncle? Did he get into trouble with his cart?" "No way." Zhou Ming waved his arms, excitedly, spittle flying. "Uncle is now an inner disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Hall. I heard his martial arts have reached the mid-stage of the strength training realm, and with a single arm, he can lift 500 jin. A couple of days ago in Zhuang Alley, Higuei and his gang went to cause trouble with big sticks, and Uncle Lu Zhen was like a god descending to the mortal world. He threw one punch, caved in a man's chest, and killed him on the spot. He broke the arms and legs of the rest. Even Captain Lee from the patrol station met Uncle and respectfully offered him a cigarette, calling him little brother. How impressive." The room fell into dead silence. Zhou Wenjing was stunned, his scholarly face full of disbelief. Zhou Wenqing, the elder brother, also forgot to eat, staring blankly at his son. Minger. Such matters of killing must not be spoken carelessly. Lu Fang's chopsticks trembled in her hands, her face full of incredulity. How could her younger brother, who had been lame for over a decade and made a living by hard labor, suddenly become an inner disciple and kill someone in the street and walk away unscathed? Second, Aunt, how dare I lie? Zhou Ming pounded his chest with a loud thump. This news has spread all over South City. If you don't believe me, go ask around on the street tomorrow. Oh, Anne. Zhou Ming, as if remembering an even more explosive piece of gossip, lowered his voice and added with great excitement, it's true. The neighbors all saw it. Uncle drove away the thugs, then turned around and took the pretty widow Shun from the alley directly into his own home. The matriarch, seated at the head of the table, rolled her clouded eyes slowly around the room. She was a shrewd old woman. No matter how respectable teaching or accounting might be, even a scholarly man would stand helpless before ruffians and bullies. Yet an inner disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall, a master ranked mid-tier in the strength cultivation realm, was a genuine pillar of support. Nothing less than a living bodhisattva safeguarding the household in these turbulent times. The stern expression on the matriarch's face instantly softened into a radiant chrysanthemum-like smile. With a cheerful glint in her eye, she extended her chopsticks, selected the largest, fattiest slice of meat from the stir-fried garlic chives and pork, and deftly placed it across the table into Lu Fang's bowl. Fanger, your constitution is frail. Eat more meat to fortify yourself, she said, her voice warm and tender, as though transformed entirely. I always knew what young Lu had promised from childhood. He was destined for greatness. Now, after all this hardship, fortune has finally turned in his favor. We are family. Bones may break, but sinews remain unsevered. You must visit home often to see your younger brother. Keep close ties with him, and invite young Lu over whenever he's free, so he can share a few cups of wine with Wenjing. Kinship thrives only through frequent heartfelt communion. Lu Fang gazed at the glistening fatty slab of meat resting in her bowl, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. She knew the matriarch all too well. In the past, even secretly carrying a handful of coarse cornmeal back to her natal home to feed her brother earned her days of icy silence and torrents of mockery. Visiting too frequently branded her a prodigal daughter-in-law, squandering the family's wealth. Now that her brother had risen, his fists hardened, his name honored as Master Lu, the matriarch's attitude underwent a complete reversal. Even Lu Fang, long scorned as an unwelcome daughter-in-law, now basked in reflected glory and dined on choice meat. Thus it is poverty renders one invisible even in bustling streets, while wealth draws kin from distant mountains. Yes, mother, I understand. Lu Fang obediently acquiesced, lowered her gaze, and took a small bite of the meat, her lips curling upward involuntarily, her heart brimming with joy for her widow Shun. When her brother was destitute and crippled, shunned by all, only Shun had reached out twice to aid him, never recoiling from his misfortune or disability. Lu Fang had cherished that kindness ever since. Now that her brother had finally made his mark, having someone who truly understood his joys and sorrows beside him brought her profound reassurance. Not resentment, but quiet peace. What of widowhood? In this chaotic age, sincerity and devotion outweigh empty notions of purity. So long as her brother found happiness and lived contentedly, she cared not a whit for idle gossip. Yet a sudden pang tightened her chest. Her deepest concern in life remained the Lu family's ancestral line. Her brother, the sole surviving heir, bore the sacred duty of continuing the bloodline. Widow Shun's health remained uncertain. Could she bear children? Would she bring forth sons or daughters to carry forward the Lu name? If Shun proved fertile, it would be ideal. Her brother would gain both loyal companionship and heirs to secure the lineage. But if she could not conceive, neither justice nor legacy should suffer. Then, as elder sister, Lu Fang would have to speak earnestly with her brother. If necessary, Shun could assume a secondary position while a principal wife was taken, preserving true affection while ensuring the clan's continuity, a perfect balance. The next morning at dawn, Lu Zhen pushed open his chamber door and strode bare-chested into the courtyard. Glancing down, he saw his formerly bronze-hued skin now shimmering faintly with a resilient indigo-black luster, like cured oxhide. This was the auspicious sign of the nascent bronze-skin iron bone cultivation. Though his realm remained unchanged, still mid-tier strength cultivation, the transformation within his body was nothing short of revolutionary. His gaze swept toward the corner of the yard where a heavy bluestone roller, used daily to press pickles, sat inert. Weighing no less than 800 caddies, it had once been immovable, even for Lu Zhen, straining every sinew. Lu Zhen strode forward, bent his knees, slightly gripped the protruding stone ridge at the roller's edge, with one hand sank his chi into the dantian, and surged upward with explosive force. Lift! A low, resonant cry escaped his lips, and the 800 caddy bluestone roller rose cleanly off the ground, suspended midair, motionless as a mountain. A flash of brilliance ignited in Lu Zhen's eyes. He casually lowered the roller, its dull thud vibrating the earth beneath his feet. 700 caddies, 1 arm. He clenched his fist, feeling the torrential surge of power coursing through his veins like a mighty river. 4 ordinary cultivators at mid-tier strength cultivation, 500 caddies per arm marked the absolute limit. Yet Lu Zhen, merely ascending 1 tier in physical refinement, had gained over 200 caddies of raw striking power. An astonishing, terrifying bodily aptitude. And what of his tendons, bones, skin, and membranes? Lu Zhen snatched up a thick jujubwood club leaning against the wall, used for splitting firewood, and swung it in a full arc, slamming it hard against his left forearm. Thump! The club shattered cleanly in 2, splintering violently. Lu Zhen looked down. No red mark, not even a trace of bruising marred the flesh struck by such force. His dermal layers tensed instantly under impact, iron hard, and perfectly dispersing the blow. A true bronze skin, iron bone, he murmured, satisfied, discarding the broken half. This extraordinary resilience rivaled 7 or 8ths of the prowess attained by senior strength cultivators who had trained relentlessly for over a decade at the Martial Hall. Were he to face Zhao Si, the estate's guard, again, even standing still and taking a full-force punch, he would suffer no damage to bone or sinew. His physical ascension had catalyzed a metamorphosis in martial mastery. Lu Zhen stood rooted in the courtyard, feet planted deep into the earth. The dragon coiling stance, initiated. This time no trace of forced awkwardness remained. His spine, like a living dragon, subtly undulated with each breath, tendons snapped taut, blood and chi flowing without obstruction, roots sunk deep, waist supple and responsive. Riding this exhilarating, seamless clarity, Lu Zhen unleashed the iron wire fist. Whoosh! His fist cleaved the frigid air, producing a sharp, whistling shriek. Snap! Snap! Unfettered, instinctive. Power cascading effortlessly through every limb and joint. At this level of martial integration, breakthrough was no longer a question of if, but merely of timing. For the next 3 days, Lu Zhen unusually refrained from collecting a rickshaw from the cart depot. With the Gu family merchant consortium's river voyage imminent, he devoted himself wholly to refining his kiblud and honing his techniques. By day he trained ceaselessly in the Iron Arm Hall's inner courtyard, striking the iron-reinforced wooden dummies wrapped in cured oxhide. By night he returned to his narrow courtyard in Zhulong Alley and stood motionless in the dragon coiling stance. Deaf to all outside commotion, his sole focus mastering the art of killing. Through relentless day and night cultivation, the invisible threshold separating mid-tier and late-tier strength cultivation grew perceptibly thinner in his awareness. A gentle tingling warmth occasionally pulsed deep within his marrow, a clear, unmistakable sign the late-tier realm lay tantalizingly within reach. On the 3rd night, deep into the hour of midnight, Lu Zhen slowly concluded his practice, exhaling a long, turbid breath. His tendons and bones crackled softly, releasing tension throughout his frame. Wiping sweat from his brow, he entered his chamber, sat cross-legged, and focused his mind inward. Daily settlement interface activated. Today's settlement: 3 hours of martial training at the hall, 4 hours of additional practice at home. Base gains silver $0, occupational experience 0, martial technique experience 15, physical cultivation experience 20, general experience 15. Level bonus triggered daily settlement level LV 3, all rewards multiplied 3. Final gains silver $0, occupational experience 0, martial technique experience 45, physical cultivation experience 60, general experience 45. As settlement completed, 3 surging currents of warmth flooded his limbs and meridians, swiftly replenishing the exhaustion accumulated over days of arduous training. Lu Zhen fixed his gaze upon his refreshed attribute panel. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, wealth 46 silver dollars. Current occupation rickshaw puller. Level daily settlement LV 3, 155,800. Skills pulling rickshaws LV 350,800. Dragon coiling stance LV 3, 770,800. Iron wire fist LV 3, 760,800. Physical cultivation bronze skin iron bone LV 4, 180,3000. General experience 175 points. Almost there. Both the dragon coiling stance and iron wire fist required only a few dozen experience points to ascend jointly to LV 4. Within the Iron Arm Hall's inner courtyard, several iron-reinforced wooden dummies reverberated with thunderous impacts. Lu Zhen had just finished a set of forms when Gu Yanji approached, briskly waving a folding fan. Brother Lu, Gu Yanji closed his fan and lowered his voice. The consortium's vessel is fully prepared. The journey heads to Jiang City via waterway, transporting high-demand cargo. If currents run smooth, round trip will take precisely 3 days. We depart tomorrow at dawn from Shalupu Wharf. Have your arrangements been finalized? Lu Zhen picked up a sweat towel draped over a wooden rack, wiped his face, and nodded. 3 days is brief. I'll inform Master first thing. Then I'm ready to go. Moments later in the main hall, Yen Taichiao reclined in a grand armchair, cradling his well-polished purple clay teapot, sipping hot tea, in slow on. Upon hearing Lu Zhen's request, Yan Taichiao did not even lift his eyelids, merely uttered a soft, indifferent hum. Go ahead. The river winds are treacherous. Keep your eyes sharp. He offered no objection nor any hint of displeasure. This was simply the unwritten rule of Yangqing Martial Hall. The hall accepted disciples openly, inner disciples paid no tuition and received monthly stipends. But martial cultivation consumed immense qi and blood. That meager allowance could never sustain the voracious demand for meat and medicinal herbs. Once their realms stabilized, inner disciples were expected to seek employment, whether guarding gambling dens or escorting caravans, each relying on their own abilities to earn their keep. The hall was no charity. It offered no endless sustenance. Even if Yin Taichiao possessed a mountain of gold, he could not feed so many insatiable gold-devouring beasts devouring meat and medicine daily. One exception existed. Yin Taichiao swallowed a mouthful of bitter tea, his gaze drifting past the half-open hall door toward the towering figure at the courtyard center, Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei stood bare-chested, muscles coiled like ancient tree roots. Each thunderous fist struck the wooden dummy with cannon-like force. 5 crisp consecutive detonations echoing across the yard. 5 detonations, mastery achieved. A rare glimmer flickered in Yin Taichiao's clouded-aged eyes. Among the dozen or so inner disciples, only Zhang Lei truly counted as family. At 22, Zhang Lei's tendons snapped taut, propelling him into mid-tier strength cultivation. At 25, his bones hardened and blood thickened, pushing him to late tier. Now at 27, his prime when a warrior's ki-blood peaked in vigor and ferocity. His iron wire fist had reached the formidable 5 detonation stage, unmatched in sheer power. For this soul, Yin Taichiao had poured his entire heart and soul. The hall's most precious secret medicinal baths, the most nourishing blood-enriching decoctions, whole slabs of pork and beef. Zhang Lei received them, without limit, in full abundance. Yin Taichiao was aging. He desperately needed an heir capable of upholding the Iron Arm Hall's illustrious banner, and had staked everything upon Zhang Lei. He asked for no miraculous ascension, only that this fierce tiger armed with the hall's full resources hone his technique to the limit-breaking 7 detonation realm. Should ancestral spirits bless him across that seemingly impassable chasm into manifest force, then all the better. As for the rest, Yin Taichiao withdrew his gaze and shook his head gently. Gu Yanji possessed keen insight, but as scion of a merchant house, vast familial responsibilities precluded inheriting the hall. Lu Zhen, entering mid-tier only at 30, had exhausted his potential, a reliable enforcer, nothing more. Even his own daughter Yin Shanshan lacked the ruthless grit and exceptional innate talent essential for true martial excellence. She would never rise to greatness. Thus the weight of succession rested solely upon Zhang Lei's shoulders. As the sun set in the west, a chilling wind began to rise. When Lu Zhen pushed open the dilapidated courtyard door of Zhulong Alley, dusk had already fallen. Seeing Lu Zhen enter, Shen Yun instinctively stood up about to speak, but Lu Zhen spoke first. Sister Shen, I need to take a trip by water tomorrow to escort a merchant ship. I probably won't be back for 4 days. Shen Yun paused in her sewing, a flicker of unshakable worry passing through her eyes. She didn't ask about the dangers of the rivers and lakes, only gently nodded. The winds on the river can be fierce, you must take care. They'll make some extra dough tonight, and prepare some dry pancakes for you to take along. Thank you for your trouble, Lu Zhen said, glancing at the tightly shut doors and windows. He reminded, while I'm away, you and Wainer should keep the door bolted. No matter what commotion happens outside, don't wander about unnecessarily. The streets aren't peaceful these days. Don't worry, I've got this covered. After instructing about the house, Lu Zhen turned and exited the courtyard, directly knocking on Uncle Ma's door next door. Uncle Ma, wearing a patched cotton coat, poked his thin head out. Without saying a word, Lu Zhen pulled out $2 silver from his sleeve and stuffed them into Uncle Ma's calloused hand, the coins feeling hard and cold. Master Lu, what's this? Uncle Ma was startled, his hand shaking. Uncle Ma, I need to go on a long trip and won't be back for a few. There are only 2 women at home. I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on them. If any unwelcome strangers come by, don't confront them, or just shout for help or call the patrol. $2 silver were worth more than half a month's rotten vegetables for Uncle Ma. His eyes lit up as he tightly grasped the coins, thumping his chest and declaring, Master Lu, you can rest easy. With me, old Ma around, no stray cats or dogs will step a foot across your threshold. Lu Zhen changed into a neat blue short jacket, donned a windproof sheepskin vest, tucked 2 short knives clothes, and strode into the backyard of the Tongjiang Merchant Association. In the yard, over 30 men armed with swords and clubs had gathered. The leader was Zhao Si, the guard captain who had clashed with Lu. Zhao Si was a righteous man well versed in the ways of the river. Upon seeing Lu Zhen, he immediately stepped forward with a hearty smile. Little brother Lu, we've been waiting for you. Come, let me introduce you to our brothers on the ship. He pulled Lu Zhen into the crowd and pointed to 2 of his close aides. The one on the left was as thin as a stick, with a pair of triangular eyes darting about, fixated on a passing young lady outside the gate, nearly drooling. This is Ho Sen, nicknamed Skinny Monkey. This lad has a talent for throwing darts, but he's light-boned and can't resist staring at women. Zhao Si teased, kicking Hosen playfully. Hosen wasn't bothered and grinned at Lu Zhen. Lord Lu, if you ever go to the 8 great alleys I can show you around. The one on the right was a short stout man hunching his neck, while clutching his money pouch and short knife tightly, his rat-like eyes revealing a timid eye. This is Chun Er, known as Mouse. Zhao Si sighed. His courage is smaller than a pinhole, just the sound of a ripple on the water can scare him stiff. However, this lad is a superb swimmer. He can hold his breath underwater for a long time, which is useful for scouting. Chun Er hunched his shoulders, trembling as he greeted Lord Lu. Hello. Originally, these rough men who constantly danced on the edge of danger had some resistance toward disciples from well-to-do martial arts families, feeling they were hard to please. However, Lu Zhen didn't put on airs as a disciple of the inner sect. He took out 2 packs of old knife brand cigarettes, opened them, and cheerfully offered them around. As he handed out the cigarettes, the men caught sight of Lu Zhen's rough, large hands, calloused from hard work, and immediately felt reassured. This was a true brother who had struggled from the bottom, not a pampered young master. Gentlemen, no need for formalities. The river can be treacherous, and I still rely on everyone for support. Lu Zhen lit one for himself and casually blew out a ring of smoke. A few words and a cigarette instantly warmed the atmosphere. Lu Zhen seamlessly integrated into this group of rough. With the group assembled, more than 30 of them marched out of the city, heading directly to the 16 piers. The pier was built along the river. Although it was within the territory of Yang City, it was effectively a lawless land for foreigners, a stronghold of the concession. As they approached the outer pier, the atmosphere became tense. Rows of barbed wire barricades sealed off the main road, leaving only one gate open. Lu Zhen's gaze swept across, and his expression suddenly stiffened. By the gate stood a small team of 5 Japanese men, dressed in navy blue Western military uniforms and armed with samurai swords. Each of them had a sturdy build with pronounced temples, clearly seasoned fighters. However, what made Lu Zhen's heart race was the aura of blood and energy emanating from them. Now possessing a body of bronze and iron, Lu Zhen's senses were sharper than ordinary. He could distinctly feel that although the blood and energy of these Japanese warriors was robust, it carried an indescribable strangeness. Their energy was chaotic and violent, akin to pouring black gunpowder into a furnace. Intense yet infused with a beastly stench, lacking the rich essence of a true warrior's cultivation. Most striking was the leader of the Japanese team. His eyes were cold and calculating, surveying the surrounding Chinese people, as if they were merely a herd of pigs awaiting slaughter. On his right arm was a mechanical exoskeleton made of brass and steel, Western war machinery. This contraption extended from his forearm to his shoulder, with a small steam pressure valve strapped to his back. The intricate gears meshed slowly in the white steam, producing a chilling hissing sound, the cold metallic sheen radiating a sense of brutal aesthetics in the morning mist. Meanwhile, at the feet of these foreign gentlemen, a group of Chinese traders and lackeys dressed in black dogskin conducted. These second-rate scoundrels flaunted their authority, wielding clubs, and either beating or scolding the laborers and civilians entering and exiting the pier. In the front of the line, an old man accompanied a young girl on the verge of adulthood as they prepared to pass through the gate. The 2 black-skinned lackeys' eyes brightened, using the pretext of a body search to approach the girl from either side, their filthy hands brazenly groping her chest and backside, lewd laughter escaping their lips. Oh, with such a figure you must be hiding contraband. Let me search you thoroughly. The girl was terrified, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her clothes tightly. The old man knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, but received a kick that sent him sprawling, knocking out 2 of his teeth. The countless commoners in line shrank their necks, heads bowed, forced to swallow their grievances, unable to voice their anger. Little brother Lu, bear with it, don't cause trouble, Zhao Si whispered, pressing down on Lu Zhen's arm, subtly indicating the Japanese captain. This is foreign territory. Did you see the iron clump in that Japanese man's hand? Lu Zhen whispered, is that a Western war machine? Exactly. Yang City is ultimately a small place. That contraption is merely the most basic type beast. Zhao Si's eyes flashed with deep trepidation as he bitterly smiled. Even such a basic model, when fitted to a latest-stage martial artist, can deliver a punch with force comparable to that of a proficient Ming Jin martial artist. A glancing blow can injure, and a direct hit can kill. Zhao Si gritted his teeth and continued, moreover, the foreigners have a type of exotic warrior that specializes in drug use and animal blood injections. They don't practice foundational skills or temper their bodies, they rely solely on potions for quick mastery. If it comes to a fight, we who have trained hard for years will suffer a great loss. In my opinion, the national martial arts passed down from our ancestors are the true righteous path, cultivating the heart and nurturing the qi, achieving harmony in life. If we reach the advanced realms of Ming Jin and in Jin, those fake masters built up by iron contraptions and potions are nothing. The other guards nodded in agreement, their faces displaying a proud demeanor. Lu Zhen appeared unfazed on the surface, silently observing the heavily fortified gate bound by barbed wire. Righteous path. Exotic paths. If the Western exotic warriors and war machines were truly as weak as they claimed, nothing but flawed products. What was it that allowed the foreigners to brazenly breach our borders decades ago? How did they trample on the corpses of countless self-proclaimed righteous Huaxiao martial artists to establish these concessions on our land? Though national martial arts may follow the righteous path, the high-end combat strength of those exotic paths is undoubtedly far more terrifying than imagined. In this predatory world, whether a cat is black or white, a cat that can kill is a good cat. Lu Zhen released his clenched fists, his gaze piercing through the morning fog, deeply fixed on the steel giant ship, docked on the river, a flicker of clarity flashing in his eyes. He must not become complacent. The line gradually moved forward, and before long, it was the turn of the Gu family's merchant convoy, a group of over 30 people. Stop! All of you line up properly, and raise your hands above your heads. A puppet soldier with a crooked felt hat and a face full of pockmarks, brandishing a police baton, strutted over with his nose in the air. Seeing that these men were all armed with blades and clubs, yet showing no fear, he relied on the backing of his Eastern masters, and rudely thrust his baton toward Zhao Si, who was at the front, cursing, "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. Strip search one by one. If you hide anything, you'll be shot on the spot." Zhao Si's eyes grew cold. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward, his chest meeting the baton with a solid thud. His skin, toughened to the midstage of body refining, was as firm as cowhide. The baton struck it with a dull sound, and the shock numbed the puppet soldier's tiger's mouth. "Are you blind?" Zhao Si grabbed the baton and stared coldly at the puppet soldier. "Take a good look. We're from the Gu family of the Tongjiang Merchant Guild. This boat is on Old Master Gus' official route, and we carry the Martial Arts Hall's license. Do you have the audacity to search the Gu family? Think twice about your own the Gu family." The puppet soldier faltered, his arrogance deflating. In Yangqing, who didn't know the Tongjiang Merchant Guild's name? It was a behemoth that monopolized half the waterways. He instinctively let go and turned to look at the Eastern captain at the checkpoint behind him. The Eastern captain's sinister gaze swept over Zhao Si like a venomous snake, lingering on Lu Zhen and the other guards. Suddenly his cold, stern face forced out a semblance of warmth. "Yoshi." The Eastern captain pushed aside the puppet soldier, stepped forward, and said in broken Chinese with a cheerful tone, "So it's friends from the Gu family. Old Master Gu is a good friend of the Empire. A true and loyal citizen. Since it's the Gu family's merchant vessel, no inspection is needed. Let them through." He waved his hand, and the Eastern soldiers at the checkpoint immediately moved the barricades and barbed wire. "Smart move," Zhao Si snorted coldly, waving his hand. "Brothers, let's go." Lu Zhen, mingling in the crowd as they passed through the checkpoint, caught a glimpse of the fake smile on the Eastern captain's face and furrowed his brows almost imperceptibly. There was a blade hidden in that smile. As expected, the moment the Gu family's figures disappeared around the corner of the dock's causeway, the Eastern captain's smile vanished instantly, replaced by an icy chill. He turned his head slightly and spoke coldly in Eastern language to a trusted subordinate. "Go take a few men and keep an eye on the Tongjiang Merchant Guild's berth. When they finish loading and set sail, carefully measure the ship's draft. See if this trip to Jiangxing truly conceals that shipment we're looking for." "Hi." The subordinate nodded sharply and silently withdrew into the morning mist. Deep in the dock, Lu Zhen followed the group to the berth, looked up, and drew a sharp breath of the cold river air. Before him was not the traditional wooden sailing ship with masts he had imagined, but a massive black steel beast. It was a steam iron ship over 30 meters long. The pitch-black riveted steel hull exuded a cold, heavy metallic luster, and a tall chimney belched out pungent black smoke. "Brother Lu, never seen such a big thing, have you?" Zhao Si patted Lu Zhen's shoulder and pointed at the thick steel hull, lowering his voice. "The world has changed. Ever since the foreign ironclads bombarded the water god temple on the river decades ago, the currents of the Yangtze have been thrown into utter chaos." A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Now deep in the riverbed there lurk man-eating water demons. Ordinary wooden boats can withstand storms, but if they encounter those mutated beasts at the bottom, a single flick of their tails will shatter a large wooden vessel on the spot. Only these steam iron ships, wrapped in thick steel plates and driven by powerful engines, can carve a path of survival through these waters. Board the ship. Weigh anchor. With a rough shout, the thick mooring ropes were wound up by the winch. Woo! A deafening steam whistle tore through the morning mist on the steam engine roared at full speed, the massive propeller churning the muddy water, and the steel giant slowly left the dock, sailing into the mighty surging Yangtze River. As the ship entered the midstream, the wind and waves grew stronger. On the deck, the guards patrolled in shifts. Chen Er and Ho San led a few skilled boatmen to a special winch at the stern, preparing to demonstrate the Gu family's signature skill to Lu Zhen, the newly arrived intersect expert. "Master Lu, feast your eyes. This is how the Gu family catches scarlet scale fish." Ho San pointed at a special fishing net woven from steel cables as thick as a little finger. At the center of the net was a strange piece of flesh exuding a pungent stench and strong medicinal odor, a specially made bait. These mutated treasure fish are ferocious. Ordinary nets break at one bite. Only this steel net can trap them. Several boatmen joined forces using the power of the steam winch to cast the heavy steel net into the deep river water, about the time it took to burn 2 incense sticks. Tight. The steel chain connecting the net snapped, taut, emitting a grating metallic sound. We've got a catch. Winch pull. The steam engine roared, the huge gears clattering, dragging the net from the turbulent river. Splash. Water sprayed everywhere. In the steel net, a strange fish about the length of an arm thrashed wildly. Its body was covered in blood-red scales glowing like burning charcoal under the sun. Its wide mouth was filled with saw-like sharp teeth, biting the steel wires so fiercely that sparks flew. This is a scarlet scale treasure fish. Zhao Si walked over, grabbed the fish by its vital spot, and flung it into a special tank. The moment the ferocious fish left the river, its aggression rapidly faded, and it seemed about to roll over belly up. Lu Zhen marveled inwardly. The blood energy within such a mutant beast was indeed astonishingly violent. Boom. Just as they had caught the fish, the entire steam iron ship suddenly shuddered violently, without warning. The jolt was as if a submarine mountain had slammed into the steel keel of the ship. Several unsteady boatmen on deck were thrown to the ground, and even Lu Zhen, a master with iron-like skin and bones, felt his blood surging. Enemy attack. A water demon is ramming the ship. The lookout in the crow's nest let out a piercing scream. The river's surface instantly boiled. The muddy water churned as if it were being boiled. Then, less than 10 meters from the side of the ship, a massive black shadow slowly rose. It was a mutated black catfish fully 7 or 8 meters long. Its head was larger than a carriage, and its entire body was covered in a thick, foul-smelling armor of black slime. 2 barbels thick as a child's arm lashed wildly on the water surface like black steel whips, each strike cracking the river with a white explosion of water. Its flat, cavernous mouth opened wide, revealing rows of hooked teeth, and a nauseating stench of blood rushed forth, nearly blinding the— Damn! It's a mutated black catfish demon. Zhao's face turned pale. He drew the ghost head saber from his back, cold sweat drenching his back. This beast usually lurks in the deep Dragon King's trench. Why would it come to these shallow waters? He grabbed Lu Zhen, who was about to step forward, his voice trembling. Brother Lu, fall back. Don't fight it, Heaton. A mutated water demon of this size has skin as tough as steel plates. Even for a mid-stage body refining martial artist like us, a full-force punch would feel like a tickle, but if it hits you with its tail, you'll be crushed into a pulp on the spot. Before he finished speaking, the mutated black catfish let out a strange roar like a bull's bellow. Its massive tail fin slapped the river, raising a towering wave, and it charged like a black mountain at the steam iron ship. Boom! Another violent collision. The steel keel of the ship groaned with a twisting sound, and river water crashed down on the deck like a torrential downpour. Hold your ground. Grab your weapons. All together now. Zhao Si, his eyes bloodshot, roared at the top of his lungs. The guards on deck, hardened veterans of countless bloody battles, quickly formed a formation after a brief moment of panic. A dozen men hefted ironwood spears as thick as their arms, and using the ship's rocking motion, hurled them fiercely at the massive black shadow on the river. Clang! Clang! The spears struck the black slime armor of the mutated catfish, producing a shower of sparks. They didn't even scratch the skin and bounced back into the river. Roar! The enraged catfish, now in pain, swung its barbel thick as a child's arm with a piercing whistle, like a black steel whip sweeping across the ship's crack. The solid wooden bulwark shattered instantly. 3 guards who couldn't dodge in time were struck by the barbel before they could even scream. A muffled sound of breaking bones, blood sprayed from their mouths, their chests caved in, and they flew backward like torn sacks, crashing heavily onto the deck, their fate unknown. Wretched! Zhao Si stepped forward in large strides. With the strength of his latest body refining, he grabbed a fallen ironwood javelin with one arm. Go! The javelin turned into a black bolt of lightning with a dull thud. It actually pierced through the tough mucus armor and sank a foot deep into the back of the black catfish. Stinking black blood gushed out instantly, staining the river black. Great arm strength. Captain, well done. The guards cheered. Zhao's spirit soared. Seeing the black catfish writhing in agony, exposing its soft belly, he immediately roared, uncover the can. Use the armor-piercing crossbow, and kill this beast for me. Chen Er and Hosen scrambled toward the bow, tearing off the heavy waterproof tarpaulin. A Western heavy crossbow made entirely of brass and fine steel, and connected to a high-pressure steam valve, was revealed. The crossbow bolt was as thick as a thigh. Not enough pressure. The winch is stuck. Hosan was sweating profusely, desperately pulling the trigger, but due to the violent rocking of the ship, he couldn't aim. Let me. Lu Zhen leaped to the crossbow, and one step, his feet planted firmly on the slippery deck like roots of an ancient tree. The muscles on his arms bulged, blue-black veins stood out under his skin, and he forcibly turned the jammed steel winch with sheer, human strength, aiming the heavy crossbow at the river. Fire! Boom! High-pressure steam erupted, and amid the deafening roar, the thick steel bolt shot out with irresistible mechanical force. Squelch! The sound of tearing flesh was horrifying. The steel bolt precisely pierced the gill of the black catfish, nailing its massive head through. The river's surface boiled violently for a moment. The terrifying mutated water demon convulsed a few times, then finally turned over its huge white belly, dark red blood staining a large area of the river. It's dead. The beast is dead. The guards erupted in cheers of survival. Quick! Steam winch, drag this thing up. Don't let the other beasts in the river have it. With the heavy grinding of the winch, the huge carcass, 7 or 8 meters long, was slowly hauled onto the deck. A dull boom sounded and the entire steam iron ship sank under the weight. The stench spread. Several shipboard doctors hurried over to set bones and stop bleeding for the 3 brothers with severe fractures. Zhao Si wiped the river water and sweat from his face, walked over to the black catfish corpse, and instead of any fear he excitedly slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. Ha! We're going to get rich this trip. He turned to look at Lu Zhen, his eyes full of fervor. Brother Lu, you don't know a mutated water demon that has grown so powerful its blood, essence, flesh, and bones are priceless in the eyes of those foreigners in the concession. All the major foreign firms are offering high bounties. Just this one complete black catfish demon, if brought back to Yangqing, could fetch at least 10,000 silver dollars. 10,000 silver dollars. Lu Zhen's face remained impassive, but his heart trembled slightly. The foreigners are spending such a huge sum to purchase the flesh and blood of mutated monsters. Could this be the raw material those Western abnormal warriors used to refine beast blood potions and quickly create Ming gene experts? Such a domineering and wild blood energy, if injected into a person's veins, no wonder the martial arts world curses them as half-human, half-demon beasts. But then Lu Zhen's mind grew heavy. He quickly calculated in his mind, killing a water demon on the river could sell for 10,000 silver dollars. Although dangerous for the Gu family's trading company, which owned foreign guns and steam warships, organizing a fleet to hunt would be a hugely profitable business. Since killing monsters was so profitable, why would old Master Gu go to great lengths and risk shipwreck and death to run shipping to Jiangqing? Unless the cargo in the hold was far more valuable and far more dangerous than this 10,000 silver dollar mutated water demon. Lu Zhen casually pulled out a cloth to wipe the blood from his hands and seemingly nonchalantly walked over to Zhao Si, asking offhandedly, "Brother Zhao, since the river is so dangerous, what exactly is the precious cargo in our hold for this trip to Jiangqing?" As soon as the words fell, the ecstasy on Zhao Si's face froze instantly. His eyes, as big as brass bells, flickered with panic. He instinctively glanced around, swallowed, and stammered, "Well, this, Brother Lu, the business arranged by the master, we servants. Just do our job and get paid. We never ask too many questions. Just some ordinary popular goods." Lu Zhen saw through Zhao Si's evasiveness. He didn't press further, just smiled slightly and tossed the cloth aside. "That's true. I was just asking casually. Brother Zhao, don't take it to heart. Go check on the injured brothers." "Oh, I'm going." Zhao Si, as if pardoned, quickly turned and walked toward the wounded. Lu Zhen stood alone on the blood-soaked deck, facing the cold wind from the river, his eyes gradually darkening. The atmosphere was wrong. The strange release by the Japanese outside the dock, Zhao Si's suspicious concealment now, and the heavy wooden boxes in the hold that no one was allowed to approach. This voyage was bound to be dangerous. A monthly wage of 100 silver dollars plus unlimited supply of the extremely precious red-scale treasure fish. How could Gu Yinji, such a shrewd merchant's son, offer such an exorbitant price for no reason? Brother Gu, you call me brother so warmly, I hope you're not tricking me onto this pirate ship. In Yangqing, at the main hall of the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce. On the rosewood-carved armchair, Gu Wanshan half closed his eyes, his hands twirling a pair of century-old, lion-head walnuts which creaked as they turned, the sound echoing in the deep, spacious hall, exuding an imposing aura of authority. Below the hall, a trusted steward in a black silk mandarin jacket hurried and stood with hands down and reported in a low voice, "Master, the fish has taken the bait." Word came back from Chalupa Wharf. The Zhen family bribed an informant and secretly measured the draft of our steam iron ship. With such a deep draft, the Zhen family immediately concluded that our heavy cargo was all in the hold. They have gathered the elite death warriors from their headquarters and set out en masse to intercept us by water. Gu Wanshan's walnuts suddenly stopped, and a cold, mocking smile curled on his lips. "Very good." He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. "The hold is filled with nothing but scrap metal and ballast stones. Since the Zhen family likes them, let them fish them out of the river." Gu Wanshan leaned forward slightly, his tone turning cold and decisive. "Notify the others. Our real cargo will go by land. Have Iron Palm Instructor Sun personally lead the escort. Depart now, take the back roads, travel day and night without delay. As for the river..." Gu Wanshan snorted coldly, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Since the Zhen family has brought all their assets to the water, well, see them to the end. Order the second fleet to go fully armed, circle around from downstream to support. Wipe out the Zhen family's people completely, leave no survivors. Using an empty ship as bait, we can safely transport the goods and cripple the Shun family's foundation. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Humph, they're still too green to fight me, Gu Wanshan. Father. The bead curtain of the side hall was thrown open, jade beads clattering. Gu Yanji strode out with a livid face, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock, staring intently at his father seated in the main seat. You used that iron ship as bait. Gu Yanzi's voice trembled. Lu Zhen is still on that ship. I personally invited him. Are you sending him to his death? Gu Wanshan picked up the covered teacup beside him, leisurely skimmed the foam, not even lifting his eyelids. What kind of behavior is this shouting? There are over 30 guards on that ship. Which one of them isn't bait? What difference does one more Lu make? But he is my friend Gu Yanji. Gu Yanzi's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched. Friend. Gu Wanshan let out a sneer as if he had heard the greatest joke. Setting down his teacup, he chuckled. Yanji, you're still too young. In this bustling world of Shanghai, what is a friend? A poor rickshaw puller who just got lucky enough to touch the threshold of the Lianli middle stage, already in his 30s with his qi and blood settled. His life's peak has come. Gu Wanshan looked down with disdain. If he were in his early 20s or a master of the Lianli late stage, he might barely qualify as a friend of the Gu family worth the effort to win over. A mere mid-listage martial artist at 30, spending $100 silver to send him to block knives on the river. That's a fair deal. Gu Yanji suddenly hurled his folding fan to the ground, with a sharp crack, the ribs snapping. His chest heaved violently, and facing his father's cold gaze he roared word by word. Making friends requires putting yourself in their shoes and treating them with sincerity. You calculate everything so clearly, turning human lives into numbers on a ledger. If you lack even that bit of honesty, why should others risk their lives for you in good? Friends bought with silver coins are nothing but fair-weather companions who scatter like monkeys when the tree falls. What use are they when the Gu family is at a critical moment of life and deaths? Gu Wanshan's face darkened. He slammed the red sandalwood table and bellowed. How dare you? You speak to me like this? But Gu Yanji did not retreat a single step. He took a deep breath and turned resolutely. Lu Zhen was invited onto the ship by me. I cannot let him become your scapegoat without knowing the truth. I am going to the river to save him. With that, Gu Yanji tore off his silk robe and strode out of the hall without looking back. The hall fell into instant silence. The steward beside him was so frightened, he dared not even breathe. He cautiously approached Master. The young master is so impulsive. The river is reckless with swords and blades, and the Shin family is serious this time. Should we send someone to stop him? Gu Wanshan sat in the armchair, the walnuts in his hand beginning to rotate again. He stared at the vanishing back of Gu Yanji and remained silent for a long time. After a long while he coldly uttered 3 words, let him go. If he doesn't see blood, the boy will always think the martial world is like the romantic tales in books, never understanding the true law of the jungle. The steward was about to withdraw when Gu Wanshan's low voice came again from behind, eerily. Tell Quan to take the black guards and follow him. Yes. The steward sighed in relief, respectfully accepted the order, and withdrew. The steam-powered iron ship sailed upstream. By the afternoon, the river ahead suddenly narrowed. On both sides, sheer cliffs rose 1,000 feet, like 2 pitch-black swords piercing the clouds, squeezing the river into a treacherous narrow slit. We have reached Luohan Gorge. Zhao Si stood at the bow. This Luohan Gorge was a notorious danger on the Yangtze River, swift currents and hidden reefs dense. Strangely, as the iron ship just entered the mouth of the gorge, a thick, impenetrable white fog rose, without warning, on the river. The 30-odd guards who had been laughing and chatting on the deck fell silent, instinctively gripping their sword hilts. Brother Zhao, this fog is suspicious. Hosen stepped forward, his triangular eyes filled with vigilance. It's too quiet around here. Not even a waterbird's call. Something feels off. Chun Air shrank his neck, teeth chattering. Yet, Captain, could some monster emerge from the water again? Zhao Si glanced around, seeing that the men gathered beside him were all trusted brothers. He lowered his voice. Put your hearts in. Don't be so jumpy. To tell you the truth, this river trip is the empty ship scheme set up by old Master Gu. The hold is filled with ballast stones and scrap metal. This ship is nothing but bait designed to lure the Shun family's elites out. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Zhao Si's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. But don't panic. The old master has laid out a plan. In the secret compartment of this ship, we have 10 Western repeating firearms and 6 heavy armor-piercing crossbows. As soon as the Shin family dares to approach, we'll make sure they never return. Moreover, our second fleet is downstream. As soon as they hear the whistling arrow, they will come to encircle us. The guards, hearing this, finally felt relieved. Some of the bold ones even began rubbing their hands, eager to take advantage of the firearms. Only Lu Zhen's eyes were icy cold. Empty ship scheme. Bait. No matter how cleverly Gu Wanshan calculated, he was still gambling with the lives of everyone on this ship. With the thick fog on the river, once the real fighting started, no matter how powerful the firearms, there would inevitably be those who slipped through. Swords and blades have no eyes. Lu Zhen could not entrust his own life and death to others' schemes. Brother Zhao, I'm going back to my cabin to adjust my inner breath and prepare for battle. Lu Zhen casually made an excuse. Go ahead, conserve your energy. There might be a— Zhao Si, suspecting nothing, nodded in agreement. Returning to the cramped cabin of the steamer, Lu Zhen slammed the iron door shut and locked it tight. In the confined space, only the dull thud of river water slapping against the hull could be heard. Lu Zhen sat cross-legged on the hardwood bed, took a deep breath, and without hesitation summoned his panel. His gaze locked onto the accumulated universal experience. Without a moment's hesitation, he poured the experience points into 2 martial arts techniques. Add points. Panlong stance LV. 3 LV. For iron thread fist LV. 3 LV. For whoosh. The panel flashed with light as both skills broke through simultaneously. Lu Zhen abruptly stood up. In the low cabin, where he could barely straighten his back, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. LV. 4 Panlong stance. In that instant, Lu Zhen felt as if a dormant true dragon had awakened within him. Roar. A faint yet soul-shaking dragon's cry echoed from the depths. His spine's major tendons writhed and roared, each vertebra cracking like a string of firecrackers. His blood and chi surged like boiling magma, rising to the heavens. The invisible barrier between the mid-stage and latest stage of strength training under the savage charge of this true dragon was torn apart like boom. Lu Zhen's skin and fascia vibrated violently. A surge of power far surpassing the mid-stage coursed through his limbs. Bones hardened, blood thrived, and strength penetrated the marrow. Silently, he had stepped into the late stage of strength training. Lu Zhen slowly opened his eyes, and in the dark cabin, it seemed as if 2 cold bolts of lightning flashed. He clenched his fists, savoring the terrifying power that threatened to burst through his body. For an ordinary martial artist, entering the late stage of strength training, the limit of a single arm was 800 Jin. But Lu Zhen was different. Not only had he entered the late stage, but the extraordinary physique, forged by LV. 4 bronze skin iron bone, provided a formidable hidden boost within his bones and muscles. This forcibly lifted the limit of 800 Jin by an additional 400 Jin of immense strength. 1,200 Jin per arm. Without pausing, riding the momentum of his breakthrough, he threw a punch. LV. For iron thread fist. Crack, 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 crack. Without any build-up, a simple straight punch produced 4 crisp, penetrating explosions in the air. For explosions, the iron thread fist with 4 cracks was close to mastery. Lu Zhen retracted his aura and straightened his spine. With his terrifying strength of 1,200 Jin per arm, the defense of bronze skin iron bone, and the 4-crack iron thread fist. Across the entire late stage of strength training, he was undoubtedly a formidable existence. Even against Zhang Lei, the martial arts prodigy cherished by the master at the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall, Lu Zhen was confident he could hold his own, or even overwhelm with sheer force. The fog on the river grew thicker. It was as dense as a pot of unblended white porridge wrapping the entire steam iron ship in the heart of the fallen Soul Gorge. Lu Zhen sat cross-legged in the dim cabin, having just calmed the surging vitality of his breakthrough to the late stage of strength training when his ears twitched sharply. Outside the cabin, the wind had shifted. Swish, swish, swish. A series of piercing sounds tore through the silence of the thick fog. Dozens of steel grappling hooks like ghostly hands reaching from the abyss screeched with metallic friction and latched onto the ship's railing and guardrails. Then the river's surface churned. From the dense fog, dozens of swift boats like a pack of wolves burst through the waves, forming a semicircle and slamming into the enemy attack. It's the Shun family. The lookout on the tower screamed in alarm, pulling the siren. Damn it, they really— On the deck, Zhao Si drew his ghost head broadsword, eyes wide, and roared. Open the secret hold. Fight back. Before the words faded, dozens of Shun family elites in waterproof black clothes like apes climbed the ship's side along the grappling hooks. Each held a short blade in their teeth, their eyes cold and ruthless, clearly trained assassins. However, they were met by the Gu family's pre-prepared steel defense. Bang, 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 bang. The panels of the secret hold were kicked open, and 10 Western style, repeating firearms spewed blazing tongues of fire. Gunpowder smoke immediately filled the air, and a hail of bullets swept across the ship's side like a storm. At the same time, 6 heavy armor-piercing crossbows emitted a grating mechanical sound. Squelch, squelch. Thick steel bolts carrying terrifying kinetic energy pierced through the Shun family assassins midair, nailing them to the boats on the river. Severed limbs and agonizing screams fell into the icy river. Blood instantly dyed the surface of the fallen Soul Gorge red. Bolstered by the suppression of firearms and heavy crossbows, the Gu family guards morale soared. With water and fire rods and long blades, they pinned the Shun family elites at the ship's edge, gaining the upper hand. Haha, is this all you've got to rob a Gu family ship? Zhao Si cut down an assassin who had just climbed onto the deck, wiped the blood from his face, and felt a surge of confidence. But before his smile could fully spread, a sharp bone whistle sounded from the river. At the signal, the Shun family assassins who had been charging wildly retreated in unison like a tide. They moved in perfect synchronization, swiftly retreating to both sides of the deck, leaving a wide, blood-stained path in the center. Huh. A strong sense of unease surged in Zhao Si's heart. From the depths of the thick fog, the dull sound of a boat collision came again. This time a completely different group boarded. They were bare-chested, unfazed by the cold river wind. On their muscular chests and backs, ferocious black dragons were tattooed, bearing their fangs and claws. These men wore no uniform, and their weapons were barbed fishbone knives and 9-section whips. They exuded a strong, fishy stench of river water and blood, and their eyes were like wolves eyeing prey, radiating a merciless brutality. Black dragon tattoos. Thighs is the Black Dragon River Bandits. Zhao Si's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his face drained of color, and even his hand holding the sword trembled. The most ferocious and lawless bandits on the Yangtze River. How could they be here? Old Master Gus' intelligence had not mentioned a single word about river bandits. Bang! With a massive roar, a towering figure resembling a demon crashed through the crowd of water bandits and landed on the deck. The newcomer was a young man in his 30s, bald with a scar running across his face like a centipede. He dragged a fearsome 9-ring broadsword with one hand, the 9 steel copper rings on the back of the blade jingling ominously with each of his steps. The sword weighed at least 100 pounds, yet in his hands it felt as light as a feather. More terrifying was the aura he exuded. The scorching and violent pressure made the guards of the Gu family nearly unable to breathe. Blood and chi overflowing. Half-step Mingjing. Zhao Si's heart sank to the depths. This bald young man was none other than the infamous young master of the Black Dragon Water Bandits. Stop pretending. I'll fight you. A guard from the Gu family, his eyes bloodshot, roared as he thrust his ironwood spear forward, using the momentum of his charge to stab fiercely at the young master's heart. The young master curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile, standing firm, not dodging or evading. Just as the spear tip was less than half a foot from his chest, he swung his right arm. Swipe. The 9-ring broadsword transformed into a dazzling white arc, tearing through the air with a sound that was painfully loud to the ears. Crack. Splurt. Without the slightest pause, the guard and his incredibly sturdy ironwood spear were cleaved in half from his left shoulder to his right waist, as if slicing through tofu. A bloody storm erupted, warm organs splattering everywhere. Form up. Open fire. Fire now. Zhao Si screamed in rage, his eyes nearly popping, but it was too late. The water bandits had already pounced like tigers into a flock of sheep, and the two sides were entangled in a brutal melee, completely losing the advantage of their Western firearms. Die. Zhao Si gritted his teeth, channeling his latest chi and blood to the extreme. Gripping his demon-headed knife tightly, he leaped into the air, using his downward momentum to deliver a fierce strike towards the young master's head. Is that all the strength you have? The young master scoffed, coldly flicking the knife upward with one hand. Clang. The blades clashed, sparks flying. Zhao Si felt as if his arms had been struck by lightning, his tiger's mouth split open, blood gushing forth, and he nearly lost grip of the demon-headed knife. Before he could catch his breath, the young master slid forward and closed in. The second strike, shoulder ram. Bang. The young master's shoulder slammed into Zhao Si's chest like a heavy hammer. The third strike, a horizontal blow with the over 100-pound 9-ring broadsword swept savagely against Zhao Si's side. Puff. Zhao Si spewed a mouthful of blood mixed with bits of internal organs, crashing heavily against the iron door of the cabin, sliding down slowly, unable to. In less than 3 strikes, the latest guard instructor suffered a devastating defeat. Brother Zhao. The guards of the Gu family witnessed this scene, and their morale instantly collapsed. The Black Dragon Water Bandits let out cruel, sinister laughter, wielding their blood-soaked slaughter knives, shattering the originally tight defense of the Gu family, harvesting lives on the deck as if cutting wheat. The defense line completely collapsed. Ho-san out of darts had been cut in the thigh and collapsed on the blood. Shun Air, terrified, turned pale, his short knife trembling like a leaf in the wind. 2 leaders of the Black Dragon Water Bandits approached with sinister grins, raising their bloodied fishbone knives high, bringing a strong stench with them, ready to cleave the two. And it's over. Ho-san despaired, closing his eyes. Just at this critical moment, a robust figure suddenly rushed out from the cabin. Lu Zhen held a solid iron rod as thick as a duck's egg. This was a crowbar forcibly pulled from a scrapped winch weighing about 70 or 80 pounds, now held at a diagonal towards the ground, the tip still dripping with river water. Where did this wild brat come from, seeking death? The 2 mid-stage water bandit leaders saw someone blocking their path, sneering, one to the left and one to the right, their fishbone knives swirling with deadly cold light, fiercely slashing at Lu Zhen's neck and ribs. Lu Zhen did not dodge or evade, his eyes cold and indifferent. He firmly planted his feet and entered a dragon-wrapping stance. Boom. His spine erupted with a series of crisp sounds like a waking angry dragon. The surging chi and blood of the latest cultivation perfectly merged with the copper skin and iron bones' extraordinary physique at this moment. A terrifying force of 1,200 pounds surged from his waist into his arms. Lu Xun gripped the rod with both hands, twisting his waist. The iron rod swept out with a devastating force without any fancy moves. Whoosh bang. A piercing sonic boom erupted in the air. The iron rod collided violently with the two fishbone knives. With a loud clang, sparks flew, and the two steelcraft fishbone knives shattered, as if made of paper, breaking instantly in half, the blade fragments flying out. The sinister grin on the water bandit leader's face had not faded, but terror filled his eyes. The residual force of the iron rod was merciless, striking solidly against the left leader's chest. Bang! It was like a heavy hammer crushing a ripe watermelon. The leader's sternum collapsed instantly, and his chest cavity burst open, internal organs mixing with shattered bones spraying out from his back. His body flew out like a broken sack, crashing into 4 or 5 water bandits behind him, breaking their bones and sending them all tumbling in. The right leader, terrified, was about to retreat when Lu Xun flicked his wrist, the iron rod striking upward like a venomous snake emerging from its hole. Crack! The end of the rod precisely struck the leader's jaw. The immense penetrating force shattered his jawbone along with his cervical vertebra, his head grotesquely folding back against his back, dying instantly. Blood mixed with brain matter splattered across the deck, a shocking sight. Ho San and Chun Er, who had been waiting in despair for death, gaped at the scene like they were Zhao Si slumped beside the cabin door, widened his eyes in disbelief. A single blow could obliterate 2 mid-stage bandits. This kind of ferocious and overwhelming inhuman strength, was it something a martial arts apprentice who had just touched the threshold of mid-stage cultivation could unleash? But this was just the beginning. Come! Lu Xun shouted like a spring thunder, striding forward. There were no complicated moves, only pure speed and power. The terrifying force of 1,200 pounds combined with the penetrating techniques of the iron wire fist struck straight to flesh. Bang! A single blow landed on top, crushing a water bandit's skull along with his shoulders, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Smash! The iron rod swept horizontally, brutally breaking the spines of 3 water bandits, their mangled bodies convulsing in despair on the deck. Lu Xun moved like an ancient tyrant, powerful and unstoppable. The 80-pound solid iron rod felt weightless in his hands, swinging with relentless precision. Just a brush would wound, a collision would lead to death. Any water bandit within 3 feet of him, regardless of what weapon they held, crumbled at a touch, either dead or severely injured. The originally unstoppable Black Dragon water bandits were utterly confused. They had spent years on the river witnessing all kinds of ruthless characters. But this monster, relying solely on an unreasonable and terrifying brute strength to crush everything in its path, was something they had never encountered. Zhao Si and the remaining guards of the Gu family stared blankly at the scene, blood boiling in their heads. They saw Lu Xun alone, a rod in hand, firmly blocking the largest gap at the ship's railing. Corpses piled around his feet like a small hill. The crimson river water gushed out from the deck's drainage holes. With sheer strength, he pinned the water bandits' wolf-like charge to the edge of the deck, making it impossible for them to advance. A bunch of useless trash. Get the hell out of my way. Seeing his underlings slaughtered like pigs and dogs, the young master of the water bandits exploded in rage. He shouted furiously, his half-step Mingjing brutal chi surging like a tangible force, violently pushing away the blocking lackeys. Kid, prepare to die. The young master's eyes were bloodshot, swinging the over 100-pound 9-ring broadsword in the air, the 9 copper rings on the back resonating with a deadly sound. At the same moment, 2 shadows flickered out of the thick fog. They were the 2 hidden death warriors of the Shen family. They recognized Lu Xun as an extremely dangerous variable, seizing the moment when the young master launched a frontal assault, one to the left and one to the right, aiming for Lu Xun's ribs and lower body. Surrounded from 3 sides, the murderous intent was palpable. Lu Xun's eyes gleamed with cold intensity as his feet firmly anchored in a dragon stance on the deck, gripping the iron staff tightly, uniting his waist and horse, boldly facing the sweeping strike of the 9-ring broadsword. The clash of blades echoed like a thunderous explosion in midair. Blinding sparks erupted wildly across the dark river surface. Lu Xun felt a tingling numbness in his arms, and his palms throbbed with pain. This young master was indeed a notorious bandit on the river. His fierce chi and remarkable strength rivaled Lu Xun's terrifying force of over 1,200 pounds. Though their strengths were comparable, the depth of martial skill revealed a stark difference at that moment. The young master, having fought on the river for years, had mastered the splashing water blade technique to perfection. Using the rebound force from the clash of weapons, he flipped his wrist, and the heavy broadsword sliced down like a swimming fish, aiming at Lu Xun's fingers. Meanwhile, the Amei daggers of the Shun family's assassins were closing in on his sides. Lu Xun had no choice but to withdraw his staff for defense, as his expansive and bold techniques were instantly suppressed by the relentless onslaught of blades. The sounds of clashing weapons rang out like a torrential rain. Despite his bronze skin and iron bones along with immense strength, Lu Xun was forced to retreat step by step under the exquisite blade techniques, and the cunning coordination of the assassins with his sheepskin shoulder armor being slashed multiple times, completely falling into an unfavorable position. Die. The young master sneered, the blade glinting like snow, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. At this critical juncture of life and death. Woo! A piercingly high whistle blared. From upstream, a black speedboat powered to the max rushed over. At the bow of the boat, Gu Yenji was not even wearing his long coat, his gaze fixed on this side. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed in black shorts. His trusted instructor, A. Quan. Behind him, a squad of elite blackguards from the Gu family held Western revolvers, their muzzles already aimed at the deck. Not good. It's the Gu family's main force. The young master's face changed dramatically. He knew from the sound of the whistle that this ambush mission had been completely exposed, and if he continued to fight, it would only lead to death. He feigned a slash to push Lu Zhen back, then turned and darted towards the ship's edge like a slippery loach, intending to jump into the river and escape. Want to escape? Lu Zhen took a deep breath, a low thunderous sound emanating from his chest. Ignoring the harassment from the assassins on either side, he stomped down, shattering the wooden planks beneath him, and lunged forward like a fierce tiger, descending the mountain. The iron staff in his hand generated a sharp sonic boom as it swept out, sealing off the young master's escape route into the river. Get away! The young master panicked, raising his sword to block. Clang! The two clashed again. Lu Zhen was jolted, blood surging, but the young master was also momentarily halted, stumbling back half a step. It was this half step that determined life and death. Boom! The bow of the Gu family's speedboat, the man known as, he leveraged no flying claws or ropes, propelling himself with tremendous force, crossing Tinjiang of river and crashing down onto the iron ship's deck. In that instant, a terrifying pressure that left all martial artists gasping swept across the scene like a tsunami. Mingjin, a true Mingjin martial artist. The young master was horrified, his soul nearly fleeing. Aquan's face was as grave as water, his fingers tightly clenched into a fist. With 5,000 pounds of inhuman strength under the propulsion of his Mingjin chi, a visible layer of white chi waves formed on the surface of his fist, releasing power outward with chi like a gale. Aquan, from a distance of about a zhang, punched towards the young master's back. Bang! The air exploded in an instant. The domineering Mingjin fist wind tore through the river wind. The young master desperately raised the over 100-pound nine-ring broadsword to defend. But in the face of absolute power, this was merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Puff! It was like being hit heat-in by a speeding steam train. The young master's back instantly erupted with a blood hole the size of a basin. His robust body, trained to the late stage of martial strength, was shattered like fragile tofu under the 5,000 pounds of Mingjin. A rain of blood mixed with shredded flesh rained down on the deck. The might of a single punch was terrifying indeed. The steam speedboat drew alongside the iron ship. The deck resembled a slaughterhouse. Lu Zhen leaned against the bent iron staff, his body drenched in blood. Gu Yenji stepped forward briskly, disregarding his position as the young master of the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce, and bowed deeply to Lu Zhen. Brother Lu, I never expected you to break through to the late stage of martial strength at this life-and-death moment. He took a deep breath, his tone filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for your timely breakthrough to turn the tide today, all the brothers on this boat would likely have perished in the Soul Descent Gorge. Following behind Gu Yenji, Quan also slowly retracted, the terrifying Mingjin energy surrounding him. He glanced at the deformed heavy iron staff in Lu Zhen's hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, and nodded slightly. Not bad strength. After a brief rest, only Lu Zhen and Gu Yenji remained in the cabin. With no one else around, Gu Yanzi's face was full of... He held nothing back, bitterly smiling as he revealed his father's Gu Wanshan's plan to use an empty ship as bait, and the truth that the lower hold was filled with ballast stones. At the end, Gu Yenji clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Brother Lu, the mistakes are all my Gu family's fault. Upon learning of this, I would rather defy my father's orders than rush to your aid. If anything were to happen to you today, I, Gu Yenji, would have no face to live on in this lifetime. Lu Zhen listened quietly, slowly nodding. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, yet surprisingly calm. Should he blame Gu Yenji? No, he should not. This young master was willing to risk his life to defy his father to save him, which was already a rare display of genuine character in this harsh and chaotic world. Should he blame Gu Wanshan? Not really. In this world where lives are worth less than grass, great merchants only see profits and bargaining chips, and all beings are mere pawns. Being treated as bait to block blades, ultimately it all comes down to one thing. That is, Lu Zhen is not strong enough. If he had the Mingjin cultivation like a Quan today, would Gu Wanshan dare to use him as bait? The path of martial arts is one of survival of the fittest. In the evening, the steam iron ship covered in bullet holes and dried blood returned to the 16 Piers dock. Having gone through this life-and-death blood battle, Gu Yenji understood that for someone like Lu Zhen, who had fought hard from the bottom and valued trust and profit, no amount of empty words was as substantial as real rewards. He did not utter a single hypocritical pleasantry, simply waving his hand. Several trusted subordinates immediately brought up a heavy redwood. Brother Lu, this is a little tribute from me and the Goof family to you. The lid of the box was opened. Inside was an entire box of dried red-scaled treasure fish, blood red, like fresh blood, the overpowering flavor of qi and blood instantly wafting over. There was also a century-old mountain ginseng with intact roots, shaped like a baby. Lu Zhen showed no pretense, slamming the box shut with a bang. I accept Brother Gus' sincerity. These items were precisely the resources he needed for refining his muscles and breaking through to the Mingjing. As Lu Zhen carried the heavy redwood chest and pushed open the dilapidated courtyard door of his home, in Zhulong Alley, the fire with Shen Yun was busy helping Lu Wan at the table, pasting paper with the light. Hearing the courtyard door creak open, the steady footsteps entered the hall, and both of them instinctively looked up. Brother. Lu Wan's eyes widened as she gazed at Lu Zhen, whose clothes were worn and showed traces of dark red blood, her face filled with astonishment. Didn't you say you would take the water route for 4 days? How come you're back so soon? Lu Zhen unloaded the heavy redwood chest with a thud. In the corner, tore off the sheepskin shoulder cape that was stained with river water and the scent of blood, and replied flatly, I encountered the Black Dragon water bandits. There was a fight on the river, and the boat couldn't proceed any further, so this trip was cut short, and I came back. Water bandits. Upon hearing these 2 words, Shen Yun's hand froze with the needle and thread. She suddenly stood up, her concern flooding out like a tidal wave. Did you encounter water bandits? Are you hurt anywhere? Did you see blood? Hurry, take off your inner clothes, so I can check. Her voice grew urgent, and her delicate hands reached out towards Lu Zhen, intending to check for hidden wounds. However, just as her hand reached halfway, Shen Yun suddenly froze. She caught a glimpse of Lu Wan, who was still sitting quietly nearby. Though the little girl's face was filled with concern, she was currently staring at Shen Yun with a somewhat bewildered and strange expression. Shen Yun's mind buzzed. It suddenly dawned on her. Her beloved sister was still sitting there calmly, while she, a widow borrowing a place to stay, was reacting with such urgency, almost wanting to undress a man. It was simply too excessive, too overstepping. This was not like the behavior of a neighborly older sister, as she looked more like a young wife panicking at the thought of her husband being in danger. I. Shen Yun's hand, which was still in the air, retracted like it had been electrocuted, twisting tightly together. She hurriedly lowered her head, biting her lip in embarrassment, feeling as if she wanted to find a crack in the blue brick floor to hide, and unsure of where to place her hands and feet. The atmosphere in the room instantly became extremely awkward, with only the sound of coal burning and the stove crackling. Seeing Shen Yun's mixed expression of shame and embarrassment, wishing to bury her head in her chest, Lu Zhen felt a warm sensation in his heart, and the hostility accumulated from the killings on the river dissipated completely in that moment. He chose not to break the awkwardness, merely smiling gently. Sister Shenwainer, don't worry. I'm fine, not a scratch on me. He stretched his limbs, producing a few crisp sounds from his joints. Those water bandits didn't even get close to me before I sent them packing. With my current physical training, ordinary blades and swords cannot harm me in the slightest. Hearing Lu Zhen's calm and powerful voice, Shen Yun's racing heart gradually settled, though the blush on her face still hadn't faded. She quietly murmured, as long as you're fine. That's good. I'll go get you some hot water to wash your face. After saying this, she hastily turned and dashed into the kitchen. It was late at night. The battle at the Soulfall Gorge was a terrifying life-and-death struggle, which not only allowed Lu Zhen to break through to the later stage of physical training, but also honed his energy and martial skills to perfection in the throes of real combat. Daily Settlement Panel activated. Today's settlement, a half-day trip on the water route, a life-and-death battle, dozens of enemies slain. Basic rewards: 100 silver coins, 1 box of red-scaled treasure fish, 1 century-old mountain ginseng. Profession experience 5, a martial arts experience 50, a physique experience 30, a general experience 50. Triggered level bonus daily settlement 3 extra 3 times daily reward. Final rewards: 300 silver coins, 3 boxes of red-scaled treasure fish, 3 century-old mountain ginseng. Profession experience 15, martial arts experience 150, a physique experience 90, a general experience 150. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, wealth 346 silver coins plus 3 boxes of red-scaled treasure fish, 3 century-old mountain ginseng. Current profession, shipping guard. Level daily settlement LV. 3 155,800 skills, pull card LV. 3 50,800 sailing LV. 2 1520, coiling dragon stance LV. 4 150, 3000, iron wire fist LV. 4 150, 3000, physique copper skin iron bone LV. 4 270, 3000, general experience 255 points. Lu Zhen took out a coarse sand pot, sliced half a piece of red-scaled treasure fish into strips, and very carefully cut a section of the century-old mountain ginseng's fine root, then boiled it over high heat with well water. In less than half an hour the sand pot began to bubble with a dark red thick soup. A powerful pungent medicinal aroma filled the air. The fish contained transformed vitality, while the ginseng was for sustaining life and strengthening the body. Together they formed the highest quality, dragon and tiger great medicine, in the realm of wealth and martial prowess. Without hesitation Lu Xun picked up the sand pot and drank the scalding thick soup in one go, meat and broth alike. Boom! As the soup entered his belly it felt as if he had swallowed a piece of red-hot charcoal. An unprecedented violent heat surged from his stomach like a runaway wild horse crazily flooding through his meridians and vessels. Lu Xun's skin, which had already been darkening, turned bright red like a boiled shrimp. Such a domineering medicinal power. Lu Xun dared not delay and immediately grounded his feet in the cramped inner room. LV. 4 coiling dragon stance. His body sank and his spine instantly straightened, accompanied by a series of fine cracks like popping beans, while a low humming sound echoed in his chest and abdomen, resembling the roar of tigers and leopards. The violent medicinal energy was slowly absorbed under the extreme pressure and transport of LV. 4 coiling dragon stance, forcefully merging into his bones and organs. Sweat poured out like pulp, and before it hit the ground it evaporated into white mist due to the terrifying high temperature of his body. For a full 2 hours until dawn broke outside, Lu Xun finally finished his cultivation and exhaled. As he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air it shot out for more than 3 feet, lingering for a long time. He summoned the panel to take a look. His physique experience surged again under the blessing of the treasure fish and old ginseng and the tripled settlement. Moreover, Lu Xun closed his eyes and could clearly feel that the vigorous chi blood which had only been roaming between his flesh and bones was now beginning to seep into his internal organs. He was now solidly approaching the threshold of internal cultivation of breath, external release, like a gale. In the morning at the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall, when Lu Xun, wearing a black silk outfit with golden edges, stepped over the high threshold, the atmosphere in the courtyard was starkly different from usual. In the battle at the Soulfall Gorge, although the Gu family business lost some manpower, Lu Xun's reputation for breaking through to the later stage of physical training and single-handedly defeating several fierce bandits had already spread throughout the martial arts hall. As soon as he appeared, the inner door brothers, who were originally busy training, stopped their movements, and all wore warm smiles. Junior brother Lu, good morning. Junior brother Lu, you certainly made a name for our Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall on this water route. I heard you smashed the water bandit leader into a pulp with one stick. Such impressive skill. This is how the martial world is, so realistic. At 30 years old, a mid-stage practitioner was merely an old hand, but at 30 a latest-stage practitioner with extraordinary strength was indeed a formidable expert who could command respect. Who would dare to look down on him? Only Zhang lay bare-chested in a corner of the training ground, had a gloomy expression. Bang! He slammed a heavy fist into the wooden training dummy, causing it to Gu Yinji came over, shaking his folding fan, and warmly patted Lu Xun's shoulder. However, unlike before, there was a hint of seriousness in his smile. Yin Shanshan also approached, whispering, Junior brother Lu, you certainly stole the spotlight, but Zhao Peng and Song Shi have encountered trouble. Encountered trouble? Lu Xun was taken aback. Gu Yinji sighed softly and lowered his voice. Last night the Four Seas Escort Bureau sent a team on a mission and ran into some fierce bandits coming from the south. The team was scattered. That stuttering junior disciple Song Shi, who had just joined the inner door, was brutally killed by a flurry of blades while trying to protect the main family. He paused, his expression complicated. The clever Zhao Peng also had his Achilles tendon cut. Though he survived, his skills and leg were utterly ruined. Lu Xun fell silent. Song Shi, the one who had desperately cried out for survival in the arena, believing he was finally leaping through the dragon's gate, had not anticipated that this very gate concealed a bottomless cliff. Zhao Peng, who was adept at schemes and knew how to protect himself, ended up in a state of disability in the face of absolute violence. Indeed, this perilous path of martial arts is paid for with lives. Lu Xun sighed, inwardly grateful that he hadn't chosen to go to the Four Seas Escort Bureau, a place rife with internal strife and heavy hostility. Going with the Gu family business on the water route may not be peaceful either, but Gu Yinji was righteous and generous. In this world where lives are at stake, one must at least follow a decent master. In this cannibalistic, chaotic era, there was no room for even a sliver of luck. Creak! The door to the main hall opened. Xiongyu walked out from inside, directly approaching the crowd, and cupping his hands towards Lu Xun. Junior brother Lu, the master is in the back hall drinking tea, and he asked you to come in alone. The laughter in the courtyard instantly ceased. Being called into the back hall by the master was a privilege reserved for disciples who were truly valued at the Iron Arm Martial. Lu Xun nodded to everyone, adjusted his clothing, and strode into the main hall. In the quiet rear hall, the fragrance of tea wafted gently. Yin Taichao leaned back in a carved armchair, holding a purple clay teapot in his hands, his sharp eagle-like old eyes scanning Lu Xun up and down for a long time. Only when Lu Xun felt the air around him grow slightly heavy did Yin Taichao slowly withdraw his gaze. Not bad. Sturdy bones, vigorous blood, and sinews taut as bowstrings. Yin Taichiao nodded slightly, his voice betraying little emotion. That bloody battle on the river. It was an excellent whetstone. To have touched the threshold of the late stage of strength training at 30, your physical foundation is much sturdier than I initially judged. All thanks to Master's guidance, though I was merely fortunate. Lu Zhen clasped his fists, neither arrogant nor impatient. On the path of martial arts there is no luck. Only true gold refined through the fire of life. Yin Taichiao took a sip of hot tea, set down the pot, and leaned forward slightly, his expression turning solemn. Now that you are at the late stage of strength training, you must no longer be fixated on brute force. Let me ask you, do you know what exactly is the threshold between the late stage of strength training and the explicit force? Lu Zhen's expression tightened, and he spoke respectfully. Please enlighten me, Master. Strength training cultivates the skin, flesh, sinews, and bones. Yin Taichiao pointed to his own chest and abdomen. But this is all external strengthening. To truly step into explicit force, you must achieve internal strengthening. You must infuse your formidable blood and qi into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, making your organs as strong as steel, so that even your breath produces the thunderous roar of tigers and leopards. Only when your internal organs are robust, pumping blood like a bellows, can your blood and qi become inexhaustible, ultimately condensing into a single integrated force that bursts forth from the body. This is called explicit force. With that, Yin Taichiao shifted his tone, fixing his gaze on Lu Zhen. But strengthening the internal organs is as difficult as scaling the heavens. It is defying fate itself. For us, martial artists, 30 is a crucial milestone. Before 30, your blood and qi are at their peak, making it the best time to penetrate the organs. After 30, the peak passes and declines, blood and qi gradually wane, making breakthrough exponentially harder. By 40, the organs begin to age, and all hope of achieving explicit force is lost. Yin Taichiao looked at Lu Zhen and sighed. You are exactly 30 this year. You have barely grasped this last thread of hope. Whether you can cross it depends on your fortune and fierce determination in the coming years. Lu Zhen's heart shuddered. No wonder 30 is a watershed in the martial world. The root lies in the rise and decline of blood, qi, and organs. I will remember this, Master. Yin Taichiao leaned back into his chair. Since you are already at the late stage of strength training, the school will not treat you unfairly. Starting next month, your monthly stipend in the inner courtyard will be raised to 20 silver dollars. The blood qi decoction taken every 10 days will be replaced with a higher grade tiger bone strengthening powder. You may also freely borrow from the school's armory and internal cultivation manuals. Yin Taichiao waved his hand. Go. While your blood and qi have not yet declined, don't let up. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Lu Zhen gave a deep bow with clasped fists, then turned and exited the rear hall. With a creak, the heavy carved wooden door slowly closed, completely shutting out the noise of the front courtyard. In the quiet rear hall, only Yin Taichiao remained. He picked up the well-polished purple clay teapot, but did not bring it to his lips for a long time. He simply stared in the direction Lu Zhen had left, remaining silent for a while. After a long moment, a barely audible sigh echoed in the hall. Crippled for over a decade, ultimately wasted years. Yin Taichiao shook his head, a hint of regret flashing in his cloudy old eyes. If Lu Zhen had possessed such a terrifying foundation of late stage of strength training and 1,000-gene single-arm strength in his early 20s, he would undoubtedly be the most exceptional talent the Iron Arm Martial Arts School had seen in a century. Even if it meant exhausting the school's resources, he would have pushed Lu Zhen to the realm of explicit force and passed on his legacy. But unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Having only just touched the threshold of the late stage at 30, his blood and qi had already set and would soon begin to decline. At this point, attempting to achieve internal organ strengthening and cross the chasm-like threshold of explicit force was nothing short of dreaming. Furthermore, although Lu Zhen's 4-strike iron thread fist was impressive, it was still a step behind Zhang Lei's already 5-strike martial talent. On the path of martial arts, one step slow means every step slow. Enough. Yin Taichiao drained the cold tea. The school's future ultimately depends on that boy Zhang Lei. Yangqing Concession. By the Huangpu River, a Western-style mansion deep in the French Concession. Its interior was lavishly furnished, but at this moment it was filled with a suffocating air of murderous tension. The report of the failed ambush at Luohan Gorge and the annihilation of the entire force had arrived here. With a bang, an expensive crystal goblet was crushed. Crimson wine mixed with blood dripped from a hand as thick as a bear's paw onto the pure wool carpet. My son just died on the river. The man who spoke was extremely burly, his bare torso covered with crisscrossing knife scars, and the snarling black dragon tattoo on his chest seemed as ferocious as a living creature. This was the chief of the Black Dragon River Bandits, Duan Hai, known as the river-churning flood dragon. An uncontrollable surge of violent blood and qi characteristic of the middle stage of explicit force erupted from his body, swirling like a tangible force through the spacious hall, pressing the surrounding servants to their knees, collapsing them onto the floor. Sitting on the sofa opposite him was Shun Wanlin, the current patriarch of the Shen family. This business titan of the early stage of explicit force wore an equally dark expression. Chief Duan calmed down. Shen Wanlin clutched a string of red sandalwood prayer beads tightly. That old fox Gu Wanshan used empty boats as bait, and my Shun family's trained assassins were also wiped out. This debt the Shen family will also settle. I'm going to raise his Tongjiang Merchant Guild's headquarters right now. Duan Hai's eyes were bloodshot like a ferocious beast ready to devour. No matter how rich the Gu family is, they are just merchants. They'll gather the brothers from the water stronghold, twist off that old scoundrel Gu Wanshan's head, and offer it to my sons. Just then the sound of heavy rhythmic footsteps came from the spiral staircase on the second floor of the mansion. The pupils of Duan Hai and Shun Wanlin contracted sharply as they turned to look. The newcomer wore a crisp Japanese military officer's uniform, tall leather boots, and a face as cold and sharp as carved stone. The security chief of the Yangqing concession, Fujita Shoichi. His most striking feature was his right arm completely replaced by metal, a high-grade Type B steam battle mech glowing with a dark gold luster. The restrained yet abyss-like terror of his blood and chi at the late stage of explicit force completely suppressed the violent aura of Duan Hai in the hall. Coupled with that battle mech, his combat prowess was unfathomable. Raise the Gu family. Fujita Shoichi looked down at Duan Hai. Chief Duan, quite the display of power. Duan Hai gritted his teeth, forcing down his rage. Chief Fujita, my son died tragically. If I don't avenge this, how can the Black Dragon Water Stronghold still hold its ground on the river? Foolish. Fujita Shoichi slowly descended the stairs, his battle mech right arm making a soft click. The Gu family is just a grasshopper in autumn, a trivial matter. But now is not the time to move against them. He swept his cold gaze over the two and spat out a few words. The great plan ordered by the Guangdong Army headquarters is the top. If your personal vendetta alerts the enemy and sabotages the army's grand scheme, Fujita Shoichi did not finish his sentence, but those few words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling Duan Hai and Shin Wanlin to the bone. The Guangdong Army. In this 10-mile foreign settlement, you could ignore the police station, but you must never defy those war machines equipped with heavy artillery and Western battle mechs. Duan Hai's blood and chi instantly retracted, and Shun Wanlin broke out in a cold sweat. The two were silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter another word. The plan continues. Stand still. Fujita Shoichi walked to the liquor cabinet, poured a cup of sake, drank it down in one gulp, and said coldly without turning around, once the army's grand plan is complete, the sky over Yangqing will change. A mere Gu family. You can crush it as you please. Understood. Understood. The two gritted their teeth and bowed in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, in a hidden alley outside the mansion, Duan Hai boarded a black Ford sedan. As soon as he closed the door, his face twisted into a demonic mask. He punched the leather seat, bending the steel frame with sheer force. Chief, are we really going to swallow this affront? Duan, who the second-in-command of the Black Dragon River Bandits, turned from the passenger seat. He was also a top-tier bandit at the early stage of explicit force, his eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent. Swallow it. Duan Hai let out a sinister laugh, malice flickering like a viper in his eyes. The Japanese say the Gu family can't be touched for now. I can bear that. But I must find out clearly who killed my son on that boat at Luohun Gorge. Since we can't kill the main Gu family for now, well, first take that bastard who did the deed. He'll collect some blood debt interest first, so he knows what kind of death by 1,000 cuts awaits those who kill my Black Dragon Water Stronghold men. Yes. He'll send men to investigate immediately. Second-in-command Duan Hai's eyes hardened, and he nodded. In the following days, several winter rains fell over Yangqing, the river wind, carrying a damp chill that seeped into the very bones. Outside, undercurrents stirred, but Lu Zhen's days passed with the regularity of a meditating monk. Each day he left before dawn, spending half the day pounding on wooden dummies in the inner courtyard of the Iron Arm Martial Hall. In the evening, he returned to the narrow yard of Pig Cage Lane and stayed indoors. Gu Yinji had sent him a red-scaled precious fish and a century-old wild ginseng, and Lu Zhen did not hold back at all. A martial artist's struggle is for those few years of peak vitality. No matter how precious the items, turning them into strength in one's fists after swallowing them is the foundation of survival. Every night from the cramped kitchen in Pig Cage Lane, a pungent fishy aroma mixed with medicinal fumes would waft out. A large piece of deep red dried fish paired with paper-thin slices of wild ginseng root was boiled fiercely in a clay pot. The resulting thick soup was dark red, viscous like blood. Lu Zhen gulped down the soup and meat together, then relying on the formidable foundation of his LV. Coiling dragon stance, he stood in the rain holding the stance, forcibly kneading the violent medicinal power bit by bit into his flesh, skin, and marrow. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Late at night, Lu Zhen's body was like a steaming basket, white vapor swirling above his head as he slowly withdrew his technique and exhaled. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement, 3 hours of hard training at the Martial Hall, consumed red-scaled precious fish, century-old wild ginseng. Final gain silver $0, martial technique experience 180, a physique experience 120, a general experience 150. He moved his gaze downward to the stats panel. Physique copper skin iron bone LV. 421503000. Looking at the physique experience that had already surpassed the 2000 mark, a trace of emotion flickered in Lu Zhen's eyes. Poor men study, rich men practice martial arts. The ancients were not deceiving me. In these 5 short days, the precious fish and wild ginseng he had consumed, if converted into silver dollars, would amount to at least 1,000. Enough to match a lifetime of pulling a rickshaw for an ordinary laborer. The path of martial arts was simply a bottomless pit that devoured gold. Without this generous payment from the Gu family and the triple bonus from the daily settlement system, no matter how gifted or tough, he was trying to make up for the depletion of his vitality, and break through to Mingjin bright force at the age of 30 was nothing but a fool's dream. Fortunately, I can withstand it. Lu Zhen clenched his fists, feeling the surging vitality that was gradually beginning to penetrate deep into his organs. The next morning, in the inner courtyard of the Iron Arm Martial Hall, the sky was overcast, yet the atmosphere in the yard was fervent. People gathered in small groups, exchanging insights on exerting force. Boom. Suddenly a thunderous sound like a muffled explosion came from the center of the training ground, causing the bluestone slabs beneath everyone's feet to tremble slightly. Everyone stopped in unison and looked toward the sound. They saw Zhang Lei stripped to the waist, his muscles bulging like rocks, thick sinews twitching violently beneath his feet were firmly planted on the ground, and he twisted his hips and waist violently. Whoosh! A fierce straight punch, incomparably powerful, slammed heavily into the iron-wrapped wooden dummy covered in boiled leather before him. Crack, 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 crack. A series of explosive sounds like firecrackers burst in the air. These 6 sharp cracks linked into a line like spring thunder, suddenly breaking the force of the wind, stinging the cheeks of the nearby disciples. 6 resonances. Sinews snapping, bones resonating in unison. This is the state of complete mastery, where force flows freely, and the arm moves as if it were a finger. Several senior brothers at the late stage of strength training were filled with shocked disbelief in their eyes. Iron Wire Fist reached perfection with 6 resonances. Only one last step, like a butterfly breaking from its cocoon, remained to reach the terrifying realm of 7 resonances, breaking the limit. Once the limit was broken, the power of this killing move alone would be enough to establish a sect in this bustling metropolis of 10 miles foreign concessions. Zhang Lei slowly withdrew his fist stance, his chest heaving violently several times, and exhaled a long stream of white breath. He turned around, his eyes filled with malice and arrogance, unashamedly sweeping past the crowd to land directly on the small circle where Gu Yanji and Lu Zhen were. So what if Lu Zhen had stolen the show on the river? So what if he was born with divine strength and could produce 4 resonances? In the face of absolute martial talent, a 30-year-old laborer was nothing more than a mud-legged hick who couldn't stand on the grand stage. Gu Yanji frowned, his face darkening. But Lu Zhen didn't even flicker an eyelid. He was closing his eyes, pondering the faint tremor he had felt deep in his organs while holding the stance last night. What were 6 resonances? What was a provocation compared to crossing the threshold of Mingjin? When a tiger walks, why would it care about the barking of a vicious dog? Good. A fine 6 resonance perfection. The 2 carved wooden doors of the main hall were pushed open with a shove, and Yin Taichiao strode out. The usually calm and unflappable old master, Yin now had a face etched with weather-beaten lines that could not contain ecstatic joy. He even forgot his purple. He walked quickly to Zhang Lei, reached out, and pinched the sinews on Zhang Lei's arm, then laughed uproariously. Good. Zhang Lei, you have not wasted your master's years of... At 27, with Iron Wire Fist perfected to 6 resonances, the legacy of our Iron Arm Martial Hall finally has a true successor. Hearing this, everyone in the inner courtyard was envious, but none could utter a word of objection. Strength is the rule. Yin Taichiao took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Zhang Lei, his voice rising. Xiong Yu, go to the back hall and fetch the rosewood box from my bedside. Shortly after, Xiong Yu hurried over, holding a palm-sized wooden box with ancient carvings. Yin Taichiao personally lifted the lid. An extremely intense, slightly sweet and fishy medicinal aroma instantly filled the entire inner courtyard. The box was lined with bright yellow brocade. In the center lay a dried stick-like vine that was dark red throughout. This is a 300-year-old earth dragon blood vine. Gu Yanji, well-traveled and knowledgeable, snapped his folding fan shut and exclaimed in shock the moment he saw the object. You have good eyes, boy. Yin Taichiao looked at Zhang Lei and said solemnly, this item is a supreme treasure medicine I risked my life to seize when I roamed the martial world back then. Its juice can directly penetrate the 5 organs, strengthen the internal viscera, and replenish organ deficiencies. For a latest-stage strength practitioner trying to enter Mingjin, the hardest barrier is this internal fortification. With this earth dragon blood vine, your 5 organs will be full, and the chance of producing the thunderous roar of tiger and leopard will increase by at least 30%. At these words the courtyard erupted in uproar. 30%. Before the heavenly moat-like threshold of Mingjin, let alone 30%, even a 10% chance was enough to make countless latest-stage strength martial artists fight, to the point of bloodshed, and even turn father against son. Master's great kindness this disciple will repay, even if ground to dust. Zhang Lei trembled with excitement, dropped heavily to one knee, and received the wooden box with both hands. Everyone stared at Zhang Lei, their eyes so red with envy they could almost bleed, but they could only swallow their sour resentment. Yin Taichiao stroked his beard, a flash of complete relief in his eyes. In truth, ever since Lu Zhen broke through on the river displaying astonishing combat power and ferocity, a trace of hesitation had indeed arisen in his heart these past few days. He had treasured this earth dragon bloodvine for over a decade, and had considered whether to give half to Lu Zhen to forge a good connection. But today Zhang Lei's earth-shattering 6 resonances completely dispelled the last shred of doubt in his heart. Lu Zhen at 30, no matter how fierce and capable in battle, had already exhausted his potential. In the end, he was just a fierce general for charging into battle. Whereas Zhang Lei, who had achieved 6 resonance perfection at 27, was the true hidden dragon that could soar to the sky and bear the century-old foundation of the Iron Arm Martial Hall. Treasures belong to the virtuous. In the end, martial arts depends on fate. Yin Taichiao cast a faint sidelong glance at Lu Zhen not far away, and in his heart, he finally closed the book on the matter. In the foreign mansion secretly established by the Black Dragon Waterband in the concession of Yangqing, the hall was eerily silent, filled with a suffocating mix of the strong smell of blood and the scent of cigar smoke. Duan, who the second-in-command of the Black Dragon Waterband, strode in from outside with a pale face. He walked straight to the genuine leather sofa with a bent steel frame, bowed his fists, and said, "The chief has been informed." Duan, who gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with ferocity. On the iron ship at Falling Soul Gorge, it was the personal instructor beside the old master of the Gu family, a Quan, who truly took the life of the young master. At that time, the eldest young master of the Gu family, Gu Yenji, was also on the speedboat, personally commanding the formation. Duan Hai, sitting in the shadows, suddenly opened his eyes wide, bloodshot with horror. Gu Yenji, a Quan. Duan Hai's thick fists crackled as they clenched, the fierce blood energy surging throughout his body. But he did not lose his rationality. Fujita Masakazu's cold warning still echoed in his ears. The Gu family was the local tyrant of Yangqing and an indispensable part of the Guangdong army's grand plan. Gu Yenji was the only heir of the Gu family, and a Quan was Gu Wanshan's right hand. If the two of them were to die at the hands of the Black Dragon Waterband at this stage, it would surely provoke a frenzied crackdown from the Easterners. For the greater good, he could not act against these two main figures right now. Bang! Duan Hai smashed the redwood tea table in front of him with a single slap, with chips flying everywhere. My son's life cannot just be thrown away in the river like that. Duan Hai suddenly raised his head. I heard that on the deck there was a latest Gu family guard who firmly blocked my son's escape route, giving a Quan the opportunity to take action. Yes. Duan, who nodded heavily. That kid is named Lu Zhen, a disciple of the Southern City Iron Arm Martial Arts School. If it weren't for his sudden interference, even if the young master was at a disadvantage, he could still retreat safely using water escape. Good, very good. Duan Hai laughed in rage, his centipede scar twisting on his face as if it were alive. I can't act against Gu Wanshan for now, but I can certainly deal with a muddy-legged kid from a martial arts school. Stand up. He abruptly stood up. Bring the most elite brothers from the hall. Go and take down this kid. Be swift and... Duan Hai's eyes surged with killing intent, deeply bowing his fists. Rest assured, chief. The winter rain pattered on the bluestone slabs of Pig Cage Alley. The cold wind howled, yet it could not penetrate the cramped, broken wooden house deep in the alley. Inside, the stove had already gone cold. However, if someone were to push the door open at this moment, they would be forced to retreat 3 steps by the intense heat within, akin to being scorched by a raging fire. Lu Zhen sat cross-legged on the hardwood bed, his bare upper body drenched in sweat. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, physique copper skin, iron bones, LV. 4240030000. General experience 615 points. Over the past 5 days, he had tirelessly practiced day and night, coupled with his daily consumption of red-scaled treasure fish and 100-year-old mountain ginseng. Under this golden consumption and the system's daily tripling of experience accumulation, his physique experience had finally reached 2,400 points. He was holding in his hand the over 600 points of general experience he had accumulated over these days. Just enough to fill this last gap. Lu Zhen looked at the panel of fiery light bursting from his eyes without a hint of hesitation. Increase points physique. Buzz. 600 points of general experience transformed into a brilliant stream of light instantly injected into the physique section. The progress bar representing LV suddenly filled up and shattered with a loud bang. Physique level increased. Physique chi and blood like a furnace. LV 5000 chi and blood like a furnace. The chi and blood within are vigorous like fire, impervious to cold and heat, with endless vitality. Boom. A terrifying wave of heat, unprecedented in its ferocity, surged from his dantian, sweeping madly through his limbs and bones. The originally dark blue sheen of his copper skin iron bones now faintly shone with a layer of dark red blood light under this horrifying temperature. This was no longer mere flesh and skin toughness, it was the vigorous chi and blood within his body reaching its peak, truly resembling a roaring furnace. The damp chill of the cold rainy night evaporated into white mist the moment it approached within 3 feet of his body, consumed by this overwhelming masculine chi and blood. Meanwhile, a miraculous qualitative change occurred. Lu Zhen had already relied on his dual-door LV4 martial arts to push his body to the absolute limit of the latest strength training. He was merely a step away from Mingjin, lacking only the elusive internal strengthening of organs. At this moment, this LV5 chi and blood like a furnace physique directly bestowed upon him a heaven-defying martial arts talent that could stand out even among thousands. Under this violent and ceaseless wash of chi and blood, the threshold of Mingjin, which had trapped countless martial artists like a heavenly chasm, seemed as fragile as paper. Crack. Boom. The overwhelming chi and blood naturally broke through the constraints of muscles and bones, penetrating into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels like a hot knife through butter. Thump, thump, thump. Internal strengthening of organs. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels rapidly transformed under the nourishment of chi and blood, becoming as strong as steel. His heart pulsed like a steam pump running at full power, compressing an endless stream of internal energy into every inch of his blood vessels. He broke through. At the end of strength training, a single step over was Mingjin. He slowly stood up, feeling this reborn body. For ordinary martial artists entering the early stage of Mingjin, the limit of one arm is 5,000 pounds of force. But Lu Zhen was different. With his LV5 heaven-defying physique, he had forcibly added an additional 2,000 pounds of terrifying enhancement on top of that 5,000 pounds. 7,000 pounds with one arm. Lu Zhen tightened his right fist, casually swinging it towards the void before him. Pa boom. The air let out a mournful cry, as it could not bear the weight, being explosively shattered by this punch. A visible white shockwave burst forth from the fist, transforming into a fierce wind that instantly tore through the paper of the wooden window a distance away. The power surged outward, chi and blood like a storm. Lu Zhen retracted his fist, looking down at his thick-fingered hands, and involuntarily recalled a Quan from the Gu family, who had descended like a divine weapon and shattered the water bandit young master's terrifying strike. That punch had once made him deeply feel his own insignificance and powerlessness. But the punch he had just casually thrown out, whether in pure strength or the dominance of chi and blood, was unexpectedly even greater than that Gu family instructor. 7 or 8 blocks away from Pig Cage Alley, in a hidden foreign villa, the cold rain continued outside, while a precious fireplace burned warmly inside. Duan, who leaned against the velvet sofa, coldly watching the 3 black-clad men standing before him. These 3 were all carefully chosen assassins from the Black Dragon Waterband, all at the latest strength training level, with bloody hands and heavy killing intent. In Pig Cage Alley, the innermost broken wooden house. The target is named Lu Zhen. That kid is just the latest strength training practitioner. You 3 are all top-notch experts among the latest practitioners, and as brothers who have licked blood on the knife's edge for years, the 3 of you joining forces to kill a freshly promoted martial arts mudleg should be more than sufficient. Don't worry, second in command. The leading man said hoarsely, cupping his hands in respect. Go and be clean about it. Duan, who casually waved his hand, watching the 3 push the door into the rainy night, completely dismissing the matter from his mind. 3 ruthless elites going to hunt down a martial artist of the same realm was bound to succeed. He stood up, unbuttoning the collar of his shirt, listening to the faint music from the phonograph in the room upstairs, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he strode up the spiral staircase. There a popular dancer was waiting for him to relieve his pent-up desires. Meanwhile, in Zhulong Alley, inside the cramped, dilapidated plank house, the furnace-like heat of blood and chi gradually subsided. Having successfully stepped into Mingjin, Lu Zhen felt as if a heavy old shell had been shed from his entire body. The most immediate change was his 5 senses. He stood still on the spot, closing his eyes. Drip. Crackle. The drizzling winter rain outside pattered on the gray flagstones and fell on the broken gray tiles. The sound of each water droplet shattering was vividly clear in his ears. Listening to the rustling rain outside the window, a clear and profound enlightenment suddenly flashed through Lu Zhen's mind. A warrior's bloody battle is never limited to the eruption of his own strength and blood chi. It also lies in adapting to and controlling the surrounding world. An eagle striking the sky is the master of the heavens. A tiger roaring in the forest is the king of the dense woods. A crocodile lurking in the shallows excels at ambushing and killing. In the evolution of time, every ferocious beast in the world has its own domain where it dominates. But once they leave their familiar territory, even a fierce tiger on the plains or a flood dragon away from the abyss, their fierce power will be greatly diminished. For warriors, this principle is the same. In the martial world, some boxers have a solid foundation and excel in flat ground clashes. Some are agile in movement and good at leaping through forests. Some have extraordinary water skills and are adept at fighting on rivers. Different situations can sharply increase their combat power or greatly reduce their edge. Lu Zhen's breath gradually merged with the sound of wind and rain outside. But the truly supreme martial arts masters never seek to rigidly depend on a single territory. Instead, they master all circumstances. Adapt to the situation, turning all dangerous predicaments into weapons to aid oneself in defeating the enemy. With this thought thoroughly realized, Lu Zhen felt himself fall into an indescribable state of ethereal emptiness. If he could maintain this mysterious state, he was confident that he could use just one part of his strength to leverage the terrain and deliver 3 parts of lethal damage. Unfortunately, this flash of enlightenment came and went quickly. In just a few breaths, that trace of mystery dissipated like morning dew vanishing without a trace, impossible to capture again. What a pity. Lu Zhen opened his eyes and shook his head inwardly. If I could stabilize this realm, my combat power would skyrocket. If I have the chance in the future, I must consult my master thoroughly. However, although that profound realm had dissipated after this momentary baptism, Lu Zhen's perception of his surroundings had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. At least near this courtyard, he was so familiar with. Suddenly Lu Zhen's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He did not listen or look, but rather appeared. In the bitterly cold winter rain outside, 3 silent shadowy figures materialized out of nowhere. Like infrared detection, the exceptionally vigorous blood and chi of the 3 men, far beyond ordinary people, were like 3 torches in the dark night, extremely dazzling. The newcomers moved with extremely light footsteps, landing silently, no ordinary thieves. Moreover, the direction of these 3 masses of blood and chi was very clear. They were heading straight for his own broken house. Inside the room, Lu Zhen stood quietly behind the door, listening to the rain on the other side of the wall, his deep eyes slowly narrowing. The bitter winter rain washed over Zhulong Alley. 3 figures in black straw capes silently approached the blind corner of the courtyard wall of Lu Zhen's broken plank house. The leader Qi Biao slowly wiped the rain from his face, drew a short blade from his waist, and lowered his hoarse voice. Son Guzi, you have the best light, kung fu. Later sneak in through the side window, and use Singmen nails to seal his eyes and lower body. Han Chuan, you guard the front door to cut off his retreat in case the kid tries to jump over the wall and escape. A flash of cruelty passed through Qi Biao's eyes. Strike fast. The task Second Master Duan ordered must be done cleanly. Remember, once you get in and succeed, if there are any other breathing survivors in the house. His eyes turned cold, and he gestured across his throat. Leave none alive. Sun Guzi and Han Chuan were expressionless, only nodding silently with extreme efficiency. The coordination among the 3 of them was ingrained in their bones. In earlier years, the 3 were nothing but the lowest wandering beggars at the docks of Yanqing. For half a moldy cornbread, they huddled together for warmth, fighting desperately like wild dogs for territory. Thus, they lived by the edge of the knife, stepping over countless bones, and finally reached the later stage of Lianli, becoming elite death warriors feared by all in the Black Dragon Water Village. What great battles hadn't they seen? Killing a mere gym apprentice who had just broken through on the river was in their eyes a trivial task. But just as the 3 exchanged glances and prepared to leap over the wall, boom! A violent gust of wind held out. Before the 3 could react, a black shadow had already shattered the rain curtain, appearing, without warning, less than 3 feet from their faces. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The moment the bitter winter rain approached within 3 feet of this figure, it emitted a hissing sound. The terrifying heat radiating from his body forcibly evaporated the night rain into mist. Force released outward blood and chi like steel. Qi Biao's face, originally full of murderous intent, instantly froze. Blood and chi like steel. Miming martial master. Han Chuan and Sun Guzi were terrified, feeling a chill from their skull to the soles of their feet rushing to their heads. Didn't the intelligence say this kid was just at the threshold of the later stage of Lianli? Such terrifying cultivation, like boiling oil with fire, capable of instantly evaporating winter rain into chi steel. How could it appear in this broken alley? Escape. Fight. Not a single chance. A later stage Lianli practitioner before a true Mingjin martial master is like an ant before an elephant. Touch and be wounded, hit and be dead. Split up. Qi Biao let out a miserable howl, like a desperate ghost cursing wildly in his heart. Duan, who you bastard, you've screwed us over. This is called later stage Lianli. You're sending brothers to their deaths. Qi Biao crazily retreated backward, but he had just darted out 2 steps. Whoosh! Behind him suddenly came a piercing sonic boom of air being overwhelmed. Lu Zhen's expression was cold. He stepped forward, his form following like a shadow, and an iron thread fist carrying 7,000 gene of force and Mingjin Qi's steel slammed directly into Qi Biao's back, without any flourish. Bang! A sound of flesh and skin exploding extremely muffled. Qi Biao's forged back was instantly shattered like a fragile paper lantern. The violent Mingjin directly shook his internal organs into a pool of mud. His corpse flew out more than 10 meters like a tattered sack, landing with a splat in a mud puddle, dying on the spot. On the other side, Han Chuan, who had just climbed the mud wall trying to escape, did not escape either. Lu Zhen didn't even pursue. He casually whipped his leg in the air, exploding the air, and the powerful Qi steel transmitted through the air like an invisible heavy hammer, smashing solidly on a Han Chuan's spine. Crack! Bone shattered. Han Chuan spewed a mouthful of blood, tumbled headfirst off the wall, and fell silent. In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 top-tier later-stage Lianli death warriors like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The remaining third son Guzi had just lifted his foot to flee, but now it was as if his bones had been completely drained. He collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, with a plop. Yellow and white matter instantly soaked his pants, his whole body trembling like a sieve, and he dared not move an inch. Looking at Lu Zhen, who turned around slowly in the rain and mist like a god of death, son Guzi's face was filled with despair. He smashed his head wildly against the ground, mud and blood smearing his face. "Grandfather, spare me. Grandfather, I beg you, spare me." Lu Zhen looked down at him from above, resembling a demon god, exuding a white mist in the rainy night. In the presence of such a formidable killer, he felt as clear as a mirror he was engaged in a life-threatening business. Revealing his employer would undoubtedly lead to his death. Yet if he remained silent, he would be beaten into a puddle of mud immediately. But he did not wish to die, even with a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. He hoped this master would show mercy and let him. It's the second-in-command of Black Dragon Water Village, Duan Hu. Son Guzi trembled like a sieve. Our young master fell at Soul Destruction Gorge, and the big boss was warned by the Easterners not to move against the Gu family openly so. So he sent us 3 to bring your head to sacrifice to the river. Lu Zhen listened expressionless and nodded slightly. Seeing this, son Guzi's tense nerves suddenly relaxed, thinking he had finally gambled right and saved his life. A smile more pitiful than crying appeared on his pale face, and he hurriedly begged for mercy again. "Thank you, grandfather, for sparing my life. I'll leave right now, I'll leave right now." Before he could finish his words, Lu Zhen casually stepped forward. Crack! A chilling sound of bone breaking echoed in the rainy night. Lu Zhen precisely and violently shattered son Guzi's cervical vertebra. The relief and flattery on son Guzi's face instantly froze, and he collapsed like a puddle of mud in the water, his eyes wide open, staring at the night sky, unwilling to close them. The night rain was sorrowful, and the river wind swept through the night sky of Yancheng with a bone-chilling dampness. By the riverside, dark waves rolled. An old man clad in a tattered raincoat, holding a dimly lit windproof lantern, was walking along the muddy river embankment, stepping deep and shallow. "Dong! Dong dong! The weather is dry, be cautious with fire." The old man tapped the bamboo stick in his hand, mumbling unclear shouts while trembling from the cold, secretly cursing the damn weather. With this heavy rain, not even a ghost would want to go out, and yet there's this nonsense. Suddenly, from the high point of the river embankment ahead, came several extremely dull sounds of heavy objects falling. Dong! 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 It was as if 3 heavy burlap sacks filled with fresh pork were effortlessly tossed into the turbulent river. The pale splash of water just barely rose before being completely swallowed by the deep rolling river waves without even a bubble surfacing. The old man was startled, and the wind lantern in his hand swayed violently. In the faint glow, he vaguely saw a towering shadow like an iron tower standing at the edge of the rain curtain. Having walked the night roads of this bustling town for a lifetime, the old man was all too clear about what such a disturbance meant. Revenge and murder in the martial world, feeding fish in the river. He gasped in shock, hurriedly covering the lantern with his sleeve, not daring to breathe loudly, and crawled along the wall by the river embankment to escape this dangerous place. Having completed the disposal of the corpses, Lu Zhen returned home to Pig Cage Alley, stepping through the muddy ground drenched by the cold winter rain. Outside the narrow courtyard, the remaining blood had long been washed away clean by the heavy rain, leaving no trace. Inside, Lu Zhen took off his wet cloth shirt and casually tossed the spoils he had taken from the 3 dead warriors onto the table. There were over a dozen water-stained silver dollars, a few scraps of paper money, and a long sword. Counting roughly, there were barely over 20 silver dollars. Lu Zhen looked at the silver coins on the table and shook his head slightly. 3 top-notch dead warriors in the late stage of physical training, and they only carried such a small amount of loose change. He coldly muttered to himself, "How poor." Sitting in the dimly lit boardroom, Lu Zhen's gaze flickered uncertainly in the darkness. With the death of these 3, the matter is far from over. It is only just beginning. Tonight, these 3 dead warriors were unable to return to report, and Duan, who the second-in-command of Black Dragon Water Village, would soon sense something amiss. His apparent cultivation level was merely in the late stage of physical training. In the eyes of a ruthless thug like Duan, who a mud leg from a martial arts school, even if he relied on his familiarity with the terrain or concealed some Western firearms, managing to counterkill 3 dead warriors was not something extraordinary. Should he fail to strike, the vengeful nature of river bandits would ensure they had even more ruthless follow-ups. With his copper skin and iron bones and the prowess of bright strength, he was naturally unafraid. But he was not alone. In the next room, his younger sister Lu Wan and the seemingly fragile sister Shun were still asleep. If the river bandits could not take him down and instead targeted these 2 defenseless women, that would be the absolute line Lu Zhen could not tolerate. Duan who must die. Lu Zhen's gaze gradually turned as cold and hard as iron. It seemed that actively seeking to kill the second-in-command of Black Dragon Water Village was a foolish act that would easily expose his own cultivation level, but in reality, it was not so. Who exactly was Duan Hu? He was a top-notch thug who had genuinely stepped into the early stage of bright strength. In the perception of Duan Hai, the big boss of Black Dragon Water Village, a dignified master of bright strength, crushing a latest-stage physical training martial artist, was akin to a mountain pressing down on an egg. If Duan Hu were to die outside tonight or mysteriously vanish without a trace, Duan Hai would definitely not direct his suspicions towards a minor character in the late stage of physical training. He would only be filled with uncertainty, suspecting whether it was Gu Wanshan from the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce who set up a trap, or if a hidden master of bright strength in Yangcheng was secretly eating black and taking down the wings of his water village. Killing Duan Hu would instead thoroughly muddy the waters, perfectly allowing this inconspicuous stone of his to be taken out. The probability of exposure would be minuscule. On the contrary, keeping Duan Hu around would make it easier to expose him. Now the only remaining issue was one. Duan Hu was bright strength. So was he. Should he go kill him now? In Lu Zhen's mind, the fleeting moment of enlightenment he experienced while listening to the rain under the eaves flashed through. All things in heaven and earth transform according to the situation. Transforming all dangers and predicaments into tools to aid in overcoming enemies is the true path to achieving the pinnacle of martial arts. He raised his eyes to look outside the window. The cold wind and bitter rain continued, and the thick clouds were torn apart by the night wind, revealing a narrow rift with half of the pale, waning moon already past the zenith. At 3 in the morning, it was the hour of the tiger. On this dark moonlit night, a night of murder and arson. Since this is a perilous situation, it is better to strike first. If not to kill now, then when. Sitting in the shadows, Lu Zhen reached out to wipe his new sword with coarse cloth. The sword was 3 feet and 3 inches long, and had yet to taste blood today. He mentally rehearsed the infiltration route for tonight, retreat strategies, and countermeasures. Clang. The old door was suddenly slammed open by a gust of urgent night wind. A pool of moonlight poured into the room, perfectly illuminating the blade of Lu Zhen's sword. The glimmering edge reflected his cold, indifferent eyes. Looking at himself in the sword's reflection, Lu Zhen directly drew the sword and stepped out of the room. 1,000 plots are not as good as blood-spilling 5 steps. The Yangcheng concession. A fine winter rain like endless threads wrapped the whole western street in a cold, murderous haze. Lu Zhen, dressed in night black, was like an owl merged with darkness, silently crouched in a shadowed corner of the clock tower across the street. He fixed his gaze on the 2-story western mansion with arched windows opposite. This was the secret residence Sun Guzi had spilled, where Duan, who kept a concubine inside the concession. Duan, whose second-in-command of Heilong Shuizhai, was a bona fide early-stage Mingjin expert. At that level, his qi and blood flared like a gale. A single swing of his arm could unleash a terrifying force of 5,000 jin. To ordinary folk of the Jianghu, he would seem an unbeatable demon, yet to Lu Zhen, he was little more than a trifle. Although he himself had only just entered Mingjin, his LV 5 qi and blood ablaze physique had unnaturally raised his ceiling to 7,000 jin for a single arm. A full 2,000 jin of absolute crushing superiority, coupled with an abnormal copper skin iron-bone defense, was the confidence that let him infiltrate the concession alone tonight to hunt. Lu Zhen tilted his head. Through the patter of rain 2 blocks away came a rhythmic clatter of metal and the hiss of high-pressure valves venting. It was the Concession Guard Bureau's mobile patrol. A unit of crack lackeys, each outfitted with steam war exoskeletons forged by Western arsenals. Those gear-driven high-pressure steam iron monsters were armed with Western rapid rifles. Once they tangled with you, trouble would be considerable. This is the foreigner's turf. We must not make a scene that draws the war machines. It must be swift and decisive. Within 3 breaths, life or death must be decided. Lu Zhen drew a deep breath. A ghastly flash of lightning split the night with thunder. Using the thunder as cover, he moved. He traced a blurred afterimage across the air and silently cleared the mansion's towering iron fence. His hands hooked into the mortar like iron claws, and like a giant gecko he bounded onto the second-floor terrace. Inside the bedroom, a gramophone crooned a languid Western melody. Duan, who stood bare-chested, tattoos covering him, having just rolled off a celebrated dancer's pale belly. He threw on a silk robe and reached for a glass of red wine. Suddenly the Mingjin instinct honed by years of blade-edge life made the hairs on his body stand up. A palpably cold, murderous intent pierced the thick glass and fixed upon him. Who? Duan, who roared, immediately driving his early-stage Mingjin to the limit. 5,000 Jin of savage force poured into his right arm as he spun and threw a thunderous cannon punch at the window frame. The glass shattered into 1,000 glittering shards. What met Duan Hu's fist was not a hidden blade, but an iron fist as large as a hand fan wrapped in an even more terrifying chi aura. Lu Zhen smashed through rain and glass the chill of the night wind on him, and with the most brutal, most domineering posture his strike met Duan Hu's cannon fist. Crack! Duan Hus vaunted 5,000 Jin Mingjin under Lu Zhen's unreasonable 7,000 Jin strength, and the absolute compression granted by chi and blood ablaze snapped like brittle deadwood. His right arm's bones burst inch by inch from wrist to elbow, white bone shards pierced flesh, and blood spurted. Duan Hu's pupils shrank as a horrible scream fought to escape. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Zhen's eyes. He turned his fist into a talon like an eagle seizing a rabbit, his left hand swift as lightning clamped Duan Hu's throat and crushed the scream in his windpipe. Using his forward momentum, Lu Zhen snapped his right knee up like a siege hammer and drove it hard into Duan Hu's chest. The knee struck with thunderous weight. Duan Hu's breastbone collapsed instantly. The raging Mingjin chi tore through him and shattered his heart into a pulp. His eyes bulged, filled with unbelieving horror and despair. This fearsome second-in-command of Heilong, Shuizhai, a man who had ruled the Riverlands, uttered no last words. Within 2 breaths, he had been hammered into a corpse. The dancer on the bed, roused and about to scream, had a shard of glass flicked with uncanny precision to her sleep acupoint. Her eyes rolled back, and she slumped onto the bed. Lu Zhen released his grip and let Duan Hu's limp body slide onto the Persian carpet. He was extremely quick, without hesitation rifling through Duan Hu's robes and drawers. Kill and search the corpse, an unwritten law of the Jianghu. In moments he drew out from an inner hidden layer a stack of HSBC bearer notes, 2,000 in value, along with several heavy yellow croakers and a black dragon token symbolizing the second-in-command's rank. Lu Zhen tucked the items into his chest, and without a glance at the body leapt into the rain-soaked night. He came and went like wind, killing without trace. From start to finish it took less than the time of half a teacup. A few minutes later a loud crash tore the night. The mansion's front door was violently kicked open by mechanical force. A squad of concession guards in deep blue uniform steam tanks strapped to their backs stormed up to the second floor with Western rifles. When they kicked open the bedroom door and saw Duan, who lying in a pool of blood, his chest utterly caved in, the pupil behind the visor constricted to a slit. The guard captain's voice trembled. Traces of Mingjin's ki-blood expulsion, he said in a low tone to his men. The dead is the second-in-command of Heilong Shuizhai. One move severed an arm, one strike shattered the heart, pure force compression. News that Heilong Shuizhai's second-in-command had died in the mansion exploded across the Yangqing concession. Along the streets, Western cafes and high tea houses were already filled with comprador agents and dignitaries. They whispered voices, low faces betraying naked astonishment and fear. Did you hear? A Mingjin expert was killed, his breastbone hammered to pieces. Who would have such audacity? Who dares to kill a Mingjin lord in the foreigner's concession? This is a slap in the face to the Imperial Guard. Even the Western war machine patrols couldn't hold the killer. Yangqing may be in for a period of chaos. Rumors sprouted wings and flew across the 10-mile foreign market, leaving the city on edge. At the sealed Western Mansion crime scene, Teng Tianjinyi, chief of the Concession Guard Bureau, and the Ashen Heilong Shuizhai boss, Duan Hai, strode into the ransacked second-floor bedroom. Duan Hai looked at the collapsed, deformed corpse with bloodshot eyes. His violent ki-blood even made the surrounding rain vapor twitch. He crouched, his thick fingers gripping Duan Hu's broken arm, a twitch at his temple. The blade-licking instinct of long years let him see through the trick at a glance. It is Mingjin, and a top-tier fist master. Duan Hai ground his teeth and roared, eyes full of venom. It must be the Gu family. That Aquan from Gu Wanshan's circle. He killed my son, and now he has come to kill my brother. Teng Tianjinyi, standing to one side, spoke coldly. That Aquan is only newly entered into Mingjin. Your brother Duan, who is also early-stage Mingjin. If a real fight had broken out, even if he were defeated, the commotion would have been enough to overturn half the street. Teng's gaze sharp as a blade swept over the shattered glass and the scene that showed only a single move. He said in a cold voice, the Concession Guard Bureau knows the Gu family's guests' whereabouts to the last detail. They did not leave the main hall last night. Whoever could crush Duan, who with one punch leaving him no room to respond, must be at least a mid to latter stage Mingjin fist master of supreme skill. The Gu family does not possess such a figure. Duan Hai was stunned for a moment, his murderous breath faltering. Not the Gu family. Who in this concession would wield such a ruthless hand? Teng's eyes narrowed, a deep dread flickering across them, and he murmured, a fist that reaches the divine, a thunderous kill. Could it be the Shao family? The Xiao family. At that name Duan Hai shivered, as if trodden on his face, blanching in shock. The Xiao family was the true behemoth of the entire concession, the undisputed leading force in Yangcheng's martial world. Not just a single guild, even the Western concession and the great houses of the exotic martial alliance with their top elixirs had to measure themselves before the Xiao family, only then could they stand in rivalry. Duan Hai swallowed, hands and feet gone cold. Rumor had it that within the Xiao household's inner court there were a dozen masters who had mastered Anjin. The old patriarch, secluded for years, was said to have shattered Anjin's threshold long ago, reaching an unfathomable and terrifying realm. More chilling still was the Xiao family's new generation, their golden daughter Xiao Yuqing. Young and already sweeping aside her peers, she had also crossed into the great gate of Anjin, ranking among Yangcheng's for prodigies of the younger generation. At that thought, Ting Tianjingyi and Duan Hai exchanged a glance, both breaking into cold sweat at the appalling possibility. If the Xiao family had truly struck, the nature of the incident would be utterly transformed. The Gu family feud and river bandit grudges would be mere trifles, ants squeaking before such titans. Teng's face grew ashen with gravity. The Guangdong Command, Western powers, Chinese warlords, the global martial alliance. These top forces all schemed in secret, arranging pieces on this worldly chessboard. If last night's assassination was the Xiao family, or any of those top powers making a move, and they were to be dragged into such a vortex, they would be smashed to pieces, left with no tomb. The night rain has just ceased. Lu Zhen quietly returned to Zhulong Alley. He stood before the dilapidated courtyard gate, his gaze sweeping across the low shanties and the wind-blown mud walls surrounding him. This place is a mixed bag of people. Even the night watchman is absent. It can ward off gentlemen, but not the petty thieves and vicious dogs. Although he had killed Duan Hu tonight and thoroughly muddied the waters in this chaotic world, there's no guarantee that other concealed arrows won't strike. He must train his muscles and bones at the martial arts school every day. Leaving Shun Yun and Weiner, two weak women, in this open and unprotected slum is akin to letting a child carry gold through a bustling market. We must move. Lu Zhen touched the thick stack of anonymous checks from HSBC and a few heavy little yellow fish in his pocket. In this chaotic world where life is as cheap as grass, wealthy families are fleeing to the foreign concessions, making properties outside worth less than dirt. Now that he has this windfall, there's no need to endure the torment of fear. The image of his elder sister's home on Omping Street surfaced in his mind. His brother-in-law, the Zhou family, once ran a security bureau and produced several renowned martial artists. Though their family has fallen on hard times and lost its former glory, the area around Omping Street is filled with old martial artists and decent families with neighbors who understand some farming skills. Ordinary ruffians and thieves wouldn't dare to wreak havoc in that area. Its security is 100 times better than Zhulong Alley. Moving there would not only provide peace and safety, but also allow for mutual support with his sister's family. The next morning, Lu Zhen got up early and shared his moving plans with Shun Yun and Lu Wan. Both women were overjoyed. They had long had enough of the harsh days in Zhulong Alley. The three packed some belongings and hired a carriage, heading straight to his sister's house on Omping Street. The Zhou family lives in a standalone courtyard made of blue bricks. As soon as they entered, his sister Lu Fang greeted them with a surprised smile. Hearing the commotion, Grandma Zhou walked out from the main house. Upon seeing Lu Zhen, her previously harsh face instantly softened into a welcoming smile. "Oh, it's really Zhener. Come in quickly, but it's cold outside." Grandma Zhou warmly invited him in while personally pouring hot tea. Her sharp eyes subtly scanned Lu Zhen's black silk inner disciple attire, her overly polite demeanor giving an ear. Had it been half a month ago, when Lu Zhen was still a cripple pulling a rickshaw, she wouldn't have bothered to glance at him. But now it's different. This brother-in-law is a genuine inner disciple of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, earning dozens of dollars a month. In these chaotic times, he is like a living deity who can protect the home. After a brief exchange, Lu Zhen set his cup down and got straight to the point. "Sister, brother-in-law, grandma. I came this time to find a place near Omping Street to settle Weiner and Sister Shin here. The security is good and it's convenient for everyone to move around. Buy a house." Grandma Zhou's heart stirred. She secretly calculated, although Lu Zhen has entered the inner sect, he has only been in for a month at most. No matter how high the monthly fee at the martial arts school is, how much can he really save? He probably has just a few dozen dollars, hoping to buy a place that, even so, being neighbors with an inner disciple is still a profitable deal. "Zhener is quite thoughtful." Grandma Zhou warmly stood up. "I know the landlords around Omping Street. Come, I'll personally take you to have a look." His sister and brother-in-law quickly put on their clothes, and the group headed out. Following Omping Street inward, Grandma Zhou led Lu Zhen to several courtyards. "Zhener, take a look at this back house. Though it's a bit of a side courtyard, it has a tiled roof, and is only priced at $70, making it perfect for young people like you just starting out." Grandma Zhou pointed to a slightly cramped old courtyard that had issues with lighting, endlessly introducing it. Lu Zhen glanced at the low courtyard wall and the narrow alley that lacked space for practice. He frowned slightly and shook his head. "Grandma, it's too small. I need space to train my muscles and practice my techniques." Is there a more spacious place, preferably a standalone courtyard with high walls? Grandma Zhou was taken aback, her heart secretly questioning such big talk. A standalone courtyard would cost $200 to $300. Can you, a newly successful martial artist, afford that? But she still politely said, naturally there are spacious ones. The old Li family's 3-compound house is available for sale, but the price. Let's go take a look. Lu Zhen's expression remained calm. Before long they arrived in front of a grand estate. This is a typical 3-compound house with blue bricks and dark tiles. The walls are about 10 feet high, and the door is a sturdy iron-bound wooden door. Stepping into the courtyard, the ground is paved with flat blue stone slabs, and the courtyard is spacious enough for a horse-drawn carriage to run through. The main room is bright and spacious with side rooms on both sides, and even a small room at the back for storing vegetables. Lu Zhen stepped on the flat blue stone slabs and nodded inwardly. This place is perfect for practicing his footwork and heavy stances. This house is good. Lu Zhen turned to the landlord and asked, what's the asking price? The landlord, seeing Lu Zhen in martial arts attire, didn't dare to inflate the price and smiled. Sir, this house used to belong to a wealthy merchant who is now in a hurry to rent it out for safety, so it's being sold at a low price. If you are sincere, the fixed price is $350, no negotiation. Upon hearing this amount, Lu Fang and her husband gasped. Grandma Zhou secretly pursed her lips, preparing to see Lu Zhen back down from the difficulty, and was about to advise him to choose a cheaper option. However, Lu Zhen didn't even blink. He casually pulled out 4 $100 bank checks from HSBC and handed them over. No change needed. The remaining $50 is for your trouble, and the tea money for going to the police station to transfer the deed. I want the property deed before sunset today. As soon as these words were spoken, the landlord's eyes nearly bulged out, and he thanked him profusely, bending over, as if to touch the ground. Grandma Zhou's smile froze completely. She stared blankly at the light bank checks, her mind buzzing. $350. Even during the Zhou family's prosperous days, they never spent money so freely without blinking. Originally thinking Lu Zhen was merely a poor relative just managing to get by, it turned out his casual display of wealth was 100 times more than her, a lifelong resident of Anping Street. Watching Lu Zhen point out rooms for Shun Yun and Lu Wan in the courtyard, Grandma Zhou felt as if a large handful of unripe green plums had been forcibly stuffed into her throat. So this martial artist, could he possibly be one who prints money? Grandma Zhou bit down on her back teeth, feeling sour inside, and when she looked at her sister Lu Fang, she found her expression had inexplicably softened. The transaction was completed. With the landlord's connections and a handful of cash, the police station completed the transfer of ownership smoothly that evening. Lu Zhen hired 2 carriages bringing his younger sister Lu Wan and Shen Yun, and swiftly moved out of the muddy Zhu Long alley, settling into this 3-compound house on Anping Street. As night fell and the gate was locked, it became a peaceful sanctuary. Here he no longer had to feel restrained like in Zhu Long alley, fearing that a heavy punch or stomp would collapse the dilapidated earthen house. The sturdy courtyard walls, about 10 feet high, completely blocked prying eyes from the outside. Moving into this deep courtyard, no matter how hard he trained his muscles and honed his skills in the future, he was free of worries. Iron Arm Martial Arts School. As soon as Lu Zhen stepped into the inner courtyard, he sensed that the atmosphere today was unusually tense. Ordinarily, the inner disciples practice on their own, but now they all seemed distracted, holding their breaths and gathering at the edge of the training ground. In the center, Zhang Lei stood bare-chested, his muscles taut. His skin bore a strange dark red hue, and the large veins beneath his skin pulsed like green snakes, emanating an extremely hot medicinal energy. This was the residual potency from consuming the 300-year-old earth dragon bloodvine. Who? Zhang Lei's eyes widened, and he exhaled a long breath of white air from his chest like a thunderclap echoing in. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked under the force, his body and waist moving in unison, and his right fist shot forth like a cannonball toward the iron-bound wooden practice dummy. Bang, 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 bang. The series of explosive sounds reverberated through the inner courtyard, the first 6 clear and connected one after another. The final explosive sound was like a thunderclap that could shatter mountains, sending shockwaves that made the weapon racks tremble violently. 7 sounds. The iron-lined fist, 7 sounds breaking the limit. The courtyard fell silent. All inner disciples were filled with astonishment, their eyes reflecting uncontainable shock. Zhang Lei slowly withdrew his fist. Although his energy was still trapped within his flesh and bones, unable to break through the barrier of inner strength with the potency of the precious medicine. With this 7th sound breaking the limit, the lethality of his punch had already reached 70 to 80% of that of a true inner strength martial artist. Within this realm of training, he was undoubtedly invincible. Good, good, good. On the main hall steps, Yin Taichao beamed with excitement, exclaiming 3 good words, and strode down the steps. He did not hide the joy in his eyes, and announced loudly in front of all the inner disciples, "From today onward, Zhang Lei will be the senior brother of our Iron Arm Martial Arts School." Seeing him is like seeing me. From now on, the legacy and reputation of this martial school will rest on his shoulders." The disciples felt a shiver in their hearts and bowed in unison. "We greet senior brother." Zhang Lei stood proudly, relishing the admiration of the crowd. His eyes, filled with hostility, swept over everyone, finally resting on Lu Zhen for a brief moment. Lu Zhen maintained a calm expression as he returned the salute. A limit breaking in the realm of training before a true inner-strength martial artist is merely a more robust ant. Leaving the martial arts school, the atmosphere on the street was starkly different from that of the inner courtyard. Extra! Extra! Several newsboys carrying gray cloth bags darted through the crowded throngs like loaches. Progressive students unite with the Alliance of Extraordinary Warriors at the City Hall. They denounced the authorities' policies. 100,000 students are on strike, demanding the initiation of a new self-strengthening movement. Lu Zhen paused at the street corner, lifting his gaze. In the center of the wide road, a massive parade was flowing like a dragon, blocking the entire main thoroughfare. Leading the way were a group of progressive youths and intellectuals dressed in student uniforms and Zhongshan suits. Surrounding them were numerous well-dressed members of the Alliance of Extraordinary Warriors. Some of these individuals had high-pressure steam weapons attached to their right arms, while others had slit pupils and radiated a frenzied aura from injecting beast blood potions. They held up massive banners with black letters on a white background, and the crowd's fervor surged higher and higher. "The country is weakened to this state, its mountains and rivers fragmented, all due to the authorities' isolationism, unwilling to see the world. Old-fashioned martial arts cling to the past decade and incapable of saving China." Among the parade, a young scholar wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood on a halted vehicle, waving his fist and shouting hoarsely, "Comrades! The foreign ships and cannons have long shattered our national gates, yet we still cling to the outdated methods of centuries past. Those traditional martial artists who exhaust their strength consume the nation's precious medicinal herbs and resources, yet cannot fend off the foreigners. We must resist old-fashioned martial arts. Prohibit the establishment of traditional martial arts schools. Avoid wasting the national treasury." The scholar's voice, amplified by a tin horn, resonated throughout the street. "We strongly demand that all national resources be fully directed towards the research of extraordinary potions and Western weaponry. With the strengths of the West, we shall empower our Huaxia body. This is the only path to a strong nation and preservation of our kind. This is our new self-strengthening movement. Open your eyes to the world. Prohibit traditional martial arts. Promote extraordinary weapons." The deafening slogans surged like turbulent waves, sweeping through the entire 10-mile foreign concession. Many common folk and laborers along the street were swept up by this fervent emotion, raising their arms in agreement. "One newspaper, please." Lu Zhen frowned slightly, took out a copper coin, and casually pulled away a copy of the Shenbao, which exuded a pungent ink smell. Unfolding the newspaper, the bold black letters on the front page struck his eyes like a heavy hammer. "Extraordinary forces threaten the palace. The national government has compromised to a decision on the fate of martial arts will be made in 3 days." Lu Zhen quickly scanned the dense small print. It turned out that today's massive strike by 100,000 students and extraordinary warriors in the foreign city was merely a ripple from a distant storm. The true epicenter of this tumultuous upheaval lay in the capital, thousands of miles away. The newspaper clearly stated General Wu Tianlin of the Beiyang Direct Lu Allied Army has issued a nationwide telegraph yesterday. His army of 50,000 equipped with Western high-pressure weaponry has already gathered in Jili with their military might aimed directly at the capital. Meanwhile, the warlord Zhang from the Fengtian faction stationed outside the pass was also unwilling to back down. The Beast Legion, comprised of 30,000 soldiers injected with advanced beast blood potions, was breaching the coastal defenses, coordinating with the diplomats of the 13 Western nations and the Alliance of Extraordinary Warriors to jointly pressure the national government. These warlords, armed with heavy troops and equipped with formidable ships and extraordinary potions, only made one demand: completely abolish the costly traditional martial arts schools and redirect all martial arts resources and treasury funds to Western weaponry and beast blood refinement. The world trembled and the public was outraged. The authorities were forced to telegraph nationwide, in 3 days a martial arts abolishment conference will be held in the capital to determine the final national policy. In 3 days. Lu Zhen collected his thoughts and turned to walk through the bustling streets back to the newly purchased courtyard house on Anping Street. As he stepped through the thick iron and jujube door, the peaceful and warm atmosphere of the courtyard welcomed him. Creak. Lu Zhen pushed open the sliding door of the main room, only to see his elder sister Lu Feng, who had arrived at some point, pulling Shenyun to sit on the warm kong, whispering something to each other. Shenyun lowered her head, tightly twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Lu Zhen stepped through the threshold, bringing in the cold air from outside. "Elder sister, when did you come?" Hearing Lu Zhen's voice, the two women on the kong jumped as if they had stepped on a cat, especially Shenyun, who suddenly stood up. I went to check the pot in the kitchen." As she passed by Lu Zhen, she stumbled over the threshold in her panic and hurriedly fled from the main room. Lu Zhen looked perplexedly at Shen Yun's retreating figure, turning to his elder sister Lu Feng. Sister, what happened to Xinjie? Is she ill? You practicing martial arts has turned you into a wooden block. Lu Feng rolled her eyes at her brother, but with a smile on her lips, providing no further explanation. She merely stood up and patted her clothing. Well, I just came to see how you were settled in. Since it's final, head back. Your brother-in-law is still waiting for me to cook. Lu Zhen, feeling confused, rubbed his chin and escorted his elder sister out of the courtyard. As night fell and the lights came on, the 8 immortals table in the main hall of the Onping Street residence was set with steaming dishes. Having moved to a new house, and with ample resources, the meals naturally followed suit. There were plenty of large white steamed buns, and the table also held a bowl of tender braised pork. The 3 boxes of red-scaled treasure fish sent by Gu Yanji had already been consumed nearly entirely, leaving only a small amount of remnants. The 300-year-old mountain ginseng had also been completely devoured. It's gone. Lu Zhen frowned slightly. After entering the Mingjin stage, his appetite and need for qi and blood were like an insatiable abyss. Ordinary pork, beef, and mutton could only be transformed into fat and impurities no matter how much he consumed, failing to satisfy the deep-seated internal strengthening consumption of a Mingjin martial artist. Without such extraordinary meats and tonic medicines, his cultivation progress would undoubtedly be exceedingly slow. I need to figure out a way to acquire some precious medicines. Lu Zhen pondered internally. Should he go find Gu Yanji? The Gu family had just lost a batch of manpower, their business routes blocked, and red-scaled treasure fish were already rare. It wouldn't be reasonable to keep taking from them. Should he buy from the black market? Though he had $2,000 seized from Duan, who such rare treasures that could aid in Mingjin cultivation were always scarce in the foreign city, mostly monopolized by large businesses and extraordinary alliances. After dinner, Lu Zhen returned to his own exclusive bedroom. Daily settlement panel opened today's settlement. 3 hours of intensive training at the martial arts school, digestion of remaining medicinal fish dishes. Basic gains $0, professional experience 10, martial skill experience 20, physical experience 20, general experience 20. Triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV. 3 daily reward extra X. 3 final gains $0, professional experience 30, martial skill experience 60, physical experience 60, general experience 60. Lu Zhen shook his head. Without the support of precious medicines, the increase from regular training was indeed somewhat inadequate. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, wealth $1,996 including anonymous bonds, small yellow fish, etc. Current profession shipguard. Level daily settlement LV. 3 185,800 skills, pulling card LV. 3 50,800, rowing LV. 2 1520. Dragon-styled stance LV. 4 510, 3000. Iron wire fist LV. 4 510, 3000. Physical chi and blood like a furnace LV. 5 360100000. General experience 285 points. Lu Zhen stared at the data on the panel, deep in thought. Now that his physique had reached the 5th realm of chi and blood like a furnace, he needed a full 10,000 experience points to advance further. The 2 martial skills had also reached LV4, with a gap of 3,000 points. The less than 300 general experience points he had in hand, if spent now, would be like casting a cow into the sea, not even creating a splash. The cost-effectiveness was simply too low. Good steel should be used on the blade's edge. Lu Zhen made a decision in his heart. This general experience could no longer be squandered on martial skills and physique. It must be diligently saved to push for that daily settlement level. As long as the settlement level rose from LV3 to LV4, the daily doubling of reward bases would naturally increase, which was the true key to benefiting greatly and strengthening the foundation of martial arts. While he was deep in thought, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Soon after, 2 hesitant and soft knocks echoed in the night. Tap tap. Lu Zhen collected his thoughts and calmly said, "Come in." Creak. The heavy carved wooden door was gently pushed open a crack, allowing in a breath of the cool night breeze from the courtyard. Along with the wind came a faint fragrance mixed with the scent of soap and the warmth of a woman's body after bathing. Lu Zhen raised his gaze, his deep eyes suddenly narrowing. It was Shen Yun who entered. But at that moment, she had already shed her coarse and plain widow's attire from daytime. She was only draped in a white nightgown, the satin clinging to her mature and voluptuous form. The neckline of the nightgown was extremely low, faintly revealing a red belly band embroidered with swimming mandarin ducks, the curve of her creamy white skin shimmering under the dim yellow light, exuding an alluring sheen. What was more deadly was that her long hair still bore traces of moisture from her bath, a few strands sticking to her elegant swan neck, radiating an indescribable languor. A lone man and a woman late at night, in such an intensely seductive attire. Lu Zhen's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene earlier when his elder sister Lu Feng had been whispering to her on the comm. The intention behind this display was self-evident. The oil lamp in the room flickered dimly. Shen Yun held a bowl of warm, calming soup, her thin silk nightgown shivering slightly. Really? Jingu, I saw your lamp still lit, so I went to the kitchen to brew you a bowl of soup. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, revealing a strong sense of surprise. Lu Zhen sat on a hard wooden chair, not moving. He quietly watched Shen Yun. It was undeniable that under the light, a beautiful woman, especially a mature one who had lowered her defenses and was open to his advances, was a tremendous temptation for his pure young body, which had just barely stepped into the chi and blood like a furnace realm. However, the sudden heat that had risen in his heart was quickly suppressed by reason. The world was too chaotic. Outside, warlords were in disarray, foreign powers clashed, and within there were water bandits, bullies, and vendettas. Though Lu Zhen had entered the Mingjing stage in front of those truly colossal figures, he was merely a slightly stronger ant. The path of martial arts was like rowing upstream. Any distraction could lead to utter ruin. Such feelings of love and affection were too extravagant and burdensome in this chaotic world where lives were as worthless as grass. He had no mind for such matters at present. Sister Shin, thank you for your trouble. Just put down the soup. It's late and the wind is chilly outside. You should go rest early. The words were polite, but carried a sense of keeping her at arm's length. Shen Yun's hand that held the soup bowl suddenly stiffened. She was not a frivolous woman to begin with, and coming over dressed like this tonight was already the greatest courage she mustered, half pushed by her elder sister Lu Fang. Yet Lu Zhen's indifferent reaction was like a bucket of ice water poured over her head. Oh, okay. Shen Yun forced a smile and gently placed the porcelain bowl at the corner of the table. The hope in her eyes dimmed instantly. After all, as a widow with a deceased husband, being able to eat at the Lu family and have a place to live was already a great kindness. Why should she dare to harbor such unrealistic desires? She bit her lip tightly, her eyes slightly red, not daring to look at Lu Zhen again. Turning around, she lowered her head and hurriedly walked towards the door. The night wind blew in through the crack. It pressed her silk nightgown tightly against her body, outlining her astonishingly curvy waist and hips. The unique fragrance of a mature woman mixed with a hint of sorrow wafted towards Lu Zhen's nose. He watched her slightly trembling the mighty chi and blood that had just been suppressed within him suddenly surged like a flood breaking through a dam. What chaotic world? What martial arts? He was a young man full of vigor, not a muddy clay statue in a temple devoid of emotions. He saw Shen Yun's hand already resting on the door latch. Wait. Lu Zhen suddenly spoke. Shen Yun's body trembled, stopping in front of the door, but not turning back, her shoulders slightly shaking. Is Wainer asleep? Lu Zhen asked, not asking anything else but this single question. The atmosphere in the room changed abruptly in this moment. Shen Yun was taken aback at first, then, as if she realized something, her originally pale neck and earlobes instantly flushed with an astonishing crimson. She is fast asleep. The string of reason snapped. The intense heat of chi and blood like a furnace completely overwhelmed the worries of the chaotic world at that moment. Lu Zhen could no longer hold back. He abruptly stood up. Who? Before Shen Yun could utter a sound of surprise, a pair of hands like iron claws had already seized her curvy waist. Immediately after, Lu Zhen exerted his arms, lifting Shen Yun's long and straight legs with a sudden force. Bang! The wooden door was slammed with a dull thud from the immense power, and then was firmly shut. The beautiful woman was pressed against the doorboard. The fragrant scent filled the room, and the candlelight flickered. The next day, Lu Zhen pushed open the heavy jujube courtyard door, releasing a long breath of white mist. The romantic scene of last night had been blown away by the cold morning wind. He was dressed in a black silk martial arts outfit, hands tucked into his pockets, striding towards the direction of Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. After passing through 2 alleys and walking past a stall selling hot noodle soup, he saw several burly men standing at the entrance of the alley ahead. The leader was a bald man in a gray vest radiating strong chi and blood, his flesh tight, and evidently a master in the late stages of strength. Lu Zhen recognized him. He was Zhao Heihu, a hall master under the Qing Snake Gang in the southern district of Yang City. In the streets of the southern district, all the smoke houses and brothels were under his management. Seeing Lu Zhen approach, Zhao Heihu stopped twirling his iron rod, forcing a smile on his face as he came forward. Lu brother, good morning. Do you have something, Hall Master Zhao? Lu Zhen glanced at him. Zhao Heihu stepped closer, lowering his voice. Lu brother, you shattered the young master of Heilong Water Village with a single strike on the river of Luohan Gorge. Such astonishing skill is too much of a waste in the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. The Gu family business is stingy, only offering some meager silver that barely buys a life. If you are willing to join our Qing Snake Gang, you will receive a 10% profit share from the venues in the southern district. I guarantee it will be more than double what the Gu family offers, and you will not miss out on the high-grade medicinal pills each month. Lu Zhen looked at the grinning Zhao Heihu before him. His recent martial arts resources had indeed run low. The Qi Lin precious fish and old mountain ginseng had been consumed, and he urgently needed to replenish his reserves. More importantly, after entering the Mingjing stage, he faintly sensed the limits of his cultivation. The Panlong stance seemed unable to further enhance the strength of his Mingjing. Although standing in posture every day still allowed for slow increases in strength over time, the fundamental breakthrough that could lead to a qualitative change in qi and blood penetrating into the internal organs had completely stagnated. The limit of the Panlong stance is probably at the strength training stage. Lu Zhen was very clear. Upon reaching the Mingjing stage, to continue advancing, he must acquire more profound internal martial arts techniques and advanced stances. He thought about whether the old Master Yin in the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall had such hidden treasures. If not for the sake of his martial arts future, it wouldn't hurt to switch allegiances to a stronger force. However, this so-called Qing Snake Gang was definitely not a consideration. This gang seemed to flaunt their power in the southern district of Yang City. But when it came to heritage and top combat power, they were not much stronger than the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall or the wealthy Gu family. At most, they were just a gang scraping for scraps in the mud at the bottom. Joining them would only bring trouble that would cling to him like a bad smell, and he would not be able to access higher levels of martial arts techniques. Thank you for your kind offer, Hall Master Zhao. Lu Zhen's expression remained unchanged. However, I have become accustomed to a laid-back life. The days in the martial arts hall are peaceful, and I have no plans to move for the time being. With that, he ignored Zhao Hai's gradually stiffening expression and directly stepped past several men quickly walking towards the street corner. Lu Zhen soon arrived outside the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. He keenly sensed that the atmosphere today was quite unusual. At this hour on ordinary days, the yard should be filled with the dull shouts of those practicing on wooden dummies and lifting stone blocks. But today it was eerily quiet. Several inner disciples huddled together, not practicing their punches, but exchanging complex glances. Under the eaves of the main hall, Yin Tiejiao still sat in his grandmaster chair, holding a purple clay pot. However, his weathered old face was now dark and gloomy, as if it could drip water. His murky old eyes revealed a suppressed fury. In a corner of the training ground, Yin Shanshan, dressed in a tight-fitting training outfit, had a tense expression as she whispered angrily in a small circle. "What is Zhonglei? He ate my family's precious medicine and then turned around to flirt with outsiders. Does he really think our Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall is a stepping stone for others to trample on?" The nearby Dekue and several senior brothers exchanged awkward glances, none daring to speak up. Lu Zhen moved a little closer, his keen hearing quickly picking up on the situation. It turned out that something had happened to Zhonglei. Last night, someone saw him dining with the female disciple of the Bai family from the eastern part of the city at a high-end Western restaurant in the concession area. The Bai family was a major player in the medicinal materials business in Yang City, with a very wealthy background. The young lady of the Bai family was also a strong practitioner in the late stages of strength training, and most importantly, she was an only child. The head of the Bai family had long since made it known that he intended to recruit a son-in-law from the young generation of experts in Yang City to marry into the Bai family. If this were a usual martial artist, it would be a golden opportunity akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. But for Zhonglei it was entirely different. Just as Yin Tiejiao had given him the Earth Dragon Bloodvine, he had treasured for over a decade, viewing him as the successor to his legacy. Zhonglei had turned around to secretly communicate with the Bai family's young lady, who was to be recruited. Having taken the foundation of the martial arts hall, he seemed to harbor intentions of marrying into an external family. This action was indeed difficult to evaluate. Lu Zhen remained silent as he began to warm up. He had not practiced for long when Gu Yinji approached, quietly shaking a folding fan. "Lu, brother," he greeted softly. "Is there something, brother Gu?" Lu Zhen paused his movements. "In the battle at Luohan Gorge, everyone has witnessed your strength, Lu, brother. Your power has increased tremendously, and continuing to risk your life for money is too much of a waste and inappropriate." Gu Yanzi's expression turned more serious. "My father wishes to invite you to our Gu family as a guest elder." Lu Zhen looked at Gu Yanji. He did not beat around the bush, pausing briefly before speaking sincerely. "Brother Gu, I will speak frankly. I have reached a bottleneck in my current realm. What I need is access to internal martial arts techniques that can truly touch upon the Mingjing stage, or even higher realms, as well as a large supply of high-grade medicine." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanji was taken aback for a moment, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. He did not get angry, but nodded appreciatively. "Brother Lu, you are being forthright." Gu Yanji lowered his voice and leaned in closer. "If you truly seek more powerful techniques, there are probably only two types of places in Yang City to consider. One type is the top families in Yang City. They hold absolutely secret manuals that point directly to the dark realm. The other type is some official institute. They have deep roots." Lu Zhen's expression changed slightly. "If I were to go to those places, how would I explain it to Master Yin?" After all, he still held the title of an inner disciple at the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. Gu Yinji laughed softly. He glanced at the grim-faced Yin Tiejiao at the main hall, then looked back at Lu Zhen. "Brother Lu, you are overthinking it. This isn't a problem. You're not Zhonglei." Zhonglei accepted the top-grade medicinal pills given by the master, being predetermined as the successor the nature is different. If he dared to change allegiances, it would be a betrayal to his master and ancestors. Gu Yinji pointed outside with his fan. But you are different. Moreover, if you were to go to those official institutions or other powerful forces, you would strengthen your own abilities while still carrying the name of our Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall. This is also a way to help the hall. Gu Yinji smiled. In the past, our martial arts hall has also produced some formidable senior brothers who went to other influential families. If the master learned of this, he would be overjoyed. Lu Zhen nodded slightly in contemplation upon hearing this. Since the rules of the martial world were thus, he felt completely unrestrained. Water flows downward and people strive to rise. The competition in martial arts is fundamentally a struggle for that fleeting opportunity. At that moment, bang! The two heavy ironclad gates of the inner courtyard were roughly pushed open from outside. The inner disciples who had been whispering immediately fell silent, turning their heads in unison to look. Several figures strode over the high threshold. Leading them was Zhang Lei, who had been absent from the martial arts school for the entire day. However, at this moment he was no longer accompanied by the flattering junior disciples from the school, but followed by a young woman dressed in expensive foreign attire with an arrogant demeanor. Behind the woman followed a middle-aged man in a silk robe and 4 robust guards with bulging temples and vigorous chi and blood. Bai Jingya, the head of the Bai family. Seeing this spectacle under the eaves of the main hall, Yen Tikio's hand, holding the purple clay teapot, suddenly froze. His weather-beaten old face instantly darkened to the extreme, and a biting chill emanated from his murky eyes. Master! Xiong Yu and the other disciples roughly guessed what was happening, their eyes blazing with fury. They all gathered noisily around, Yin Tietjiao glaring at the intruders in the courtyard with united hostility. As Zhang Lei stepped into the inner courtyard facing the piercing gazes from all around, even though he had already reached the 7-strike limit break cultivation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of weakness in his heart. But he still steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and stepped forward. Disciple. Greets, master. Zhang Lei's body was stiff as he mechanically cupped his fists. Yin Taichiao sat in the grand armchair, not even lifting his eyelids. What's the matter coming with such a crowd? Zhang Lei's Adam's apple bobbed violently as he opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word for a long time. Cat got your tongue. Seeing this, the Bai family's young lady Bai Ji raised her slender eyebrows, unceremoniously stepped past Zhang Lei, lifted her chin, and said crisply, Senior brother Zhang Lei has come today to sever ties with the martial arts school. These words caused a deathly silence in the courtyard. Insolent. In front of an elder, what right does a girl like you have to interrupt? Bai Jingye scolded in a low voice, seemingly displeased, but his tone carried no hint of reproach. After reprimanding his daughter, Bai Jingye unhurriedly stepped forward 2 paces and cupped his hands toward Yen Taichiao. Greetings, Master Yen. Yen Taichiao remained seated in his place, silent, letting out an extremely heavy snort. Unfazed, Bai Jingye continued with a forced smile. Master Yen, the marriage of the younger generation should not have caused such estrangement. My daughter and Zhang Lei are deeply in love, and I am quite fond of this young man, intending to take him into the Bai family as a son-in-law. Today I came to settle this wish. Zhang Lei's current foundation is entirely due to Master Yan's cultivation. With that, Bai Jingye waved his hand behind him. Bang! Bang! The 4 guards stepped forward heavily, placing 2 large heavy redwood chests on the bluestone slabs and lifting the lids. One chest was filled with gleaming silver dollars, the other with neatly stacked aged medicinal herbs. A small gift to buy out this master-disciple relationship. I hope Master Yin will grant us the convenience. Yin Taichiao didn't even glance at the 2 chests. He suddenly raised his head, his sharp, eagle-like old eyes staring fixedly at Zhang Lei, demanding word by word. I ask you, is this your intention? Pressed by the overwhelming aura of the veteran Mingjin martial artist, Zhang Lei's heart grew even more timid, and even his calves trembled slightly. But he knew that an arrow once shot cannot be taken back, so he could only stiffen his neck and stubbornly said, Master, Jier and I are of mutual affection. Please, Master, grant us your blessing. Bullshit. Before Yin Taichiao could speak, Yin Shanshan, standing nearby, was already trembling with rage, pointing at Zhang Lei's nose and cursing, what mutual affection? You're clearly coveting the Bai family's immense wealth. Yesterday you just consumed the 300-year-old earth dragon blood vine that my father obtained at the risk of his life, and today you turn around to become the Bai family's Livian son-in-law. You ungrateful traitor who betrays your master. Zhang Lei's face alternated between pale and livid, but he clenched his jaw and remained silent. Yin Taichiao slowly stood up and slammed the purple clay teapot in his hand heavily onto the table. With a crack split open on the bottom of the teapot. He looked down at Zhang Lei, a cold sneer twisting on his lips. I do not permit. Those 3 short words were as firm as a nail driven into iron. The martial arts world has its iron laws. Once a teacher, always a father. If a disciple wishes to establish his own school or switch allegiances, doing so, without the master's approval, is a great taboo condemned by all. The politeness on Bai Jingye's face instantly vanished, and his eyes turned icy cold. since Master Yin is so unreasonable and insists on blocking a young man's future. Bai Jingye flicked his sleeve and said coldly, "Then I will handle it according to the rules of the martial world. In 3 months I will have Zhang Lei deliver you a door-breaking notice." As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the inner courtyard seemed to freeze instantly. Xiongyu stood with his hands on his hips, nose hairs exposed. Door-breaking notice. That is the deathmatch contract in the martial arts world where master and disciple completely sever ties and face off in the arena. The master can either fight in person or assign another inner disciple to take his place. Both sides decide the victor with fists and kicks. The winner takes all, the loser is a villain. When it comes to this point, no matter the outcome, the scene is unsightly to the extreme. The disciple who submits the notice will inevitably bear the infamy of betraying his master and be despised by fellow martial artists, but the master's face is also trampled into the mud. If he unfortunately loses, his reputation is completely ruined, and even the century-old signboard of the martial arts school will be shattered. Such a desperate, allure-nothing move would never be used unless forced into a corner. Lu Zhen stood behind the crowd watching coldly. The Bai family had revealed their true intentions, determined to use a massive amount of precious medicinal resources to forcibly push Zhang Lei to the Mingjin realm within 3 months, so he could challenge Yin Taiqiao in turn. Fists fear the young and strong. Although Yin Taiqiao is a veteran Mingjin, he is old, his qi and blood have declined, and he even has a hidden injury from his early years that left him lame. If he were to be publicly defeated by his most valued disciple on the martial arts arena, that would be more heartbreaking than killing him. Watching Bai Jingye lead Zhang Lei and his party out of the courtyard, without looking back, Lu Zhen knew. The Bai family and Zhang Lei, along with this iron arm martial arts school, would henceforth be locked in a mortal feud. In the inner courtyard, Yin Taiqiao sat in the grand armchair silent. His chest heaved violently. Bang! The cracked purple clay teapot on the table was shattered by his palm tea leaves and mud splattering all over the floor. Without looking at anyone, he flicked his sleeves and stood up, storming toward the back hall with a dark face. His back radiated an anger suppressed to the utmost. "Father!" Yin Shanshan, her eyes re-rimmed, quickly chased after him. The fellow disciples left in the courtyard all had tense faces, unable to utter a word, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing on their hearts. Gu Yinji shook his head slightly. He walked over to Lu Zhen and lowered his voice. "Brother Lu, you should talk to Master about your matter in a few days." He glanced toward the back hall. "Master is still furious. It's not a good time to bring it up now." "I know." Lu Zhen knew that provoking trouble at such a time would be unwise. "He'll go back first and help you compile the background of the major powers in Yanqing, selecting some materials suitable for you to send over." Gu Yinji said seriously. "Thank you, Brother Gu." The two chatted casually for a few words, then took their leave and departed. Leaving the martial arts school. Extra! Extra! As he reached the main road, several newsboys carrying cloth bags ran over, waving newspapers and shouting loudly. The government has issued an order. The ban on martial arts competitions has been set. A 3-year agreement. The battle at Mount Tai. Passers-by on the street stopped to listen. Some martial artists dressed in shorts along with foreign martial artists equipped with Western weapons, and many curious civilians gathered in the streets, discussing fervently. "We have to wait another 3 years. The government has no choice. The foundation of martial arts is too deep. If they were to ban it outright, there would likely be rebellion." The surroundings were chaotic. Lu Zhen took out 2 copper coins and bought a newspaper from a newsboy. Upon unfolding it, he saw the clear black text on a white background on the front page. The government and various military factions and foreign martial forces eventually reached a compromise. They set a deadline: 3 years. 3 years later, all forces from around the world would gather at Mount Tai for a debate. If traditional martial arts wins, the ban will be completely lifted. If martial arts loses, traditional martial arts will be banned entirely, and all martial arts resources will be devoted to the research of foreign martial drugs and Western weapons. Moreover, the newspaper mentioned an additional condition in the corner. During the 3-year buffer period, the various spiritual caverns, previously controlled by traditional martial arts forces, must open a portion of their rights to foreign martial artists and Western weaponry troops. Lu Zhen looked at the printed words on the newspaper, frowning slightly. Spiritual caverns. A hint of confusion flashed in his heart. What exactly were these? He had never even heard of them. Perhaps they were core resources accessible only to the top forces. However, putting that aside, just looking at this agreement, an observant person could see at a glance that this was completely unfavorable to traditional martial arts. It was akin to forcibly cutting off a piece of flesh. It seems that in today's world, traditional martial arts is indeed at an absolute disadvantage. Lu Zhen's expression was somewhat dazed. He folded the newspaper neatly and tucked it into his clothes. Although he had the support of his skills, the path he walked was still traditional martial arts. Under the collapsing nest, how could there be intact eggs? Only 3 years. He could feel his heartbeat quickening slightly. 3 years may sound long, but in the context of martial arts cultivation, it was merely the blink of an eye. It seems he must quicken his pace. Regardless of who wins or loses in the battle at Mount Tai 3 years later, the martial arts that have been passed down for thousands of years cannot be easily banned by a mere piece of paper. Cutting off inheritance is like killing someone's parents. Perhaps what will come 3 years later is not just a result, but true chaos in the world. In chaotic times, no one can be relied upon. 3 years' time. The stronger he becomes, the more secure he will be. Lu Zhen did not waste time, and headed straight back to the Iron Arm Martial Arts School. The atmosphere in the courtyard remained oppressive, with only a few people practicing their strength. During this period, Yin Tiejiao had not shown up. Lu Zhen scanned around, and saw Yin Shanshan sitting on the stone steps. He approached her. "Sister Shanshan, I would like to see Master, please notify him," he said calmly. Yin Shanshan looked up, her gaze somewhat strange. Master has been in a bad mood these days and refuses to see anyone. She didn't understand what Lu Zhen could want from him at this time. However, Lu Zhen was indeed different. At 30 years old, having reached the late stage of strength training along with his astonishing power, he had already become a core figure in the inner circle. After a slight pause, she nodded. "You wait here." Yin Shanshan got up and went to the back hall. Soon she returned and waved to Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen stepped through the main hall and turned into the quiet corridor of the back courtyard. On both sides of the corridor were some ancient weapon racks, and the air was filled with a faint scent of medicinal wine. Passing through the corridor, he arrived at a small square courtyard. In the center of the yard, under an old pine tree, Yin Tiejiao was sitting on a stone. After a few days, he appeared much more haggard. His back was slightly hunched, and the white hair at his temples seemed more pronounced, revealing an undeniable sense of age. Hearing the footsteps, Yin Tiejiao did not raise his head. "What do you want?" His voice was somewhat hoarse. Lu Zhen stood still, not beating around the bush, and spoke directly. "Master, I would like to ask, if the dragon coil stance reaches above the Ming energy level, does it become ineffective?" As soon as the words fell, Yin Tiejiao suddenly raised his head, a flicker of undisguised anger flashing in his murky old eyes. "What?" He scoffed coldly. "Do you think this old man is no longer capable? Are you also considering changing your allegiance? You are overreaching. You haven't even touched the borders of the Ming energy. Is this what you should be asking now?" Lu Zhen remained silent. Facing Yin Tiejiao's anger, he merely slightly lowered his center of gravity, firmly planting his feet on the ground. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying surge of hot blood erupted centered around him. His originally steady breathing immediately transformed into a visible layer of white energy surged around his body. That was the extreme heat within, evaporating the surrounding cold air into mist. The force radiated outward, the blood essence like a fierce gale. Lu Zhen looked at Yin Tiejiao, who was frozen in shock, and spoke with sincerity. "Master, I have already achieved the Ming energy level." Yin Tiejiao sat stiffly on the stone bench. He stared blankly at the visible layer of white energy before him, along with the terrifying heat that seemed almost tangible. It couldn't be wrong. This was Ming energy, and it was an exceptionally vigorous Ming energy. Yin Tiejiao's lips moved, his murky old eyes filled with disbelief. He had watched Lu Zhen rise step by step. How long had it been? From the mid-stage of strength training, to suddenly breaking through to the late stage on the river. Now, without warning, he had directly crossed the seemingly insurmountable threshold of Ming energy. At the age of 30, when the blood essence is already solidified, how could there be such a rapid breakthrough? Good. Good. Very good. Yin Tiejiao suddenly stood up. He instinctively placed his hands on the stone table, repeating several times how good it was, his voice shaking. The anger in his eyes was instantly dispersed by overwhelming joy. The Iron Arm Martial Arts School finally produced a true Ming energy martial master. And at the age of 30, the prime of life. But after, the color drained from Yin Tiejiao's face bit by bit as he thought of Zhang Lei, who had just left in a huff. He thought of how he had given everything to protect the school's inheritance, only to be met with betrayal in the end. He looked at Lu Zhen, who had retracted his energy and returned to calm. "You have achieved Ming energy." Yin Tiejiao's voice was hoarse. "Are you also going to leave?" His body hunched over as if he had aged a decade in an instant. After teaching for half a lifetime, every disciple's wings had hardened and their thoughts had turned wild. Unable to retain people, unable to guard the foundation. This is truly a failure. Lu Zhen looked at the despondent old man before him and gently shook his head. "Master, please do not think too much. If it were a time of peace, then I would naturally stay in this courtyard, taking care of you in your old age and raising the banner of the Iron Arm Martial Arts School, developing it little by little. But now, the situation is dire. The mountains and rivers are shattered. All factions are like wolves and tigers, and the people are... In 3 years there will be the battle at Mount Tai, facing the danger of a ban on traditional martial arts. Underneath a collapsing nest, how can there be intact eggs? In this chaotic world, confining oneself to a corner will ultimately lead to losing even this courtyard." He took a step forward, clasped his hands in respect, and gave a solemn bow to Yin Tiejiao. "I only wish to follow the examples of my previous brothers, to go out and venture forth seeking that thread of higher martial arts opportunity. To stand higher is to live more securely." Lu Zhen raised his head. "But no matter where I go or which faction I belong to, The Iron Arm martial arts school will always be my home. Upon hearing this, Yin Taichiao fell silent for a long moment before finally nodding slowly. You are a man of understanding. Your inquiry about the Panlong stake shows you have sensed the crux. Indeed, the Panlong stake can no longer support cultivation beyond Mingjin. Yin Tikio's voice steadied, regaining a hint of his former demeanor the stage of training strength works on the skin, flesh, sinews, and bones. The Panlong stake can heat your blood and temper your bones. But upon reaching Mingjin, the force must travel to the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, generating an unceasing flow of inner qi. To advance further, a change of technique is necessary. This old man possesses a profound inner cultivation method that directly leads to Injin. He looked at Lu Zhen with a composed expression. But I cannot pass it on to you. That method was obtained during my early travels from a major power. I made a solemn oath and left a blood pact swearing never to transmit it to outsiders. Otherwise, both the martial arts school and you would face utter disaster. Disciple understands. Lu Zhen nodded. He knew well the martial world's rule that techniques were not to be lightly taught. Having understood the matter of techniques, Lu Zhen pondered and then inquired about another topic. Also regarding our martial skill, the Iron Thread Fist with its 7-sound breakthrough limit, can it be further refined? Yin Taichiao stroked the beard on his chin, pondering for a moment. Let me speak first of the Iron Thread Fist. He began slowly. The so-called 6-sound perfection means a martial skill fully unleashing its original power at 100%. The force flows unimpeded, neither an iota more nor less. Breaking the limit means surpassing that 100%. Yin Tikio's expression grew more serious. In the martial world, this transcendent realm is called Li Ji. The 7-sound breakthrough signifies entering the 2nd level of Li Ji. One can unleash 200% of the power. Beyond that lie the 3rd, 4th, and up to the 7th level of Li Ji. A flicker of emotion passed through his eyes. This old man has immersed himself in the fist arts for a lifetime, yet he has barely reached the 3rd level of Li Ji. Lu Zhen murmured to himself, 3rd level. Yin Taichiao glared. What do you mean by only 3rd? The vast majority of martial masters who have cultivated Injin are stuck around the 5th level of Li Ji. If one can train a martial skill to the 7th level of Li Ji, they would be an invincible figure among Injin martial masters. 1 in 10,000 extremely. Lu Zhen closed his mouth, committing these words to memory. Are there further realms beyond? Yin Taichiao instinctively wanted to scold him for aiming too high, having just entered Mingjin, yet daring to look beyond Injin. But the words caught in his throat. Looking at Lu Zhen, who at such a young age had crossed the chasm of Mingjin in an incredibly short time, who could say how far he might go? His momentum deflated, and he spoke softly. I do not know. Legend has it that only by reaching a realm beyond Injin can one truly grasp control over heaven and earth, control over the environment. In the martial world, that realm is called the control realm. Yin Taichiao withdrew his gaze, looking at Lu Zhen. In the lore of Yangqing, the old ancestor of the Shao family is said to have reached this realm. He shook his head and sighed. But at least this master has never seen it in his lifetime. Control realm. Lu Zhen's eyes lowered, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his heart. So that night in the rain, listening to the rain striking the green stones, feeling the convergence of heaven and earth's qi, the mysterious realm he had glimpsed for an instant. Was that the control realm? Unfortunately, that ethereal state came swiftly and faded just as fast. In a mere instant it dissipated like morning dew. He raised his head, looked at Yin Taichiao sitting on the stone stool, and cupped his hands. Thank you for your guidance, master. Yin Taichiao waved his hand and said nothing. Lu Zhen paused briefly, his expression calm. There is one more matter. Speak. Since Zhang Lei has issued the challenge notice. Lu Zhen looked directly into Yin Tikio's eyes, his tone steady. In 3 months your disciple is willing to fight in your stead. Yin Tikio's eyes shot open, his graying brows furrowed tightly. He opened his mouth to rebuke that this old man was not yet too old to lift his fists, but the words got stuck. He looked at Lu Zhen. Those eyes were bright and clear, resolute, radiating an unshakable confidence. A Mingjin martial artist at the age of... Recalling the terrifying furnace-like blood energy that had burst from Lu Zhen moments ago, Yin Tikio's gaze gradually softened. After a long silence, he slowly exhaled a turbid breath and gave a heavy nod. All right. Outside the quiet corridor, Yin Shanshan idly kicked the green stone slabs beneath her feet, occasionally glancing toward the moon gate of the backyard. Suddenly footsteps sounded. Lu Zhen and her father emerged one after the other from the courtyard. Yin Shanshan was stunned, a flicker of puzzlement in her eyes. Her father, who usually wore a tight frown and had been even gloomier these past days, now had most of the shadows between his brows dispelled and seemed in quite a good mood. Reaching the courtyard gate, Lu Zhen stopped, turned to Yin Taichiao, and gave a respectful bow. Then he turned to Yin Shanshan, smiled faintly, and strode toward the outer. Yin Shanshan watched Lu Zhen leave, then turned to look at her father standing on the steps. Filled with curiosity, she sidled up and whispered, Dad, what did Lu Zhen... Yin Taichiao clasped his hands behind his back and said nothing. He simply gazed silently at Lu Zhan's retreating figure, a strange glint flickering in his eyes. Only after Lu Zhan's figure disappeared around the corner did he withdraw his gaze and mutter to himself. Back when I was wandering the world, I often heard storytelling martial artists speak of between the wood and the wild goose the transformation of dragon and serpent. At the time I didn't understand what that meant. Now, he suddenly let out a soft laugh. Huh. Yin Shanshan was utterly bewildered. She scratched her head, full of confusion. Dad, what are you talking about? Yin Taichiao suppressed his smile and turned to his daughter. He gave Yin Shanshan a once-over and casually asked, "You've been spending quite a bit of time with Lu Zhangu Yinji and the other." Yin Shanshan was startled and answered in a low voice, "Yes. Yes. Not bad." Yin Taichiao nodded, turned, and walked slowly toward the back hall with his hands behind his back. Left standing there, Yin Shanshan's cheeks flushed crimson. She had long harbored feelings for that gentle, refined young master of the Gu family, Gu Yinji, who always waved a folding fan. But being a bashful girl, she had never dared to reveal it. Now, hearing her father's sudden remark, she couldn't help lowering her head, subconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart racing. Could it be that Dad knows my feelings? She stood under the eaves, blushing, lost in thought. As Lu Zhan returned to the courtyard on Omping Street, he spotted a black Ford sedan parked at the alley entrance. Beside the car door, Gu Yinji, dressed in a finely tailored long gown, paced back and forth, clutching a thick brown paper envelope. Seeing Lu Zhan, Gu Yinji abruptly halted, his face lit with an unprecedented joy. "Brother Lu." He strode forward quickly. "Brother Gu, coming so late? Urgent matters?" Lu Zhan asked. Gu Yinji took a deep breath, lowering his voice, yet the excitement in his tone was unmistakable. "I've broken through. Latest stage of power refinement." He snapped his folding fan shut and slapped it against his palm. "And I've also compiled the materials you needed. Come tonight at Jufu restaurant, my treat. Let's have a few drinks." Lu Zhan, seeing his exhilaration, nodded slightly. The two took no attendance and drove straight inside a refined private room on the second floor overlooking the street. Once the door closed, the clamor outside and the river breeze were entirely shut out. On the octagonal table lay freshly sliced roast goose, a plate of spiced beef, 2 cold dishes to accompany the wine, and a pot of warmed premium Huadiao wine. Only the two of them were in the room. Gu Yinji personally filled Lu Zhan's cup, raised his own, and drank it down in one go. With the vigor of martial artists, such strong liquor went down like water. Wonderful. His face flushed slightly as he let out a long breath. Lu Zhan took a sip, set down his cup, and fixed his gaze on the brown paper envelope lying on the table. "Everything you asked for Brother Lu is inside," Gu Yinji said, wiping his mouth and pushing the envelope toward him. Lu Zhan untied the string and withdrew a thick stack of letter paper. Under the bright oil lamp in the room, he read silently page after page. The paper was densely covered with exhaustive details on the various powers within Yangqing was vast. Its territory was divided into 4 districts, east, southwest, and north. At the center of these 4 districts lay the heavily guarded inner city. Beyond that, the most prosperous stretch along the river was the foreign concessions. The true overlords of all Yangqing were the 4 great families. Lu Zhan turned page after page. The core of the 4 great families lay not in the outer districts, but entirely within the inner city and the concessions. The materials made it clear in this era and other major cities the Chinese had no foothold in the concessions and were reduced, but Yangqing was different. Chinese forces here were remarkably strong. Here the 4 great families jointly governed the concessions with the foreigners. This was a rule forged through sheer strength and heritage, and even the foreigners dared not act rashly. The 4 great families. Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed. According to the dossier, the 4 families were split into 2 camps. The strongest was the Shao family, a traditional martial arts clan with unfathomable depth. Another traditional martial powerhouse was the Hua family, equally teeming with experts. The remaining 2 were newly risen upstarts, the Zhou family and the Zheng family. These 2 were heterodox martial families that had completely aligned with the Westerners. Relying on high-grade beast blood potions and Western steam-powered war machines, they had muscled their way into the ranks of the 4 great families within just a decade or 2, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Shao and Hua. The room was very quiet. Only the faint rustle of paper as Lu Zhan turned the pages. Gu Yinji held his wine cup, picked up a slice of spiced beef, chewed. The East District we're in now is actually the Shao family's domain. He looked at Lu Zhan, making no attempt to conceal it. To be honest, the Tongjiang Merchant Guild of our Gu family, its ability to run such large businesses on the waterways and in the East District, actually relies on the Shao. Lu Zhan set down the papers. So to climb higher and obtain better martial resources, the best path is to join the Shao. As he spoke, he couldn't help but recall that aloof, unattainable figure, the Shao family prodigy Shao Yujing. Gu Yanzi's smile faded. He put down his cup and straightened his expression. In theory, yes. The Shao family has the deepest foundation and the most resources. But that road is not easy. The Shao family is huge with countless retainers. Brother Lu, though you have innate divine strength and astonishing combat power, in such a colossus you might not be taken seriously. Or rather, they may not truly value you. At best, they'd assign you some mundane guard duty. Better to be the head of a small fowl than the tail of a great ox. Lu Zhen understood this principle. One step slow, and every step lags. If he couldn't get core resources, joining would only waste time. So today I've prepared another path for you, Brother Lu. Gu Yinji leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. The military martial system established by the national government in Yangqing, the Garrison Bureau. His eyes blazed as he stared at Lu Zhen. This place is specifically responsible for handling mutated beasts in the wilderness outside the city and coordinating local troop movements during wartime. It's a perilous domain where you truly risk your life for a future. But the benefits are obvious. A glint of sharpness flashed in Gu Yanzi's eyes. As long as your martial cultivation reaches the latest stage of power refinement, you can take the exam to join. Inside, everything is based on military merit and contributions. As long as you dare to fight and slay enough beasts, you can exchange for profound inner cultivation techniques and aged precious herbs. Extremely fair. Lu Zhen raised the remaining wine in his cup and downed it in one gulp. The liquid burned down his throat like a line of fire. A good place. He set down the cup, his gaze clear, looking at Gu Yinji across from him. But Brother Gu, this place bears the name of the national government's military martial system. Yet in these chaotic times, the national government's decrees can barely reach beyond this 10-mile foreign settlement. At the end of the day, isn't the Garrison Bureau under the control of those few families? Gu Yinji didn't hide it. He nodded inside. Indeed, what was once the national government system has long become an arena for the major powers. The Garrison Bureau in Yangqing. Most of its control is actually in the hands of the Shao and Hua families. He dipped his finger in wine and drew a line on the table. If we join because of the Tongjiang Merchant Guild's background, we'll inevitably be branded as the Shao faction and have to stand with them. That's unavoidable. But this is fundamentally different from becoming a direct retainer of the Shao family. Wearing the skin of the military martial system, you're still a public servant. It leaves some leeway. You don't have to sign a life-bound blood contract. If things change later, it's far easier to withdraw than for a house slave. Lu Zhen understood. He could obtain the most core resources while preserving maximum independence. I understand. Lu Zhen rolled up the brown paper envelope on the table and tucked it securely into his robe. Tomorrow morning, we'll go together. Gu Yinji opened his folding fan and rose with a smile. It's settled. Omping Street was very quiet at night. When Lu Zhen reached the gate of his courtyard house, hearing the sound, Xinyun immediately set down her work and stood up. Since that night, though they hadn't held any formal wedding ceremony in her heart, she was already the lady of the Lu household. Back. She stepped forward, naturally reaching out to help him remove his coat damp with night dew. Had a few drinks with the eldest son of the Gu family and chatted. Lu Zhen replied, "Your boat is chilled through. There's still warm water on the stove. I'll fetch a basin for you to soak your feet." Xinyun moved briskly and went to the kitchen. Soon she came out carrying a wooden basin of steaming water. She tested the temperature with her hand and set it at Lu Zhen's feet. Without any shyness, she even naturally crouched down and reached to remove his cloth shoes, which were speckled with mud. The inner door curtain was lifted. His younger sister Lu Wan poked her head out, her dark eyes darting between the two of them, and she stifled a giggle. "Brother, you're finally back. Sister-in-law was just saying she was worried you might catch a chill from drinking too much outside." Lu Wan called her sister-in-law smoothly, her voice crisp. Hearing the title, Shun Yun's already flushed cheeks turned crimson to her ears. She shot Lu Wan a mock glare. "Naughty girl, you're the one with sharp ears. Go back to bed now." Despite her words, the smile at the corners of her eyes and brows was impossible to hide. Lu Wan stuck out her tongue, tittered, let the curtain fall, and slipped back into the room. Lu Zhen plunged his feet into the scalding hot water. It was blissful. In the deep of night, only a kerosene lamp covered with red gauze illuminated the bedroom. The warm light cast a soft glow. On the bed, Xinyun was already. The satin quilt had slipped off, partially revealing her voluptuous figure. Lu Zhen gently tugged at the corner of the quilt. He carefully concealed the spring light filling the room. Closing his eyes, he let his thoughts sink deep. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement practiced Iron Line Fist for 3 hours, threw punches 10,000 times. Basic earnings: Ocean Coins 0, Professional Experience 0, Martial Skill Experience 60, Physical Experience 10, General Experience 20. Triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV 3. Daily reward X 3. Final gains: Ocean Coins 0, Professional Experience 0, Martial Skill Experience 180, Physical Experience 30, General Experience 60. Without high-grade elixirs or mutated flesh for nourishment, the settlement earnings of an ordinary day seemed rather meager for Lu Zhen, who had already entered the Mingjing. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, realm early Mingjing wealth 1996 ocean coins, including unregistered bonds, small yellow fish, and other estimated value. Current profession: ship guard level daily settlement LV 3, 215,800 skills. Pulling card LV 3, 50,800 sailing LV 2, 1520 coiling dragon post LV 4, 12103000 Iron Line, Fist LV. 4640-3000. Physical Vitality, as Forge LV. 5,590,10000. General Experience 845 points. The limit for Coiling Dragon Post has been reached. This stance used for building strength now that he had entered the Mingjing realm. No matter how hard he practiced, he could not squeeze out a trace of vitality. From now on he only needed to stand for a short, while each morning treating it as a way to stretch his muscles and consolidate his physical strength. More practice would only waste effort. As for the Iron Line Fist, with his current formidable cultivation at the early Mingjing stage, and his extraordinary physique of vitality, as Forge he could unleash 6 resounding strikes with a single punch. If he had enough experience to push this LV4 Iron Line Fist up to level 5, it would achieve 7 resounding strikes. That was the double strength mentioned by Master Yin Taichiao. As long as the panel exists, I can continuously allocate points to this ordinary martial skill without hit. Even the rare 7-fold strength is definitely not the end. This gave him the greatest confidence. However, Lu Zhen knew very well that although the breakthrough of the Iron Line Fist was tempting, he absolutely could not squander the 845 points of general experience he currently held on martial skills. I must prioritize enhancing the level of daily settlement. This is the true core of the panel. As martial arts cultivation progresses, the experience required for techniques and physique becomes massive, like an insatiable bottomless pit. Only by raising the base multiplier of the daily settlement can he generate hundreds or even thousands of experience points each day. This is called sharpening the axe. Does not delay the work of cutting firewood. Currently, at LV3, 215,800. He needed 585 more points to level up. Allocate points. The 845 points of general experience instantly diminished, transforming into an almost imperceptible stream of light that flowed into the progress bar of the settlement level. The progress bar was suddenly filled. The text blurred for a moment before becoming clear again. Level Daily Settlement LV. 40300. Level Privilege Daily Reward X4. The next day, beep, beep beep. 2 somewhat muffled car horn sounds rang out at the end of the alley. Lu Zhen had already gotten up early. At the alley's mouth a black Ford was parked. The window rolled down, revealing Gu Yanzi's face, which wore a gentle smile. He had changed out of his long gown and was wearing a convenient dark gray jacket. Lu brother, get in the car. Gu Yanji waved his hand. You're quite punctual, Gu brother. Lu Zhen strode over, opened the door, and sat in the Inside the car there was a faint scent of leather and tobacco. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the car emitted a low rumble as it slowly drove out of Omping Street, heading towards the inner city. The number of people on the street gradually increased. The steam from breakfast vendors and the laborers pushing carts intertwined, exuding a unique sense of chaos and urgency in troubled times. As the car passed through several blocks, the surrounding buildings grew taller and more imposing. Half an hour later, the car slowly stopped outside a towering gray brick courtyard. Outside the courtyard gate, 2 rows of armed guards stood watch, and searchlights were mounted on the high walls. Above the main gate hung a heavy plaque with white characters on a black background. It read Town Guard Bureau 3rd Division. This foreign city's East Town Guard Bureau has a total of 10 divisions. The one in front of us is the Gu Yanji lowered his voice to inform Lu Zhen. The rules in the Bureau are strict. The lowest level is an ordinary team, 10 people per team, and the squad leader is usually a capable person who has just entered the Mingjing. Above that is the captain, who oversees 3 10-member teams. To be a captain, one must at least be a top figure among those who have just entered the Mingjing or someone in the mid-Mingjing stage. As for the head of a division, that person must not only be a formidable character in the mid-Mingjing, but also possess solid connections. Lu Zhen listened quietly, nodding slightly. Gu Yanji smiled, and continued, however, given the current chaotic world and the rampant mutated beasts outside the city, the Bureau is short-staffed. As long as one's cultivation reaches the late stage of physical training, one can usually join right away. But for us, we must start as ordinary members. Once we display our Mingjing strength in the future, we can naturally be promoted to squad leaders. While they were conversing, the 2 had already stepped over the high threshold. Upon entering the courtyard, a strong atmosphere of military and weaponry. The air was filled not only with the pungent smell of weapon oil, but also a lingering hint of stale blood. This was the murderous aura left by years of battles against beasts outside the city. The courtyard was vast, with the ground's bluestone slabs unevenly trodden. At this moment, several scattered martial artists had gathered in groups, trying their luck to These individuals wore an assortment of clothing highly conspicuous. Some donned the green-fitted attire of the Fiend sect, others wore the coarse cloth shoulder capes of the Black Tiger Hall, and yet others sported the cross-collared long gowns of the Iron Line Pavilion. Various martial arts uniforms and styles from different sects were mixed together in a chaotic manner. In the center of this group of oddly dressed martial artists stood several stone blocks the size of grinding wheels. Red paint marked them with numbers 500 pounds, 800 pounds, and the last one, a terrifying 5,000 pounds, was specifically for testing Mingjing martial artists. Hey, A man dressed in tattered gray shorts turned red in the face, gripping the 500-pound stone lock with all his might, his legs trembling as he barely lifted it an inch off the ground. The attendant responsible for registration coldly waved his hand. Too weak, get lost. Next, a man with a dark face approached the 800-pound stone lock, exerting all his strength, but it merely wobbled, and he couldn't lift it at all. Can't even lift 800 pounds, coming to the town guard bureau to die. Get lost. The attendant rudely chased him away. Zhen stood calmly outside the crowd observing. Not far away on the steps leading to the inner hall, several men from the town guard bureau stood with their arms crossed, coldly watching the disheveled martial artists below. These were ordinary members of the town guard bureau, all dressed in coarse uniforms with a gray base and black edges. On their chests a white line embroidered a fist-sized character guard, and they wore sturdy yellow cowhide belts at their waists. Among the ordinary members in front, the leading man wore a dark patterned black satin uniform, which was not only of excellent material, but also had the cuffs and collar trimmed with bright red silk. Most eye-catching was the guard character on his chest, which was embroidered with intertwining gold and silver threads. This man was named Zhen, who with a sinister gaze and slightly bulging temples, his vitality extremely condensed. He was indeed a squad leader who had just entered the Mingjing, and also a member of the prestigious Zheng family, a rival to the Shao family that supported the Gu family. Captain. Suddenly a lackey dressed in a standard gray and black uniform with a sharp face leaned close to Zheng He's ear and pointed. Look over there, isn't that Gu Yanji, the young master of the Gu family from the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce? The dog raised by the Shao family has come to our 3rd division to scavenge for food. Should we give him a hard time? Zheng, who squinted his eyes looking in that direction with a cold smile. The Town Guard Bureau is a semi-institutional military office. While they recruit based on strength, they also follow rules regarding organization and allocation. No rush. Zheng, who stroked his chin, smirking. Let him exhaust himself trying to pass, and then we can use the excuse of having a full quota to block him. Let this young master take a public loss. This is called acting fairly, and the Shao family won't have grounds to complain. The front runners finished their tests, and it was Gu Yanzi's turn. He took off his jacket and handed it to Zhen, taking a deep breath as he strode to the 800-pound stone lock. Having just broken through to the late stage of physical training a few days ago, his vitality was at its peak. Lift. Gu Yanzi's feet sunk, his body and waist aligned, and he exerted tremendous force with both arms. The heavy stone lock of 800 pounds was steadily lifted off the ground, even raised to waist height, for 3 breaths. What strength! Quite solid indeed. The surrounding scattered martial artists in various uniforms expressed their admiration. With a thud, Gu Yanji set down the stone lock, looking pleased as he brushed off the dust from his hands and walked to the table to register. Just then wait. Zheng, who shook his embroidered dark satin uniform, and along with several subordinates, leisurely walked down the steps, directly blocking the way. The sharp-faced lackey stepped forward, feigning a casual flip through the register on the table. He lifted his head, and with a sarcastic drawl addressed Gu Yanji. Master Gu's strength is indeed commendable, meeting our recruitment criteria. However what? Gu Yanji. Zheng, who walked forward with his hands in his pockets, his eyes brimming with mocking coldness. However, the 3rd subdivision has recently completed its personnel allocation. There are no extra openings for you at the moment. He looked at Gu Yanji, speaking with exaggerated bureaucratic airs. Young Master Gu, these are hard times. Even the landlord's family is running out of grain. Why not trouble yourself to make a few trips to the bureaus in Nanjing or Beijing and try your luck? Zheng, who raised his voice, taunting loudly. Keep running. It'll be good exercise for your chi and blood, ha. The surrounding subordinates, clad in plain gray uniforms, burst into unrestrained laughter. Gu Yanzi's face instantly turned livid. He had lifted the 800 stone lock and met the standard, yet was publicly mocked with the sanctimonious excuse of no openings. This was a blatant humiliation. But he did not strike. This was the Garrison Bureau. The opponent was a Mingjing constable clad in black silk brocade and wearing a copper tiger badge representing the dignity and authority of the military system. If he forcibly acted out, it would be a capital crime of assaulting the military, and not only would he be ruined here, but the Gu family would also fail. Gu Yanji took a deep breath, and the livid color on his face slowly faded. Brother Liu, forget it. The situation is stronger than the man. This is their territory. If we make a scene, we'll be the ones to suffer. Without another glance at the wildly laughing Zheng, who he turned and walked toward the courtyard gate. Let's go try another place. Gu Yanji turned around. He took 2 steps, but found that the person beside him hadn't followed. He looked back. Zhen stood still and shook his head. Brother Gu, there's no need to waste time going elsewhere. Gu Yanzi's face showed astonishment. Zhen did not walk toward the gate. He stepped forward, passing through the crowd, and headed straight to the strength-testing area in the center of the yard. On the steps, the sharp-faced lackey was watching from the steps, and upon seeing this he immediately let out a sneer. What? Your master has bowed his head, and you, a mere servant, still want to stand out. The surrounding constables burst into another round of laughter. Zhen paid no heed. He did not stop his steps. He passed the 500 stone lock. He passed the 800 stone lock. He walked until he reached the very edge of the testing area. Before that massive, dust-covered, terrifying 5,000 boulder that no one ever touched. Zhen stopped. The laughter in the courtyard abruptly ceased. The sneer on the lackey's face froze his mouth agape like a duck with its neck squeezed. Zheng He's arms, which had been crossed over his chest, unconsciously dropped. 5,000 Jin. That was the threshold of a Ming Jin martial master. In this chaotic world, Ming Jin meant a true local power, a privileged class. A powerhouse of this level, once he broke through, his name would instantly spread throughout all of Yanqing. Wherever he went among the various factions, he would be an absolute honored guest. There was no need to go through any recruitment testing process at all, let alone waiting for an opening. As long as a Ming Jin showed up, the garrison bureau would have to squeeze and immediately vacate a constable position in black silk brocade to offer him. Zhen looked down at the boulder. He did not reach out to grip the handles on the stone lock. Instead, he slowly lowered his center of gravity, planting his feet firmly. Without any warning, a scorching, violent, and almost tangible, terrifying surge of qi and blood exploded outward from Zhen as the center cracked. Immediately after, a visible layer of white vapor rose from his body. It was the extreme heat within him vaporizing the surrounding cold air into mist. Blood energy like armor strength released outward. Zhen pressed one hand on the boulder, barely exerting any force. He simply lifted upward casually. Boom. That terrifying 5,000 boulder was actually lifted an inch off the ground by his single hand, emitting a dull roar. In the courtyard, there was only the hissing sound of wind passing through the white vapor. Everyone was stunned. On the steps, the sharp-faced lackey, whose face had been arrogant moments ago, was now as pale as paper with beans-eyed cold sweat streaming down. He had provoked a Ming Jin martial artist. The mockery in Zheng He's eyes had vanished completely. He stared fixedly at the rolling qi armor around Zhen. How is this possible? When did Gu Yanji get such a Ming Jin by his side? How could a powerhouse of this level be willing to follow Gu Yanji and come here to endure such humiliations? Not far away, Gu Yanji stood frozen in place. He was still clutching the jacket he had taken off, staring blankly ahead. He knew of Zhen's achievements at the Fallen Soul Gorge and knew that Zhen was extremely powerful. But he never expected that Zhen had already crossed that chasm. That was Ming Jin. How many geniuses in Yansheng had been trapped at the late stage of strength training, never making any progress in their lives? Zhen, at this age of 30, when one's qi and blood had long been fixed, and breakthrough was least likely, had actually broken through without any warning. The surrounding rogue martial artists, clad in various motley uniforms from different martial arts halls, dared not even breathe. Each of them stared wide-eyed, their gazes filled with utmost reverence. Zhen released his 5 fingers and dropped the boulder. Boom. He turned his head calmly, looking at Zheng, whose face was ugly on the steps. Now, does the 3rd subdivision have an opening? Zheng He's face alternated between green and white, frozen in place, unable to utter a word for a long time. Ha ha ha. Great strength. Splendid martial arts. Suddenly, a hearty laugh came from the direction of the inner hall. Following the laughter, a robust old man with his hands behind his back slowly stepped out from behind the high threshold. The old man was somewhat advanced in age, with graying hair and deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His face appeared extremely kind. However, he wore a dark blue satin military uniform. The character guard on his chest was meticulously embroidered with pure gold thread, gleaming with a heavy cold light in the sunlight. This was the attire of a garrison bureau captain. It was a full rank higher than constables like Zheng Hu. The old man walked down the steps with a chuckle, his gaze passing over Zheng Hu and landing directly on Zhen, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. I was wondering why there was thunder outside today. Turns out our 3rd subdivision has welcomed another Ming Jin grandmaster. He walked up and clasped his hands in salute to Zhen. I am Chun and the captain of this 3rd subdivision. With such astonishing cultivation, young brother, to condescend to come to our turf is the good fortune of the 3rd subdivision. What talk of quotas being full, eh? Having said that, Chun and turned to look at Gu Yanji not far away. Isn't this young Master Gu of the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce? The old man's smile grew even warmer. Young Master Gu has come too. Come, since you're on our own turf, don't stand in the... He waved his hand enthusiastically, beckoning the two. It's just about mealtime. With the young brother having just displayed such earth-shaking skill, he'll play host. Let's go to the private room in our backyard canteen. First to welcome you both, second to discuss the details of your appointment. Please. Zhen retracted his qi and blood, his expression calm. Captain Chun is too kind, please. The 3rd subdivision backyard canteen private room. This place was far quieter than the noise outside. Once the door was closed, only the faint aroma of wine and meat remained in the room. On the square table, 4 or 5 steaming hearty dishes were quickly laid out. The strong liquor was poured, and Chun raised his cup, cheerfully toasting the two. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Yanji held his cup, his gaze still occasionally falling on Zhen. The shock in his eyes had not completely faded even now. Brother Lu, today you truly gave me a fright. He shook his head with a wry smile, his tone full of emotion. A few days ago on the river, I knew you were unmatched in combat, a top expert at the late stage of strength training. But how long? You've silently crossed this chasm that has killed countless people. Gu Yinji raised his cup. Mingjin at 30. With such progress, I Gu am completely convinced today. Lu Zhen's expression remained calm. He raised his cup and clinked with Gu Yinji. Brother Gu flatters me. It was merely a brush with life and death. My chi and blood surged and coincidentally broke through the bottleneck. It's nothing. Ah, young brother, you are being too modest. The captain Chun and sitting opposite laughed and put down his chopsticks. In his murky old eyes there was a sharpness born from years of mingling in the martial world. Ordinary martial artists reach 30, their vitality should have settled by now. It's already impressive if they can maintain their realm without slipping. Chunin looked at Lu Zhen, clicking his tongue in amazement. But little brother, you are different. Just now in the courtyard when you unleashed your vitality, the intensity was as scorching as a furnace, even more fierce than those youngsters in their early 20s. Such a robust foundation cannot simply be brushed off as mere coincidence. The old supervisor raised his cup, a beaming smile on his face. It is indeed a great fortune for our third unit to have a strong ally like you. Come, let this old man toast you once more. After several rounds of drinking, Chun and set down his cup and wiped his mouth. Having drunk enough, we must get to the important matters. He raised his hand, calling over a servant from outside. Oldly, take Brother Lu and young Master Gu to the logistics department to register their tokens and names. Yes. The servant responded respectfully. Lu Zhen and Gu Yinji stood up, clasped their hands in farewell, and followed the servant out of the elegant room. The town guard bureau had a dedicated bathhouse. Inside, steam filled the air and the sound of water splashing echoed. After washing off the dust, Lu Zhen stood bare-chested in front of a modeled half-length mirror. The mirror was slightly yellowed, reflecting a body as solid as iron. During this time he had practiced day and night, consuming vast amounts of precious medicines and mutated fish meat. Additionally, after stepping into the Ming gene stage, the vitality within him had been continuously purging day and night. His previously balanced physique was now bulging with muscle. Muscles rose like rocks, the skin tight, as if wrapped in tough leather, glimmering with a dark blue sheen in the steam. With every breath, a deep rumble reverberated in his chest. His aura was fierce like a dormant tiger. Lu Zhen picked up the clothes from the nearby rack. This was the exclusive uniform of the sergeant. A dark black fabric with subtle patterns, the sleeves bordered in red. He donned the attire, fastening a wide. On the chest, the character shoe was embroidered in intertwined gold and silver threads, subtly reflecting light under the dim lamps, complementing his robust stature and resolute gaze. Standing before the mirror, he exuded an innate aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. Not far away, Gu Yinji had also changed into his uniform and walked over. Having processed the paperwork earlier since they had arrived together, he was directly assigned under Lu Zhen. Let's go and collect our weapons, Lu Zhen said, picking up the crimson copper badge from the table. All right. The two walked in single file down the corridor towards the backyard. Room 6, in the A section of the third unit. Most of the members had their gray uniforms undone, looking lethargic. At the wooden table in the center of the room, a lean young man in his 20s was vigorously wiping a mountain knife with a rag. The blade had been sharpened to a razor-thin edge, gleaming coldly. Monkey, stop wiping it already. A middle-aged man with a face full of pockmarks slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. No matter how shiny the knife is, what's the use? Once out of the city, if we encounter those tough mutated beasts, it'll still be easily shattered with a single slap. Uncle Ma, just hurry up with the knife. If something happens, it might give us an extra chance to survive. The young man, nicknamed Monkey, kept his head down, his eyes glinting with restless ambition. I don't want to spend my whole life at the bottom of this place. If I can seize an opportunity to achieve a great feat and switch to a more profound technique. TCH. Another rotund man scoffed. A great feat. With your little frame, do you think you could even fill the gaps for the beasts outside the city? The rotund man sat up, patting his belly. In this world, staying safe is better than anything. Listen to the older brothers. When patrolling outside the city, just follow behind and get familiar. Take as much silver as you earn, work as much as you can. Exactly, with a wife and kids waiting at home, being alive is the only way to spend money, Uncle Ma chimed in. As they were chatting idly, bang. The wooden door of the room was pushed open forcefully. A panting servant peeked in. Stop sleeping. Everyone perk up. A new sergeant is coming and he'll be here soon. The room fell silent instantly. The few men exchanged glances and straightened their backs. Uncle Ma tapped his smoking pipe, frowning as he asked, a new sergeant? Which faction? What kind of person? I don't know where he came from. The servant wiped his sweat. But he's a master of Ming Jin. Just now in the front yard, he lifted a 1,000-pound stone lock with one hand. He looked unfamiliar and quite young. Young. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the middle-aged men in the room all changed in unison. They had long lost the blood and passion they had when they first entered the bureau. In this grueling world, their spirits had been worn down. Now they just thought about how to safely bring some salary back home. Now suddenly a young and vigorous sergeant parachuted in. Young people are full of fire. He will surely look for opportunities to achieve merit, and there will definitely be trouble. And in a place like the Town Guard Bureau, trouble equates to danger. That means their lives at the bottom must fill the gap. This is going to be troublesome. The rotund man lost his previous composure, muttering with a grim expression. Uncle Ma held his pipe, silently sighing. The higher the rank, the more pressure. Even if they were unwilling, they had no choice. Lu Zhen and Gu Yinji, guided by the servant, first went to the logistics department's administration building. The attic was dimly lit. The air was thick with a strong smell of rust and gun oil. The rules for entering the bureau: first pick up your gear. The one-eyed old man responsible for registration rapped the table. He pointed to a row of weapon racks on the left. These were the weapons for ordinary gray-clad members. All made of refined iron, there were various types of knives, spears, swords, and halberds. These weapons were sharp enough to deal with ordinary people, and were also effective against low-tier mutated beasts outside the city. Gu Yinji stepped forward and chose a saber from the rack. The back of the blade was thick, the blade straight, and it had a substantial weight, perfect for heavy chopping and chaotic battles. Sergeant, right this way, please. The one-eyed old man was obviously much more respectful towards Lu Zhen, leading him to another iron rack deep in the attic. The weapons here were fewer in number, but looked much more refined. The sergeant's weapons were different. Ordinary refined iron simply couldn't withstand the violent vitality and external power of a Ming-Jin martial artist. With a slight infusion of strength, it would break apart. What was given to sergeants were weapons forged with Wujin Qinsha, a special material. This material was exceptionally unique, with excellent toughness, capable of withstanding shocks of tens of thousands of pounds without breaking. Lu Zhen's gaze swept across the iron rack. He paused in front of a long saber, reaching out to grasp its hilt, and slowly drawing it out. There was no blinding cold light. The blade was long and slightly curved, displaying a dark, oppressive gray-black hue. It was extremely heavy. Just this one saber probably weighed around 50 to 60 pounds. But in Lu Zhen's hands, it suited his terrifying strength perfectly. This will do. Lu Zhen sheathed the saber. After selecting the weapon, the one-eyed old man bent down again and took out two thin booklets from a locked cabinet, pushing them in front of Lu Zhen. As an official sergeant, he could also select successful techniques. This was the Town Guard Bureau's assurance of attracting experts. The rules in the Bureau state that newly appointed Ming-Jin sergeants can pick one internal practice and one combat skill. He looked down and opened one to glance. The internal practice was named Sanyang Tana Technique. It was specifically for martial artists who had stepped into Ming-Jin, used to guide vitality into the internal organs. The progress was extremely slow, but it was stable and balanced, making it difficult to make mistakes. The other was a combat skill to be used with the long saber, named Break Army 8 Strikes. Lu Zhen tucked the booklets close to him and picked up the long saber. Let's go. The two exited the administration building and followed the corridor inside, quickly arriving at room 6 in the A section. He pushed open the wooden door. Creak. The room was dimly lit, mixed with the sour stench of poor-quality smoke and foot sweat. Several middle-aged men who had been lounging on the large bunk or sharpening knives at the table looked up at the sound. Upon seeing Lu Zhen in his dark black uniform with red borders, and the shoe character intricately woven in gold and silver on his chest, the few men stood up straight, their expressions tense. Lu Zhen scanned the room. Including the newly joined Gu Yinji, there were a total of 10 people in this room. While the weak and ill were not counted apart from the lively-eyed young man named Monkey, the rest of the veterans exuded a scent. Lu Zhen walked to the table in the center of the room. With the long saber still in its sheath, he slammed it down on the table. The heavy sound made the men's eyelids twitch. My name is Lu Zhen, the new sergeant. I don't care who you followed before, or how you spent your days. Under me there is only one. When we go out of the city and encounter trouble, follow orders. Anyone who disobeys and drags their feet, don't blame me for my blade being merciless. As long as you are obedient, you will receive your due salary and the work you earn. I guarantee you will get back. The old veterans exchanged glances. The rotund man reacted first, forcing a smile and clasping his hands in rest assured, Sergeant. We brothers understand the rules best. Wherever you point, we will go. Uncle Ma and Monkey quickly echoed him. We will absolutely listen to the sergeant. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Their words were clear and loud, but inside they were all skeptical. The rotund man lowered his eyelids, secretly scoffing. Sounds better than it actually is. This young and impetuous Ming-Jin master, relying on his strength, is determined to achieve merit and climb the ranks. When we really encounter high-tier beasts outside the city, won't he just use us bottom-tier folks to fill the gaps and take the brunt? Uncle Ma held his pipe, appearing respectful, but he only sighed inside. Just enduring the days. In this world, living one more day counts as one more day. If we really encounter life-threatening missions in the wilderness, everyone will just oil their feet and run for their lives. Who cares about rules? Lu Zhen observed their expressions and did not expect that a few empty words would make these slippery veterans devoted. He glanced out the window. The sky had darkened. There are no missions today how everyone can disperse. Tomorrow morning gather in the courtyard. A courtyard on Omping Street. Lu Zhen placed the heavy black gold long sword upon the stone table and withdrew the manual titled Three Suns Chi Absorption Art from his chest. Half an hour later he closed the book and sat in silent meditation. Inhale, exhale. Following the method outlined in the slender manual, Lu Zhen abandoned his former coarse breathing rhythm and adopted a new pattern: 3 short breaths, followed by 1 prolonged one, exhaling and inhaling with deliberate slowness. Ever since he had broken through into the bright force realm, his body had burned with a fierce furnace-like kiblood, a wild surging torrent that seemed ready to erupt beyond his skin. Yet now it suddenly stilled as though drawn taut by an invisible thread. The outward radiance of heat drew inward. Thread by thread, scorching kiblood flowed along precise meridians, like silk being unwound from a cocoon, slowly seeping deep into his thoracic and abdominal organs. Gurgle. Within the silent room, a muffled frog-like resonance echoed from Lu Zhen's abdomen. The sensation was akin to parched, cracked earth finally receiving its first spring rain, gentle, life-giving, profound. It truly works. Lu Zhen opened his eyes. The coiling dragon stance cultivated only skin, muscle, sinew, and bone. Once its limits were reached, further progress became impossible. But this internal cultivation method forged the 5 vital organs themselves, generating enduring inner chi, the very celestial ladder ascending beyond the bright force realm. Suppressing the surge of joy within his heart, Lu Zhen seized the black gold long sword from the table. A cool night breeze stirred the air. He had already memorized the 8 cuts of the breaker blade manual. Shing! The blade slid from its scabbard like a pool of autumnal darkness. Though weighing over 50 jin, the sword felt profoundly weighty in his grip. Lu Zhen planted his feet shoulder-width apart, sank his stance low, and slashed forward with explosive force. Woo! The heavy blade cleaved the air, emitting a wailing, ghostly shriek. Without pausing after the first strike, he twisted his waist and hips, harnessing the blade's momentum to deliver a second and third slash in rapid succession. As his blade techniques grew fiercer, his bones and sinews crackled audibly. And then, an intensely familiar sensation washed over him. This sword art emphasized heavy direct cuts, grand sweeping motions. Its fundamental power generation bore an uncanny resemblance to the iron thread fist he had refined to perfection. The iron thread fist trained explosive tension in the tendons, coiling the spine like a great dragon. Power rising from the earth, channeling upward vertebra by vertebra until it erupted from both fists. Now this long sword was merely an extension of his arm. Boom. Lu Zhen slammed both feet onto the bluestone pavement, his back arched like a drawn bow, and the bright force kiblood within him surged like a mountain flood, racing up his spinal dragon straight into his right arm. Power flowed unimpeded, pouring seamlessly from his palm into the black gold blade. Whoom! The sword vibrated violently, carving a visible arc of white chi into the air. One principle mastered, 100 arts understood. So this is it. Lu Zhen lowered the blade and stood still, his chest rising and falling gently as he exhaled a plume of scorching white vapor. At the highest echelons of martial cultivation, the boundary between weapon and bare hand had long since dissolved. Once the core principle of power generation was grasped, any weapon could be wielded with effortless mastery. With clarity dawning in his mind, Lu Zhen sheathed the sword and turned his focus inward. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's summary practice: 3 Suns Chi Absorption Art for 1 hour. Performed 8 cuts of the breaker blade 100 times. Base rewards: silver $0, occupational experience 10, martial technique experience 50, a physical constitution experience 30, universal experience 20. Level bonus: triggered daily settlement level LV. For daily rewards multiplied 4. Final rewards: silver $0, occupational experience 40, a martial technique experience 200, physical constitution experience 120, universal experience 80. Lu Zhen, age 30. Cultivation realm, bright force, initial stage. Daily settlement level LV. 403,000. 3 Suns Chi Absorption Art LV. 412103000. 8 cuts of the breaker blade LV. 48403000. Physical constitution Chi blood like a furnace LV. 57101000. Universal experience 340 points. Lu Zhen's gaze sharpened. On the panel, the coiling dragon stance, once deemed exhausted and obsolete, had vanished entirely, replaced by the newly acquired 3 Suns Chi Absorption. Likewise, the iron thread fist inherited from his former martial academy had been supplanted by the 8 cuts of the breaker blade. Most exhilarating of all, both these advanced new arts and techniques had perfectly inherited the proficiency level of their predecessors. They began instantly at LV. For mastery, the panel's judgment rests upon my martial foundation and muscular memory. This meant he need not endure the grueling beginner's phase others faced when learning a new art, so long as the underlying principles of power generation aligned, and his cultivation foundation remained intact. The roots of his old arts could be seamlessly grafted onto new ones, unleashing astonishing power from the outset. Lu Zhen felt satisfied. He calmed his mind and guided his attention downward across the panel, until it settled upon the most critical line. Physical constitution chi blood, like a furnace LV. 5710100000. He knew while having just entered the Bright Force realm, advancing further, to the Bright Force middle stage, would be agonizingly slow if pursued solely through solitary practice of the Three Suns chi absorption art. Scholars starve, warriors thrive on wealth. At this stage, cultivation demanded not only superior methods, but vast quantities of potent blood-replenishing resources. When consumed, such substances served two vital purposes. First, they transformed into torrents of refined essence, accelerating the birth and growth of inner chi and martial force. Second, they directly nourished the physical body, elevating constitutional strength. Within the panel's logic, physical constitution equated to innate talent and bone quality. The higher the talent, the wider the meridians, and the more formidable the torrent of ki blood they could channel and refine. Even more astonishing, his daily settlement multiplier amplified all gains. Each rare treasure or potent flesh he ingested would yield foundational experience magnified exponentially during nightly settlement. Resources elevated constitution, settlement amplified returns, enhanced constitution, accelerated cultivation, creating a self-reinforcing cycle. Truly 1 + 1 yielded far more than 2. Like a snowball rolling downhill, so long as resources flowed unceasingly, his martial progress would accelerate exponentially, leaving others far behind. Yet the 10th sandpoint cap remains daunting. Lu Zhen studied the physical constitution stat, calculating silently. Reaching the Bright Force middle stage would clearly demand considerable time. Thus his immediate goal crystallized: uniquely and irrevocably acquire resources. Amass as many potent medicinal treasures and nutrient-rich meats as possible. The Garrison Bureau was a perilous crucible where men risked their lives for advancement. Yes, it was dangerous, but opportunity thrived there too. Military merits earned by slaying monstrous beasts were precisely what he needed most now. The night wind grew cooler. Lu Zhen picked up his black gold long sword and walked back toward his chamber. We shall see what assignment awaits me at tomorrow's muster. The next day at the entrance of Anping Street. Tink-tink. To the sharp, grating chime of bells, an electric rail bus, its paint peeling and faded, crept slowly to a halt along the tracks. Lu Zhen wore dark brocade edged in crimson, the heavy black gold long sword hanging at his waist, his expression calm as he stepped aboard. Beside the door, the conductor wore a chipped iron coin box slung around his neck. Lu Zhen casually dropped 2 copper coins into the box, the crisp clang-clang echoing clearly. The carriage was packed with laborers and gaunt commoners heading to work at dawn, thick with the sour tang of sweat and cheap tobacco. Yet the moment Lu Zhen entered, every gaze instinctively locked onto the gold and silver garrison character embroidered upon his chest, then swept over his towering iron-hard frame and the faint chilling aura of slaughter clinging to him. A collective shiver ran through the crowd. They pressed backward en masse, holding their breath, terrified, carving out a wide empty space around Lu Zhen amid the crush. Nearby, a pregnant woman paled, trembling as she gripped her seat and rose unsteadily. She kept her head bowed, refusing even to glance at Lu Zhen, only desperate to surrender her seat. Lu Zhen glanced at her. He said nothing, not a word, and did not move to take the seat. Instead, he grasped the overhead iron rail and stood motionless in the open space. Watching the terrified civilians, heads bowed, bodies rigid, he lowered his eyelids slightly. In this age of chaos, martial might is law. He withdrew his gaze and half-closed his eyes. Using the bus's jerking stow-pango motion, he stood like an immovable mountain, quietly circulating the Three Suns chi absorption art within. Thread by thread, scorching ki blood coursed along his meridians, slowly yet tenaciously nourishing his 5 vital organs. The electric rail bus crawled at a snail's pace. Nearly half an hour passed before it finally halted at the inner district station. Lu Zhen stepped down, exhaling a plume of stale breath. Surveying the relatively empty street, a subtle thought flickered within him. Last time I rode Gu Yanji's automobile here, it was far swifter and smoother. But swiftly he reined in his thoughts. Carriages and vehicles were mere external conveniences, ephemeral possessions. Now, having just entered the Bright Force realm, his utmost priority was refining his martial cultivation with every available moment. As for luxuries and status, those could wait. Stepping forward, he soon arrived outside the large courtyard of the Town Guard Bureau. Inside the courtyard, quite a number of people were already standing. Heavy shouts of exertion mixed with the sharp sound of long blades being sheathed rose and fell in succession. The air was thick with a sense of coldness and murderous intent. Gu Yanji had already changed into a gray uniform with black edges and was waiting in the courtyard. Upon seeing Lu Zhen enter, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. The two stood side by side, waiting for the roll call in the courtyard. Gu Yanji closed his folding fan, lowered his voice, and leaned in to explain the details of this situation. The rule of the Town Guard Bureau is that the public salary for a deputy head is $200 each month. He paused slightly. But this is just the surface amount. The most crucial part is the monthly allocation of 100 pounds of first-grade demon beast meat. This is the hard currency used by martial artists to replenish. Gu Yanji glanced at the high platform where the chief sat, a glimmer of longing in his eyes. If one can endure to reach the position of chief, the benefits would be tremendous. What is allocated would no longer be first-grade goods, but the extremely rare second-grade demon beast meat. Lu Zhen's expression shifted slightly as he began. Gu brother, what grade would the red-scaled treasure fish that the Gu family sent me count as a? He casually asked. That treasure fish is quite rare, but it can only be considered top-tier first grade. Gu Yanji replied frankly. He glanced at the faint heat radiating from Lu Zhen's body and quietly explained. Once you reach the bright strength realm, your body becomes like a furnace. Eating first-grade meat results in most of it being refined by the fiery energy, thus greatly diminishing its effectiveness. Only true second-grade demon beast meat can penetrate the organs and nourish the foundation of bright strength. Gu Yanji lightly tapped his palm with a folding fan. Our Tongjiang Merchant Association actually has underground channels. If Brother Lu is in urgent need, you can spend a fortune to procure some second-grade demon beast meat from the black market. However, the prices in the black market are extremely high. How high? 100 silver dollars can only buy a couple of tails. Lu Zhen fell silent. The money he obtained from Duan, who combined with his original funds barely amounted to just over 2,000 silver dollars. He had thought this would be enough to secure his life. Now calculating it, 2,000 silver dollars would only be sufficient to buy a couple of pounds of second-grade demon beast meat from the black market, barely tasting a sample. The path of martial arts is indeed an insatiable bottomless pit. Lu Zhen shook his head inwardly. Bang! The copper gong in the courtyard sounded, signaling the end of the roll call. The two followed the crowd, passing through the front courtyard and entering the side military affairs pavilion. Inside the pavilion the light was dim. There were no electric lamps, only a few yellow oil lamps hanging. The walls were densely covered with rows of black wooden plaques. Each plaque bore a glaring crimson inscription detailing the bounty on mutated ferocious beasts outside the city, along with the corresponding rewards. Lu Zhen's gaze slowly swept over the plaques, discovering that the rewards for these tasks were quite interesting. To slay the mutated black boar roaming the outskirts of the city. Reward of half a great merit. To eradicate the bandit stronghold at Falling Sunset Ridge. Reward of 1 great merit. Lu Zhen raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to Gu Yanji beside him. Gu brother, what does great merit mean as written on these plaques? Gu Yanji was about to speak when a burst of laughter came from behind the tall counter. The one in charge of military affairs was a frail old man with a bony frame. He had been idly fiddling with an abacus, but upon hearing the sound he looked up and his gaze landed on Lu Zhen's dark uniform with red edges and the guard character woven with gold and silver on his chest. The old man's drooping eyelids instantly lifted, and a very friendly and polite smile spread across his wrinkled face. Oh, this unfamiliar face must be the new deputy head, right? The frail old man quickly stood up, his originally hoarse voice intentionally softened a bit, warmly accommodating. Since you're new here and might not know, let me explain it to you. The old man pointed to the black wooden plaque on the wall, smiling as he explained, our Town Guard Bureau is not like those bureaucratic offices outside that value seniority. If a deputy head wants to rise up and sit in the chief position, merely relying on seniority won't suffice. One must risk their life to fight and earn solid 10 great merits in exchange. The old man paused, then pointed at another stack of gray cover registers beside him, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. As for those ordinary team members in gray uniforms under your command, the Bureau has provided them with a chance as well. As long as they are tough enough to survive in the tasks outside the city and accumulate 10 small merits, they can go to the logistics warehouse to exchange for a top-notch martial. The old man lowered his voice slightly and uttered a few words, 300 years of Earth Dragon Bloodvine. Bang! Gu Yanji's folding fan suddenly froze in midair and his pupils instantly contracted. Earth Dragon Bloodvine. Lu Zhen was equally astonished. He was very familiar with this item. Previously, Yen Tai Xiao from the Iron Arm Martial Arts Hall had offered this rare elixir, which he had once risked his life to obtain to Zhang Lei. This elixir had a high probability of allowing a latest-stage practitioner to break through the barrier of bright strength. This was also the key reason Zhang Lei dared to resort to treachery against his own teacher and cling to the Bai family. Such an astonishing item that could cause various martial arts halls and sects outside to fight over it, even to the point of madness. Yet here in the Town Guard Bureau, it was merely a base item that ordinary team members could exchange for with military merits. Indeed, this official organization is vastly different from private martial arts halls. Their foundation is truly unparalleled. Lu Zhen disregarded the old man's incessant chatter. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping past the densely packed black wooden plaques below. Tasks like clearing wandering beasts or exterminating bandit strongholds did not catch his interest. These trivial tasks offered too little reward, simply insufficient to fill the void of his breakthrough. His gaze traveled upward until it finally fixed. There hung a solitary plaque red as blood. It read Yanglan Official Road. Clear out 1 second-grade mutated beast leader accompanied by over 50 first-grade latest-stage beasts. Bounty 2 great merits. 4 squad members, 2 small merits. All spoils in the journey belong to oneself. The frail old man noticed Lu Zhan's gaze. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly warned. Deputy head this plaque. The old man lowered his voice. This task has been hanging in the bureau for a full half-month, and several teams have dared not. Second-grade beasts are tough and resilient, not to mention accompanied by over 50 latest-stage beasts. Once surrounded, it is extremely perilous. If it were an ordinary situation, he might hesitate. But with the martial ban approaching in 3 years, time waits for no one. Lu Zhan directly extended his hand and snatched that red plaque down. This one will do. Passing through the corridor, he pushed open the wooden door of Class 6. Inside, several old soldiers were lounging, smoking, and passing. Upon seeing Lu Zhan enter, they quickly straightened up. Bang! Lu Zhan maintained a blank expression and directly slammed the red plaque onto the central table. The plaque struck the table, producing a crisp sound. The room instantly fell silent. Tomorrow morning, we leave the city. Head to Yanglan Official Road, Lu Zhan announced calmly. Several men instinctively leaned in for a glance. Just one look. The faces of Big Belly and Old Ma turned pale in an instant. Second-grade leader. Over 50 latest-stage beasts. Big Belly's lips trembled and the fat around his waist quivered. He couldn't help but curse internally. It's over. Indeed. This young and impetuous deputy head, in order to climb up, is determined to use our lives as a stepping stone. Just a few of them in gray uniforms provoking a group of over 50 latest-stage beasts. What difference would that make from sending themselves to their deaths? Old Ma firmly gripped his smoking pipe, keeping his head down and silent. However, in the corner of the common room, the young man, named Monkey, suddenly raised his head. Not only was he unafraid, but his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. He tightly gripped the newly sharpened mountain-cutting knife, his chest heaving violently. This is an opportunity. The only chance in this life to follow a powerful, bright strength expert and fight for a way out. Deputy head. Monkey abruptly stood up, his voice slightly cracking with excitement. I am willing to follow the deputy head into battle tomorrow. Lu Zhan glanced at Monkey and nodded slightly. Then his gaze turned cold, sweeping over the pale-faced Old Ma and Big Belly along with the others. His tone remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable chill. I lead the team to carry out tasks. I do not keep idle people, but I also do not force anyone. Those who are willing to follow will be guaranteed merit and rewards as long as they abide by the rules. I will definitely bring you all back alive. Lu Zhan extended his hand, pointing to the door. If you are afraid of death, take off this gray uniform today, go to logistics, and withdraw from the task, and get out of my room. I won't make things difficult for you. The room was silent as a grave. The old soldiers exchanged glances, no one daring to speak. Lu Zhan picked up the black gold long knife on the table and turned to walk out. Today the shift is ending early. You have a night to consider. Tomorrow morning the city gate will reveal everything. As the sun set in the west, Uncle Ma dragged his heavy steps into a narrow alley. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. The moment he entered the house, a fit of coughing echoed through the room. On an old wooden bed in the corner, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old curled up in a thin blanket, her small face flushed red from coughing. She had 2 little horn-shaped braids, was very thin, but her eyes were exceptionally large and bright. Seeing Uncle Ma come in, she stifled her cough and stretched out her small hand from the blanket. Dad, you're back. Her voice carried a sense of understanding and obedience. One good girl. Uncle Ma quickly walked over and gently patted his daughter's back with his rough hand. On the other side of the room, a woman dressed in a patched coarse cloth garment approached, holding a large bowl made of coarse porcelain. Dear, have some hot food first. The woman, Uncle Ma's wife, looked haggard, but her eyes radiated warmth. The bowl contained steaming plain noodles with a broth so thin that not a trace of oil could be seen, and only a few pitiful vegetable leaves. Wan coughed, struggling to catch her breath, yet still tried to sit up. Dad has been tired all day, eat more. She understandingly pushed the bowl towards Uncle Ma with her small hand and obediently handed him the chopsticks. Looking at his daughter's waxy yellow face, Uncle Ma felt as if his heart had been brutally stabbed. Wan had tuberculosis. The local quack doctors had seen her numerous times, all declaring her untreatable. The only way to save her was to go to the foreign pharmacy in the concession and buy that extremely expensive Western medicine, which had to be taken regularly. But even he, in the late stage of his strength training, found it hard to bear the cost. Uncle Ma picked up the bowl and slurped the noodles into his mouth, his throat feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. Dear, do you have something on your mind today? His wife, sitting by the bed, looked at him with a gentle gaze and asked softly. Uncle Ma paused in his actions. He swallowed the plain noodles and forced out a smile. It's nothing. The station has a new chief, and he's quite generous. Today, he handed out a bonus. That's good, that's good. The woman sighed in relief and turned to fetch a warm towel to wipe the sweat off their daughter's forehead. Night had fallen. The room was too dark to light an oil lamp. Uncle Ma, using a sliver of weak moonlight coming through the window, looked at his wife and daughter, who were sleeping, yet still occasionally furrowing their brows. He raised his hand and touched the thick calluses on his palm and the deep scar on his tiger's mouth. In this chaotic world, he had long lost the desire to rise up, only wanting to make a living. But now he had no way to retreat. Second-tier beast leader. 50 mutated beasts. Uncle Ma clenched the cigarette holder tightly. Following that young new chief out of the city was a matter of life and death. But he had no choice. He'll follow the new chief and fight for this half a year. As long as I don't die, I can exchange my minor achievements for money to save my daughter's life. At that point, I can die in peace. Uncle Ma put down his pipe and wiped his face vigorously. The fatigue of a soldier's life gradually faded from his eyes, replaced by a fierce determination forced to the edge of a cliff. On the other side, in the inner city outside a luxurious mansion, the two large crimson doors were firmly shut. The portly Sun Dafu took off his gray uniform and changed into a long satin robe. He took a deep breath, instinctively plastering a fawning smile on his face, and pushed open the side door. Inside the mansion, the ground was paved with blue bricks adorned with carved beams and painted rafters alongside exquisite rockeries and water features. This was his wife's family home, the place he had married into. Just as he turned past the shadow wall, he saw his mother-in-law and wife cracking sunflower seeds and flipping through account books in the main hall. Seeing him enter, his mother-in-law didn't even lift her eyelids. Oh, look who's back, the useless guard at the gate. His mother-in-law snorted coldly, spitting the sunflower seed shells on the ground. With that stench of sweat and poverty, don't dirty this valuable Persian carpet. His wife, dressed up extravagantly, also rolled her eyes. Wasting days in that broken town's garrison, the meager salary isn't even enough to buy me a box of Western Rouge. What a useless good for nothing. Sun Dafu's facial flesh twitched a couple of times. He lowered his head, saying nothing, like a dog being scolded, forcing a smile, as he hurried through the corridor and into the corner room. Bang! He closed the door. The smile on Sun Dafu's face vanished, completely replaced by an expression of humiliation and anger. He bit his teeth tightly and punched the quilt. He squatted down by the bed and pulled out a dusty wooden box from underneath. Opening the box, he found a thick-backed machete lying inside, the weapon he had used in his youth before he gained weight. Sun Dafu reached out to grasp the handle. The blade had some rust, but it still felt heavy. Earlier today in the barracks, when the new chief named Lu Zhen threw down the crimson wooden board, a faint spark of hope flickered. If he could follow that strong and mighty man into battle, slay the beasts, and earn military merit, he could become a respectable officer. Then he would return in a satin uniform and see if these opportunistic women still dared to mock him. He would slap these people in the face hard. Sun Dafu gripped the knife tightly, his breathing becoming heavy. But in the next instant, an uncontrollable image flashed through his mind. In the wilderness, a giant, mutated black boar as large as a mountain crushed the head of a brother from the town's garrison with a single bite. Brain matter and blood sprayed several feet high, without even a scream escaping. And that terrifying scene where more than 50 beasts with blood-red eyes moving like lightning overwhelmed and tore apart a person. Clang! The thick-backed machete slipped from his hand back into the box. Sun Dafu's face turned pale, and his legs trembled, uncontrollably collapsing onto the ground. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No way. Going outside the city is just seeking death. He gasped for breath, looking at the rusty iron knife in the box, and the last trace of courage in his eyes completely dissipated. A useless person is just a useless person. Better to live poorly than die well. A few words of scolding won't cost me a piece of flesh. Sun Dafu sighed long. He felt like a punctured balloon, completely deflated, reaching out to push the wooden box back under the bed. Tomorrow morning, he would be a coward and go to the logistics department to withdraw from the team. The next morning, in the courtyard, Lu Zhen tightened the black satin around his waist and strapped the heavy black gold long knife to his leather belt. He turned around, pausing slightly. By the door of the main house, his younger sister Lu Wan and Xun Yun were watching him eagerly. Both remained silent, standing in the morning breeze with anxiety in their eyes. "What's wrong?" Lu Zhen asked calmly, hand resting on the knife handle. "Brother." Lu Wan bit her lip. "I don't know why, but I felt uneasy as soon as I got up." Xun Yun, standing beside her, was silent, but also looked pale. Lu Zhen observed the two, remaining silent. Women's intuition can indeed be terrifyingly accurate at times. Today, going out of the city to hunt the second-tier beast leader was inherently dangerous. But he didn't know how to comfort them. This world was too harsh to. If he were to fall outside dying in the wilderness, there would be no man to support the family. With Xun Yun's experienced figure and Lu Wan's gradually blossoming beauty, their only fate would be worse than death. Lu Zhen didn't say any grandiose words. He just paused briefly and said in a deep voice, "I will be careful." After saying this, he turned around and strode out of the courtyard. The two stood there nodding silently, watching his tall figure disappear into the mist at the alley's mouth. At the garrison station in the 3rd barracks, the morning roll call began. Lu Zhen walked to the assembly area of the Class 6 barracks. Ahead, Uncle Ma Monkey and 7 or 8 others had already changed into gray uniforms with black borders, standing neat. Several of them gripped their weapons tightly, teeth clenched their faces, showing less of the slickness typical of soldiers, and more of the resolution of being forced to a dead end. Lu Zhen's gaze swept across them, and he nodded slightly. Just then the portly Sun Dafu, head down, shuffled over slow. His face was flushed, and he didn't dare to look at Uncle Ma or the others. When he reached Lu Zhen, he trembled as he unfastened the wooden badge engraved with Class 6 from his waist and handed it over. In the end, he still backed down and chose to withdraw. Lu Zhen didn't say a single unnecessary word. He directly reached out to take the badge. Get lost. Sun Dafu, as if granted amnesty, retracted his neck and turned to squeeze out of the crowd. According to the unspoken rules of the garrison, such cowards who fled at the last moment and voluntarily withdrew would be branded as fearful of death. Other teams would never accept such useless people. Sun Dafu knew the rules and planned to go directly to the logistics department to report and leave. Hold on. Suddenly a strange voice rang out from the side. His rival Zheng, who dressed in the embroidered gold-and-silver garrison uniform, swaggered through with several subordinates. He stopped the dejected Sun Dafu. Why the uniform off? Zheng, who grinned, mockingly patting Sun Dafu on the shoulder. From today on, you're part of my team, Zheng Ha. Sun Dafu abruptly raised his head, shock written all over his face, quickly followed by ecstatic joy. The surrounding team members stirred restlessly. Zheng, who ignored the others, turned around and provocatively looked at Lu Zhen. Then he deliberately raised his voice and laughed loudly at several familiar team members nearby. These days, some newcomers relying on a bit of strength don't even realize how deep the wilderness waters are. They dare to take on the second-tier beast leader's task as soon as they arrive. This is sheer arrogance, determined to lead their brothers to their deaths. Zheng, who pointed at Sun Dafu beside him. Everyone look. This is what we call a good bird choosing the right tree to perch on. Sun Dafu isn't withdrawing, he's switching sides. In the courtyard, Zheng Ha's laughter was somewhat jarring. Lu Zhen barely lifted his eyelids, as if the only thing standing there was a barking wild dog. Let's go. He dropped a single word and turned striding towards the logistics department. Gu Yanji let out a cold laugh, folding his fan and closely following behind. Old Ma Shu the monkey and a few others gritted their teeth, not even glancing at Sun Dafu, and followed along in silence. Logistics department. Having taken on the task of hanging the crimson wooden plaque, the treatment in the bureau was naturally different. Soon everyone received the supplies for leaving the city. A dark green military truck parked in the backyard was covered with battered anti-collision steel plates. In addition to that, there were firearms. Each person was issued 2 brand new Western short-barreled rifles along with 100 rounds of bright yellow brass ammunition. Receiving the Western guns, old Ma Shu and the others skillfully pulled the gun bolts, loading bullets into the chambers. In this world, although firearms were powerful, it depended on what they were dealing with. These Western guns, with their considerable caliber, could only deal with the first-tier demon beasts outside the city. However, if faced with second-tier demon beasts, they would be ineffective, as the bullets would merely spark off the scales and hide, doing little more than what a fire stick would do. Even someone like Lu Zhen, a Mingjing warrior, would find the skin as hard as iron when his blood chi surged. Common Western guns would hardly inflict any harm upon, unless a dozen guns were simultaneously aimed at vital areas like the eyes and throat. Continuously firing, there was a possibility of breaking through the chi defense. Get in the car, Lu Zhen said calmly, raising his long knife. Gu Yanji took the car keys, skillfully opened the car door, and got into the driver's seat to start the engine. Lu Zhen opened the passenger door, sat down, and rested the black gold long knife across his lap. Old Ma Shu the monkey, and about 7 or 8 others with knives and guns on their backs, swiftly climbed into the open truck bed. Boom. The truck's exhaust pipe spewed out a black cloud of smoke as it slowly drove out the gate of the town's defense bureau. In the morning, the foreign city still had fog lingering over the streets. Gu Yanji gripped the steering wheel, honking the horn as they drove through the bustling inner city, crossing the crowded and chaotic streets of the outer city. After driving for more than half an hour, the surrounding buildings gradually became sparse and low. In the distance, a massive shadow loomed, pressing down like a great mountain. That was the eastern city wall of the foreign city. To resist the unending tide of mutated beasts in the wild outside the city, this wall was built with standing dozens of yards high. It was constructed entirely from thick black and blue rocks infused with iron juice. The wall's surface was devoid of any flat areas, covered with dark red dried blood stains and terrifying claw marks several feet deep. The truck approached the city gate. Lu Zhen looked up through the windshield. Above the wall, soldiers armed with rifles stood densely. Searchlights and the barrels of heavy machine guns glinted with a cold, dark light in the morning sun. But this was not the most unsettling part. The defense of this wall involved more than just these personnel. On either side of the city gate stood 2 towering, massive Western war machines. Like 2 giants forged of steel, they firmly guarded the exit of the city. Thick brass pipes coiled around their black iron bodies, and the enormous pressure valves behind them emitted a deep rumble, continuously expelling scalding white steam. This was truly high-tier steam-powered battle armor. Such a war machine designed to suppress the city's strength exuded an undeniable aura of immense power just by standing there. Under the city gate the crowd surged like a tide. Although leaving the city was dangerous, many still came and went. Most were laboring farmers carrying burdens, or pushing handcarts, along with a few poor citizens venturing out to scavenge. No matter how chaotic it was outside, people had to make a living. Beep. Guyinji honked the horn, slowing the vehicle and gradually driving out through the massive, gloomy... Once outside the city, what greeted the eyes was a chaotic expanse of gray dirt houses and shabby shanties. Outside the city, there are quite a few villages built against the city wall like this. Guyinji spoke casually as he gripped the steering wheel. His gaze swept over the filthy children rolling in the mud, and the men numbly smoking beside the wall. In the bureau, people are occasionally sent out to sweep around the city. So although these villages are outside the city and not very safe, living close to the city wall makes it bearable. The truck jolted along the bumpy dirt road. Guyinji retracted his gaze, looking ahead at the increasingly desolate scenery, his expression gradually becoming... However, the place we are going this time is different. It's too far from the foreign city and has exceeded the areas we usually patrol. It's a territory beyond the reach of the Bureau's regular forces. That place is perilous. Only when demon beasts frequently attack the official roads and cut off trade routes would the Bureau hang the red plaque and send people to undertake the task of extermination. If on a normal day a few demon beasts occasionally emerge and injure people or rob the road, we would have no way to respond. The wilderness is too vast to manage. The truck roared along quickly, driving out of the chaotic village area. The view ahead gradually opened up. Wild grass grew extremely tall, almost covering people's heads, exuding a sense of wild desolation. Through the windshield, Lu Zhen saw several steep peaks in the distance under the grayish sky. Halfway up the peaks, a few sturdy fortresses could be faintly seen. The outer walls of those mountain fortresses were made entirely of dark blue-black boulders resembling iron beasts lurking in the forest, easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Those mountain fortresses also have their masters. Guyinji followed Lu Zhen's gaze and began to explain. In this chaotic world, the city is not necessarily completely safe. Those fortresses were built with heavy investments by some prominent families in the city. Guyinji paused for a moment. Just like a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. When the day of the city's fall comes, these would be their last resort for survival. The roads in the wilderness hardly counted as roads. Long neglected, coupled with the repeated crushing of heavy merchant carts and rain erosion, the surface was riddled with half-foot-deep mud pits and hard soil ridges. The dark green military truck bounced violently on the bumpy dirt road like a wheezing steel old cow. Guyinji gripped the steering wheel tightly. In this road condition, it can only reach a speed of about 20 miles. Any faster, and the axle would surely break. Lu Zhen sat in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. After driving for more than 3 hours, the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun in the west was blood red, dyeing the withered grass in the wilderness a deep crimson. The night wind began to rise, carrying an unpleasant stench that lingered. We're almost at the Yanglin official road. Guyinji pressed the brake, his expression slightly tightening. Just as his words fell, a dull gunshot suddenly echoed from the front, carried by the cold wind. Following that were the sounds of dense weapon clashes and a chorus of terrifying beast roars. There are living people. The old Mashu at the back of the truck suddenly stuck his head out, his face changing drastically. Guyinji sharply turned the steering wheel, and the truck roared as it surged up a dirt slope. From a higher vantage point, the scene ahead instantly came into view. On a narrow official road, several cargo-laden mule carts were lined up, forming a makeshift barrel formation. Surrounding them was a dense mass of mutated ferocious beasts. All of them were mutated gray wolves the size of calves, their eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty red light, clearly a pack of late first-tier beasts. And among the merchant convoy, a tattered escort flag was raised. This escort agency clearly had a solid foundation, with 5 vigorous later-stage martial artists firmly holding the outer perimeter, their thick-backed sabers already dulled from the constant use, drenched in blood. In the inner circle were 15 mid-stage martial artists wielding Western guns and spears, desperately trying to patch the gaps. But there were too many beasts reckless and unafraid of death. In the center of the formation, on a cart, stood a young woman dressed in satin Western attire, her face pale, gripping the wooden railing of the cart tightly. Beside her stood a familiar figure clad in tight training gear. Yin Shanshan. Jiqing, don't be afraid. Yin Shanshan forced herself to calm down, comforting her friend beside her. But in her heart, she had already plunged into an ice-cold abyss. She was only a mid-stage martial artist, relying on the face of the martial arts school to accompany her friend from the Yin family on this escort journey, treating it as a training experience. Who could have imagined that this supposedly peaceful Yanglin official road would encounter such a massive pack of mutated beasts? We can't hold on. Escort leader the wolf pack is about to break through the formation. A porter yelled in agony as a mutated gray wolf bit off his arm, instantly tearing a bloody hole in their defense. Yin Shanshan's face turned pale as she hopelessly closed her eyes. Just at this critical moment, a military truck equipped with anti-collision armor thundered down the dirt slope. Open fire. In the truck, old Ma, Shu the monkey, and several other Defense Bureau agents had already aimed their short-barreled rifles. Bang, 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 bang. The rifles fired in unison. The several mutated gray wolves charging at the forefront had half their skulls blown apart by the thick brass-shelled ammunition spraying blood wildly. The sudden suppression of firepower caused the beast horde's assault to stall abruptly. Before the truck had even come to a halt, a strikingly clear blade's cry pierced through the gunfire. Lu Zhen pushed open the door, and like a cannonball bursting from its barrel crashed into the heart of the beast horde. The moment he landed, the bluestone-paved official road shattered to pieces under his feet. With a hum, the terrifying blood chi of an initial Mingjin stage exploded like a furnace. The 8 slashes of Pujuan, with perfect force, coupled with his monstrous strength far surpassing that of an ordinary initial Mingjin stage, the might of this strike was nothing short of divine. Die! Lu Zhen took a step forward, his black gold long blade slicing through the air with a shrill sonic boom. A wet tearing sound followed. A latest-stage first-order gray wolf that had leaped high to pounce didn't even have time to howl before it was cleaved cleanly in two from head to tail by the heavy forceful strike, like cutting through tofu. Entrails mixed with blood splattered across the ground. But this was only the beginning. Lu Zhen's face was as hard and cold as iron, his form like a tiger descending into a flock of sheep. With a mournful howl and a sharp crack, the long blade swept horizontally, carving a visible white arc of air, the mist formed by the friction of Mingjin Chi barrier and the razor-sharp blade at extreme speed. With each thud, 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 every mutated gray wolf grazed by the black gold blade had its bones shattered and was sent flying like a torn sack. Touch it and die, brush it and perish. In the center of the caravan, Yin Shanshan, who had been waiting for death with closed eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. She stared dazedly at the dark, imposing figure that was moving with fierce, sweeping strokes amidst the beasts, raising a storm of blood. That blazing furnace-like, terrifying blood chi, the Mingjin Chi barrier emanating from within, and that familiar, yet utterly unfamiliar cold, stern face. Lu Zhen, Yin Shanshan, and the merchant's daughter were utterly dumbfounded. The 5 blood-soaked latest-stage body-tempering martial artists from the escort agency were so shocked, their eyes nearly popped out. What a domineering blade technique. Such unreasonable force. Far stronger than an ordinary initial Mingjin stage. This is a great master from the garret. On the truck, old Uncle Ma and Monkey had even forgotten to load their rifles. They stared in disbelief as their new head officer single-handedly suppressed and slaughtered dozens of mutated beasts. Severed limbs and broken bodies flew everywhere. In less than half an incense stick's time, the once fearsome first-order beast horde was utterly shattered. The remaining dozen or so wounded wolves whimpered, tucked their tails, and fled in all directions into the dark wilderness. The official road was thick with the pungent smell of blood. The corpses of first-order mutated beasts lay scattered across the ground, more than 30 in total. Lu Zhen casually flicked the blade, shedding the torn flesh from the blood groove, and sheathed the black gold long blade with a crisp clang. He turned his gaze toward the truck. Old Ma Monkey, get down and clean up. Old Uncle Ma and the others snapped out of their daze, scrambled down from the truck, and their eyes turned green at the sight of the latest-stage first-order beast corpses. These were hard currency. Solid military merits. Head officer thighs. You killed all of them alone. Old Uncle Ma swallowed hard, his voice trembling. According to the Garrison Bureau's rules, whoever kills them owns them. Follow me, and I won't let the brothers go hungry. Lu Zhen glanced at them, and casually pointed to a few of the fattest beast carcasses. These 5 are mine. The rest, you all divide them among yourselves. They count as your marching merits. At these words, old Uncle Ma Monkey and the other 6 or 7 officers were all stunned. More than 30 latest-stage first-order beasts, and the head officer only wanted 5. The rest all for them. Head officer, thighs is too much. Old Uncle Ma's eyes reddened, his voice choked with emotion. Enough nonsense. If I tell you to take them, take them. Work with me, and I promised you'd get merits and meat. Lu Zhen turned and climbed onto the truck. Hurry up and load them. Monkey was trembling with excitement. Head officer is generous. From now on, my life is yours. The other officers also bowed with reddened eyes, their former lethargy swept away. Back at the bureau, when they saw head officer Lu directly take down that red wooden plaque and accept this blood-marked mission, these old demers had all been secretly uneasy. They were afraid. What was a second-order beast? That creature had thick hide and iron scales. Even a rifle pressed against it could barely pierce through. When an ordinary martial artist who had just reached Mingjin encountered it, even in a life-or-death struggle, they were often at a disadvantage. More often than not, it was a journey fraught with peril. So when they came, they were filled with despair. But now look at this. The skill head officer Lu had just displayed. That blade momentum that could split the air, that terrifying force, that chi barrier. How could it be something an ordinary initial Mingjin stage could possess? With such strength, going to slay that second-order beast was absolutely possible. By the front of the truck, Gu Yanji leaned against the door, gently tapping his folded fan against his palm. My judgment has indeed been correct. Back when he had lowered himself under the title of the eldest son of the Tongjiang Merchant Guild to sincerely befriend a Lu Zhen of humble origins, many in the guild had secretly disapproved. Some even thought he was making a losing investment. Humph. Now they were all short-sighted fools. Brother Lu Zhen was not only a genius in breaking through martial ranks, his talent in life-and-death combat was even more astounding. One must know that in the martial arts world there were plenty of greenhorns with mere realm. Some people could temper their blood chi and break through realms smoothly during practice, but once they faced real blood, and those ferocious, fearless beasts, their hands and feet went weak, and they couldn't even unleash half their usual strength. But Lu Zhen was different. His blade drew blood without a trace of hesitation, calm and brutal, as if he were a born slaughterer, a demon made for killing. Meanwhile, the caravan finally recovered from the shock. Yin Shanshan, pulling her friend, Yin Jiqing, who was dressed in a silk Western-style dress, walked over with still unsteady steps. Brother Gu. Yin Shanshan's eyes reddened when she saw Gu Yanji leaning by the truck door. In this desolate wilderness, after just surviving a life-and-death siege by a beast horde, she turned her head and saw the person she had been longing for appear like a heavenly soldier. Her heart was instantly filled with a great warmth. She felt that Brother Gu must have come specifically to save her, bringing people to this dangerous Yanglan official road. Gu Yanji put away his fan, stepped forward, greeted her with extreme gentleness and courtesy, and spoke a few words to calm the two girls. After their emotions settled a little, Yin Shanshan and Yin Jiqing beside her couldn't help but turn their gaze to Lu Zhen, who stood to the side. At this moment, Lu Zhen, in his black-and-red embroidered uniform, didn't even have a single bloodstain on him. He held the black-gold long blade, his blood chi drawn inward, as if the person who had just raised a storm of blood among the beasts was not him at all. Yin Shanshan opened her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu, Brother Lu, you've broken through to Mingjin. Lu Zhen looked at Yin Shanshan, his expression unchanged. Just happened to break through the barrier, lucky coincidence. Yin Shanshan listened to these calm words, but her mind was in a daze. She suddenly recalled the words her father had muttered inexplicably in the courtyard a few days ago between the wood and the wild goose, the transformation of dragon. So her father wasn't talking about someone else. He had always been referring to Brother Lu. Mingjin at 30. Such talent suppressed for so long, and then bursting forth such terrifying combat power like a ferocious beast. Indeed, he had leaped and transformed into a dragon. However, Yin Shanshan slightly turned her head, stealing a glance at Gu Yanji beside her. Although Brother Lu was good, it was the gentle, refined, and elegant Brother Gu who made her heart flutter. But Yin Jiqing, standing beside Yin Shanshan, had completely different thoughts. She came from a wealthy family in Yanqing, accustomed to seeing all kinds of refined young gentlemen, and had never witnessed such a bloody scene. When the wolves surrounded them, and she saw the escorts die, she truly thought she would be torn apart and eaten alive by the beasts. Her heart was filled with utter terror and despair. But at her most desperate moment, this tall, stalwart man appeared. Without superfluous words, he raised his blade, and like a demon god slaughtered his way through the beast horde. The terrifying image of the blade splitting flesh, cleaving in one stroke, brutal, bloody, carried an indescribable ultimate sense of safety. Yin Jiqing quietly raised her eyes. In the faint light, she looked at Lu Zhen's cold, calm profile, and his iron tower-like imposing figure. A strange feeling stirred in her heart. The steward of the merchant caravan, accompanied by the 5 escort guards, strode over quickly. All 5 were at the late stage of body refining, seasoned veterans who had traveled far and wide. Yet at this moment they were covered in bloodstains, their demeanor restrained to the utmost. Our deepest gratitude to the chief for saving our lives. If not for your intervention, this entire convoy along with these dozens of lives would have been lost here. The steward, a portly middle-aged man, repeatedly bowed with a face full of relief at having survived the ordeal. As he spoke, he gestured behind him, and someone immediately came forward with a tray covered in red cloth. Lu Zhen casually waved it away. No need. Just a routine duty of the bureau. His gaze swept past the men and rested on the pitch-black, distant mountains. I only ask one thing. Though this Yanglan highway is remote, it's rare for a pack of first-rank latest-stage beasts to charge the checkpoint en masse. You've been traveling with this convoy for years. Did you sense anything unusual about this wolf pack's appearance? The steward turned to the head escort beside him. The head escort was a burly man with a scarred face. Frowning, he carefully recalled the details of the recent skirmish, then suddenly drew in a sharp breath. Now that the chief mentions it, something is indeed off. When those beasts charged down the mountain, they didn't seem to be hunting for food at all. Their formation was completely scattered, and they were in sheer panic. It was as if they had been forcibly driven out by something far more terrifying. From where? Lu Zhen asked. Luoxiao Valley, the head escort said, pointing to a perilous peak hidden in the darkness. It's a remote valley deep in the mountains where the wolves usually lair. For something to scare them this badly, there must be a vicious creature inside. Lu Zhen turned to look at Gu Yinji beside him. They exchanged glances, understanding each other without words. It seems the second-rank ferocious beast leader that the Bureau has marked is right in this Luoxiao Valley, Gu Yinji murmured. The cuckoo takes the nest. That thing drove out the wolves and took over the territory. Now they had a target, saving them from aimless searching. The sky gradually darkened completely. Faint lantern lights flickered ahead and behind on the highway. Before long, 2 more merchant caravans arrived on the road. In this era, only those with considerable confidence dared to travel through the wilderness after dark. One of the caravans had even hired a fully armed Western rifle squad, all wielding long-barreled rifles with impressive firepower. But upon learning of the large-scale beast charge ahead and the pitch-black road before them, none dared to venture forward recklessly. The leaders of the 3 caravans conferred and decided to band together. Beside the highway there happened to be a stretch of open elevated ground. A large number of hands were mobilized. Dozens of heavy cargo wagons were linked end-to-end, forming a massive iron barrel joint camp on this open ground. Bonfires were lit one after another. The 3 groups merged into one, and with over 100 people gathered together, their numbers were formidable. The people who had been trembling in the dark gradually found their composure bolstered by the vibrant human presence, and the firearms gaining a heightened sense of security. Beside the truck, old Uncle Ma and Monkey, with their sleeves rolled up, were sweating profusely as they cut apart the wolf carcasses on the ground. Soon dozens of first-rank latest-stage gray wolves were processed, and large chunks of quality meat were thrown heavily into the truck bed. After the loading was finished, Lu Zhen gave instructions. Rest tonight. At dawn tomorrow the caravans will stay put. Well, enter Luoxiao Valley and scout out the situation there. Having witnessed Lu Zhen's domineering saber technique that split the air during the day, and having received their share of the life-saving military merit meat, these seasoned veterans no longer had the slightest trace of weariness in their eyes. Rest assured, Chief. Well, follow wherever you point. Monkey thumped his chest, his face flushed. Old Uncle Ma and the others also nodded vigorously, accepting the order with a resounding roar. In the center of the camp, a bonfire crackled. Lu Zhen, Gu Yinji along with Yin Shanshan and Yin Jiqing sat around the fire. The wolf meat on the spit sizzled, dripping fat into the fire, sending up puffs of white smoke and a savory aroma. Lu Zhen, holding a dagger, casually cut off a piece of roasted meat and swallowed it with a swig of strong liquor. Gu Yinji, waving his folding fan, was engaged in animated conversation with Yin Shanshan, discussing everything from the sights of Yangqing to the tales of the trade routes. Yin Shanshan listened with keen interest, occasionally chiming in with laughter. Yin Jiqing sat nearby. When Gu Yinji spoke, she merely offered a polite smile, not really paying attention. Her gaze kept drifting uncontrollably toward Lu Zhen. The meat is just about done. Oh, any more, and it'll be too dry, Lu Zhen suddenly said. Yin Jiqing snapped back to attention, immediately stopping her fiddling with the firewood. Brother Lu is right. She quickly nodded, her voice gentle and obedient. After a few mouthfuls of meat and liquor, the conversation began to drift. Naturally, it turned to the major event that had been making headlines in the newspapers. The 3-year ban on martial arts, the Taishan debate. Gu Yinji closed his folding fan, his expression turning serious. The firelight flickered on Yin Shanshan's face as she sighed. I've read the papers. My father has been sighing all day at the martial arts school. She picked up a branch to poke at the fire, her eyes dimming. The Westerners' steam war machines are too powerful. Those high-grade models can overpower even a master of hidden strength. And those high-rank beast blood potions from the divergent martial families, once injected into a person, even an ordinary man can instantly gain monstrous strength, rivaling a martial master. Yin Jiqing nodded along, her expression also pessimistic. Yes, I've heard from the elders in my family that the national government has already made its decision. These 3 years are merely a graceful way for the martial arts schools across the land to step down. She glanced at Lu Zhen, her voice dropping. Traditional martial arts, trained painstakingly for over a decade, are ultimately just flesh and blood. How can they withstand those monstrous beings? When the Taishan debate finally comes, I'm afraid the legacy of the traditional martial arts schools will be completely severed. Gu Yinji suddenly took a big gulp of hard liquor. What adapting to the times? What government verdict? The so-called westernization movement trumpeted outside, introducing Western war machines and promoting divergent beast blood potions. Peel back the skin and see it's nothing but a bunch of comprador lackeys colluding with the Westerners. What are they after? They aim to uproot the heritage passed down from our ancestors to exchange the interests of Huaxiao for the alms of their Western masters. Gu Yinji leaned in closer, his eyes glinting in the firelight. Recently, a notorious assassination organization has emerged in the city called the Iron Blood National Salvation Association. These people are the real tough bones. They often carry out assassinations in the concessions, targeting traitors and arrogant foreigners. Gu Yinji clenched his cup. I see it clearly. Banning traditional martial arts is breaking the backbone of Huaxia. This is outright treason. By the fire, Yin Shanshan frowned, the branch in her hand pausing. She looked at the agitated Brother Gu, hesitated, then shook her head. Brother Gu, you can't put it so, absolutely. There are many college students, including some friends we know. They are not traitors, nor do they want to betray the country. They just think. The nation has been in decline for too long, bullied too harshly. She raised her head, looking at Gu Yinji through the dancing flames. They just want to find a way to save this world. If we don't change, if we don't borrow from the Westerners, what can we do? Just keep taking beatings forever. Foolish. Gu Yinji slammed his cup onto the ground. Seeking help from a wolf is like drinking poison to quench thirst. If you can't even hold on to your own ancestors' roots, what good is learning their superficial tricks? Those bookworms understand nothing of the greater picture. They're all brainwashed fools of the foreigners. Yin Shanshan, startled by his sudden harsh reprimand, bit her lip and ceased arguing. Yin Jiqing, sitting nearby, dared not interject. Lu Zhen spoke slowly. Back in the Lushan rebellion, the heavens crumbled. At the Battle of Xiangji Temple, the two armies clashed. Both sides' Tang soldiers were clad in heavy armor, fighting blade to blade. Each side, driven by their own convictions, crossed swords, slaughtering until corpses piled like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. Lu Zhen raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Gu Yinji and Yin Shanshan. The imperial troops believed they were suppressing the rebellion to save the Great Tang. The rebel troops believed they were slaying the wicked to save the Great Tang. The common soldiers, or today the ordinary people and students who cry out. Their fervent patriotism in seeking survival and salvation is certainly not wrong. He drained his cup of hard liquor. What is wrong are the high-ranking officials consumed by greed. To satisfy their own selfish desires, to protect their power and interests, they can cast aside the greater righteousness of the world. The nation is broken, the fault lies with the parasites in high positions, not with the suffering masses below, who just want to survive. Yin Jiqing couldn't help but raise her hands and softly applaud. Well said, Brother Lu. Yin Shanshan also clapped enthusiastically. The grievance from the earlier harsh rebuke was swept away, and she nodded sincerely. Senior Brother Lu is right. Across the fire, Gu Yinji was stunned. His face flushed with agitation, gradually calmed with these words. He frowned slightly, sitting still, as if pondering the weight of Lu Zhen's words. After a long moment, Gu Yinji casually set his cup on the ground, stood up straight, and carefully smoothed his lapels. Then openly and honestly he cupped his hands toward Lu Zhen and bowed deeply. Brother Lu is right, I was too extreme. The next morning, the massive joint caravan packed up and set off slowly, making its way along the official road towards Yang City. On the other side, Lu Zhen, accompanied by Gu Yinji and Uncle Lao Ma, stepped into the falling Sunset Valley. The valley was dimly lit, with towering ancient trees blocking the sun. The deeper they ventured, the more uneasy the group felt. In the air, a strong and pungent exotic fragrance began to permeate seemingly from nowhere. In the surrounding forest, there were no insect sounds, no birds chirping, and even the most common low-level mutated rabbits and mice had completely vanished. The entire secluded valley was so silent, it was unnerving. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly the dry branches and fallen leaves ahead began to surge violently. From the dark thicket, a dense mass of black shadows surged forth like a tide. They were over 100 first-level demon beasts, each the size of a wash basin, with poisonous tails tipped with barbed hooks. They moved in swarms resembling a sea of black scorpions. Behind the scorpion horde, the ground suddenly shook. A terrifying giant beast nearly 3 zhang long and covered in heavy dark yellow bone plates crushed the boulders as it slowly emerged from the forest. A second-level demon beast, the iron-armored, earth-going dragon. Its crimson vertical pupils fixed coldly on the group, radiating a brutal light. Open fire. Gu Yinji shouted loudly. Bang, 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 bang. Uncle Lao Ma the monkey and the others steadied their short-barreled rifles, flames spitting forth as they fired in unison. The thick copper shell ammunition tore through the air, striking the front lines of the scorpion horde. The chitinous shells of the first-level demon beasts couldn't withstand the firearms and were instantly blown apart, with juices and shattered limbs scattered everywhere. Effective. But as the bullets passed through the scorpion swarm and struck the iron-armored, earth-going dragon, they merely clanged off. Sparks flew. The large-caliber bullets left only shallow white marks on its dark yellow bone plates, without even breaking a single scale. Totally ineffective. Reload. Change weapons. Uncle Lao Ma shouted, his eyes red with fury. The group quickly tossed their empty rifles behind their backs and drew their forged battle blades. Step back. Form a line to guard against those scorpions. Lu Zhen's expression turned cold as he stepped forward. Boom. A layer of visible white energy instantly surged upwards. Clang. The black gold long blade was drawn, emitting a piercing shriek. Die. Lu Zhen charged directly towards the second-level earth-going dragon. Boom. A man and a beast collided with a resounding crash. Lu Zhen's muscular arm rose high as the black gold long blade struck heavily against the dragon's bony head. Sparks flew and the shockwave exploded outward. In this clash, Lu Zhen's gaze tightened. What tremendous power! The force of this beast's charge was easily around 7,000 gene, nearly matching his own strength. Even more terrifying was its iron armor, which had astonishing defensive capabilities. No wonder ordinary practitioners at the early stage of Mingjin, even if they could unleash 5,000 gene of force, would find themselves doomed against this second-level beast. Strength was feudal and defense was unbreakable. But it was a beast and Lu Xun was a man. Roar! Taking advantage of the rebound force, Lu Xun harmonized his waist and horse stance, and the blade light rolled back. The 8 slashes of the broken army was unleashed with great force, the blade momentum flowing continuously, each strike faster than the last. He relied on his exquisite martial arts to firmly suppress this colossal creature. With a slash, after a dozen exchanges, Lu Xun found an opening, slicing through the gap in the bone plate and severing the dragon's thick tail, which was as sturdy as a steel whip. Dark red beast blood erupted like a fountain. Roar! The earth-going dragon emitted a heart-wrenching howl. The pain of having its tail severed drove it into a complete frenzy. Its crimson eyes suddenly turned, disregarding Lu Xun, who was holding the blade, as its massive body twisted violently, like an out-of-control heavy war vehicle charging towards Uncle Lao Ma at the edge. A desperate counterattack. The stench of blood rushed forward, and a violent sense of oppression descended. Uncle Lao Ma's pupils constricted, and his breath caught. In his mind, his daughter, Nuan Nuan's flushed face, choked with coughing, flashed before him. I can't die. Nuan Nuan is still waiting for me to buy medicine. Uncle Lao Ma's eyes widened, and he desperately rolled to the side. But the ferocious beast was moving too fast. The long tooth-filled maw of the beast loomed above him. A certain death. Damn beast. A thunderous roar exploded in the air. Lu Xun's eyes widened as the great dragon's spine shattered violently, its blood and cheese squeezed to the limit. Crack, 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 crack. 7 successive crisp sounds exploded through his bones. 7 sounds breaking through the limit. Force of the second layer. The black gold long blade, carrying a terrifying power exceeding 10,000 gene, descended from the sky. Crack, boom. The blade effortlessly shattered the impenetrable thick bone plates. The massive head of the iron-armored earth-going dragon was split in 2 from the top of its skull. Brain matter mixed with black blood rained down in torrents amidst the violent gusts. Bang! The enormous beast's corpse crashed heavily beside Uncle Lao. The massive inertia and residual shockwaves sent Uncle Lao Ma flying, crashing into a large tree behind him. Wow! Uncle Lao Ma landed heavily, spitting out a mouthful of blood, several ribs fractured on the spot. This is a breakthrough in battle. Lu Xun's eyes flashed with understanding. 7 sounds breaking the limit. This was the second layer of force that Yin Tiejiao had mentioned. Rustle. Ahead, that first-level scorpion swarm, upon seeing the earth-going dragon dead, not only did not retreat, but instead the strong smell of blood completely ignited their ferocity, surging towards them like a black tide once more. After Lu Xun's breakthrough, his speed and strength were significantly enhanced. The blade light whirled like a swift thread, weaving a tightly sealed net of death in the dim, falling Sunset Valley. With slashes, 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 limbs flew and venom splattered. In just a short moment, over 100 first-level scorpions were slaughtered to the... Lu Xun sheathed his blade and quickly walked over to Uncle Lao Ma. Gu Yinji and the monkey rushed over, their eyes reddened with urgency. Uncle Lao Ma lay on the pile of rubble, his chest caved and fractured ribs piercing his organs. He was coughing up blood mixed with bits of his insides, breathing. Uncle Lao Ma, hang in there. The monkey knelt on the ground, trembling hands trying to cover his bleeding chest, but unsure how to help. Uncle Lao Ma did not look at the monkey. His murky eyes fixed intently on Lu Xun as he approached. The commander. Blood flowed unceasingly from his mouth, his voice hoarse beyond recognition. My military merit. Please. Buy medicine for my Nuan Nuan. Lu Xun looked down at the pleading old face. He solemnly nodded. I will protect your military merit. I will send the medicine to your home. Upon hearing this, Uncle Lao Ma's hand, which had been tightly gripping his clothes, slowly relaxed. The obsession in his eyes faded, his pupils gradually dilated, and he tilted his head, closing his eyes. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Only the faint rustle of the mountain wind passing through the treetops could be heard. In chaotic times, human life is as fragile as grass. A moment ago, a living person became a gradually cooling corpse. Lu Xun surveyed the group. Bury Uncle Lao's body here. Once the work is done, dismantle the demon beasts and load them up. The monkey wiped his tears and snot, gritting his teeth as he stood up. Get to work. A few old soldiers silently drew their knives and dug a deep pit in a nearby soft mud area, carefully placing Uncle Lao Ma inside, filling the earth and compacting it. Then everyone suppressed the sorrow in their hearts and began swiftly cutting up the massive second-level iron-armored earth-going dragon, as well as the scattered scorpions. Chunks of the most delicious and robust second-level beast meat were heftily loaded onto the truck. While everyone was busy, Lu Xun stood at the bottom of the valley amidst the wreckage. He took a sniff. The strong and pungent exotic fragrance had not dissipated due to the stench of blood, instead it became even more pronounced. Following the trail left by the second-level earth-going dragon, as it violently broke through the trees, Lu Zhen made his way deeper into the valley. Ahead was a dense thicket of black thorns towering at least a person's height. The fragrance was emanating from behind the thorns. "Gu brother," Lu Zhen called out, and Gu Yinji hurried over upon hearing. Lu Zhen swung his black gold long blade. With a few swift motions, the sharp blade energy sliced through the tough thicket, creating a clear passage. Behind the thorns lay an extremely concealed natural cavern of earth veins. The two exchanged glances, with Lu Zhen leading the way and Gu Yinji cautiously following, stepping into the cave. Not far inside, a dim red glow suddenly emanated from the darkness ahead. The exotic fragrance here had become so rich, it was almost suffocating. One sniff made one feel a surge of chi and blood within. At the center of the cavern, a plant was quietly growing. The roots and stems of the plant had a semi-transparent jade-like quality, and at the top a bizarre blossom, resembling a lotus entirely crimson, like blood, was. The faint red glow was radiating from this flower petal. Blood-red golden lotus. Gu Yinji gasped sharply. He quickly stepped forward, staring intently at the glowing, extraordinary flower, his eyes filled with shock. So that's it. No wonder the wolf pack outside went mad trying to breach in, and no wonder this second-level earth-going dragon stubbornly guarded this deep valley without moving. Lu brother, this flower, judging by its color and fragrance, has clearly just matured completely yesterday. This is a top-grade spirit herb of the second level. Gu Yinji inhaled deeply, lowering his voice to explain. The earth dragon blood vine that can be exchanged for in the organization can only be considered a top-grade first-level herb used for nourishing chi and blood during breakthroughs. But this blood-red golden lotus is different. It is a truly exceptional item that can directly nourish the foundation of Mingjin, penetrating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In terms of medicinal power, this one is worth 10 earth dragon blood vines. Having searched high and low without results, Lu Zhen carefully uprooted the freshly bloomed blood-red golden lotus, wrapped it carefully, and tucked it into his bosom. "Let's go." Lu Zhen turned and strode towards the cave entrance. Outside the valley, the monkey and the others had already loaded all the processed beast meat onto the truck. The anti-collision steel plate was splattered with dry black blood. Lu Zhen and Gu Yinji exited Falling Sunset Valley. "Commander, everything is loaded," the monkey reported loudly. Getting back to the city." Everyone climbed into the truck's cargo area. The engine emitted a deep rumble, spewing out a cloud of black smoke. The military truck turned around and headed towards Yang City. A military truck rumbled into the compound of the 3rd station of the Town Defense Bureau. Inside the yard, the officers who had been training their strength and polishing their weapons all ceased their movements. A multitude of gazes converged on the truck's rear compartment. Hiss! Someone drew a sharp breath. The tailgate was lowered, revealing a mountain of first-order, mutated venomous scorpion remains. At the center of these remains lay a terrifyingly massive beast, its entire body clad in dark yellow bone plates. The enormous head, cleaved in twain from the middle, still exuded a chilling ferocity, even in death. That had is a second-order, iron-armored ground. The crowd erupted into an uproar with hushed exclamations and gasps rippling through. It truly is that beast. The mission was actually completed. How many military merits must this be? The crowd pointed and murmured. Excellent. Well done. From the direction of the inner hall, a hearty laugh rang out. Captain Shun, and clad in his dark blue uniform trimmed with gold thread, strode briskly down the steps with his hands behind his back, beaming. He gave the truck's metal side a vigorous slap, his grin widening. A second-order beast leader plus all these first-order venomous creatures. Such a staggering achievement is the most glorious even among all 10 stations in the Eastern District. Lu Zhen cupped his hands. "Captain Shun flatters me. It was merely good fortune. Please have the Bureau appraise this entire load of beast flesh and blood." Of course. Shun immediately waved over the gaunt old man from the logistics department. "Bring the great scale, appraise at the highest market price, and tally it into the warehouse on the spot." A dozen laborers drenched in sweat hauled over a massive iron scale and began weighing. The bone plates, sinews, and prime meat of the second-order beast were all strategic materials. The Bureau purchased them with great alacrity, even offering a price slightly more generous than the market rate. Soon the gaunt old man finished clicking his abacus and respectfully handed over the ledger. Including the base reward for the banner mission, everything was converted into solid wooden merit tokens and heavy silver dollars. Monkey and the others, clutching their share of minor merit tokens and reward money, trembled with excitement. Lu Zhen secured his own portion. He turned to look at Chun, and who was watching him with a grin, and paused briefly. "Captain Chun, there is one more matter." "Brother Lu, speak freely." "My subordinate Old Ma fell in Luoxiao Valley," Lu Zhen said calmly, yet with an undeniable finality. "He has his military merits plus the Bureau's compensation. His daughter is gravely ill at home and needs money for medicine." Chun An's smile faded slightly, and he sighed softly. When you venture out of the city, you live on the edge of a blade. Casualties are inevitable. Old Ma was an old brother in the bureau. He glanced at Lu Zhen. In this chaotic world, the death of a lowly gray-clad officer stirred no breeze at all. In the past, when a man died, it was common for the compensation to be siphoned off layer by superiors. But rules are dead while men are alive. Now the one raising this matter was a Mingjin grandmaster who could single-handedly slay a second-order beast. A strong man's face is larger than the heavens. Brother Lu, rest assured. I understand the rules. Shun An's expression was natural as he made the decision. Old Ma died in the line of duty. Compensation will be paid at the highest rate double. Along with the money from his military merits, I will personally send someone to his home tomorrow morning. Thank you. Lu Zhen nodded. In the distance, Captain Zheng, who had been about to lead his men out for amusement. When he saw the entire truckload of beast carcasses, especially the massive iron-armored ground dragon, his temples pulsed violently. Zheng He's face turned ashen dark enough to drip with gloom. He knew well how terrifying a second-order beast was. If he had led a full squad against it, they would have been annihilated. Yet that newcomer named Lu had actually pacified it. Such a gulf in strength was like a chasm. Zheng, who said nothing, spun around abruptly and stalked off, flicking his sleeve. The few subordinates behind Zheng, who didn't dare to breathe, slinking away after him. At the very back of the crowd, Sun Dafu stood frozen, staring blankly at the center of the yard. He watched as Monkey and the others who had once shared the same barracks with him now stood tall despite the bloodstains on their clothes, their hands clutching heavy military merits and silver dollars, surrounded by envious gazes. With these merits, they could exchange for premium elixirs and earn the right to hold their heads high in the bureau. Among those men, there should have been one spot. If he hadn't quit the team yesterday morning. If he hadn't become that coward mocked by others. If he had just followed, walking behind that Mingjin grandmaster doing nothing at all, he could now be standing tall, returning home with a generous reward. Let them see that Sun Dafu was no good for nothing. But now nothing was left. What have I done? Sun Dafu's lips trembled, his heart filled with regret. On Omping Street, Lu Zhen pushed open the wooden gate of his three-section courtyard. Under the eaves, Shen Yun and Lu Wan were sitting on low stools picking vegetables, their eyes occasionally drifting toward the gate. Hearing the creak of the gate, they both looked up sharply. Seeing Lu Zhen's tall, sturdy figure cross the threshold, Shen Yun's tense shoulders instantly relaxed. She hurried over, examining him from head to toe. You're back. Shen Yun's eyes reddened. Lu Wan threw down the greens she was holding and ran over, calling out crisply, brother, there's chicken soup simmering on the stove. Lu Zhen nodded. The task is done. In this chaotic world, peace was heavier than 1,000 pounds. After dinner, Lu Zhen entered his study alone. A strange medicinal fragrance, so intense it nearly stirred the blood, instantly filled the entire room. The bizarre flower, shaped like a lotus and as red as blood, lay quietly on the table. A faint crimson luster shimmered on its petals. A second-order top-grade spiritual herb, crimson blood golden lotus. The daily settlement is always unorthodox. I wonder if this spiritual herb can also be counted within the settlement's scope. He did not rush to consume the herb. Instead, he sat in the armchair, silently regulating his breath, waiting for the arrival. Lu Zhen's mind suddenly trembled slightly. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement: bloody battle in Luoxiao Valley single-handedly slew a second-order iron-armored ground dragon and over 100 first-order venomous scorpions, attained enlightenment amidst life-and-death combat, sword technique breakthrough on the battlefield, 7-sound limit break, harvested 1 second-order top-grade spiritual herb, crimson blood golden lotus. Base rewards silver $0, crimson blood golden lotus X, 1 class experience, 30 a martial arts experience, 300 physique experience, 100 general experience, 150. Triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV. For daily rewards multiplied by 4 times, final rewards silver $0, crimson blood golden lotus X5. Class experience 150, martial arts experience 1500, physique experience 500, general experience 750. Whoosh. On the table beside the lone crimson blood golden lotus, crimson light suddenly flared. For identical flowers, indistinguishable even in the jade-like texture of their stems and roots, materialized out of thin air, lined up silently on the wooden case. One plant became 5. In an instant, the strange medicinal fragrance in the study intensified to an unimaginable degree, nearly taking on a physical form. It actually worked. Even with Lu Zhen's iron-hard temperament, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The system settlement's audacity far exceeded his imagination. This was a second-order top-grade spiritual herb, rare and priceless. What shocked him even more was the sea of martial arts experience. The life-and-death combat combined with the battlefield enlightenment and limit break yielded a base experience of 300 points in a single day. Then, with a 4-fold critical multiplier, a full 1,500 points of martial arts experience surged in. Lu Zhen's gaze shifted downward to the refreshed attribute panel. Lu Zhen, age 30, realm early Mingjin level daily settlement LV. 403000. 3 Suns Breathing Technique LV. 4 12103000. 8 Slashes of the Broken Army LV. 4 23403000. Physique Chi and Blood Like a Furnace LV. 5 1210 General Experience 1090 points Items Crimson Blood Golden Lotus X 5 Silver dollars a quantity. Lu Zhan's gaze swept across the panel contemplating the 1090 general experience points. He had deciding not to act hastily. He would just let it be for now. Once he accumulated 3,000 points, he would invest all of it in the daily settlement level. His physical improvement could rely on his daily hard training supplemented by consuming rare treasures, and the progress was not slow. Martial skills and internal training methods also enjoyed exponential critical hits from the daily settlement, with the accumulation of experience advancing at an astonishing pace. Thus the true core lay in one point, the level of daily settlement. As long as he elevated this level triggering higher multiplicative bonuses, all his cultivation speed would accelerate like a snowball, growing ever faster. This was the true shortcut to ascending to the heavens. Regaining his focus, Lu Zhan's gaze fell upon the 5 crimson blood golden lotuses on his desk. A rich exotic fragrance permeated the small study, stirring his blood and chi restlessly. Without hesitation, he reached out, pinching one of them along with its translucent jade-like stem, and directly placed it into his mouth. After a slight chew, he swallowed it down. Boom. The moment the spirit herb entered his stomach, there was no need for deliberate catalysis. A domineering, scorching medicinal power exploded within his stomach like a wild horse breaking free. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The potency surged through his meridians, wildly drilling towards his internal organs. Ugh! Lu Zhan groaned softly, veins on his forehead bulging instantly. He dared not slack off and immediately focused his mind to operate the 3 yang breathing technique. The rhythm of his breathing, 3 short and 1 long, sounded heavy and profound in the still study. With the guidance of the breathing technique, the violent medicinal power within him was gradually tamed. The scorching essence felt substantial, repeatedly washing over his internal organs. With each wash, his organs felt as though they were being tempered repeatedly, and after a considerable time, Lu Zhan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of scorching white air. The white mist shot out several feet before he could clearly feel that the foundation of his initial stage of Mingjing had become unprecedentedly solid and heavy. His internal organs were as strong as iron, and the inner chi that had emerged was becoming increasingly prolonged. He had taken a substantial step closer to the threshold of the mid-Mingjing stage. Moreover, this effect could last for several days. The second-tier top-grade spirit medicine truly lived up to its reputation. Just one herb had such a domineering and terrifying effect. Having consumed this potent medicine today, I can only expect a terrifying surge in physical experience at tomorrow's daily settlement. In the foreign concession of Yang City, in a remote French mansion, Duan Hai, bare-chested and covered in scars, leaned back on a leather sofa, the black dragon tattoo on his chest subtly rising and falling with each breath. He rested his eyes, leaning against the sofa. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded from outside. A thin confidant rushed in, looking uncertain. "Boss, news has come from the garrison bureau." "Speak," Duan Hai replied without lifting his eyelids, his voice low. "It's that Lu Zhan." The confidant swallowed hard, lowering his voice. "That kid has broken through to Mingjing. Moreover, he just returned to the city today, single-handedly slaying a second-tier iron-armored earth dragon in Wanxiao Valley." Duan Hai's eyes shot open, a fierce light flashing in them. A second-tier beast. Single-handedly. He was all too aware of what a second-tier beast meant. That iron-skinned beast would shred most early Mingjing cultivators to pieces. It's absolutely true. A cart full of beast corpses was taken to the garrison bureau's courtyard, witnessed by over 100 people. It is said that the kid's blade aura shattered the air, and his power was terrifying. The confidant broke out in a cold sweat. The study fell into a deathly silence. Duan Hai's face darkened incrementally, his eyelids twitching. The confidant took half a step forward, lowering his voice further. "Boss, on the night second master met with trouble, he was originally ordered to eliminate that kid in Zhugong Alley." Duan Hai's pupils contracted sharply. Second master was brutally killed in the mansion, his sternum crushed by a single punch. At that time, both we and Director Fujita believed that the kid was merely a latest-stage strength practitioner and could never possess such capabilities. Everyone thought it was Aquan from the Gu family, or a powerful figure from the Shao family, who had secretly struck. No one ever considered this country bumpkin. The confidant gritted his teeth. But now it seems this kid has been hiding his true strength all along. If he can slay a second-tier beast, he definitely possesses the terrifying strength to crush a sternum with a single punch. Could Second Master's death have been caused by him? Boom. Duan Hai slammed his palm down on the rosewood tea table. The violent Mingjing blood chi burst forth, shattering the crystal ashtray on the table into pieces, glass shards scattering everywhere. Lu Zhan. He gritted his teeth, chewing on this name. Time, motive, and that pure, forceful brutality, all lined up. No wonder the 3 assassins sent to Zhugong Alley that day disappeared without a trace. What a clever wolf in sheep's clothing. He dares to kill my own brother. Duan Hai's chest heaved violently, the murderous intent in his eyes palpable. He wished he could rush out immediately and personally take that kid's head. However, he could not act. Duan Hai forcibly suppressed the surging blood, Chi, sitting back down on the sofa with a pale face. Boss, let's gather the brothers from our faction and take down that kid's background to avenge second master. The confidant said fiercely. Foolish. Duan Hai shot him a cold glance. That kid has just slain a second-tier beast, and is now a celebrated hero in the garrison bureau. If I personally intervene, it would be easy for me to deal with him. He clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking. But I cannot afford to make a mistake. Now the situation in Yang City is still undecided, and Fujita Shoichi and his group of Easterners are closely watching us. As the chief of the water village, if I personally step into the fray for private revenge and cause a disturbance that exposes my whereabouts, I will undoubtedly become the target of both the Gu family and the garrison bureau. He could not easily sacrifice himself in this grand game of chess in Yang City. The confidant paused, somewhat unwilling. Are we just going to let second master's grudge go like this? Let it go. Duan Hai sneered, a venomous chill in his voice. For killing my brother, this blood debt must be repaid with his life. The confidant's eyes flickered a sudden spark of inspiration. Boss, since we cannot act ourselves, how about hiring an assassin? His voice was sinister. In this bustling Yang City, as long as the price is right, there are plenty of ruthless characters who will risk their lives. We can spend big to hire professional killers from outside. Unbeknownst to anyone, even if that kid dies, the garrison bureau would have no clue about our involvement. Duan Hai reached for a fresh cigar. Striking a match, the weak flame illuminated his face, which was filled with a murderous aura. Hiring an assassin. Duan Hai took a deep breath of the cigar and exhaled thick smoke. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Go to the black market, find Yasha. Hearing these 2 words, the thin confidant trembled, his face turning pale. Duan Hai himself tightened his grip on the cigar as he mentioned this name. Yasha was not a person, but an assassin organization hidden deep within the underground of Yang City. Extremely mysterious and terrifying. As long as the price is right, this group of madmen would dare to kill anyone and never miss a hit. Within there were not only desperate rogues who had gone mad with martial arts, but also Western assassins with high noses and deep eyes. Boss, hiring Yasha costs an astronomical price. The confidant's voice trembled. As long as we can ensure his death. Duan Hai's eyes were filled with malice as he crushed the cigar in his hand. No matter the cost, I will pay. The next day, outside the outer city, 2 pale paper lanterns hung outside Uncle Ma's house. Gu Yinji and a few others had already arrived. They had taken off their gray uniforms and were dressed in simple clothes, helping to organize various matters inside and outside the courtyard. A steady sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the alley. Lu Zhen, dressed in a black and red brocade uniform with a black gold long knife at his waist, walked in with a calm expression. The officer has arrived. The courtyard fell silent instantly. The relatives of Uncle Ma, who had been wiping their tears, looked at the golden and silver intertwined character guard on Lu Zhen's chest, their faces filled. Everyone stopped what they were doing, awkwardly stepped aside, and repeatedly bowed their heads to pay their respects. Officer Lu. Sir Officer. Lu Zhen slightly nodded and stepped into the low funeral hall. In the center of the room lay a thin coffin. Uncle Ma's wife, dressed in mourning clothes, knelt in front of the fire pit, adding yellow paper sheets one by one. Her face was pale, and her eyes were already swollen from crying. Hearing the commotion, the woman lifted her head, slowly stood up, and bowed deeply to Lu Zhen. Officer Lu. Her voice carried a hint of coldness. Lu Zhen said nothing and walked to the offering table, picking up 3 incense sticks. Just then, in the corner, a little girl wrapped in a tattered quilt suddenly began to cough violently. Her waxy yellow face turned bright red as her big eyes stared fixedly at Lu Zhen, her thin little hand pointing directly at him. It's you. You killed my father. The child's voice was sharp, filled with intense hatred. The woman's expression changed dramatically as she rushed over, covering her daughter's mouth, tears streaming down her face. Nan, shut up. Several relatives nearby were also frightened and hurriedly scolded. How can you speak to Sir Officer like that? Child's innocent words, Sir Officer, please don't take it to heart. Lu Zhen paused, holding the incense sticks. He calmly glanced at the furious little girl. It's fine. He leaned over the eternal lamp to light the incense, gently flicking off the sparks, and held the incense with both hands, respectfully bowing 3 times before Uncle Ma's memorial tablet. He placed the incense in the incense burner. Lu Zhen turned around and silently walked out of the funeral hall. Outside the courtyard, Gu Yinji and the monkey quickly followed. Brother Lu, don't take it to heart, Gu Yinji whispered, frowning tightly. The monkey beside him gritted his teeth, flames of anger in his eyes. The officer is that bastard Zheng Hu. Early this morning before we arrived, Zheng Hu brought a few of his lackeys and pretended to visit. I guess he was slandering in front of that little girl, pouring dirty water everywhere. Lu Zhen nodded. In the next few days, help to ensure the arrangements are made well so that no one bullies the orphan mother. Rest assured, Brother Lu, with us here nothing will go wrong. Gu Yanji replied solemnly. Lu Zhen did not say anything more. I'm going for a walk. With that he left alone, slowly walking along the alley filled with yellow dirt and scraps of paper money. It's you who killed my father. The little girl's cry seemed to linger in his ears. Lu Zhen did not. He was well aware that no matter the reasons, Uncle Ma indeed lost his life because of him. If it weren't for him trying to quickly gather resources to break through, he wouldn't have taken on that extremely dangerous task. At this moment Uncle Ma should be holding a coarse porcelain bowl, eating a bowl of plain noodles made by his wife. Ultimately it was I who led them to their doom. Lu Zhen stopped in his tracks and looked up at the overcast sky, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. He walked through 2 streets and entered a crowded and chaotic civilian area. By the roadside in front of a breakfast stall propped up with a tattered cloth awning, an old lady with white hair bent over was struggling to flip the pancakes in the oil pot with long bamboo chopsticks. On her back was a patchwork cloth bag tied with a sleeping baby. Beside the stall was a girl about 5 years old. The girl wore an oversized old cotton jacket that didn't fit well with shiny sleeves. She was tiptoeing, struggling to help clean the empty bowls left by the customer. Slurp slurp. At a small wooden table in the corner, a man dressed in a black kimono and wooden clogs was gulping down the soup in his bowl. He slammed the coarse porcelain bowl heavily on the table and turned to leave. Excuse me, sir, the little girl still holding 2 empty bowls called out innocently. You haven't paid yet. The man abruptly stopped, turning his head back. A fleeting coldness flashed in his narrow eyes. His hand instinctively grasped the knife at his waist. Slap. A crisp sound of a slap rang out. The old lady had slapped the little girl hard across the face. You haven't paid yet. The man abruptly stopped, turning his head back. A fleeting coldness flashed in his narrow eyes. Take care. Children don't know any better. This slap is the old lady's respect for you. You have a generous heart. The man coldly stared at the old lady. After a moment, he slowly released his grip on the knife handle, his lips curling into a contemptuous sneer. Lowly Chinese pig. He spat and swaggered away in his clogs. Surrounding vendors and passing civilians all lowered their heads, doing what they needed to do, their gazes vacant and numb. Until the figure of the man completely disappeared around the corner, the old lady tightly hugged the stunned little girl into her arms. Girl, be good, don't cry, don't cry. It's Grandma's fault. But we can't fight against them. If we provoke them, our family will lose our lives. The little girl finally reacted, her tearful eyes misty as she buried her face in her grandmother's embrace, crying loudly. The baby on her back woke up and Lu Zhen watched this scene quietly, observing how the lower class was firmly pressed into the mud by the world. With only 3 years left until the martial arts prohibition, time was of the essence. In this world where people prey on one another, only by striving and fighting can one find a foothold. I did nothing wrong, he silently told himself. The path of martial arts is paved with blood and bones. To move forward inevitably means to let down some people. But after 3 years, when the martial arts prohibition is enforced, can I truly change this war-torn world and save these insignificant lives? Perhaps by then all I can do is ensure my family's safety. After passing through the oppressive civilian area, he wandered aimlessly, unknowingly arriving at the riverside of Yangqing. The river was wide with gentle ripples. Lu Zhen's gaze casually fell on a shallow area ahead. A plump, gray-feathered mother duck was leading 7 or 8 fluffy yellow ducklings, wobbling as they stepped into the muddy water, tentatively trying to dive into the river. The spring river water warms, and the ducks know first. Looking at this vibrant scene, an old poem suddenly came to Lu Zhen's mind. In another course of history, the land of China had also fallen into suffocating despair. The mountains and rivers were shattered, and wolves roamed the land. Yet even in the darkest nights, there was always a group of lovely beings like these birds by the river, the first to sense the warmth of the water. Even when caught in the bone-chilling winter, they still held absolute confidence, believing that spring would surely come. Lu Zhen looked down at his strong and sturdy hand. With my strength at hand and my destiny in my grasp, why should I be so pessimistic? A sense of enlightenment surged within him. Lu Zhen closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the river crashing against the shore, facing the moist river wind as he instinctively opened his fists. With casual movements, he began to practice by the riverbank. As his punches unfolded, his breath gradually merged with the surrounding river wind and water waves. Snap, snap, snap. His internal bones resonated in unison. At the moment when the power of his punch reached its peak, Lu Zhen suddenly opened his eyes, stepping forward as he delivered a powerful punch into the empty air. Boom. Utilizing the geographical advantages of the heavens and earth, the force of this punch soared like a gale. Power at the 3rd level. Power at the 4th level. This did not mean he had truly stepped into the control realm, but rather he had borrowed a trace of the realm's power through enlightenment. With his foundation at the 2nd level of power, he had forcefully manifested the terrifying might of the 4th level. Bang! The calm river surface was deeply dented by the punch's wind, followed by an eruption that shot up a towering column of water over 10 feet high, splashing water everywhere. Quack, quack, quack. The startled mother duck frantically flapped her wings and rushed ashore, while the little ducklings scrambled and huddled under their mother's wide. Watching this comical scene, the frustration in Lu Zhan's heart completely dissipated. He chuckled softly and turned to leave. On the riverside, the morning frost was blown off the grass and trees by the recent punch wind, revealing the tender green buds underneath. In the distance, the mountains were also bathed in a continuous green hue in the morning light. Today, the 5th day of the 4th month, marks the beginning of spring. Today there was nothing of great importance in the third office. Most of the time was spent tidying up the loose ends from yesterday. Lu Zhen sat in the military affairs hall flipping through his own merit ledger, including the 2 major merits from the previous slaying of the 2nd-tier iron-armored land dragon and the merits converted from the cartload of exotic beast carcasses. He now had a solid 3 major merits to his name. He raised his head and glanced at the black lacquered wooden plaques on the wall. With 3 major merits, there were indeed quite a few good things he could exchange for. Lu Zhan's gaze swept over them, and he understood in his heart. At the bottom of Luoxiao Valley, he had casually picked the Crimson Blood Golden Lotus. Its listed price here was exactly 3 major merits. His gaze continued upward. It landed on the few highest hanging gold lacquered wooden plaques. Those were top-tier goods requiring 10 major merits to exchange. Purple River Mystic Merit, a 2nd-tier top-grade realm-breaking great medicine. It was said to be made from the brain marrow of a deep-sea giant beast, as the main ingredient combined with dozens of century-old rare herbs, and refined day and night in a western high-pressure furnace for 14 days. The potency was extremely dominant. There was a 50% chance that the user could forcibly break through the barrier of the Mingjin early stage and step into the mid-stage in one go. In addition, there was also a high-level internal cultivation method called Thunder Sound Marrow Cleansing Scripture, also priced at 10 major merits. As for the even better things above, those few plaques were turned face down, their inscriptions invisible. The skinny old man in charge of records explained that it was due to insufficient authority. Only when one reached the rank of captain could they flip the plaques. But becoming a captain was not that easy. The hard requirements were Mingjin mid-stage and sufficient merits. But those were just the rules on the surface. There were only a few captain positions in the bureau, 1 for each slot. Sometimes there could be more than one formidable person meeting the conditions. In the end, who could ascend to the position depended on whether one had a patron above. Lu Zhen was not anxious. He still had a few Crimson Blood Golden Lotuses left from the system's double output settlement. After returning and slowly consuming them, he might naturally break through to Mingjin mid-stage without any trouble. At dusk, Lu Zhen pushed open the door of his own courtyard on Anping Street. The sky was dim. A rich aroma of meat bones drifted from the kitchen window crack with the breeze. He walked to the kitchen door. Xin Yun was standing in front of the earthen stove. She wore a coarse cloth dress with an apron tied around her waist. She was holding a wooden ladle, gently stirring the hot soup in the pot with her head down. Steam rose swirling around her. It outlined her naturally plump and mature figure, making her curves even more pronounced. Her waist was full, her hips stunned. Lu Zhen stepped inside. Jingir, you're back. Xin Yun heard the footsteps, turned around, and a gentle smile spread across her face. What are you stewing? It smells good. Lu Zhen walked over to the stove. Stewed some beef leg bones. Xin Yun used the wooden ladle to scoop out a piece of tender beef tendon from the rolling broth. Out of habit, she blew on the steam. Then, cupping the ladle carefully, she brought it to Lu Zhen's mouth. Try it as the heat right. Lu Zhen didn't stand on ceremony, lowering his head to take the tendon in one bite. It melted in his mouth, the broth rich and savory. Not bad, your skills are getting better and better. He nodded and offered a compliment. Xin Yun's eyes instantly lit up with joy. She said softly, I've already boiled the hot water. Go take a bath to relax, and we'll have dinner soon. All right, Lu Zhen replied. He turned around, preparing to go bathe first. As they passed each other, Lu Zhen casually gave a light squeeze to Xin Yun's astonishingly perky buttocks. The touch was extremely soft. Ayo! Xin Yun's body shuddered violently, and she let out a startled cry. The wooden ladle nearly dropped into the pot. When she turned her head, even her neck was flushed red like a ripe, juicy peach, looking at Lu Zhen's tall, retreating figure with watery eyes. Until Lu Zhen's figure disappeared at the doorway. Xin Yun bit her lower lip and slowly turned back. Her cheeks were still burning. She stared blankly at the rolling beef bone soup in the pot, lost in thought. After a long while, she walked to the cabinet in the corner of the kitchen and took out a small paper packet. Xin Yun opened the packet, picked up a few bright red goji berries and sliced antler pieces and sprinkled them into the bubbling broth. In her mind, shameful scenes involuntarily flashed again. Her cheeks grew even hotter. She gritted her teeth, grabbed the packet, and poured the remaining goji berries and antler pieces into the pot, adding more than half of what was left. The night grew deep. The room was filled with a thick, lingering scent of indulgence. Xin Yun lay on her side, curled up, already fast asleep. On her pale shoulder, exposed from the half-worn quilt, fine beads of sweat still clung. Lu Zhen, wearing a thin coat, sat on the edge of the bed. He reached out and rubbed his vaguely aching lower back, letting out a long sigh. At this moment, it happened to be the transition of the midnight hour. Daily settlement panel open. Today's settlement epiphany by the river practicing army breaking 8 slashes amid nature. Base earnings silver $0, class experience 10, martial skill experience 150, physique experience 100, universal experience 150. Triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV. For daily rewards X 4 times. Final gain silver $0, class experience 40, a martial skill experience 600, physique experience 400, universal experience 750. Lu Zhen 30 years old. Realm Mingjin early stage. Level daily settlement LV. 4030000. 3 Yang breathing technique LV. 414103000. Army breaking 8 slashes LV. 511012000. Physique chi and blood like a furnace LV. 5165010000. Universal experience 1710 points. Lu Zhen frowned slightly. Originally he had thought that after consuming the second-tier top-grade Crimson Blood Golden Lotus yesterday, with the residual medicinal power and the fortified beef bone soup tonight his physique experience would surely see a decent boost. But the result was that the increase in physique experience and martial skill experience was only average, and only the universal experience was somewhat acceptable. Why didn't it increase as much as I expected? Lu Zhen grumbled inwardly. He turned his head and glanced at Shen Yun, who was drenched in sweat and sleeping soundly on the... Lu Zhen muttered to himself, could it be that I have been harmed by beauty? My primordial yang leaked out thereby, canceling out most of the effects of the precious medicine and the soup, leaving me so haggard. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current, constantly accumulating and squeezing the potential of the body. In 3 years the great martial ban calamity would arrive. Such a wasteful and draining affair must absolutely not be indulged in. Lu Zhen made up his mind from today onward, he would abstain from lust. He gathered his mind, closed his eyes, and sensed the condition inside his body. The dominant medicinal power of the first Crimson Blood Golden Lotus after the violent surge yesterday and tonight's intense exertion had now been consumed to almost nothing, barely detectable. Lu Zhen stood up, walked to the side, and took out the second Crimson Blood Golden Lotus, which was faintly glowing red from his wooden case. He put the whole plant root and leaf directly into his mouth. As the second Crimson Blood Golden Lotus entered his stomach, the scorching medicinal power once again turned into rolling vital energy, which was drawn out strand by the 3 Yang breathing technique and merged into his limbs and bones. Lu Zhen's gaze fell back onto the panel in the void. There the army breaking 8 slashes had broken through its shackles, reaching L5. By the river during the day he had taken advantage of the surging river's terrain to accidentally touch upon the fringe of the control realm. With his original foundation of Power Extreme Level 2, he had forcibly unleashed the terrifying might of Power Extreme Level 4. Now this blade technique had completely broken its limits and upgraded. He wondered what level it could reach now. The thought stirred, and he could no longer suppress it. Lu Zhen threw on a black long coat, picked up the heavy black gold long saber at the bedside, and pushed open the door to step out. The night was deep with not a cloud in the sky. A lonely cold moon hung in the sky, casting the quiet courtyard in a pale white light. Lu Zhen strode to the center of the yard. The night wind blew, and he gripped the saber handle with one hand. Clang! A cold and dazzling blade light rose like autumn water, suddenly stirred from the ground. The black gold long saber was drawn from its sheath. Lu Zhen closed his eyes, deliberately suppressing the blazing chi and blood aura of the Mingjin, which was as hot as a furnace. He sank his waist and horse stance, his tendons springing, his spine coiling like a great dragon. Snap! 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 5 consecutive extremely crisp explosive sounds detonated deep within his bones. Lu Zhen's eyes snapped open, gleaming like lightning, and he struck down with the blade. Whoosh! The blade swept through the air, and the air was forcibly pushed aside by this violent force, forming a visible translucent ripple that rolled forward with a roar. Lu Zhen slowly sheathed the saber. The blade pointed diagonally at the ground, still trembling slightly. This was the power of Power Extreme Level 5. Power Extreme Level 5, Let alone those just entering Mingjin, even those who have immersed themselves in martial arts for years. The latest stage Mingjin, the so-called half-step grandmasters, rarely anyone could touch this threshold. Lu Zhen silently calculated in his mind. Relying on the panel's foundation and his own talent upon first entering Mingjin, his base strength was around 7. This was much higher than the usual 5,000 Jin for those who had just broken through. With the base of 7,000 Jin amplified by the extreme 5-fold of Power Extreme Level 5, the lethal power unleashed in that instant was a full 35,000 Jin. Meanwhile, an ordinary Mingjin early-stage martial artist, even if they had mastered the same technique, with 5,000 Jin multiplied by 5 times would only reach 25,000 Jin. A terrifying gap of a full 10,000 Jin. In life and death combat, a hair's breadth difference can instantly decide life or death. If simply calculated in terms of data, the combat power of a casual slash from him now was already equivalent to an ordinary Mingjin early-stage martial artist forcefully unleashing the divine might of power extreme level 7. But Lu Zhen knew very well that martial combat was never a simple arithmetic problem, nor could it be calculated so rigidly. There were many extraordinary talents in the world. Not every Mingjin early stage had only a rigid 5,000 gene of strength. Moreover, the world had long changed. This was no longer just a jianghu of fists and blades. Some nobles or extraordinary individuals had body enhancements from Western war machinery or had injected high-level beast blood potions. Those steel monsters and mutated bodies also possessed unreasonable strength. Who was stronger, who was weaker? Armchair strategizing was useless. Only by truly fighting could one know the outcome. Lu Zhen stood quietly in the courtyard holding the black gold long saber, his gaze fixed on the cold, bright moon in the night sky, lost in thought. The next day, ding-dong ding-dong. The tramcar slowly came to a halt at the platform. Lu Zhen, clad in a dark black brocade uniform with a black gold long saber at his waist, stepped off the car and walked toward the third station. Several hundred meters away, on the second floor of a vacant, tightly shuttered mansion, through the gap of an ornate wooden window, a cold, razor-sharp gaze locked onto the imposing black figure on the street. "He's here." A stiff Chinese voice sounded from behind the window. The speaker was a Western woman. Her dazzling golden hair was coiled high, her face cold and beautiful, her eyes exuding an aloof elegance and indifference. She wore a tight black leather trench coat, but the most striking feature was her legs. From the knees down, they had been entirely replaced by two cold, slender, razor-sharp steel blades. Western steam-powered war machinery. This woman was a silver-ranked killer of the assassin organization Yeka. Although her personal cultivation was only at the early Mingjin stage, with this specially modified Western killing machine, once she struck, her combat power could explode to a terrifying lethality at the peak of the mid-Mingjin stage. Behind her stood two towering iron tower-like muscular men. Not only were their bare arms embedded with thick brass gears, but half of their faces were covered in riveted iron plates. Half human, half machine, both with Chinese faces. They were also two ferocious characters who had truly stepped into the early Mingjin stage. Air. That's the target. The golden-haired woman turned her head and spoke coldly. The target has a Mingjin foundation and formidable combat ability. Don't underestimate. As she spoke, her pale fingers flipped over, producing two glass syringes filled with a crimson liquid. She casually tossed them onto the wooden table before the two men. "Inject it. This potion will instantly double your strength." Ada and Air exchanged glances, their faces showing hesitation. They knew full well the nature of such a potent potion. The price of doubled strength was a frenzied burning and overdraft of their own life force. One injection would cost at least 10 years of their lifespan. The two did not move. The golden-haired woman's narrow eyes narrowed slightly, and her originally cold, beautiful face instantly twisted into a terrifyingly icy grimace. Pressed by this killing intent, Ada and Air shivered violently, gritted their teeth, grabbed the syringes, and plunged them directly into the thick arteries. With a hiss as the crimson liquid was injected, the men's eyes instantly became bloodshot and heavy labored breathing filled the room. Seeing them take the injection, the golden-haired woman's expression eased slightly. "Don't worry about the job," she said, casually dangling a carrot with a seductive tone. "After this job, you'll be promoted from silver-ranked killer to gold-ranked. Naturally, it'll apply to the higher-ups for restoration fluid to make up for the lost years of your lives." Upon hearing this, the men's bloodshot eyes burst with ecstasy. "Go," the woman waved her hand. Ada and Air roared their assent and pursued through the back door. The wooden hut fell silent once more. The golden-haired woman curled her lips into a sneer of mockery. Two expendable tools. The scene shifts back to the street. By now the sky was fully bright, and the street intersection was gradually bustling with activity. The hawking of hot noodle soup, the coolies pushing wheelbarrows, and the clerks hurrying with briefcases under their arms, all intermingled. This place was not far from the third station of the Garrison Bureau, a heavily guarded area patrolled by constables daily known for its excellent public order. Under the sunlit wall at the street corner, a black cat stretched lazily, lying on the bluestone slab, basking in the warmth. A gentle breeze blew, and everything seemed utterly peaceful. Suddenly, meow. The black cat, which had been languid a moment before, suddenly sensed something. Every hair on its body bristled, puffing up like a spiky hedgehog. Lu Zhen, who had been striding forward, abruptly halted. He frowned slightly. The surrounding clamor seemed to become distant in an instant. Alert. Without realizing it, Lu Zhen's hand had already rested on the hilt of the black gold saber at his waist. Amid the crowd on the street, two extremely burly figures suddenly appeared. Thick brass gears slowly meshed within the flesh of their massive arms. Half of their faces were covered in cold, riveted iron plates. Lu Zhen's eyes sharpened, locking onto the approaching men. Without a word, the two charged like a pair of out-of-control steel mad bulls pouncing to kill. With the foundation of early Mingjin, the thrust of Western war machinery, and the berserk overdraft of the crimson potion. The combined force of their strike reached a terrifying level of at least 15,000 Gen. Clang. Lu Zhen instantly raised his black-gold saber horizontally before his chest. Thud. A violent blast of wind mixed with blood, and she exploded. Lu Zhen's feet plowed into the ground, and he was forced back 3 or 4 steps by the immense force. With a crash, the shockwave toppled the nearby noodle stand. Boiling broth spilled everywhere, and wooden tables and benches were instantly shredded into splinters. A cloud of white steam rose. Murder. Panic erupted on the street as vendors and passers-by screamed in terror, fleeing in all directions. A shrill police whistle suddenly sounded from the street corner. The nearby third station had clearly detected the commotion. Ada and Air, their bloodshot eyes wide with utmost shock, couldn't believe it. They had sacrificed years of life for a 10th Zanjan force combined with Western war machinery, yet this man had merely defended and withstood it. How strong was this man? Die. Ignoring everything, they closed in again. Their riveted iron arms flailed wildly, tearing through the air with piercing screams. Having tested their limits, Lu Zhen no longer held back. He unleashed 70% of his full power. Crack, crack, crack. His bones and sinews sang in unison, and the Ming Jin Qi shield burst forth from his body like a tangible aura. Swift and decisive, he advanced instead of retreating. At that moment, who dares to cause trouble on the garrison bureau's turf? A furious roar came from a large group of constables in gray and brocade uniforms armed with sabers and spears rushed out of the third station's gate. At the forefront were Hosey and Gu Yanji. When they saw the figures locked in combat, their eyes widened in shock. Isn't that Captain Liu? Zheng He's squad following behind also arrived. Zheng He's pupils contracted as he stared at the 2 half-human half-machine monsters. Aberrant warriors. And equipped with heavy Western war machinery. He knew what he was looking at. He could tell at a glance that the two had been injected with high-grade beast blood potions. In that state, each of them alone had a strength of over 10,000 Gen. Yet now the two of them together were completely suppressed by Lu Zhen. Zheng He's face twitched, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. In the arena, Lu Zhen's eyes were cold and fierce. The black-gold saber traced a harsh white arc of air. The 8 slashes of Pujuan. The blade slid past Ada's brass-armored arm, deflecting the monstrous force, and erupting in a long stream of dazzling sparks. With a piercing sound, the blade turned and vanished in a flash. A head with half its face covered in iron plates flew into the air, bright red blood spurting like a fountain onto the bluestone slabs. Air, horrified, tried to retreat. Lu Zhen stepped forward, following like a shadow. With a backhanded cold upward slash, the saber tip, like a viper's tongue, precisely avoided the war machinery's armor and pierced into the soft flesh of Air's throat beneath his jaw, driving straight through to the back of his skull. He withdrew the saber, flicked his wrist, and shook off the blood from the groove. Thud thud. The 2 burly semi-mechanical corpses hit the ground heavily, one at several hundred meters away, on the second floor of the vacant mansion. Through the gap in the ornate wooden window, the golden-haired woman's pupils shrank like pinprick. How? Impossible. Her cold, haughty face finally showed a trace of uncontrollable shock. 2 early Mingjin warriors injected with the Crimson Potion and equipped with heavy war machinery, launching a desperate combined assault. And they couldn't even last the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, but were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. But before her incredulous murmur even faded on the street, Lu Zhen, who had just flicked the blood from his black gold saber, slowly raised his head. His cold, fierce eyes across the void of several hundred meters locked precisely onto the wooden window on the second floor. The trace of the Kong Jing control realm that he had sensed yesterday by the river had not only amplified his power, but also sharpened his perception of the convergence of qi in the surrounding world, especially the cold, venomous, killing intent to an appalling degree. Found you. Lu Zhen's foot stamped down hard. With a bang, he shot forward like a tiger, descending a mountain, saber in hand, turning into a blur as he charged straight toward the vacant mansion. Behind him at the gate of the third station, Gu Yanji, Hosey, and the pale-faced Zheng, who were all stunned by the sudden turn of events and Lu Zhen's terrifying speed, their scalps tingling. There are accomplices. Follow. The constables snapped out of it, and with a roar they grabbed their weapons and sprinted after. In the dark corners of the street, some civilian martial artists drawn by the terrifying clash watched with awe, using their movement techniques to trail behind at a distance. In the span of a breath, Lu Zhen had reached the base of the mansion. Behind the second-floor window, the golden-haired woman took a deep breath, forcing down her shock. She was locked on. Her aura was firmly pinned, but she couldn't escape. She admitted she had severely underestimated the terrifying combat prowess of this Chinese martial artist. But so what? Her eyes regained that aloof indifference. She might be only at early Mingjin herself, but she was a silver-ranked killer. More importantly, her legs were of class Western war machine, the Bone Peeler Silver Scythe, obtained by the organization at great expense from the Western military. Such high-grade equipment was infamous. No fewer than a handful of mid-Mingjin warriors had died beneath these mechanical blade legs. Downstairs, Lu Zhen's Ming Jin blazed like a furnace, his blood and qi surging. White qi shield, tangible as substance, churned violently around the black gold saber. He sank his waist, twisted his spine like a dragon, and slashed upward toward the second floor with a savage reverse cut. A faintly visible semi-transparent blade aura tore through the air, rising with a terrifying sonic boom like a wailing howl. With a thunderous crash, most of the second floor's outer wall and ornate wooden window were shattered by that overbearing slash. Wood splinters and blue bricks exploded in all directions, dust billowing. From the ruins of the broken floor, heavy, grating metallic footsteps slowly sounded. The golden-haired woman, stepping on two slender cold steel blades, emerged from the rolling dust. She looked down from above, her narrow eyes coldly surveying Lu Zhen below. A sneer of contempt curled at the corner of her mouth. Die. On her legs, thick brass pressure valves instantly spewed terrifyingly high-temperature white steam. The class war machine activated completely. With a hiss of white steam from the high-pressure valves, the next instant the golden-haired woman's figure blurred. Fast. Unbelievably fast. She launched herself from the second-floor ruins like a cold steel swallow, without any leverage or extra motion, instantly slicing through the sky. Midair, the slender steel blades folded backward at an impossible angle, defying the mechanics of human joints, and descended in a savage, spiraling strike. Deadly, beautiful, utterly graceful. With a metallic clang, the steel legs tore through the air, producing a hair-raising shriek. These two silver-side blades, driven by the terrifying thrust of Western war machinery, were far faster than any blade or sword technique from the most seasoned masters. 10 times more dangerous and ferocious. Like a blue steel shadow of death descending from the sky with no blind spots. No, Captain. Gu Yinji and Houzi, who had just arrived with the others, were horrified, their eyes wide with terror, as they instinctively screamed, every hair on their bodies standing on end. Too fast. The silver net of blades descending from the heavens was so swift that they didn't even have time to think of drawing their guns. They could only watch helplessly as the devastating strike enveloped Lu Zhen. At a nearby street corner, die. He's dead for sure. Zheng, who stared at the elegant silver arc in the air, his face burning with excitement and fanaticism. He knew too well how lethal this thing was. Over the past 2 years, Zheng He's Ming Jin cultivation had completely stalled, unable to advance a single step. In search of a breakthrough, he had privately delved into the study of Western war machinery. Thus he recognized at a glance the infamous class war machine, the bone peeler silver scythe. He had seen the terrifying combat records of this deadly weapon in classified black market files. Even mid-Ming Jin martial artists with deep foundations, once caught in close range by these mechanical blade legs, would be sliced into a pile of minced flesh within half a breath. Flesh and blood could never withstand it. So beautiful. Zheng, who gazed at the fleeting cold silver light, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, 2 afterimages, one black, one silver, collided fiercely more than 10 times. The blade's glint was chilling, the sword's shadow dazzling. The Western female assassin's moves were terrifying beyond measure. Each strike defied logic, ruthlessly attacking from unimaginable blind spots. Purely judged by combat skills born solely for slaughter, this was undoubtedly the most fearsome enemy Lu Zhen had ever faced. Midair. A look of horror surged in the blonde woman's narrow eyes. How could this be? The grade B Western weapon she prided herself on had its pressure valve pushed to the extreme. Such a full-power eruption rivaled a Ming Jin martial artist above the 5th level of ultimate strength. A terrifying force of 25,000 genes. Yet in the lightning-quick clash just now, not only did she fail to gain the slightest advantage, she even sensed that her opponent's power was more domineering than her iron body. Even fiercer. She was certain. Lu Zhen now held back nothing. His qi and blood burned like a furnace, pushing his Ming Jin to the limit. A terrifying base strength of 7,000 genes combined with the explosive power of a 3rd-level ultimate strength blade technique, further augmented by the Conting realm insight he grasped by the riverside yesterday. Boom. A staggering force of 35,000 genes surged forth unreservedly along the black gold long blade. One power suppresses, the two wildly passed each other midair, exchanging over 10 moves in an instant. Puffed. The 8th blade of the Peijun Bajan technique ignited. A delicate head crowned with golden hair soared skyward. Until death, the blonde woman's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. She was the silver-ranked assassin of the Yaksha. How could she die on this desolate street? Her vision spun wildly as life rapidly ebbed away. In a daze, a distant memory suddenly flashed through her mind. It was a vast iron-caged camp where hundreds of children her size endured brutally harsh killing training every day. During rare moments of rest, several scarred comrades lay side by side with her on the grassy lakeside. Even now she could vividly recall the scent of the grass. They gazed upon the vast starry sky above, softly swearing that no matter who lived or died, the survivor must live well in honor of the fallen. Later, one comrade after another fell in pools of blood under her sword. She was the one who endured to the very end of that training camp. Thud. Her head slammed heavily onto the long street, rolling twice. The blonde woman's eyes gradually lost focus. At the final moment before darkness claimed her consciousness, her lips slightly parted, releasing a barely audible sigh. Forgive me. For not continuing. For you all. How could I possibly win? Nearby Zheng, who stared wide-eyed, his face pale as death. That was the Bone Picker's silver side, a grade B weapon capable of shredding mid-stage Mingjin, just cut down with one stroke. Zheng, whose legs weakened slightly. The scene before him shattered his understanding of Western weaponry. In a dark corner, several onlookers from the civilian martial world stood dumbfounded. After a moment, a seasoned martial artist in a gray shirt spoke, slowly, its ultimate strength. At least the power of a 4th-level ultimate strength. His eyes blazed as they fixed on Lu Zhen. At his words, several martial artists gasped, sharply astonished anew. Only then did they clearly recognize the clothes Lu Zhen wore. Is that a detective from the 3rd Bureau? A detective, but only early-stage Mingjin strength. Such skill. Gradually, all their gazes turned to reverence. Detective, are you alright? Monkey and others from the Bureau had already stepped forward with praise. Their faces full of fervor, they surrounded Lu Zhen, showering him with compliments. Lu Zhen sheathed his blade. Enough. Collect the bodies, seal off the area. Remove those weapons, and bring them back to the Bureau. He methodically arranged for them. Meanwhile, he silently pondered. Who could be after him? Zheng Hu. Lu Zhen glanced at the distraught Zheng Hu. It shouldn't be him. He lacked the courage and capacity. A Westerner. He didn't know of any deadly enmity with Westerners. But the prime suspect was certainly the Water Stronghold's head Duan Hai. At the crowd's edge, Gu Yinji quietly watched Lu Zhen encircled by people. Morning light struck Lu Zhen, emitting an indescribable aura. Gu Yinji recalled their first meeting. At first he only thought Lu Zhen was trustworthy. Though his friendship with Lu Zhen was sincere, it carried an undertone of wanting to help him, a trace of benevolence typical of a scion from a noble family. Later, as Lu Zhen broke through mid and late stages of strength training, he felt they were comrades practicing martial arts on the same path. Then they ventured beyond the city to slay demons. On this day, amid the bloody battle on the long street, Gu Yinji's breath grew slightly heavy. He recalled Lu Zhen's final fierce strike, and sensed something profound. History records that during chaotic times, some rise from humble origins like hidden dragons beneath the surface. Once empowered, they soar like dragons in the sky, stirring the world's affairs. A thought sprang unbidden into his mind. Perhaps Lu Zhen was such a person. But regardless, Lu Zhen was truly. A faint smile of relief crept onto his lips. Then Gu Yinji folded his fan, stepped forward, and walked smilingly toward Lu Zhen's direction. In a secluded French-style mansion within the foreign concession, Duan Hai leaned against a large leather sofa, brows furrowed tightly, as if awaiting something. A cold night wind swept in through the window. In the study's shadowed corner, an unknown figure silently appeared without a sound. The figure was cloaked in a voluminous black robe, breathless, and emanating a chilling aura that made one's heart shudder. Duan Hai suddenly sat upright, muscles tense, eyes blazing fiercely. The black-robed figure slowly stepped from the shadows. The assassination of Lu Zhen failed. His voice was hoarse and icy, devoid of emotion. Clink. A heavy leather pouch was casually tossed, landing on the carpet near Duan Hai's feet. The bounty is returned. Duan Hai's face darkened as he stared intently. What do you mean? Isn't it Yiksha's rule that once money is taken, the task is guaranteed? The black-robed figure's eyes beneath the hood revealed rare gravity. Lu Zhen has reached the 5th level of ultimate strength. The price for assassinating him is no longer what it was. 5th level ultimate strengths. Duan Hai's pupils constricted sharply, shock flooding his eyes. He knew all too well the weight of those words. To master the killing art of 5th level ultimate strength at the early Mingjin stage. What terrifying talent. A true genius. Genius among geniuses. If this youth were allowed to grow unchecked, the future threat he posed to Duan Hai and the entire Water Stronghold would be unimaginably immense. Increase the payment. Duan Hai bit his teeth fiercely, his eyes filled with palpable killing intent. How much for continued assassination? 1 million silver dollars, the black-robed figure slowly uttered. 1 million. Duan Hai seemed to hear a ridiculous fairy tale springing to his feet. 1 million silver dollars. Are you insane? He's only an early-stage Mingjin. How could he be worth so much? 1 million silver dollars could arm a full squad of Western machinists if I bought weapons on the black market. The black-robed figure remained unmoved, speaking calmly. He is very young. At such an age to reach 5th level ultimate strength, there must be an incredibly formidable master's legacy behind him. To kill him is to provoke the colossal power behind him. Therefore this is the price. Not a cent less. The study fell into deathly silence. Duan Hai's face turned ashen. 1 million silver dollars. He simply could not afford it. Even if he sold everything, emptying the entire Water Stronghold's reserves, he could not muster this astronomical sum. The black-robed figure glanced at the silent Duan Hai, knowing the deal was off. Farewell. As the voice fell, a gust of night wind swept past the curtains. The shadow melted into the darkness like a phantom vanishing without a trace. Only Duan Hai remained alone in the dim study, his gaze dark and unsettled. For several consecutive days the weather in Yang City was gloomy and stifling. Lu Zhen acted with extreme caution, maintaining a heightened sense of vigilance at all times. However, the anticipated follow-up ambush never occurred. The tranquility felt unusually strange. On that day of the bloody battle on the long street, while cleaning up the aftermath, Lu Zhen found some identifying trinkets on the corpses of the blonde woman and 2 half-mechanical bodies. A few tokens belonged to the notorious assassin organization, Yasha. Did someone spend a fortune to buy their own life? After a brief contemplation, Lu Zhen firmly locked the suspicion onto one person. The leader of the water gang, Duan Hai. The reasoning was simple. He had a limited number of enemies in Yang City. Ordinary gang thugs simply didn't have the financial power to hire Yasha's silver medal assassins. As for the Westerners, he had never formed a deadly feud with them. Only the water gang. In the previous battle at Pig Cage Alley, he not only killed 3 death warriors from the water gang, but also happened to crush Duan Hai's younger brother, the second master of the water gang. Time, motive, and financial resources all aligned perfectly. However, Lu Zhen was not afraid. In this world, regardless of who the hidden mastermind was, or what level of assassin came, conspiracies and schemes were ultimately futile in the face of absolute strength. He just needed to grow stronger. If one came, he would kill one. Wearing a dark black satin uniform, and carrying a black gold long knife, Lu Zhen stepped into the courtyard of the 3rd Division of the Town Guard Bureau. The news of the earth-shattering battle on the long street had already spread like the wind throughout the entire 3rd Division. In the courtyard, the ordinary constables who were initially training abruptly halted their movements upon seeing Lu Zhen enter. "Constable Lu." "Morning, Constable." Everyone bowed their heads in greeting, even instinctively stepping aside to clear a spacious path. In the eyes of these lower-ranking gray-clothed figures, he had become an unattainable figure. At that moment, a heavy and powerful sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the courtyard. A tall man dressed in a satin uniform strode into the courtyard. This person had a rugged face, high cheekbones, and an unmistakable pride in his eyes. He had large ears adorned with 2 massive copper rings that jingled with every step he took. Instantly, the courtyard erupted in low murmurs. "It's Iron Lion Zhao Chongwang." Constable Zhao just returned from a long-term assignment. Lu Zhen paused slightly in his steps. He had heard Gu Yinji mention this person before. Zhao Chongwang, the most seasoned and powerful constable in the 3rd Division. He possessed a cultivation level in the mid-stage of Mingjing with an exceptionally solid foundation. He should have been promoted to a higher position long ago. However, the position had always been occupied, leaving him to continue enduring in the constable role. Yet in everyone's eyes, he was undoubtedly the #1 constable of the 3rd Division. At the edge of the crowd, Zheng He's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he quickly approached. He leaned close to Zhao Chongwang, bowing and scraping, mumbling something under his breath, while occasionally glancing over at Lu Zhen. After listening, Zhao Chongwang raised an eyebrow slightly. He turned his head, giving Lu Zhen a once over the corners of his mouth, curling into a smile that was neither fully friendly nor unfriendly, and he strode over. "You are the newcomer making waves recently, Lu Zhen. Indeed, to have slain that troublesome mechanical leg, you possess some skill." Lu Zhen's expression remained calm as he slightly nodded. "Constable Zhao, you flatter me," he said, no more, turning directly to stride towards the military affairs pavilion. Watching Lu Zhen's departing figure, Zhao Chongwang's fake smile gradually faded, and his expression turned grim. After all, he was a veteran in the 3rd Division and a genuine practitioner at the mid-stage of Mingjing. This kid was merely a newcomer at the initial stage of Mingjing, relying on some brute force to achieve a bit of merit, yet he dared to disregard him. Such a cold attitude ignited a surge of anger within him. Seeing this, Zheng, who quickly moved closer, adding fuel to the fire. "Zhao Ge, look how arrogant this kid is. He doesn't even regard you. He now thinks he's the best in the world. He even privately boasts that in this 3rd Division, apart from the leader, no one can suppress him. Isn't this clearly showing he doesn't take you seriously?" Zhao Chongwang did not lose his temper at Zheng He's words. Suddenly, he turned his head. His eyes, like those of a ferocious beast, coldly locked onto Zheng Hu. Zheng Hu felt his whole body stiffen under that gaze, and the flattering smile on his face instantly froze. Zheng Hu, Zhao Chongwang suddenly chuckled coldly. "Do you really think I'm one of those brainless fools?" He took a half-step forward, his massive physique exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. "You want to come here and use me as a knife to kill someone, because you can't even lift your head in front of others? Do you dare to use me as a weapon?" The last hymn was laced with the terrifying aura of mid-stage Mingjing, causing Zheng He's eardrums to ache. Zheng He's face turned pale, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He hurriedly waved his hands, backpedaling and explaining. "I dare not. You misunderstood, Zhao Ge. I'm only looking out for you. This kid is so arrogant. If the position of leader becomes available, he will be your biggest obstacle. This clearly shows he doesn't take you seriously." Zhao Chongwang did not follow Zheng He's words to get angry. He suddenly turned his head. Those eyes, like a ferocious beast, coldly stared at Zheng Hu. Zheng Hu felt his whole body stiffen under that gaze, and the flattering smile on his face instantly froze. Zheng Hu Zhao Chongwang suddenly chuckled coldly. Do you really think I'm one of those brainless fools? In the courtyard of the third branch of the Jinshu Bureau, most of the attendants had put away their weapons waiting for their shift to end. Lu Zhen crossed the yard, and found Gu Yinji outside room 6 fanning himself with a folding fan. Brother Gu. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Gu Yinji put away his fan and came forward. Tonight Captain Chun is hosting a banquet, and the defender from the 5th branch Hua Tianxiao has invited me. Lu Zhen relayed the matter. Upon hearing this, Gu Yinji's expression momentarily stiffened. He glanced around, and pulled Lu Zhen aside to a quiet corner by the third young master of the Hua family. Why would he suddenly reach out to you? Gu Yinji furrowed his brow. I don't know, Lu Zhen replied, looking at him. You come from the Merchant Association and have your ear to the ground. What is the background of the Hua family? Gu Yinji fell silent for a moment, lightly tapping his palm with the folding fan. The Hua family is one of the 4 major families in Yang City. They are wealthy and prestigious, a traditional martial arts family of great renown. However, since the old master Hua passed away decades ago, the Hua family has seen a decline, their influence not what it once was. Lu Zhen remained silent, listening quietly. Moreover, Gu Yanzi's gaze became serious. I've heard just privately that the Hua family seems to have proposed a new theory in recent years. What theory? Those with martial arts aptitude should continue to train in traditional martial arts. As for those without aptitude, pursuing the path of the unconventional martial artists is also an option. Gu Yinji sneered. Lu Zhen narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. In the current world, the conflict between traditional martial arts and unconventional practices was incredibly fierce. It had become a matter of life and death. At such times, the Hua family's indecisive stance seemed to avoid taking sides, appearing to offend neither party and posing no danger. But to Lu Zhen, this was purely a path to demise. In the midst of great turmoil, there was no place for those who wavered. In reality, such indecisive behavior might put the Hua family under the scrutiny of both sides, both waiting to take action. I understand now. Lu Zhen's expression returned to calm. Brother Lu, the banquet hosted by the Hua family may not be straightforward, Gu Yinji reminded. No matter, Lu Zhen strode out of the third branch's gate, heading toward the Jufu building for the banquet. Evening was approaching. Outside Jufu building in Yang City, several shiny black Ford cars were parked by the street. 7 or 8 burly men in black robes, their waists bulging, stood with stern expressions on either side of the building's entrance. These were the Hua family's guards. Just standing there, they exuded an aura that warned others to stay away. Get lost, you blind fools. In the distance, a burly man in black, looking like a steward, wielded a short stick and ruthlessly chased away a few vagrants. Our young master is meeting esteemed guests upstairs tonight. If you cause trouble, you'll be thrown into the river to feed the fish. Stinking vermin, get lost. Lu Zhen watched this scene coldly from half a street away. The country was in disarray, and the lives of the lower class were as insignificant as grass. To him, the Hua family's extravagant display was nothing more than a parasite that had gorged itself on blood in times of chaos. In his heart, he discounted the demeanor of this Hua family young master. Oh, is that Lu Chaotu? At the entrance, a plum-faced steward with sharp eyes quickly approached with a smiling face. Captain Chun has already instructed. Lu Chaotu, please come inside. The young master has booked the entire 2nd floor, just waiting for your grand arrival. The steward bowed, cheerfully gesturing for him to enter the building. As he stepped through the door, 2 beautiful maids in high-slit satin kipeos approached. Their figures were graceful, and their skin was fair. Master Lu, please follow us. The 2 girls spoke sweetly, their manners impeccable, as they lifted their skirts and led the way. Ascending the redwood staircase, a rich scent of Western perfume filled the corridor. They pushed open the intricately carved wooden door of the most luxurious private room on the 2nd floor. A wave of melodious music mixed with the fragrance of rouge washed over them. The private room was spacious and lavish, with a thick Persian carpet on the floor and Western tasseled crystal chandeliers hanging from above. Inside the room, there were several beautiful women dressed in sheer skirts, softly singing while playing the pipa. At the center of a large round redwood table, 2 individuals were seated. One was a young master in a well-fitted silver-gray suit with slicked-back hair. His pale complexion and the arrogance in his brow suggested he was not a typical latest-stage Mingjing martial artist. This was Hua Tianxiao, the 3rd young master of the Hua family. Beside him sat Chun, and who was known for his amiable demeanor. At this moment, Chun and was lazily leaning back in his chair. Beside him, a voluptuous Western blonde beauty was snuggled against him. Her fair bosom was barely concealed, and with a pair of snowy arms, she held a glass of brandy, feeding Chun in a drink. Chun An's face was flushed, and his large hand rested on the waist of the Western woman, giving it a gentle squeeze. Brother Lu has arrived. Seeing Lu Zhen enter, Chun and waved cheerfully. Come, let me introduce you. This is our 5th branch's defender master, Hua Tianxiao. Lu Zhen maintained his usual expression and took a couple of steps forward. Master Hua, he said, slightly cupping his fist. Please take a seat, Hua Tianxiao said, glancing at Lu Zhen and casually pointing to an empty seat across from him. Lu Zhen pulled out the chair and sat down calmly. Seeing this, Hua Tianxiao's lips curled into a smile as he lightly clapped his hands. Immediately a row of 4 young girls, all of exceptional beauty, walked over, lining up beside Lu Zhen with charming. Some were innocent, others seductive, all with sparkling eyes. Brother Lu, Hua Tianxiao lifted a tall wine glass, swirling the red wine within, and with a teasing smile said, "Since it's our first meeting today, feel free to choose one to serve you." Lu Zhen scanned the girls casually. He simply raised his hand, pointing to the nearest girl dressed in a plain qipao who appeared somewhat demure. "Let's go with her. A cup of tea will suffice." The girl in the plain qipao lowered her eyes, obediently stepping forward to pour Lu Zhen a cup of hot tea. Soon the waitstaff began bringing out dishes in a continuous stream. The food was exceedingly extravagant. A stew of a century-old ginseng chicken, the broth gleaming golden and clear. A rich soup made from deep-sea red jade turtles, its aroma enticing. In the center there was even a plate of thinly sliced raw tiger heart, served with specially made Western sauce. Each dish was a rare and precious delicacy that would greatly replenish a martial artist's energy and blood. This banquet could equal half a lifetime's worth of food for an ordinary family. The financial power of the Hua family was evident. Hua Tianxiao took a small sip of red wine, his gaze fixed on Lu Zhen. During the battle on Chang Street, Brother Lu took down the silver metal assassin, cleaving through Western-grade weapons with ease. Such exceptional skill has been widely talked about in the various bureaus of East City. He wore a smile, his tone filled with admiration. Entering Mingjing, yet possessing such outstanding combat power, Brother Lu's talent is indeed remarkable. Chunin beside him swallowed a piece of tiger heart meat, chuckling in agreement. Indeed, I have spent over half my life in the bureau and seen countless newcomers, but none have stood out like Brother Lu. Lu Zhen did not respond. He knew the groundwork was laid, and the main act was about to begin. Sure enough, Hua Tianxiao set down his wine glass, wiped his mouth with a white handkerchief inside. However, this world is quite chaotic. A tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind. No matter how talented a person is, with no solid backing or ample connections behind them, fighting alone will ultimately lead to nowhere. Hua Tianxiao leaned slightly forward, staring intently at Lu Zhen. The Westerners have their powerful ships and cannons, the unconventional martial artists have their beast blood potions, and there are those sinister forces lurking in the shadows. A slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Thus it is necessary to have a big tree to provide shade. Chunin timely interjected, his face full of sincerity. Brother Lu, Master Hua is someone who values talent. You are well aware of the Hua family's background in Yang City. To be honest, this old bone of mine is fading. I won't be able to hold on to the position of captain in the 3rd branch for much longer. By the end of this year, I plan to step down and return to my hometown to enjoy my twilight years. Chunin patted his thigh lower. You have achieved great merit now, and if you nod your head and join the Hua family with Master Hua backing you, once I retire, the position of captain in the 3rd branch will be yours without any contest. In the private room, both Hua Tianxiao and Shin An's gazes fell on Lu Zhen's face, waiting for his response. In their eyes, with fame, fortune, and a beautiful backing, this combination was something no low-born martial artist could resist. Lu Zhen sat in his chair, his heart as clear as a mirror. When he chose to join the Jinshu Bureau, it was to seek a relatively stable environment to develop secretly. Even the flourishing Shao family did not attract him. Unless absolutely necessary, he did not wish to wade into the muddy waters of such a large family. How could he possibly sell himself to the Hua family, which was on the decline and indecisive? As for the position of captain, he had the system by his side and did not take it seriously at all. Lu Zhen set down his teacup and stood up. Thank you for the kind intentions of Master Hua and Captain Chun. However, I have grown accustomed to a leisurely life and cannot endure the rules of large families. I only seek a modest existence in my duties at the Bureau. There are still trivial matters at home, so I will not disturb your enjoyment any longer. Farewell. With that, Lu Zhen slightly cupped his hands and strode out of the private room. The amiable smile that had been on Hua Tianxiao's face slowly faded, his expression becoming grim. Chunin was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head and sighed. This kid truly doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. No matter how much I tried to persuade him, he simply crashed into the... No matter, Hua Tianxiao leaned back in his chair, sneering. Does he really think of himself as a person of importance? Such skills are indeed useful as a biting dog. But if he is too stubborn to wear a leash, if he is uncooperative, we can find someone else to support. I think Xiao Chongwang from the 3rd branch understands the rules quite well, and his foundation in Mingjing is even more solid than his. Leaving the Jufu Tower, the electric trams on the street had long since ceased running. Yet for Lu Zhen, whose martial physique had already reached the bright 4th stage, this was hardly an obstacle. He took a shortcut through a dark alley, striding briskly toward home. With his speed, the journey was merely a matter of less than half an hour. After passing through 2 pitch-black lanes, the sound of chaotic footsteps and faint curses suddenly emerged ahead. How dare you steal from Lord Zhang's estate? Beat her to death. Lu Zhen paused, then silently melted into the shadow of the wall corner. Before long, a thin, small, dark figure stealthily climbed over from a deadened street corner, slipped along the wall, and hid behind a foul ditch. In the dim moonlight, Lu Zhen saw clearly. She was a disheveled little girl. The footsteps of the pursuers faded away along the main road. The girl crouched by the ditch, waiting until there was no sound before letting out a long breath. She wiped her face with a dirty sleeve, a hint of glee flickering on her small face. Clutching the bulging bundle close to her chest, she hunched down and expertly slipped into a deeper, filthier alley. Lu Zhen had initially intended to mind his own business, but this alley happened to lead in the same direction as his way home, so he followed at a distance. The path grew more desolate. The low houses on both sides became increasingly dilapidated, and the air reeked of a sour stench mingling urine and mold. The little girl stopped before a broken half-wall of rammed earth. There wasn't even a proper gate, only a few black and rotten planks barely blocking the entrance. The yard was even more chaotic, piled with rotten firewood. The girl moved the planks aside and slipped into a low, dim room lit by a single flickering oil lamp. "Brother, I'm back." As if presenting a treasure, she pulled out half a flatbread wrapped in a piece of rag. "I got some flatbread." A low, suppressed cough came from inside the room. On a tattered bedroll in the corner lay a lean man, half reclining. He didn't take the bread, but sighed instead. "I strained my back while carrying sacks at the dock today. It's nothing serious. We'll be fine in a few days. Once I get my wages, we won't go hungry anymore. You eat this bread." Hearing this, the little girl's eyes lit up with joy. She swallowed her saliva and cautiously ventured, "Brother, then, can you buy me a sugar figurine?" The man was silent for a moment, then reached out and stroked her dry, tangled hair. "All right, I'll get you one then." In the shadow outside the window, Lu Zhen gazed through the half-open broken window at the man inside. He recognized him. Zheng Fan. Back when Lu Zhen first went to the Iron Wire martial arts school to pay for boxing lessons, this man was already there. He arrived earliest every day, left latest, training his strength and practicing with relentless intensity. Yet the path of martial arts depends not only on fate, but also on talent and money. Once the 2-month deadline passed, Zheng Fan failed to achieve any notable progress and had no money to renew his tuition, so he had to leave in dejection. Lu Zhen still remembered the look of ash-like despair in Zheng Fan's eyes that day he rolled up his tattered bedding and left the school. He never expected to see him fallen so low. Now selling his labor at the docks to survive, even a full meal, had become a luxury. Lu Zhen thought that if he didn't have his daily settlement payment, with only the bone structure of a man who started learning boxing at 30, struggling in this brutal world, perhaps his fate would be no different from Zheng Fan's in that room. He withdrew his gaze, reached into his bosom, and pulled out a heavy money pouch. Inside were exactly 100 silver dollars. He stepped forward and gently placed the pouch just inside the threshold of the broken wooden door. Thud! The pouch made a faint sound as it hit the ground. Inside the room, the girl's sharp ears caught it. She spun around abruptly. "Who's there?" She grabbed a doorbar from the corner and cautiously poked her head out. The doorway was empty, not even a ghost. Only the mournful wail of cold wind blowing through broken tiles. Just as she was about to pull back, she spotted the cloth pouch by the threshold. The girl picked up the pouch, feeling its heavy weight. She closed the door furtively and ran back inside. "Brother, look." Someone dropped under the faint oil lamp a dazzling silver gleam. Exactly 100 silver dollars. Zheng Fan's breath caught, but soon his flushed face rapidly turned pale. In these chaotic times, 100 silver dollars was a fortune that could buy several lives. For it to fall by their own doorstep for no reason, what could it mean? What if it was someone's life-saving money that had been lost? Keeping it would be a sin. He lifted his head, his cracked lips parting, about to ask his sister if anyone had passed, but before the words could leave his mouth, his gaze suddenly froze. It locked onto the gray cloth pouch. On one corner of the pouch, a simple iron ring pattern was crudely embroidered with black thread. Zheng Fan recognized that this was the money pouch of the Iron Wire martial arts school. Back when he worked as a handyman in the outer courtyard, he had seen it before. The inner disciples received their monthly wages in such gray cloth pouches. In an instant, several sturdy figures he had met at the school flashed through Zheng Fan's mind. This money wasn't dropped by some stranger. Which senior brother is secretly helping me, eh? He slowly clenched the pouch. In this dog-eat-dog world, a stranger was willing to give 100 silver dollars to pull him, a useless man, out of the gutter. Touched a long-forgotten, hope began to stir in his heart. With this money, could I after all resume my martial training? Buy meat, buy medicine, pay the tuition at the school once more. Risk my life one last time. Only by making something of himself, only by standing firm, could he eventually have the right and the chance to repay the benefactor who helped him in secret. Zheng Fan slowly raised his head. In those eyes that had once been ashen, a glimmer of light suddenly flickered back to life. The night was silent. In the small courtyard of Omping Street, Lu Zhen sat cross-legged in the center, bare-chested. The night breeze gently brushed his powerful, sinewy muscles. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, breathing at an extremely slow pace. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement practice saber for 2 hours calmly circulated the 3 yang breathing technique. Base rewards silver $0, profession exp 10, martial skill exp 150, physique exp 150, universal exp 150, triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV. For daily rewards x4. Final rewards silver $0, profession exp 40, a martial skill exp 600, physique exp 400, universal exp 750. Lu Zhen, 30 years old, realm early bright force level daily settlement LV. 403003 yang breathing technique LV. 428503000. Put you in 8 slashes LV. 5211000 physique, chi, and blood, like a furnace LV. 536500 universal, EXP 37 10 points. Lu Zhen slowly opened his eyes. The past few days had been calm with no life or death battles. But even with just the unyielding daily training coupled with the panel's terrifying fourfold multiplier, the accumulation of experience in these few short days had reached an impressive level. Especially the universal experience, which had quietly built up to over 3,000 points. With a thought, he poured all 3,000 points into the daily settlement. The panel characters blurred for a moment, then cleared again. Level daily settlement LV. 501000, 5-fold multiplier. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Zhen's eyes. Starting tomorrow night, all his painstaking training and gains would undergo an even more terrifying exponential growth. His gaze moved down. The universal experience now stood at 710 points. And the 3 yang breathing technique was only a mere 150 points away from its limit break. Lu Zhen promptly allocated the experience points. A vast influx of memories flooded his mind. All the scenes of day and night meditation, breathing exercises, and the relentless cultivation of chi and blood. 3 yang breathing technique LV. 501000. Lu Zhen sat cross-legged on the stone slab, closed his eyes. Following the new enlightenment in his mind, he slowly adjusted the rhythm of his breath. The original breathing method of 3 short and 1 long breaths became deeper, almost imperceptible. Inhale, exhale. After breaking through to level 5, the effect of this internal cultivation method was entirely different. What had been a thin thread of internal energy now thickened, noticeably coursing through his bones, organs, and meridians at a speed several times faster. His entire body felt comfortable, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels as if wrapped in a thick warm layer of robust chi and blood. He quickly reached for the wooden box beside him, inside which lay the last crimson blood golden lotus, a doubled reward from the system. Lu Zhen picked up the spiritual herb roots and stem intact and swallowed it whole. A boom. The familiar violent medicinal power exploded in his stomach. A scorching current surged like a runaway horse trying to rampage wildly. Lu Zhen remained expressionless. The LV. 3 yang breathing technique operated at full speed. This time, under the guidance of the advanced breathing method, the originally untamable medicinal energy transformed into streams of pure searing heat, continuously washing through his internal organs. Once, twice, 10 times. The chi and blood in his body burned like boiling oil, growing ever fiercer. A fine layer of blood beads even oozed out on Lu Zhen's skin, only to be instantly vaporized by the extreme surface temperature, forming a faint white mist that enveloped him. Crack. The chi and blood reversed, his bones and sinews resonated. The bright force aura that had previously only lingered around his skin, muscles, and bones now fully penetrated his internal organs, achieving internal and external unity, a continuous cycle. Lu Zhen's eyes snapped open, and he expelled a mouthful of scorching turbid breath. Lu Zhen slowly rose to his feet, clenching his fists. A series of crisp crackles emanated from his knuckles. He could clearly sense that the substantial Mingjin aura within his body had thoroughly permeated his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. An ordinary martial artist upon first entering the Mingjin stage possessed a base strength of around 5,000 jin. By the mid-Mingjin stage, with the blood and chi fortified internally, the force doubled, reaching 10,000 jin. But he was different. With his panel-based foundation, his physique far surpassed ordinary people. Now breaking through to mid-Mingjin, his base strength had been forcibly elevated to 13,000 jin. Lu Zhen walked to the stone lock in the corner of the courtyard. Without activating his blood and chi, he simply grabbed it with one hand and lifted the several hundred jin stone lock as if it were weightless. A foundation of 13,000 jin. His eyes flickered. Adding his own mastery of the triple Liji technique and a hint of Kong Jing might, he had realized by the river. Combining the two, his current integrated striking power could firmly reach the level of quintuple Liji. 13,000 jin magnified 5 times. That was a terrifying force of 65,000 jin. What did that mean? An ordinary mid-Mingjin martial artist, even with decent talent, was a rarity to master Liji techniques. Even if someone could unleash the might of sextuple legi with a base of 10,000 gene, it would only be 60,000 gene. In other words, a casual strike from him now was equivalent to the devastating lethality of a normal mid-Ming gene martial artist unleashing around sextuple legi. Under normal circumstances, a mid-Ming gene cultivator could not possibly attain such a high level of force, excluding the unreasonable heavy Western mechanical war machines. Relying solely on this flesh-and-blood body, he was already an exceedingly formidable existence at the mid-Ming gene level. Lu Zhen released his grip. Thump! The stone lock crashed to the ground, sending up a ring of dust. He was immensely satisfied. In this chaotic world, power was the ultimate confidence. The sky was faintly brightening. After washing up, Lu Zhen changed into a black brocade uniform, sheathed a black gold long saber at his waist, and prepared to head to the third station. Just as he reached the front courtyard, a somewhat hesitant knock came from outside the main gate. Lu Zhen pulled open the heavy jujube wood door. Outside stood 4 people. His elder sister Lu Feng, brother-in-law Zhou Wenjing, along with his cousin Li Qingwei, and a middle-aged woman in a half-worn silk cotton jacket, Li Qingyu's mother. The 4 stood beneath the tall gate, their expressions somewhat constrained. Especially his brother-in-law Zhou Wenjing, who usually carried himself with the air of a scholar, now hunched his back slightly, his eyes shifting, avoiding direct eye contact with Lu Zhen. Elder sister, brother-in-law. Lu Zhen's expression was calm as he stepped aside. Come inside and talk. They entered the courtyard. Gazing at the spacious level courtyard paved with bluestone slabs, and the imposing layout of the main house, the cousin's mother's eyes flashed with a hint of uncontrollable nervousness and awe. Li Qingwei followed behind her mother, her gaze falling on Lu Zhen ahead. She felt a strange sensation. A few months ago, when she had seen Lu Zhen on Xiafei Road, he was a lame rickshaw puller, bare-chested with a dirty towel around his neck. He reeked of sweat, utterly debased in the dirt. But now, the Lu Zhen before her was tall and robust, his black uniform accentuating his broad shoulders. Just walking casually ahead, he exuded a steady mountain-like composure. Especially his eyes, cold, sharp, deep. A single glance made one's heart tighten. The change was too great. He was practically a different person. But soon Li Qingwei lowered her gaze slightly and shook her head in. No matter how much he changes, he's still just a martial artist. In her mind surfaced images of the Western-educated scholars at school, dressed in suits, sipping coffee, and speaking with wit. In the end, he's just a crude man of violence. How could he compare to the civilization and elegance of Westerners? They took seats in the main hall. Shen Yun brought tea and discreetly retreated to the backyard. Lu Zhen picked up his teacup, skimmed off the floating leaves. Elder sister, coming so early, what's happened? Lu Fang's face showed difficulty. She glanced at their aunt beside her. The aunt's eyes reddened, and she quickly stood up, fidgeting with her hands nervously. Zhener, this time you must help our family. Her voice carried a sob. Xingyu's father is the editor-in-chief of the Xinmin News. A few days ago, he published several articles in the paper saying some things about the current situation. Last night, the patrolmen suddenly broke in and took him away. We asked around, and it was said he offended someone high up, and they want to treat him as a rebel. Zhou Wenjing pushed up his glasses, cleared his throat, and added, Lu Zhen, this matter is no small thing. We figured you're now a squad leader at the garrison bureau with men under you and considerable influence. Could you help pull some strings at the patrol station and get him out? Their eyes all fixed on Lu Zhen pleadingly. Lu Zhen held his teacup, saying nothing. The lid gently scraped the surface of the tea, producing a faint porcelain sound. To Zhou Wenjing and the others, that sound struck their hearts like a hammer, unsettling them. The aunt gritted her teeth, pulled a heavy gray cloth bundle from her inner jacket, placed it on the table, and slowly pushed it over. The bundle opened slightly, revealing gleaming silver dollars. Zhener, I know this is hard. Here are 200 silver dollars for you to use as bribes. I won't let you bear the cost. Her voice trembled. Just for the sake of family, please lend a hand. Lu Zhen set down his teacup. What did the articles say? Where is he being held? He asked calmly. Zhou Wenjing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a low voice, criticizing the current situation, cursing the authorities for inaction, and naming the 4 great families for their corruption. He was taken away last night and locked up at the East Town Garrison headquarters. Lu Zhen glanced at the silver dollars on the table. He reached out, grabbed the cloth bundle, and stood up. He'll give it a try, but it might not work. With that, he didn't look back at them and strode out of the main hall. East Town Garrison, located at the edge of the inner city. On the high gray brick walls, coils of barbed wire were strung. Outside the main gate, before 2 massive stone lions, were mounted 2 Western heavy machine guns. The dark muzzles pointed directly at the long street. This was the core of power and violence in the entire East Town. Ordinary civilians from a distance kept their heads down and hurriedly detoured, fearing any contamination of bad luck. Lu Zhen walked boldly up the long street. 2 armed guards at the gate immediately crossed their rifles to block him. But as their eyes swept over his black brocade uniform and the black gold saber at his waist, their expressions softened. A squad leader level was considered someone of importance within the bureau. Sir Squad Leader, which station? What business do you have at headquarters? The guard on the left asked politely. Third station Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen identified himself. "I'm here to inquire about a case. Li Chongqing, editor-in-chief of the Xinmin News." The guard nodded. Squad leader Lu, please come in. This case falls under the criminal detention department." He lowered his rifle and turned to Li. Passing through a cold, gloomy corridor lined with closed iron doors, a lingering smell of blood was faintly detectable. Lu Zhen was led into a space. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man in a dark mandarin jacket. He was spinning 2 iron balls in his hand, producing crisp clacking sounds. His blood and chi were steady, his breathing long. He was a genuine Mingjin martial artist. From his facial features and the air of superiority, he exuded the arrogance of someone from a prominent family. "Director Xiao, Squad Leader Lu from the 3rd station is here," the guard reported, and then withdrew. Director Xiao raised his eyelids, giving Lu Zhen a once-over. The 2 iron balls in his hand spun with a clatter, and a polite smile appeared on his face. "From the 3rd station? You look unfamiliar. How should I address you, brother?" Lu Zhen replied calmly. "Oh." Director Xiao's iron balls suddenly stopped. He leaned forward slightly, his originally casual gaze instantly sharpening with appraisal and surprise. The Lu Zhen who split a Western-class war machine with 1 saber blow on the long street. "Just luck," Lu Zhen said indifferently. "Impressive." Director Xiao's smile immediately warmed, and he stood up, pointing to the chair opposite. "With skills like yours, brother, you've made quite a name in East Town. Truly remarkable, a hero born young. Please have a seat." They exchanged a few polite but hollow pleasantries. Lu Zhen didn't waste words and cut straight to the point. He placed the gray cloth bundle on the table and slowly pushed it over. "Director Xiao, I wouldn't come to the 3 Treasures Hall without a reason. I'm here today for the case of Li Chongqing, editor-in-chief of the Xinmin News. He's a relative of mine." The bundle opened slightly, revealing gleaming silver dollars. Director Xiao glanced at the silver dollars on the table, then at Lu Zhen. He sat back down, picked up the iron balls, and began spinning them slowly. His brow furrowed slightly. "Brother Lu, normally with a tough man like you speaking, I Xiao would have to give face." He sighed low, "But this matter is really difficult. Li Chongqing's articles were too extreme. Not only did he criticize the current situation, but he also named the 4 great families, especially the Zhou and Zheng families. He called them traitors and collaborators." Director Xiao shook his head, his expression wary. "Do you know who the deputy director of our headquarters is, eh?" Lu Zhen watched him silently. "It's the Zhou family's pillar of the middle generation, Zhou Shichang's supervisor." Xiao lowered his voice further. "A genuine dark force, alien martial grandmaster." Li Chongqing pointed his finger at the Zhou family in the newspaper, and deputy director Zhou personally ordered his arrest. "Who dares to meddle in this case?" He reached out and pushed the gray cloth bundle halfway back across the table. "Brother Lu, I'll be straight with you. These 200 silver dollars, there's absolutely no way to get him out whole and unscathed. The most I can do is grant you a favor and let—" Supervisor Xiao paused, then added, "Besides, this money stays here for greasing the wheels. I can ensure he won't suffer a beating in the cell for now, and that he gets a hot meal 3 times a day. Anything more, brother, I'm powerless to do." Lu Zhen stared at the silver dollars on the table. He knew in his heart that Supervisor Xiao was telling the truth. A case personally overseen by a dark force alien martial grandmaster. Not even a captain from the 3rd Institute, let alone a commander, could do anything about it. Keeping him alive and granting a meeting was already the limit. He had never harbored deep feelings for this relative anyway. To have come this far was already doing his utmost. "All right," Lu Zhen nodded, pushing the silver dollars back across the table. "Then I'll trouble you to arrange it, Supervisor Xiao." Supervisor Xiao took the money and acted swiftly. He called over a jailer, who led Lu Zhen deeper into the prison. Passing through 2 heavy iron-barred gates, the light grew dimmer. The air was thick with the stench of feces, urine, blood, and moldy straw. At the far end of a cell, Li Chongqing sat cross-legged on a pile of straw. He wore a long robe washed to a pale white stained with dust and dark blood, yet his back was ramrod straight. Framed on his nose were round-rimmed glasses with a cracked lens, and he held a withered stalk sketching something on the ground. He exuded a stubborn, pedantic air of a scholar. Uncle Lu Zhen called out through the iron bars. Li Chongqing looked up, pushed up his glasses, and upon seeing Lu Zhen, his eyes lit up. "Zhener, how did you come?" Lu Zhen lowered his voice and briefly recounted the situation outside, including the Zhou family's dark force grandmaster's orders. "I can't get you out for now. I've bribed the guards to ensure you won't suffer in here," Lu Zhen said calmly. Li Chongqing listened, yet instead of fear he let out a cold laugh, and abruptly stood up. "The Zhou family. Traitors selling the country for glory. They can seize my body, but they cannot silence the voice of the people." He walked to the iron bars, gripping them with both hands, his gaze fervent. "Zhener, remember this, justice cannot be killed. They may strike me down today, but tomorrow thousands upon thousands will rise in my place." Lu Zhen watched him, saying nothing. Li Chongqing then turned his gaze to Lu Zhen's black uniform, his tone turning earnest. "Now that you've mastered martial arts and have a foothold in the garrison bureau, you must remember a warrior should not merely seek to show off his strength. In the future, you must also read more new ideas, serve the nation and its people. Only then will you have not wasted this sturdy body." You should take it easy, old man, Lu Zhen interrupted. First stay alive. Then I'll see if there's a way to get you out. Li Chongying waved his hand dismissively, suddenly breaking into a cheerful laugh. Life and death are fate. But Zhen, I hear you've been making quite a name for yourself. You've learned your martial arts well. He looked Lu Zhen up and down, increasingly pleased. My Qingyue is also of marriageable age. You two are cousins familiar with each other's backgrounds. When I get out, why don't I arrange a meeting between you two? Lu Zhen frowned slightly, quickly waving his hand in refusal. Uncle, you jest. I have no plans to marry. He was inwardly speechless. Here he was with his life hanging by a thread, yet he was still thinking about matchmaking. Truly the mind of a scholar was boundless. Seeing Li Chongying about to continue, Lu Zhen said nothing, turned, and looked at the two jailers waiting nearby. He pulled out a few silver dollars from his pocket and pressed 20 into each of their hands. Brothers, my uncle is here. Please look after him a bit. Give him a hot meal 3 times a day and don't let anyone bully him. The two jailers weighed the heavy silver dollars in their hands, beaming with joy, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, Captain Lu. Supervisor Xiao has given his orders. We brothers know what to do. We won't let the old man suffer the slightest grievance. Lu Zhen nodded, not lingering any longer. He glanced back at Li Chongying, who was still chuckling cheerfully in the cell, then turned and strode down the dark corridor out of the daylight outside was harsh. Lu Zhen wove through the gray brick buildings of the eastern city general bureau, preparing to leave. A low engine roar came from beyond the main gate. A military green open-top jeep rumbled over the speed bump and slowly drove in. It wasn't fast, just passing by Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the jeep. In the back seat sat a woman in a pale purple dress. She wore a wide French sun hat revealing a slender snow-white neck, her demeanor cool and aloof. It was Xiao Yuqing. Lu Zhen watched the jeep drive away, a faint daze in his heart. The last time he had seen her was at the Chalupa wharf. Back then he was a rickshaw puller, reeking of sweat, too ashamed to even lift his head. And she was already an exalted dark force martial grandmaster. But now not much time had passed. He had shed that tattered vest and donned this black uniform, becoming a genuine bright force martial artist. Life's twists and turns were truly strange. Lu Zhen averted his gaze, neither speaking nor thinking of greeting her. She probably didn't even recognize him. He merely wondered what this Miss Xiao, a dark force grandmaster, was doing at the garrison bureau headquarters. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and strode toward the main gate. In the jeep, Xiao Yuqing was reading a document. As she passed Lu Zhen, she suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on the retreating Her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity flashing in them. Interesting. Xiao Ran, who was driving, noticed the change and glanced at the rearview mirror. Miss, what's wrong? Xiao Ran asked in confusion. Xiao Yuqing withdrew her gaze and closed the document. Later look up that man's information, she ordered calmly. Xiao Ran's ears perked up, her gossipy flame burning bright. She craned her neck to peer at the distant figure in the rearview mirror. It's a man. Judging by his clothes, he's just a captain from a sub-bureau. Miss, why are you checking him out? Xiao Ran was full of curiosity. Xiao Yuqing's expression was cool, offering no explanation. Just do as I say. Xiao Ran shrank back, not daring to ask more. Understood. She obediently replied, stepped on the gas, and the jeep headed toward the main bureau building. Lu Zhen returned to the small courtyard on Anping Street. The several people inside, restless with anxiety, rose to their feet in unison. Lu Zhen walked to the table, but didn't sit. I saw him, he said calmly. But I couldn't get him out. The faces of the people in the room turned pale. He offended the Zhou family. Deputy Director Zhou of the General Bureau personally ordered the arrest. He's a dark force grandmaster. Lu Zhen glanced at the empty spot on the table. I spent all 200 silver dollars. The only thing I could do was bribe the guards to keep him from being beaten and to give him a hot meal 3 times a day. At the words Zhou family and dark force grandmaster, Zhou Wenjing's legs visibly trembled, and he had to grab the table edge to keep from collapsing. Aunt Li's face was ashen. When she heard that all 200 silver dollars had been spent, and he hadn't even gotten the man out, her lips twitched, and her expression turned strained. That was most of the family's savings. But she dared not say anything. I'll think of something later, Lu Zhen said, ignoring their expressions. For now, this is all we can do. With that, he turned and left the main room. As Lu Zhen's figure disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, Li Qingyue bit her lip and couldn't help muttering softly. Spending all that money and not even bringing him back. What's the point of that? Shut up. Her mother was startled, whirling around to scold in a low voice. That's the Zhou family. Zhen managing to get in and see him and keeping your father alive. That's already a huge effort. How dare you spout such nonsense? Big sister Lu Fang quickly tugged at Li Qingyue's sleeve. Qingyue, say no more. Zhou Wenjing wiped his cold sweat, nodding repeatedly. Yes, it's the Zhou family. Keeping him alive is already a blessing. Li Qingyue shrank back at her mother's shout, pouting, but said nothing more. Yet in her heart, she was unconvinced. After all, he used to be just a rickshaw puller. She lowered her head, thinking. He got lucky, learned some martial arts, and put on a uniform. In the end, he's still a low-class man with no real ability. He took the money but couldn't get anything done. In her mind, a tall figure in a sharp suit with blonde hair and blue eyes suddenly appeared. That was a foreign fellow student she had met when attending mass at the French concession church. He was a proper Western gentleman, very influential in the concession. I'll go ask my fellow student for help, Li Qingwa secretly planned. Westerners have a lot of face. Maybe he can find a way to get my father out. In the blink of an eye, another 10-odd days had passed. The night was deep and silent, the small courtyard on Anping Street still and hushed. The early spring night breeze had already carried a hint of mugginess, gently swaying the few wild grasses in the corner. Lu Zhen, bare-chested, was drenched in sweat like a torrent. His solid muscles glistened with a bronze sheen under the dim moonlight. He slowly withdrew his boxing stance and exhaled a long, scorching breath of stale air. In his mind, a familiar tremor arrived as expected. Daily settlement panel activated. Today's settlement practice saber techniques for 2 hours, circulated the 3 suns breathing art to refine chi and blood. Base rewards silver $0, class experience 10, martial skill experience 50, physique experience 30, universal experience 50, triggered level bonus daily settlement level LV 5, daily reward extra X5, final rewards silver $0, class experience 60, a martial skill experience 300, physique experience 180, universal experience 300. Lu Zhen gazed at the script in the void, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Too little. Over these 10-odd days, the scarlet blood golden lotus he had on hand had long been exhausted. Without the violent medicinal power of a second-grade top-tier spirit herb to support him, relying solely on this mortal flesh to endure and temper the base rewards were pitifully low. Even with the current 5-fold critical multiplier, the daily experience gained was far less satisfying than when he had swallowed the spirit herb. It is hard to go from luxury to frugality. He lowered his gaze to the refreshed attribute panel. Lu Zhen, age 30, realm midstage, Mingjin, level daily settlement LV 5010000, 3 suns breathing art LV 532501000, 8 slashes of the broken army LV 556101000, physique chi and blood like a furnace LV 5575000, universal experience 42, 10 points. Most notably, the core daily settlement level required a full 10,000 universal experience points. At this grinding pace, who knew how long it would take? Poverty for literature, wealth for martial arts. The ancients did not deceive me. Lu Zhen casually grabbed a towel draped over the wooden rack and wiped the sweat from his neck. The path of martial arts was inherently about plundering the fortunes of heaven and earth to nourish oneself. Without vast resources poured in, no matter how great one's talent, one would be stuck at a bottleneck. He needed to acquire resources. Get money, get great medicines, get military merits. The next day, Lu Zhen prepared to visit the martial arts hall. Yesterday evening, the hall had sent an outer disciple to deliver a message saying that Master Yin Taichiao wanted him to come. The gate of the martial arts hall was wide open. Lu Zhen stepped over the high threshold. The courtyard was full of people, with almost all inner and outer disciples, but the atmosphere was eerily strange without the usual shouts of exertion, only waves of suppressed whispers. Seeing Lu Zhen enter the courtyard fell silent for a moment. All eyes converged on him. Senior Brother Lu. Greetings, Senior Brother Lu. Xiong Yu and the other inner disciples quickly stopped their movements, clasping their fists in a respectful salute with utmost reverence. The outer disciples didn't even dare to breathe loudly, their eyes filled with deep awe. Among the crowd, low murmurs spread like buzzing flies. This is Senior Brother Lu. What a terrifying aura of chi and blood. Indeed. Haven't you heard? In that battle on the street a few days ago, Senior Brother Lu cleaved a Westerner's Class B combat mech with a single slash. I heard from the Bureau that Senior Brother Lu has not only broken through to Mingjin, but has also practiced the Iron Wire Fist power release to the terrifying level of 4 extremes of strength. 4 extremes of strength. My heavens. Lu Zhen's face remained calm, deaf to the murmurs. His gaze passed over the crowd and fixed on the center of the courtyard. Zhonglei. Lu Zhen's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The Zhonglei before him no longer bore any trace of the once proud senior brother who had broken the limits with 7 rings. His hair was disheveled, his eyes deeply sunken, and his once firm flesh hung loose and flabby. He looked as if he had aged 10 years overnight, and the vigorous chi and blood of a latest-stage body refining practitioner had vanished completely. Only a decaying, deathly aura of 1 foot in the grave remained. Ruined. Completely and utterly ruined. Brother Lu. Gu Yinji, waving a folding fan, descended the steps of the main hall together with Yin Shanshan. What happened? Lu Zhen asked. Gu Yinji glanced at the deranged Zhonglei in the center of the courtyard, tapped his fan lightly on his palm, and lowered his voice. The Bai family did it. A few days ago, the news of your breakthrough to Mingjin and your intention to fight on behalf of the master spread. The Bai family grew anxious. Gu Yinji let out a cold laugh. That old fox Bai Jingya originally wanted to use Zhonglei as a pawn to step on the reputation of our Iron Arm martial arts hall and rise. Seeing you emerge as a Mingjin powerhouse, Zhong, Lei a mere latest-stage body refining was no match at all. To win the challenge match, the Bai family force-fed Zhang Lei a massive amount of violent medicinal herbs, trying to forcibly elevate his realm and push him through the Mingjin barrier. Yin Shanshan clenched her teeth, beside him her eyes complex filled with both hatred and a trace of pity. His foundation simply couldn't withstand such potent chi and blood backlashed, meridians shattered. He didn't break through, but instead ruined all his martial arts. When the Bai family saw he was a cripple with no further use, they didn't even let him through the door, throwing him out like a dead dog. After listening, Lu Zhan's eyes showed no ripple. He chose his own path. He could blame no one else. Lu Zhan, it's you. All because of you. Suddenly Zhang Lei in the center of the courtyard raised his head fiercely. His bloodshot murky eyes stared intently at Lu Zhan like a cornered mad dog, stumbling and lunging forward. If it weren't for your breakthrough to Mingjin, why would the Bai family have forced me to take medicine? If it weren't for you, I would already be the Bai family's son, a future Mingjin. Zhang Lei with disheveled hair pointed at Lu Zhan's nose and roared hoarsely. You're all laughing at me. The old man is biased. You should die too. He waved his withered arms, maniacally clutching a crumpled red paper tightly in his hand. It was the original challenge notice. I want leave. I want admit defeat. Zhang Lei drooled at the corners of his mouth, crying and laughing at the same time. The match hasn't happened yet. I haven't lost. I want to fight. They'll trample you all under my feet. Zhang Lei continued crying and laughing in the courtyard. The surrounding disciples stepped back, afraid to catch this bad luck. What's the noise? Suddenly a low, hoarse voice came from the main hall. Yin Tietjiao, with his hands behind his back, slowly stepped over the threshold. His face was ashen, looking at the ghost-like Zhang Lei in the courtyard. A flicker of complexity passed through his cloudy old eyes. Both Pain, Master, Xiong Yu, and the others quickly bowed their heads. Yin Tietjiao ignored them, turning his gaze to Lu Zhan. This challenge notice, you accepted it on my behalf back then. Now what do you say? Lu Zhan looked at Zhang Lei, who was crying and laughing on the ground. He shook his head. In his current state, I can't be bothered to act. Yin Tietjiao nodded. Indeed. He sighed and slowly walked down the steps. When Zhang Lei saw Yin Tietjiao approaching, he suddenly stopped crying and laughing. He clutched the red paper tightly, making a strange guttural sound from his throat, and lunged fiercely at Yin Tietjiao. I haven't lost. I haven't lost. Yin Tietjiao stood still, only raising his hand the moment Zhang Lei lunged in front of him. His withered palms, seemingly slow, yet precisely, struck Zhang Lei's chest. Bang! A dull thud. The power of Mingjin penetrated his body, instantly shattering Zhang Lei's heart meridians. Zhang Lei's body stiffened abruptly. The red paper in his hand fluttered down onto the bluestone slab. He looked up at Yin Tietjiao. In those originally murky, maddened eyes, a glimmer of clarity suddenly appeared. He opened his mouth as if to call out, Master, but no sound came out. A trickle of black blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his whole body collapsed limply to the ground. Before death, the mania on his face vanished, replaced by a serene relief. Yin Tietjiao withdrew his hand, not even glancing at the corpse on the ground. Drag him out and bury him in a mass grave. He turned around, hands behind his back, and walked back into the inner hall with a somewhat faltering step. His back appeared even more aged. Lu Zhan withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at Gu Yinji beside him. Brother Gu. Brother Lu, what's the matter? Gu Yinji snapped back to reality and closed his folding fan. Lately I've rarely seen you at the bureau, Lu Zhan asked casually. What have you been busy with? Gu Yanzi's eyes flickered. He gave a dry laugh and opened his fan, waving it. Hey, nothing much. The Merchant Association had some trouble recently, so my father asked me to help manage the accounts for a few days. Just busy work. He stammered an excuse. Lu Zhan glanced at him. He didn't ask further. Everyone has their own secrets, since Gu Yinji didn't want to say he wouldn't pry. Alright, you go ahead then. Lu Zhan nodded and turned to walk toward the gate of the martial arts hall. He passed through the moon gate of the inner courtyard and arrived at the outer courtyard. In the outer courtyard, a few newly enrolled disciples were grunting and heaving as they lifted stone blocks. Lu Zhan's gaze swept casually. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure in the corner. Zheng Fan. He was bare-chested, drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he struck a wooden dummy. Thump, thump, thump. Each punch was delivered with extreme force, a fierce glint in his eyes. What surprised Lu Zhan most was the clothes draped over the nearby weapon rack. It was an inner disciple's uniform. It seemed that the $100 silver he had left on the doorstep that night had been used by Zheng Fan. Not only had he healed his injuries and paid the tuition fees again, but he had also managed to squeeze into the inner sect with that desperate tenacity. Lu Zhan nodded slightly. In this world, there were too many people who were incorrigible. But Zheng Fan was not. He gave Zheng Fan an opportunity, and Zheng Fan seized it tightly. Not bad. Stepping over the high threshold of the martial arts hall, the sun blazed outside, and the street was bustling with voices. Extra! Extra! A raggedly dressed newsboy waved his newspaper, weaving through the crowd. The Eastern War Machine Master was murdered in the concession. The Iron Blood Salvation Society will strike again. 2 days ago blood stained the Six Nations Hotel. Lu Zhen paused his steps. He took out 2 copper coins and casually handed them over, pulling a newspaper from the newsboy's hands. Standing under a slightly shaded eave at the street corner, Lu Zhen unfolded the newspaper and lowered his head to scan it. The front page headline in large bold letters was startling. The newspaper detailed the events 2 days ago. The war machine master, hired at a high price by the Eastern Black Sun Corporation, had just settled in the Six Nations Hotel. Surrounded by 4 fully armed half-mechanical warriors, the defense was tight. Yet in the middle of the night, someone silently entered the suite. First, powerful explosives precisely destroyed the war machine's core, followed by a swift slice to the throat. Clean and efficient. Even those 4 half-mechanical warriors were reduced to scrap metal, a mixture of oil and blood covering the ground. Lu Zhen's gaze shifted downward. At the bottom, the name that had recently gained fame in the foreign city, Ironclad Salvation Society. This was not their first time taking action. In Lu Zhen's mind, he quickly reviewed the newspaper headlines from the past month. On the 3rd, a Chinese detective from the French concession patrol was shot dead on his mistress' bed for trafficking laborers. On the 15th, a comprador from the Tongjiang Chamber of Commerce was beheaded in the street right after signing a mining rights mortgage contract with Westerners. On the 21st, just 5 days ago, a regimental commander from the station troops was ambushed while selling arms to a water fort, blown up along with his vehicle in the wild outside the city. Adding to this was the case of the Eastern War Machine Master. In just a month, 4 major cases. Lu Zhen closed the newspaper, his expression vacant, yet with a scale balancing in his heart. These people were ruthless, fearless in death. They specifically targeted traitors seeking personal gain and arrogant foreigners. Their bones were indeed tough. They were a group of valiant men. However, in this chaotic world where power struggles abound, relying solely on assassination was ultimately just a display of individual bravery, unable to stir true waves. Instead, it would provoke frenzied retaliation from various forces. Too dangerous. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Lu Zhen's mind. He furrowed his brows, recalling Gu Yanzi's vague demeanor earlier in the martial arts hall. There was a discrepancy in the chamber's accounts. Go back and help. Lu Zhen carefully calculated. On the 3rd, Gu Yanji took a leave of absence, claiming his elderly ancestor was celebrating a birthday. On the 15th, he didn't come to the station, saying he had gone to collect debts elsewhere. On the 21st, he was also absent, claiming he had caught a cold. And in the past 2 days, when the Easterners died, he conveniently wasn't at the 3rd station. The dates matched perfectly. Not a day off. Lu Zhen tightened his grip on the newspaper slightly. Recalling that night by the campfire in the wilderness when Gu Yanji mentioned the Iron Blood Salvation Society, his excited, flushed face, and his scathing remarks against traitors. This guy. Lu Zhen shook his head. He must have already been caught up in it. The next morning, the atmosphere in the 3rd compound was unusually tense. As Lu Zhen stepped through the courtyard gate, he saw the officers hurrying about. Even the usual shouts of training were absent. Lu Chaitu. A messenger approached, lowering his voice. An urgent order just came down from above. The East City headquarters has a new director, and the new official has called for personnel from 10 branches to come to the headquarters for a meeting. A change in directors. Lu Zhen's eyes flickered. In this chaotic world, the headquarters director was truly the local emperor of East City. Without delay, everyone immediately set off. Half an hour later, the spacious courtyard of the East City headquarters was already crowded with people, a palpable aura of menace. Those standing here were at least heads of various uniforms intermingled, exuding the unique severity of military offices. At the front stood 10 branch heads, also known as guards. These 10 individuals had a grand presence. All dressed in dark red woolen military uniforms, with heavy golden tassels hanging from their shoulders. The character shoe on their chests was embroidered with red gold thread mixed with peacock feathers, glinting under the sun with a dazzling cold light. The 10 top-tier experts of the late Ming Jing stage exuded an aura of power that pressed down on those behind them, making even breathing feel heavy. In front of the 5th section's line, Hua Tianxiao, the 3rd young master of the Hua family, was standing there in his dark red woolen military uniform, hands behind his back. His complexion was fair, and his demeanor was haughty. Standing beside him was Chun, in the head of the 3rd section, dressed in a deep blue satin military uniform, leaning in and whispering something with a smiling face. And half a step behind Chun and stood Zhao Chengwang, a senior officer from the 3rd section. Dressed in dark black and red-edged brocade, his tall figure slightly hunched, exuding a low profile. Occasionally echoing Hua Tianxiao's words, his eyes revealing an unabashed flattery. Lu Zhen watched from afar, understanding in his heart. This Zhao Chengwang had obviously completely aligned with the Hua family, willingly becoming a biting dog. Lu Zhen withdrew his gaze, quietly standing in the line of the 3rd section. Though he wished to keep a low profile, others would. That battle on the long street where he cleaved through Western-class war machines had long made him a figure of legend among the various departments of East City. This must be Lu Zhen, Lu Shader right. Nearby, several heads dressed in deep blue satin military uniforms with the pure gold shoe embroidered on their chests proactively approached. These were all influential figures from other branches usually looking down on others, yet now they showed no airs in front of Lu Zhen, a subordinate officer. Brother Lu, your strike on the Long Street was truly impressive. Even I felt invigorated hearing about it. Indeed, to possess such combat power upon entering the Ming Jing stage, your future is limitless. If you have time in the future, come visit our 7th section, it'll treat you. A few heads were jovially chatting, their words full of intentions to befriend and rope him. Lu Zhen maintained a calm expression, neither servile nor overbearing, returning each greeting with a slight bow. In a nearby corner, the monkey and several ordinary team members from the Jiazi 6 unit also came to join in the excitement and broaden their horizons. They wore unified gray uniforms with black edges tied with yellow leather belts, appearing rather shabby among the brocade military uniforms. But at this moment the few of them stood tall, their faces flushed. The monkey was surrounded by several gray-uniformed officers from other sections, animatedly gesturing. You should have seen it. That Western woman's mechanical legs shot out steam so fast that you could barely see her shadow. The monkey danced around it, and what happened? Our Lu Chaitu didn't even blink. When the black gold long knife came out catching with one slice, he cut both the person and the metal in half. That was a class war machine. In front of our Chaitu it was like papier-mâché. The surrounding gray-uniformed officers were stunned, repeatedly gasping in awe, their eyes filled with reverence. The monkey raised his chin full of pride. Working with our Lu Chaitu means only 2 words, tough. As the sun gradually rose higher nearby the head of the 7th section, Lei Jinshan moved in closest. This man was built like a tower with a face full of needle-like stubble, dressed in a dark blue satin military uniform, his collar open, exuding a wild and hearty spirit. Standing on the other side was Ma Sanyuan, the head of the 9th section. A tall and lean fellow sporting a pair of sharp mustaches, his eyes darting around habitually, playing with 2 shiny walnuts in his hands. Brother Lu, let's keep in touch more. If there's anything you need from me, just ask. Lei Jinshan patted his broad chest, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, even when lowered. What Brother Lei said is right. Both our branches should support each other. Ma Sanyuan smiled, his mustache bobbing with his words. Lu Zhen slightly cupped his hands, exchanging pleasantries for a moment. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation. You 2 brothers seem well informed. Could you tell me more about the new director's background? Is there any news? His expression remained calm, but he was secretly calculating. Currently the East City headquarters deputy director was Zhou Shichang. From his uncle Li Changying's case was firmly in the Zhou family's grip, impenetrable. If this new airborne director has enough clout to suppress the Zhou family, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope for his uncle's case. Thus he casually probed the waters. Hearing this, Ma Sanyuan abruptly halted the walnuts he was playing with, looking at Lu Zhen with some surprise. You didn't know this? Lei Zinshan's eyes widened, as well his rough hand stroking his stubble. Brother Lu, you spend all day practicing martial arts, but you're too isolated from the news. This new director is quite a formidable character. Oh, Lu Zhen's eyes flickered. Ma Sanyuan leaned in a step, lowering his voice and speaking mysterious. He's from the Xiao family. The eldest daughter of the Xiao family. One of the top 10 young talents in the foreign city, a genuine dark energy master. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhen was taken aback. The Xiao family's eldest daughter. A dark energy master. Instantly, he recalled the military green convertible jeep he had passed by outside the headquarters not long ago. And the woman in the back seat wearing a French sun hat exuding a cold elegance. Could it be an old classmate? Lu Zhen mused to himself. As he spoke, a crisp rhythmic clatter of military boots echoed suddenly from the bluestone steps before the courtyard. The entire yard, filled moments before with unruly martial officers and constables, fell silent in unison, their gazes instinctively drawn upward to the raised platform. The heavy black lacquered doors of the main hall swung inward from within. 2 tall, elegant figures emerged, one following closely behind the other, stepping calmly across the threshold. Leading the way was Xiao Yuqing. Her attire today bore no resemblance to the French-style dress she had worn in the jeep. She wore a sharply tailored dark-hued officer's uniform that hugged her statuesque slender frame with breathtaking precision. A broad leather utility belt cinched her waist, knee-high black combat boots gleamed under the sun. Golden epaulets shimmered coldly upon her shoulders, catching the light like shards of frost. Her features were flawlessly sculpted, her skin porcelain pale and luminous. Yet her narrow phoenix eyes held an aloof, imperious chill, distant, disdainful sovereign. Majestic and austere as winter itself. Half a step behind her walked her aide-de-camp Xiao Ran, clad in a sleek dark military uniform, sidearm holstered at her hip, her short hair cut sharp and neat. The gossipy girl of ordinary days now stood impassive, her gaze sweeping the assembly with razor-sharp intensity, a quiet but unmistakable aura of authority radiating from her. In that courtyard, countless eyes widened in stunned silence. She was Xiao Yuqing, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, one of Yangqing's 4 great clans. Rumors had long whispered that she was peerless in beauty, secretly hailed as Yangqing's most exquisite woman. Yet this first sight surpassed mere beauty. It was the indelible charisma of supreme authority forged through command over life and death, a quality no common courtesan or ornament could ever emulate. Yet not a single soul dared betray his awe upon his face, not even with a whisper, not even with a careless syllable. For they knew, better than anyone, that the stunning woman standing upon those steps was not merely their life and death superior. She was also a genuine dark chi cultivator, a master whose inner force flowed beneath the surface like subterranean fire. In this brutal, lawless age, for a woman to attain such mastery and govern a regional bureau was no mere spectacle. It was power incarnate. Lu Zhen stood among the crowd, tilting his head slightly upward, his eyes fixed upon that tall glacial figure upon the steps. A strange sensation stirred within him. The first time he'd seen her was at the docks. He'd been a sweat-soaked laborer, too humbled even to lift his gaze. The second time outside the bureau gates, he'd caught only a fleeting glimpse through the jeep's window, cold, distant, untouchable. Now everything had changed. Even from this distance he felt her presence, a subtle suffocating pressure like breath held too long. It was as though a slumbering volcano pulsed beneath that slender, elegant form, contained yet seething with imminent eruption. So this is what a dark chi master feels like. Lu Zhen lowered his lashes, a chill running deep through his bones. Upon the platform, Xiao Yuqing's narrow phoenix eyes swept slowly across the assembly, her gaze like a blade slicing through the ranks of proud, battle-hardened warriors. Or so it seemed. Or perhaps it was illusion. But Lu Zhen felt that icy stare linger on him just a heartbeat longer than the rest. Then it vanished, gone in an instant. Gentlemen. Her voice rang clear and crystalline, yet vibrated deep within the eardrums, a testament to dark chi surging through veins thick with vital energy. Her address followed standard protocol, discipline, duty, service to the nation. But when spoken by a dark chi master, each word carried the weight of inevitability. We shall abide by Director Zhao's instructions. Hundreds of constables and martial adepts bowed their heads in unison, their thunderous reply shaking the very sky. Xiao Yuqing watched them, and for the briefest moment the frost upon her face softened into the faintest, almost imperceptible smile. Still, our Dongqing Garrison Bureau possesses solid foundations and formidable strength. Her gaze settled upon the 10 precinct captains standing in the front row. Several precincts maintain seasoned guards, latest bright chi cultivators deeply rooted in discipline and technique. She paused, then fixed her eyes precisely upon the formation of the 5th precinct. Especially Captain Hua of the 5th precinct, so young, yet already possessing such cultivation. The Hua family's ancestral arts truly live up to their reputation. At these words the air in the courtyard shifted, subtle, electric, charged with implication. Countless glances, envious, covetous, awestruck, converged instantly upon Hua Tianxiao. To be publicly commended by the newly appointed director, a dark chi master, was an honor beyond measure. Hua Tianxiao stood motionless, absorbing the weight of those stares, his eyes flickering with barely suppressed triumph. Yet his composure was flawless. Gone was the arrogance of a scion of noble lineage. He stepped half a pace forward, clasped his fists tightly, and bowed deeply, lowering himself utterly before authority. This humble servant dares not presume. His voice boomed, loud, reverent, unwavering. Behind him in the 3rd precinct's ranks, Zhao Chongguang and Shunan exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with uncontainable elation. They had chosen wisely. With Master Hua favored by the new director, dominance within the Dongqing Bureau would be effortless, and those who had pledged loyalty early would rise alongside him. Shunan stroked his chin with a chuckle, then turned his gaze past the throng toward Lu Zhen standing alone in the corner. His cloudy old eyes gleamed with undisguised pity and mockery. A brute with nothing but raw strength. He refuses to grasp the hand extended to him, doomed forever to wallow in the Lu Zhen sensed Shunan's gaze, but remained expressionless, not even lifting his eyelids, as if the man did not exist. On the platform, Xiao Yuqing let the faint smile fade her countenance, once more locked in glacial reserve. That concludes today's assembly. Dismissed. She turned, and just before stepping through the main hall's doorway paused, turning her head slightly aside. Return and prepare thoroughly. A major assignment awaits, in a few days. With that she strode inside. A collective ragged exhale rippled across the courtyard. Hundreds of men releasing breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. The unbearable tension dissolved instantly, replaced by a low, buzzing murmur of hushed conversation. No wonder she's the Xiao clan's eldest daughter. A gray-robed constable wiped cold sweat from his brow, still trembling. That presence, when her gaze swept over me, I felt a blade pressed against my throat. I couldn't even draw breath. Of course, she's a dark chi master, the kind who kills without blinking. Nearby, Hua Tianxiao was already surrounded by a cluster of eager faces. Captain of the 9th Precinct leaned closest, grinning broadly. Congratulations, Captain Hua. You've earned the director's favor. Your future here is limitless. He glanced left and right, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Besides, Director Xiao remains unmarried. The Hua family stands among Yangqing's foremost houses, And you, Captain Hua, are both outstanding in bearing and already a latest-stage bright chi cultivator. He left the rest unsaid. But everyone present understood perfectly matching status mutual strength. Union forged in power. At this, Hua Tianxiao's expression hardened abruptly. Mind your tongue. He rebuked softly but fiercely. Do you dare speak so freely of the director? Do you wish to die? His tone was stern, yet his upward twitching eyebrows and the smoldering heat in his eyes betrayed his true exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lu Zhen stood apart silent and still. A major assignment. Lei Zhenshan rubbed his bristling beard, voice low and grave. When a dark chi master herself announces, it'll be blood-soaked combat, no doubt. Ma Sanyuan rolled walnuts between his palms, their sharp cracks echoing like gunshots. The city's unstable. Iron Blood Salvation Society grows bolder daily, and now a Japanese war mechanic master has been killed. Pressure mounts from above. They'll make an example of someone soon. Lu Zhen listened, saying nothing, until suddenly. A crisp rhythmic clatter of military boots echoed again, this time from the side entrance of the main hall. The courtyard's murmur instantly subsided. All heads turned. There stood Xiao Ran, returned descending the bluestone steps with swift, purposeful strides. She ignored the smiling captains and lieutenants crowding the front rows. Walking straight through the crowd toward the third precinct, the crowd parted instinctively. Xiao Ran halted, directly before Lu Zhen. She said nothing at first, only studied him intently, her expression oddly inscrutable. Lu Zhen met her gaze without flinching. Only then did she arch a brow. You're Lu Zhen, the third precinct's constable in charge. Yes. He nodded. Xiao Ran tilted her chin upward. Come with me. The director wishes to see you. Silence fell across the courtyard. Faces frozen in disbelief, glances darting wildly, expressions shifting in bewildered astonishment. Lei Zhenshan's eyes bulged like a bull's, his face full of shock. Ma Sanyuan's hand trembled, and with a thud, the glossy, smooth walnut directly fell to the ground. Not far away, Hua Tianxiao, surrounded by a crowd, had his smug expression freeze instantly. Chun-In and Zhao Chongwang's mouths fell wide open, staring at Lu Zhen's direction as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone around was dumbfounded. In the courtyard, deathly silence reigned. Countless gazes like spotlights were fixed rigidly on Lu Zhen. Lu Zhen's expression remained calm. He thought to himself, it seems they've recognized me, their old classmate. A dignified Anjin grandmaster, the newly appointed bureau chief, in front of so many garrison commanders and lieutenants, singled out him, a low-level constable. This was definitely not to reprimand him. If it were a single order, would make his life worse than death. Since it was a private summons, it meant she was remembering their old ties. In this dog-eat-dog chaotic world, being able to connect with an Anjin grandmaster and the eldest daughter of the Xiao family was an absolute godsend. Resources backing intelligence. He would have them all. Good. Without showing any sign of timidity, Lu Zhen reached out to adjust the black gold long saber at his waist and stepped forward. Please lead the way, adjutant. Xiao Ran gave him a deep look, said no more, turned around, and led the way in her military boots. Lu Zhen followed behind under the ghostly stares of the entire courtyard, calmly walked through the crowd, stepped onto the bluestone steps, and disappeared behind the side door of the main hall. Only when their figures completely vanished did the frozen air in the courtyard seem to flow again. SSS. Someone was the first to draw a sharp breath. Immediately after, the buzzing murmurs throughout the courtyard became unstoppable. Ma Sanyuan, the lieutenant of the 9th station, bent down to pick up the walnut that had fallen on the ground. He vigorously wiped the dust off on his sleeve, his shrewd eyes fixed on the direction of the main hall, gleaming with intensity. Well. Brother Lei, our brother Lu here has been hiding deeply. Ma Sanyuan lowered his voice, his tone full of amazement. I told you. To be able to cleave a grade B war machine with a blade at the early stage of Mingjin. How could such a fierce man have no background? So his roots are here. Direct access to the top. Lei Zhenshan stroked his steel needle-like beard, also full of shock. Exactly, the new bureau chief hasn't seen anyone, yet she summoned only him. Such an honor is greater than the sky. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing the relief in each other's eyes. Good thing they had taken the initiative to befriend him. Ma Sanyuan's mind raced with calculations. Tonight, I must dig out that century-old ginseng from the storeroom. Tomorrow morning, I'll deliver it personally to the 3rd station. This Lu Zhen will definitely be a favorite of the bureau chief in the future. We must tie him firmly to our boat. Lei Zhenshan also mused silently, this brother is someone worth keeping. In the future, at the junction of the 7th and 3rd stations' jurisdictions, he'll have to yield more benefits to him as a favor. Unlike the warmth here. In front of the 5th station's formation, the atmosphere was so oppressive it could drip water. Hua Tianxiao stood still, his smugness having long stiffened into an iron plate. His hands clasped behind his back, clenched into tight fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Just moments ago, he had been publicly praised by Xiao Yuqing, basking in glory, believing he had caught the eye of this Anjin grandmaster. The next moment, she turned around and sent her personal adjutant to summon a lowly constable to her private chamber. What was this? Hua Tianxiao felt a raging fire of resentment burning in his chest, scorching his very organs. But after all, he was a scion of a noble family, deeply calculating. Drawing a deep breath, Hua Tianxiao forced a stiff smile. Ahem. He cleared his throat and looked around. Chief Xiao has just arrived and is in need of capable people. Lu Zhen did make a name for himself in that street battle the other day. The chief summoned him probably just for a routine chat to understand the situation at the grassroots level. He put on a casual, superior air. Young people, a bit of drive is a good thing. If the chief is willing to give him some pointers, that's his fortune. The surrounding garrison commanders were all shrewd. They could easily detect the sourness in his words. But out of respect for the Hua family, they all nodded in agreement. Commander Hua is right. It's just a talk. The heavy burden of the bureau still falls on talents like Commander Hua. They flattered him verbally, but inwardly they sneered. What's he pretending to be? The adjutant personally came to invite him. Can that kind of attitude be a routine? You Hua Tianxiao are just a clay idol on display. When it comes to closeness, you can't even touch Lu Zhen's heels. Hearing these hypocritical echoes, Hua Tianxiao felt even more stifled. Lu Zhen. What a Lu Zhen. His eyes were sinister. An ungrateful wretch. Just because you've climbed up the Xiao family's branch, you think you can trample on me, Hua Tianxiao. We'll see about that. Behind Hua Tianxiao, Chen and Zhao Chengwang had no strength left even to echo. Chen An's old wrinkled face was now deathly pale, covered in fine beads of cold sweat. With trembling hands, he pulled out a handkerchief from his sleeve and wiped his sweat frantically. It's over. It's all over now. Chen had just been mocking the other for not knowing his place. And now that man had become the bureau chief's honored guest. If Lu Zhen whispered a word in Chief Xiao's ear about how Chun had formed cliques in the third station and suppressed colleagues. Forget about retiring peacefully at the end of the year, he might even. Chun. Lieutenant Chun. Zhao Chengwang beside him swallowed hard, his voice dry. This Lu Zhen. What background does he really have? Didn't you say before that he was just a nobody with no background? Zhao Chengwang's intestines were green with regret. To curry favor with Hua Tianxiao, he had often given Lu Zhen dirty looks in the third station lately. He had thought that by clinging to the Hua family's thigh, he could secure the lieutenant position. Now it seemed he had simply rammed his head against an iron plate. How would I know? This kid is too deep. But don't panic. Young Master Hua is still standing in front. Chen forced himself to be calm, lowering his voice. Even if he has seen the bureau chief, he's still just a constable. As long as we hold tight to the Hua family, what can he do to overturn the sky? In the corner, Monkey, the gray-clad constable of the third station, stood straight as a ramrod, like a victorious rooster. See that? See that? The bureau chief sent someone to invite him personally. Of all the high officials in this courtyard who got such treatment, only our constable Lu. The surrounding gray-clad constables now looked at Monkey and his companions with eyes that had shifted from envy to fawning. Brother Monkey, from now on, when we patrol the streets, we brothers will rely on your care. Yeah, Brother Monkey, tonight at Spring Breeze Pavilion, Ill Play host. You must honor us with your presence. Monkey waved his hand, putting on an air of having seen the world. Easy, easy. Following Constable Lu, we value loyalty above all. He bragged aloud, but his heart was blooming with joy. The constable is about to soar. The best thing I, Monkey, have ever done in my life is to follow Constable Lu with all my heart. From now on in this East City, our third station, Squad 6, can walk sideways. The crowd in the courtyard had varied thoughts with undercurrents surging. Inside the bureau building, the light was somewhat dim. Xiao Ran walked in front, her military boots steady. She didn't speak, occasionally glancing at Lu Zhen behind her from the corner of her eye. They went up to the fourth floor. The chief is inside. Xiao Ran stepped aside. You go in yourself. Lu Zhen stepped forward and gave a gentle push. What met his eyes was an extremely spacious office. Everything was cold and hard lines, exuding the particular solemnity of a military government office. Xiao Yuqing stood by the window. She stood with her back to the door, hands clasped behind her. Lu Zhen strode to the desk, cupped his fists, and performed a subordinate salute. Constable Lu Zhen of the third station, reporting to Chief Xiao. Xiao Yuqing slowly turned around. Against the light, her face was unreadable. Her gaze swept over Lu Zhen from head to toe before she spoke. You've changed a lot recently. Classmate Lu Zhen,